In the dimly lit room, an old incandescent bulb cast a faint orange glow. Zhou Ming lay on a musty bed, staring at the peeling, yellowed walls, the aged desk beneath the window, the cracked, weathered cabinet, and two mismatched chairs. A trace of confusion lingered in his eyes. A sudden, sharp headache struck, as if a dagger was twisting in his brain. He clutched his temples desperately, trying to alleviate the unbearable pain. Reserved by nature, Zhou Ming never expressed his suffering through screams. Instead, he endured it silently until blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The pain grew more intense, and he writhed on the bed, kicking the blanket to the floor, until he finally passed out amidst the waves of agony. It was unclear how much time had passed before Zhou Ming regained consciousness. Supporting himself with one hand on the bed and the other pressing against his temple, he sat up. Though his head still throbbed faintly, his eyes were now clear. I never thought I'd experience something straight out of a novella journey through time. Is this punishment or a blessing? As thoughts of the family and friends he had lost surfaced, a wave of loneliness washed over him. But he quickly shifted his perspective. The wonder of this new world might be a chance granted by fate far more exciting than the mundane life he had led before. The start might be a bit rough, just a little, he mused with a wry smile. Zhou Ming began piecing together the memories of the boat's previous owner. The former Zhou Ming was an orphan who had grown up in a welfare home. More importantly, the world he now inhabited was called Blue Star, though it had since been renamed the Star Realm. Over 1,000 years ago, dimensional rifts had appeared, unleashing countless ferocious beasts upon Blue Star. Initially, scientists and the elite were thrilled at the discovery of a new world, but their excitement quickly turned to dread as the severity of the situation became evident. Beasts impervious to bullets began to emerge, followed by mythical creatures such as werewolves, vampires, and merfolk. Faced with these extraordinary beings, humanity's technological weapons proved inadequate. The dimensional rifts caused Blue Star to expand dramatically in size. Satellites were destroyed, and communication was severed, leaving humanity powerless to resist. During this era, known as the Doomsday Epoch, humans became slaves and sustenance for the dark creatures. Fortunately, thanks to their sheer numbers, some humans managed to survive by retreating to underground shelters and remote mountains. Not only did they rebuild their technological civilization, but they also began to explore extraordinary powers unique to humanity. Beast taming represents the beacon of hope for humanity on Blue Star to rise from the depths of darkness. For hundreds of years after being defeated by dark creatures, countless pioneers relentlessly explored and ultimately forged this path toward light. Due to Blue Star's unique environment, humans inherently lack the organs needed to adapt to extraordinary abilities. However, through repeated research, scientists discovered that humans possess mental strength far surpassing that of ordinary creatures. This breakthrough, combined with the extraordinary knowledge acquired from dark creatures, eventually led to the creation of the beast taming system. From theory to practice, the establishment of this system came at the cost of countless lives. The beast tamers who sacrificed themselves paved the way for future generations with their very bones. As the system evolved, the rankings of beast tamers were established, ranging from apprentice trainees to full-fledged professionals, and later extending to extraordinary masters and legendary sages. When humanity on Blue Star finally mastered the extraordinary ability of beast taming, the horn of counterattack was sounded. Having endured the dark years, humanity achieved unprecedented unity. After a century of bloodshed and struggle, though they could not completely eliminate the dark creatures and ferocious beasts, they successfully carved out a domain for humanity on Blue Star. Subsequently, the Blue Star Alliance was officially founded, and the calendar was reset to the beast-taming era, which has now lasted for over 600 years. For Zhou Ming, who had just transmigrated to this world, this grand and tumultuous history felt distant and difficult to connect with emotionally. Even for the native inhabitants of this world, not everyone held a reverent attitude toward this chapter of history. At this moment, Zhou Ming was more focused on the practical aspects of beast taming. Upon awakening, his mind was filled with clear memories about the process. The first step to becoming a beast tamer is to condense a mental seed. Through meditation, one perceives and strengthens the mental energy in their mind, ultimately forming an invisible mental seed. When this mental seed is implanted into the mind of a ferocious beast, it establishes a bond with the beast tamer, akin to a seed taking root and sprouting. At this point, the tamer can not only command the beast with ease, but also control its life through the mental seed. As the beast grows stronger, the mental seed absorbs its mental energy and flourishes. Under normal circumstances, a beast implanted with a mental seed has almost no chance of resisting. As for whether it is possible to control dark creatures, Zhou Ming's predecessor's memories offered no answers. Considering that dark creatures inherently possess extraordinary abilities and intelligence comparable to humans, rash attempts could easily result in the beast tamer being fatally counterattacked. Even if a method to control dark creatures were discovered, Zhou Ming speculated that the Blue Star Alliance would likely avoid such a perilous path. In the Blue Star Alliance, despite the deep-seated enmity with dark creatures, the leadership has never permitted beast tamers to control them. This decision reflects careful deliberation given humanity's current collective strength on Blue Star. It is insufficient to contend with the vast population of dark creatures. Allowing beast tamers to control dark creatures would inevitably provoke relentless retaliation from the entire dark creature community. The profession of beast tamer has become the ultimate aspiration for every Blue Star citizen. Beast tamers not only possess extraordinary powers, but also enjoy immense social prestige. However, the reality is harsh. Even though the basic meditation techniques have been promoted throughout the Alliance, only 1% of people ultimately succeed in becoming beast tamers. Among these successful individuals, 60% come from upper-middle-class families, while the remaining 40% hail from grassroots backgrounds. The key to success lies in talent and resources. Those with average aptitude can make up for it with abundant resources, but this path is accessible to only a privileged few. For ordinary people, exceptional talent or a rare opportunity is essential to step into the ranks of beast tamers. Zhou Ming's situation is particularly unfavorable. As an orphan, he lacks the resources needed for support, and his beast-taming aptitude barely meets the minimum threshold. Under normal circumstances, he might have to wait until his 40s or 50s to have a slim chance of forming a spiritual seed, by which time he would have missed the prime period for growth. It was this sense of desperation that drove his predecessor to make a radical choice, forcing the formation of a spiritual seed. This reckless, life-or-death gamble ultimately led to his predecessor's demise, and Zhou Ming unexpectedly inherited this body. At this moment, Zhou Ming was enduring a throbbing pain in his forehead, filled with apprehension. The spiritual seed is crucial for a beast tamer, akin to the dantian for cultivators in cultivation novels. It serves as a void space for storing spiritual power, and sensing spiritual power is the first step to becoming a beast tamer. If the spiritual seed had been damaged by his predecessor's impulsive actions, Zhou Ming would be no different from an ordinary person, forever cut off from the path of a beast tamer. As the pain in his forehead grew sharper, his expression darkened. "I have no choice but to face reality," Zhou Ming muttered to himself. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began meditating to examine the state of his spiritual seed. This was a critical hurdle he needed to overcome, leaving no room for avoidance. The basic meditation method is the most widely practiced entry-level cultivation technique within the Blue Star Alliance. Starting from middle school, professional instructors are assigned to teach this simple, safe, and effective meditation technique in schools. Even the orphanage where Zhou Ming lived was no exception in offering this course. As an orphan, Zhou Ming's previous self had no other options besides the basic meditation method, so he devoted all his energy to mastering it. This focus turned out to be an advantage, for Zhou Ming now closed his eyes, and his body instinctively entered a meditative state, dispelling all earlier concerns in an instant. However, when his consciousness descended into his spiritual sea, the familiar scene left him momentarily stunned. The usual starlight glimmers of spiritual energy were gone, replaced by a bright, full moon hanging high above his spiritual sea. A spiritual seed? Zhou Ming's thoughts stirred, but he quickly dismissed the idea. If it were truly a spiritual seed he had cultivated, he would have sensed it without needing to enter his spiritual sea. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized the truth: this was the spiritual seed left behind by his previous self, to achieve enlightenment through sacrifice. Staring at the luminous moon, this thought flashed through Zhou Ming's mind, followed by a faint feeling of sorrow. For some, the culmination of a lifetime's effort is merely the starting point. For others, calming his emotions, Zhou Ming extended his conscious tendrils, intending to explore this opportunity further. Yet before his tendrils could even touch the spiritual seed, cracks suddenly appeared on its moon-like surface. Crack. The fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web, and the entire spiritual seed seemed on the verge of shattering into countless fragments. As Zhou Ming silently prayed, his conscious tendrils finally made contact with the spiritual seed. At that moment, he understood the root of the issue. A tree without roots, water without a source. After his previous self's death, the spiritual seed, having lost its foundation, should have dissipated. Only Zhou Ming's transmigration had kept it barely intact until now. But at this moment, the spiritual seed had reached its limit. In the instant the spiritual seed completely shattered, Zhou Ming's soul and consciousness merged with it entirely. With a resounding boom, the rootless tree found new nourishment, and the sourceless water gained a new origin. Yet contrary to Zhou Ming's hopes, the shattered spiritual seed did not fully restore itself. The spiritual seeds did not transform back into a vast sky full of stars. Instead, they coalesced into a peculiar nebula-like structure, slowly rotating within Zhou Ming's mental sea, forming a magnificent spiral pattern. Gazing at the nebula composed of hundreds or even thousands of miniature stars, Zhou Ming was deeply puzzled. Even after repeatedly confirming his perception and combining it with the memories of his predecessor, it was indeed the spiritual seeds that he had inherited, seeds obtained at the cost of his predecessor's life, all for the sake of getting a bargain. Damn it! Zhou Ming cursed under his breath. His luck had hit rock bottom. What should have been a straightforward beginning had now turned into an impossibly complex ordeal. On the surface, having hundreds or thousands of spiritual seeds seemed like an incredible stroke of fortune. An ordinary person might fantasize about commanding a massive army of beasts, becoming a coveted figure sought after by powerful factions. However, the memories of his predecessor ruthlessly shattered this rosy illusion. In the extraordinary world, quality was king, while quantity was merely an embellishment. To command ferocious beasts, spiritual seeds needed to be implanted into the beast's consciousness, and the quality of the seeds directly determined the caliber of beasts that could be controlled. With Zhou Ming's current situation, the best he could manage were low-level creatures like rats or sparrows. Hundreds of such small animals couldn't possibly compare to someone else's single ferocious tiger or giant python. More crucially, high-quality beasts not only possessed formidable combat power, but also enhanced their master's chances of breaking through to higher levels. Whether the current beast taming system could accommodate Zhou Ming's unique situation was another uncertainty. Successfully taming a beast was merely the starting point. Advancing from an apprentice to an official professional had a success rate of roughly 1 in 100. Breaking through beyond the professional level required more than just increasing spiritual power. Human spiritual power had its limits, and surpassing these limits necessitated extraordinary rituals. This system was one that humanity on Blue Star had developed by borrowing knowledge from other races. For instance, phantom beast tamers underwent rituals to transform their tamed beasts into element-controlling phantom beasts, thereby breaking the limits of their spiritual power. Phantom beasts could exist in 3 forms: as normal external beasts, as armor to help their master wield elements, or as tattoos that fused with the body, drawing on spiritual power to grow. Beyond phantom beast tamers, there were also beast knights, shepherds, beast spirit mages, and other advancement paths. However, all of these were built upon the foundation of a standard beast taming system. Could someone like Zhou Ming, with his unique situation, adapt to the existing system? Or would he be forced to create an entirely new system from scratch? As Zhou Ming reopened his eyes, his gaze was empty and hollow. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Well, a youth version of a beast tamer is still a beast tamer, Zhou Ming muttered to himself, sitting motionless on the bed as he resigned himself to this harsh reality. With his current circumstances, he could hardly hope for normal development, let alone excel as even a youth version. Still, at least theoretically, he could now call himself a beast tamer. While taming ferocious beasts was beyond his reach, there might still be a chance with ordinary animals. His eyes gleamed as he began to strategize. Mice and sparrows were clearly out of the question, but if he could manage to tame cats or dogs, perhaps quantity could make up for strength. But Zhou Ming suddenly thought of a practical problem. How am I supposed to cover the cost of feeding these beasts? The thought alone made him curse aloud, his voice echoing in the dim, dilapidated room. The sound of an alarm interrupted his thoughts. Zhou Ming stood up and walked to the rickety desk by the window. He pulled aside the darkened curtains, letting in the first rays of sunlight breaking over the horizon, signaling the start of a new day. A new beginning for me, he murmured, taking a deep breath. The mental seed planted in his mind had opened up new possibilities for his life. At the very least, he wouldn't remain an ordinary, unnoticed person. The cool morning air streaming through the window invigorated him. Zhou Ming began putting on his work uniform. Until he fully understood his current situation and the limits of his abilities, he had no choice but to keep his job. Standing in front of the cracked mirror on the wall, he examined himself. 6 feet tall, slightly thin, with unkempt black hair. While not conventionally handsome, he could probably score an 85 out of 100. With proper care, he might even push it to 90. Grabbing his towel and toothbrush, Zhou Ming stepped out of his room. The dim corridor was lined with closely packed doors on either side. His neighbor, Sister Lin, greeted him as she carried a chamber pot. Up early for work, Xiao Zhou? Yeah, don't want to be late. Sister Lin, they'll go wash up first, Zhou Ming replied briefly before hurrying away. Though this plump woman in her 30s was friendly, her jealous and short-tempered husband was not someone he wanted to deal with. After walking about 30 meters down the corridor, Zhou Ming reached the communal bathroom. A few familiar faces were already there, washing up. He greeted them quickly and began his usual morning routine. Once he was done, Zhou Ming stepped out of the building and glanced back at the place he'd called home for the past 2 years since leaving the orphanage. A 5-story concrete building in a rundown neighborhood that evoked nothing but a sense of bleakness. After the advent of the beast-taming era, population became the most crucial resource. Even though Zhou Ming was an orphan, the government allocated him a small relief apartment after he left the welfare home. While the apartment was modest, if he were to marry and have children in the future without an improvement in his circumstances, he could apply for an upgrade to a two-bedroom unit within the community. At dawn, Zhoming stepped out of his residential complex and bought a steaming breakfast from a street vendor. As he stood at the tram station waiting for his ride, a few early office workers began to appear around him. Taking advantage of this idle moment, he carefully observed the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar surroundings. The buildings in sight were mostly 5 to 6 stories tall, with the tallest being no more than 7. This was because the Qingshan base, where he lived, lacked an aerial shield, making it risky to construct taller buildings that might attract the attention of flying beasts. If a building were to collapse, the casualties could surpass those caused by a direct beast attack. After the establishment of the Blue Planet Alliance, humans began to live in base settlements to counter the threats of beasts and alien races. These bases were categorized into 4 levels. Small bases primarily handled resource collection and beast tide alerts, such as mines and lumber mills. Medium bases, like the Qingshan base with a population of 3 to 400,000, served as major human settlements. Large bases housed over 1 million people, equipped not only with powerful beast tamers but also top-tier facilities like aerial shields. And the colossal bases, of which there was only one Dawn base, the headquarters of the Blue Planet Alliance. With a population in the tens of millions, it was safeguarded by the strongest beast tamer, the legendary Saint. Although Dawn base was a place everyone aspired to reach, the opportunities to go there were exceedingly rare. The tram arrived on time, and the chimes signaling the opening of the doors sounded. Zhoming boarded tram 7 and continued observing the world through the window. To him, the scale of Qingshan base was roughly equivalent to a small county town in his previous life. Due to the impact of the apocalypse era, the technological level of human society on Blue Planet remained at an archaeological stage. Coupled with the dispersion of talent caused by the beast taming system, it was evident that returning to the prosperity of the pre-apocalypse era would take a long time. Pet market stop. Passengers getting off, please do so promptly. The announcement snapped Zhoming out of his thoughts. He quickly called out to the driver and stepped off the tram in haste. In his previous life, with the welfare home's help, he had secured a job at this pet market. Ever since beast tamers emerged, while not everyone could become one, more and more people sought to own pets to fulfill their inner desires. If his former self had not been so fixated on pursuing the path of a beast tamer, his income back then would have been enough to afford basic furniture and appliances, though not a luxurious life. However, in order to condense a spiritual seed, his former self chose a frugal lifestyle. Zhoming didn't see anything wrong with that choice after all. Who would willingly settle for mediocrity? The doghouse. Zhoming stood at the entrance, gazing up at the 3 bold characters on the sign. This pet shop specializing in dogs was his workplace, spanning an area of about 100 square meters. Pushing open the glass door, Zhoming was surprised to see that Wang Lei, the veterinarian who was usually the last to arrive, was already there. "Morning, Brother Wang," he casually greeted. Wang Lei, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, responded with a nonchalant without looking up from the newspaper in his hands. As a veterinarian, Wang Lei's status and income were indeed far above those of Zhoming, who was just an ordinary employee. Sensing the lack of interest, Zhoming tactfully refrained from further conversation. Just as Zhoming was about to start his routine cleaning duties, the store manager, Sister Wu, came down from the loft holding a stack of flyers. "Morning, Zhoming. Have you eaten?" she asked. "Morning, Sister Wu. I ate before I came," Zhoming replied with a smile. Over the past 2 years, Sister Wu had always been kind to him and never showed any prejudice based on his background. "Good. The boss is coming by to inspect today, so make sure to work efficiently," she reminded him. "Got it, Sister Wu," Zhoming replied, finally understanding why Wang Lei had arrived unusually early. Soon after, the other staff members trickled in. Sales associate He Rue and veterinary assistant Guoyong, a couple He Rue with her freckled face and Guoyong, a young man with a buzz cut, as well as the grooming specialists, Sister Chow and Sister Sun, and Brotherly, who specialized in handling medium and large dogs. After exchanging greetings, everyone got to work. Zhoming's tasks were straightforward: cleaning up waste, tidying the shop, and feeding the dogs for sale. Since he was entirely focused on his aspiration to become a beast tamer, his interactions with his colleagues rarely went beyond polite nods. This arrangement suited him perfectly, as his introverted nature made him averse to unnecessary trouble. The most notable event of the day was the boss visiting the shop with his teenage son to pick out a large dog as a birthday gift. Despite his unassuming appearance, the middle-aged man was actually an apprentice-level beast tamer, partnered with an adult Ironfang dog. Zhoming recalled seeing that Ironfang dog before standing at a towering height of 1.5 meters. Its powerful physique could unleash astonishing strength, and its claws and fangs could easily tear through ordinary sheets of metal. Without high-powered firearms, an average person would stand no chance against such a creature. Time slipped away slowly amidst the monotony of work. As night fell, the bustling pet market gradually quieted down, leaving only the occasional cries of animals echoing in the air. Zhou hurriedly finished the dinner provided by the pet shop, tidied up his final tasks, and dragged his weary body home. Although the job was dull and repetitive, he found solace in the fact that he had already cultivated a spiritual seed, offering a glimmer of hope for changing his current situation. Back at his modest dwelling, he lay down on a bed that carried a faint musty smell, his mind filled with anticipation for the unripe spiritual seed within his mental sea. After a brief rest, he picked up a small cardboard box beside him. Inside was an ordinary white mouse he had just purchased from the market. Thanks to his acquaintances in the trade, it had cost him only a few alliance coins at a discounted price. Choosing the white mouse as his test subject was a deliberate decision. It was a gentle creature that would not resist too fiercely when implanted with a spiritual seed. This was Zhou Ming's calculated choice to test the limits of his current abilities. After all, neither the success rate nor his financial situation allowed him to take the risk of experimenting on larger animals. Following the method he remembered, he focused his mind, and a tiny spiritual seed, no larger than a grain of rice, emerged from the center of his forehead and swiftly entered the white mouse's brain. The mouse let out a sharp squeak and struggled violently, as though making a final stand. But soon, it quieted down, and an intangible spiritual connection formed between it and Zhou Ming. Through this link, Zhou Ming could distinctly sense that he now held the power of life and death over the mouse. Relaxing his tightly clenched right hand, he watched as the mouse obediently stayed in his palm, tilting its head to gaze at its new master. A simple mental command of "get down" was transmitted through the spiritual bond, and the mouse immediately obeyed, jumping to the ground. For the first time, Zhou Ming experienced the thrill of being a beast master. He repeatedly tested various commands, issuing them both verbally and mentally. This process led him to realize that spoken commands were merely a habit. True communication occurred through the spiritual connection. Seeing the mouse growing visibly exhausted, Zhou Ming stopped the experiment in time. He found an old, chipped cup, filled it with water, and sprinkled some breadcrumbs for his newly bonded creature to regain its strength. Consciously, he kept an emotional distance from the mouse, aware that it was destined to remain a test subject. As the night deepened, Zhou Ming grabbed a towel and a wash basin from the shelf, preparing to clean up for the evening. Over the next half-month, he maintained a steady 9-to-5 work routine. Each day after work, he meticulously recorded and analyzed data on the spiritual seed, diligently laying the groundwork for his future plans. Zhou Ming carefully examined the experimental report on the spiritual seeds in his hand, which detailed the characteristic data of 1008 spiritual seeds. These seeds were capable of controlling wild rats, but the most intriguing feature was their behavior when managing multiple beasts. If the beasts were of the same species, controlling more of them actually became easier. However, for different species, the difficulty increased with the number, eventually reaching a point where implanting the spiritual seeds became impossible. The report provided a plausible explanation for this phenomenon. These mutated spiritual seeds were originally a single entity and maintained a special connection even after splitting. Controlling beasts of different species disrupted this connection, impairing the effectiveness of the spiritual seeds. To address this issue, the report proposed two solutions. The first was to focus exclusively on beasts of the same species, leveraging numbers for an advantage. The second involved attempting to refuse the nebula-like spiritual seeds in the mental sea. However, the success rate of the second approach was currently zero, with the added risk of exposing the research to others. The report also highlighted a significant advantage. The death of a beast would not cause any substantial harm to the beast tamer and would allow for the rapid recovery of new spiritual seeds. However, it cautioned that if the number of deaths exceeded a certain threshold, it could trigger severe headaches, possibly due to the mental sea being overwhelmed by the losses. After finishing the summary, Zhou Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. This report had consumed several days of his energy, leaving him visibly fatigued even during work hours. His manager, Sister Wu, noticed his condition and suggested he take some time off, but Zhou Ming politely declined. For one, his job didn't require much effort, and secondly, he planned to save up as much money as possible before resigning. The following day, in the manager's office of the Puppy Haven pet store, Sister Wu grew anxious when Zhou Ming informed her of his decision to quit. Zhou Ming, this job may be tough, but it provides for your needs and gives you a chance to learn about pets, which could be helpful for your future, she urged. She understood his dream of becoming a beast tamer, but with his barely passing aptitude, a stable job might be the better choice. In response to her kind advice, Zhou Ming replied calmly, Sister Wu, I'm still young. I don't want to look back in my old age with regret. I want to give it a try. Sister Wu was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she pulled out a stack of cash from her drawer. This is 10,000 alliance credits. This is all I can do to help you. Thank you, Sister Wu. Zhou Ming bowed deeply and then left the pet store. He had already planned his next steps. Walking through the bustling pet market, he headed toward a nearby alley was going to purchase a beast of his own. In the end, The sparrows and white mice couldn't escape their fate as test subjects, and Zhou Ming had to carry out a humane, painless euthanasia. At the end of a dimly lit alley, Zhou Ming stood in front of a worn-out iron door and raised his hand to knock. Knock, knock. The crisp sound echoed clearly in the silent alley. A face with an unfriendly expression peeked through the crack of the door, belonging to a young man with long hair. He eyed Zhou Ming up and down, speaking impatiently. What do you want? I'm here to buy a black pet. Zhou Ming got straight to the point. Black pet? I don't have anything like that here. The long-haired man reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, hastily denying it while trying to shut the door. Zhou Ming was quick to act, wedging his hand into the gap. No need to be in such a rush, brother. You're turning away business brought right to your door? What are you doing? If you don't let go, I'll call for help, the long-haired man warned with a threatening tone. Just then, a deep voice resonated from inside the house. What's going on, Changmao? Zhou Ming seized the opportunity. Brother Snake, you're not doing business anymore? Open the door, the voice inside commanded. The door swung open fully, and a lean middle-aged man stepped out. Brother Snake himself. He frowned as he scrutinized Zhou Ming. Who are you? You may not know me, Brother Snake, but I know you. I worked across the street for 2 years, Zhou Ming explained before cutting to the chase. I'm here to buy a black patent iron thread snake. Brother Snake's demeanor shifted immediately, and he even gave Changmao a smack on the back of his head. Haha, so you're a customer. Changmao, you were just about to turn away a guest. Changmao stammered, trying to explain, but Brother Snake dismissed him with an angry shout. Turning back to Zhou Ming, Brother Snake's tone became more polite. He's new and still learning the ropes. Before long, a glass container was brought out. Inside was an iron thread snake about a foot long and as thick as a chopstick. Its body was covered in metallic, tightly packed scales, and its triangular head bore 2 tiny crimson eyes, the size of mung beans. Zhou Ming immediately recognized it as exactly what he needed. The iron thread snake wasn't a ferocious beast, but a unique mutated species native to Blue Planet. It was renowned for its agility and potent paralyzing venom. This venom could leave victims completely immobilized, and in severe cases, cause death through cardiac paralysis. It could even temporarily incapacitate low-tier ferocious beasts, precisely the qualities Zhou Ming sought. How much for one? Zhou Ming asked. 30,000, Brother Snake replied. Zhou Ming let out a cold laugh. Brother Snake, are you joking? If I've come to you for an iron thread snake, I obviously know its market price. The 2 lackeys behind Brother Snake began to stir, but he waved them off. Of course, that's the price for outsiders. Since we're both in the pet trade, I'll make it 20,000 for you. He raised 2 fingers in front of Zhou Ming, as if to emphasize that this was the best deal he could offer. 15,000. Zhou Ming stated his price calmly, his eyes fixed on Brother Snake's exaggerated expression. Ha, ha ha, are you messing with me? Brother Snake was momentarily stunned before his expression turned dark, glaring at Zhou Ming. Facing the unfriendly stares from Brother Snake and his crew, Zhou Ming remained composed and spoke slowly. Since Brother Snake deals with venomous snake pets, you should know what the red dots on the white fangs of an iron thread snake signify. As soon as he said this, Brother Snake immediately snatched the glass box from one of his underlings and lightly tapped on its surface. The iron thread snake opened its deadly jaws, revealing 2 faint red dots on each of its venomous fangs. Haha, you've got sharp eyes, little brother. Consider this my apology for my earlier behavior. 15,000 it is. Brother Snake agreed readily. Seeing how straightforward the other party was, Zhou Ming took the opportunity to flatter him. After all, it cost him no extra money and avoided unnecessary trouble. He then handed over 15,000, placed the iron thread snake into the prepared bag, and turned to leave. Boss, why did you sell it for just 15,000? Isn't the minimum price for an iron thread snake 20,000? One of the underlings asked. Smack. Brother Snake slapped the underling on the head. I told you to read more books, but you insist on chasing women. Isn't that why we have you, Brother Snake? The underling rubbed his head and quickly flattered him. Humph. Today, I'll give you a proper lesson, so you won't embarrass me with your ignorance about venomous snakes. Please, boss, teach us. The 2 underlings responded enthusiastically. The red dots on the venomous fangs of an iron thread snake indicate that it's about to undergo a mutation, Brother Snake explained. Doesn't a mutation make it more valuable? One of them asked. Of course, a mutated iron thread snake is worth more, but the chances of a successful mutation are ridiculously low, Brother Snake said, frustrated, regretting that he had sent his more capable subordinates elsewhere and was left with these rookies. Outside the alley, Zhou Ming quickened his pace to leave this place not quite a den of killers, but certainly not a good spot either. The so-called black pets they discussed were venomous creatures or ferocious beasts. Some thrill-seekers would purchase such pets, but unlike beasts implanted with mental seeds, these black pets were difficult to control and often caused injuries. If they escaped or were abandoned, they could pose a public safety risk. Although the authorities had banned the sale of black pets, demand created a market. This kind of trade, not considered highly illegal, often avoided serious crackdowns through bribes, leading to semi-open transactions. If not for the unique background of his predecessor, Zhou Ming wouldn't have known so much about it. The reason he specifically sought out Brother Snake was not only because the latter specialized in venomous snakes, making it easier to acquire an iron thread snake, but also because his predecessor had heard of Brother Snake's straightforward personality. It was precisely due to this insight that Zhou Ming deliberately lowered the price to 15,000, taking advantage of Brother Snake's temperament to avoid haggling. The journey back was smooth without any unexpected incidents, perhaps because all the bad luck had already been used up earlier. Zhou Ming tossed the wallet stuffed with alliance coins onto the bed, causing the bills to scatter. Looking at the more than 10,000 alliance coins, he couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune today. The 15,000 alliance coins left behind by his predecessor were painstakingly saved through frugality, but became insignificant when the price of resources necessary for beast tamers suddenly spiked. It was this sense of helplessness that fueled the predecessor's resentment, ultimately driving him to risk his life to forcibly condense a spiritual seed. Today, Zhou Ming went to the store to resign, originally expecting to receive only last month's salary and a deposit totaling 6,000 alliance coins. Unexpectedly, Sister Wu, within her authority, added an additional 4,000, rounding it up to 10,000. Although money was urgently needed right now, this unexpected kindness left Zhou Ming feeling unsettled, so he decided to remember it for the time being. His gaze shifted to the glass box placed by the bedside. Inside, the iron thread snake lay quietly coiled. Since the appearance of dimensional rifts, animal mutations had become commonplace, particularly among ordinary animals, which were more prone to changes. However, most mutations ended in death, and successful benign mutations were exceedingly rare. This was because the animal's own constitution and potential were insufficient to withstand the energy consumption of mutation, let alone guide the process themselves. For a beast tamer, however, this problem wasn't difficult to solve. By implanting a spiritual seed, while it couldn't fully control the mutation process, it could guide it in a positive direction. Coupled with the support of the beast tamer's spiritual energy, the success rate of mutation would increase significantly. Yet, almost no beast tamer would take this route, as even if an ordinary animal successfully mutated, it would still be no match for a fierce beast. Moreover, removing the spiritual seed would harm the beast tamer, essentially cutting off their own livelihood. But these concerns didn't trouble Zhou Ming. From every perspective, taming this mutated iron thread snake was nothing but beneficial. The snake was currently in the middle of its mutation and could face unforeseen complications at any moment. Zhou Ming had no spare money to purchase another one. Without delay, he began casting a spell, implanting the spiritual seed into the iron thread snake's consciousness. As the spiritual seed touched the snake's soul, the iron thread snake in the glass box began to struggle violently. Its tail lashed against the sides of the box, and its fine sesame-sized scales scraped against the glass, producing a soft rustling sound. Through the perception of the spiritual seed, Zhou Ming noticed the snake's mutation process accelerating rapidly. He quickly sat cross-legged on the bed, gripping the glass box tightly with both hands, and closed his eyes to focus entirely. Spiritual threads extended continuously, guiding the iron thread snake's mutation while channeling a steady stream of spiritual energy to sustain the process. In the dimly lit room, under the orange glow of the incandescent lamp, Zhou Ming's body remained motionless, like a statue, fully engrossed in helping his beast undergo its transformation. That was close. In the dimly lit room, Zhou Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his body drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for air, his heart pounding violently, clearly shaken by the experience he had just gone through. As a novice with limited knowledge of beast taming, he had naively assumed that guiding a mutation would be a simple task. However, when he used his mental power to guide the mutation of the iron thread snake, the scene that unfolded before him completely shattered his expectations. Through his mental perception, an incredibly intricate diagram of live structure slowly emerged. Organs, cells, and genes intertwined to form a dazzling tapestry of scientific complexity. Though the image held a mysterious beauty, Zhou Ming had no time to admire it. This isn't right, Zhou Ming thought to himself with a wry smile. He felt as though he was trying to solve advanced calculus problems with only an elementary school understanding of math. But there was no turning back now. His wallet couldn't handle a second attempt. Failure would mean finding a new job and starting over to rebuild his funds. With the modest goal of preserving the iron thread snake's original abilities, Zhou Ming embarked on this unavoidable exam. Each act of guidance felt like answering a test question. Correct answers added points, wrong ones deducted them, and he had to complete a set number of questions. Abandoning the attempt to tackle complex essay questions, he focused instead on the simpler multiple choice and true or false ones. Fortunately, luck was on his side. A few straightforward attempts didn't result in any major issues. In the end, The iron thread snake successfully underwent mutation. Its fangs shifted to a crimson hue, with a slight increase in toxicity and a significant enhancement in piercing power. Its body turned from gray-black to jet-black, with its scales taking on a metallic sheen that moderately boosted its defensive capabilities. Calming his racing heart and wiping the sweat from his face, Zhou carefully examined the newly mutated beast. Apart from the subtle color changes, the 1-foot-long iron thread snake didn't seem vastly different from its ordinary counterparts. Without hesitation, he opened the glass enclosure and gently held the snake in his palm, inspecting its condition. If all the iron thread snakes I handle in the future are of this quality, Zhou pondered. As an apprentice-level beast tamer, he was well aware that his current strength was barely above that of an average person. Even though beasts could gradually enhance their masters, this effect would take a long time to manifest. At best, it would slightly improve certain aspects of physical fitness, but it wouldn't bring any immediate, significant boost to his overall abilities. Just like Zhou himself, as he tamed more and more iron thread snakes, his agility and resistance to venom gradually improved. However, this improvement didn't surpass that of an average person by much, unless he underwent specialized training. Only upon advancing to the formal professional level could a beast tamer truly possess extraordinary abilities. For instance, the Beast Knight path was a promotion system developed based on the characteristic of beasts feeding back power to their masters. Through a ritual, beast tamers would sign a life and death contract with their beasts, sharing life and destiny. The beast tamer would gain all the talents and the powerful physique of the beast, while the beast, at higher levels, would begin to awaken its intelligence. Beasts are categorized into low-tier beasts, high-tier beasts, lord-tier beasts, and legendary beast kings. Generally, only lord-tier beasts start to exhibit intelligence, while beast kings can achieve intelligence on par with humans. Though this may seem a bit off-topic, the gap between apprentice-level beast tamers and ordinary people isn't significant. As long as Zhou had enough iron thread snakes, he could use some of them to pin down the opponent's beasts and directly attack the beast tamer themselves. This was why Zhou believed that his abilities still had a chance to make up for the gap. However, even if he managed to find a sufficient number of capable iron thread snakes, he still couldn't bypass the hurdle of becoming a formal professional. The lack of money and knowledge made Zhou increasingly understand the despair his predecessor had felt. If his aptitude had been exceptional, he might have had a chance to access these resources, but his talent was barely passable. If it weren't for inheriting the spiritual seed his predecessor had risked his life to obtain, Zhou might have ended up just like Hima's second Zhou. Forget it. For now, let's just get some sleep. Exhausted from the mental strain, Zhou decided to temporarily set aside the problems before him and rest properly. He was utterly drained. With a thud, sleep overcame him, and he collapsed onto his bed without even bothering to wash up, his body still sticky with sweat. In no time, he was fast asleep. The iron thread snake, left bewildered, glanced around after realizing its master wasn't paying it any attention. Eventually, it crawled onto Zhou wrist and coiled itself there, resembling a stylish bracelet from a distance. This was the most restful sleep Zhou had experienced since arriving in this world. He didn't wake until the next day when the sun was already high in the sky. So hungry. Jolted awake by hunger, Zhou sat up and realized he hadn't woken because he had slept enough, but because of the gnawing emptiness in his stomach. If it weren't for the hunger pangs, he might have continued sleeping. Snake? Shaking off the remnants of sleep, Zhou immediately remembered his tamed iron thread snake. Feeling the cool sensation on his wrist, he quickly raised his right hand and saw the little creature looking around. A thought struck him, and he decided to name the snake. Number 1. Considering he had over 1,000 spiritual seeds, Zhou wasn't keen on naming every beast individually. Growl just as he was playing with his beast, his stomach reminded him to eat. Setting the iron thread snake aside, he prepared to have a meal. However, before eating, Zhou decided to freshen up, as his sweaty, sticky clothes were making him uncomfortable. After washing up, Zhou felt refreshed and cheerful. Humming a tune, he left his room. In a desolate and deserted alley, miscellaneous debris was piled against the walls, and murky yellow wastewater trickled across the ground. The stench of rotting garbage filled the air, making this spot a place that passers-by intentionally avoided. However, for stray cats and dogs, it served as an ideal refuge. A discarded pet raccoon cat emerged from a pile of junk in the corner. It stretched lazily, pushing its front legs back and revealing its sharp, white teeth with a wide yawn, clearly just waking up from a nap. Suddenly, a streak of dark light flashed like lightning above the cat's head without warning. Meow! The raccoon cat let out a piercing cry, its fur standing on end as it leaped into the air with all its might. It shook its head frantically, trying to rid itself of the sudden attacker. When it finally managed to fling away the intruder, it saw it was a small snake. The cat immediately raised a paw, ready to strike back and perhaps turn its assailant into lunch. But just then, a faint pop sounded. The nimble raccoon cat suddenly collapsed to the ground, its limbs rendered completely powerless, unable even to tremble. At the entrance of the alley, Zhou Ming observed everything. The snake that had attacked the raccoon cat was his iron thread snake, a beast under his control. This experiment was meant to test the potency of the venom from the mutated iron thread snake. Normally, the venom of an ordinary iron thread snake could paralyze and kill a person within a minute, but the toxicity of the mutated version was evidently far more terrifying. It immobilized its prey in mere seconds. Such potency might already rival that of pseudo-dangerous beasts. Zhou Ming recalled the iron thread snake through his mental connection and turned to enter a specialized shop nearby. The middle-aged shopkeeper was calculating the cost of his equipment. A full set of sealed protective gear costs 1,000 alliance credits, a head-mounted lamp is 300, and a secondary filtration protective mask with an emergency oxygen tank is 750. Altogether, that's 2,050, but I'll round it down to 2,000 for you. Do you need a steel fork? It's retractable, the shopkeeper asked enthusiastically, noticing Zhou Ming's empty hands. Thanks, but I don't need it for now, Zhou Ming politely declined. His current financial situation couldn't handle any extra expenses. The shopkeeper scrutinized Zhou Ming for a moment, but still pressed on. Anything else? Maybe some other gear? No, thank you. Could you give me a better deal? Zhou Ming asked hopefully. Sorry, no can do. Fixed prices. You're welcome to check around, the shopkeeper replied firmly, shaking his head. Left with no other choice, Zhou Ming paid the bill, found a secluded spot to put on his equipment, and headed toward what appeared to be a subway entrance nearby. Being unemployed meant he had no source of income, and with his current savings running low, he needed to find a new way to make money as soon as possible. The decision to become a rat exterminator was one Zhou Ming made after confirming the potency of the iron wire snake's venom. As the dimensional rift's influence expanded, even Blue Planet's native species began to mutate. Among them, rats, with their exceptional adaptability, had the highest survival rate. In the underground sewers of the Qinshan base, mutated hard-furred rats had grown to the size of house cats. They constantly damaged the piping systems, injured pedestrians on the surface, and caused numerous problems. Since ordinary rats continued to exist, the hard-furred rats could not be completely eradicated. In response, the Alliance government issued a long-term bounty. For every hard-furred rat tail submitted, one could earn 100 Alliance credits. This policy gave rise to the profession of rat exterminators and spurred the development of related industries. For instance, the greasy middle-aged man running a business selling extermination gear was raking in profits. Though he appeared unremarkable, Zhou Ming was well aware that anyone who could establish themselves in this line of work likely had a complex background. At the sewer entrance, several other exterminators, all wearing protective suits, came and went. They exchanged only brief glances before focusing on their own tasks. This sewer system had been planned from the early days of the Qinshan base's construction. It was 2 meters high, with pedestrian walkways on both sides and a deep drainage channel running through the middle. With a sharp click, Zhou Ming switched on a high-powered flashlight. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the filthy scene before him made his brows furrow, and he hesitated to take a deep breath. Calling it dirty and messy would have been an understatement. Quickly averting his gaze, he reminded himself that he didn't need to get his hands dirty. His beast companion would handle things. Trying to ignore the sticky sensation underfoot, Zhou Ming pulled the iron wire snake out from under his clothing and placed it in his palm, signaling for it to track down the hard-furred rats. Although the snake couldn't understand human speech, it immediately grasped its master's intent with the help of their mental connection. As a beast tamer working as a rat exterminator, Zhou Ming was likely one of a kind. It wasn't because the pay was too low. Most beast tamers either came from wealthy families or possessed extraordinary talent. Even for wild beast tamers, if their companion creature wasn't suited for the task, they couldn't make a living in this field. The iron wire snake flicked its tongue in and out, emitting faint hissing sounds like a living compass. Before long, it locked onto a specific direction. Good work, little one. I'll treat you to some meat when we get back, Zhou Ming praised silently. Although feeding the snake wasn't particularly challenging given its size, he seemed to have overlooked one detail. The iron wire snake had a peculiar way of eating. It would first paralyze its prey with venom, inject more venom to liquefy the flesh, and then consume it. Of course, if the prey was small enough, the process wouldn't need to be so elaborate. Squeak, squeak. A pitiful cry echoed through the pitch-black sewer. Zhou Ming, holding a searchlight, navigated the damp and dark passageway. Even though his courage had significantly increased since becoming a beast tamer, he couldn't help but frown at the harsh environment. If it weren't for the need to earn money, he wouldn't have ventured into such a place. In his palm, an iron wire snake slithered ahead to guide him, quickly leading him to a fork in the path. Without hesitation, it turned into the right passage. After only a few steps, Zhou Ming spotted his target, a hard-furred rat, the size of a house cat. The hard-furred rat was covered in a coat of rough, rigid fur, with eyes gleaming with savage, bloodthirsty in tint. It had already noticed the beam of the searchlight and stood motionless, locking eyes with Zhou Ming. Around it lay the mangled bodies of several ordinary rats, their severed limbs scattered across the ground. Crimson blood stained its mouth, and fresh droplets clung to its whiskers. As Zhou Ming approached, the hard-furred rat didn't flee. Instead, it crouched low, emitting a menacing hiss, its sharp claws scraping against the ground with a piercing sound. At that moment, Zhou Ming truly understood why an extermination order had been issued. A creature this bloodthirsty, if allowed to multiply, would become a disaster for ordinary people. Go, Zhou Ming commanded tersely. The iron wire snake's body tensed instantly, coiling like a spring before launching itself at the hard-furred rat. The experienced rat immediately leapt to counterattack, its gaping maw revealing rows of yellowed teeth. Under Zhou Ming's precise direction, however, the snake skillfully dodged the assault, evading even the rat's lashing tail. Seizing the opportunity, the snake sank its fangs into the rat's tail with precision. The hard-furred rat's body quickly succumbed to the toxin, collapsing heavily onto the hard ground. It struggled to rise but fell again. Wasting no time, Zhou Ming strode forward, drew the prepared dagger, and drove it directly into the rat's ear, killing it with a single strike. Without hesitation, he cleanly severed the rat's tail and placed it into a sealed plastic bag. 100 Union coins earned. Zhou Ming placed the blood-stained seal bag under the inspection lamp and examined it carefully. Although these rat tails were covered in filth, they gleamed like gold in his eyes. The thought of earning in less than half an hour what used to take him an entire day fueled his determination even more. The iron-scaled snake, seeing its master engrossed in inspecting the spoils, quietly slithered up Zhou Ming's wrist. Almost forgot about you, my little hero, Zhou Ming muttered, marveling at the allure of money, before throwing himself back into the hunt. Luck seemed to be on his side, as his success continued to snowball after the initial breakthrough. In just half a day, he managed to hunt down 27 bristle rats. Occasionally, he encountered a few clever survivors rats that had likely evaded previous exterminator, scurrying away the moment they spotted him. After checking the contents of his portable oxygen tank, Zhou Ming decided it was time to retreat. The sewers were a confined space, reeking with nauseating stench and occasionally filled with toxic gas. Without the protection of the oxygen tank, staying here any longer would be impossible. Covered head to toe in grime, Zhou Ming began his return journey. With the iron-scaled snake leading the way, the path was clear. Just as he was nearing the exit, several blinding lights suddenly shone in his direction. Realizing it was other exterminators, he quickly had the iron-scaled snake slip into his clothing and stuffed the rat tails into his protective suit. Although the slight bulge on his chest was noticeable, it was far less conspicuous than before. As an inexperienced newcomer, his equipment was indeed lacking. Hey brother, how's the haul? Two exterminator teams came into view, one with 2 members and the other with 3. All of them were clad in protective suits stained with filth and wore masks, making them nearly indistinguishable. Newbie here, just wandered around and came back empty-handed. Need to prepare better next time, Zhou Ming replied casually. Hey, little brother, why not join our team? We're short a person, and you could pick up some experience, someone from the 2-person team offered. Thanks, but I'm just trying things out. No need to trouble you guys, Zhou Ming replied without looking back, continuing on his way. The 2 teams watched his retreating figure, their grips tightening on their steel forks, but ultimately refrained from making a move. In the sewers, everyone was exceptionally cautious. Ruthless individuals weren't uncommon, but many had also met their end here, ambushed and left to rot. Cold blade. Why didn't you act? Didn't feel right with an old friend around. Haha, if you're not making a move, how could I? After Zhou Ming left, the 2 teams began chatting and laughing, but their steel forks remained firmly in hand. Zhou Ming might not have known their exact intentions, but he could guess. After all, when he decided to become an exterminator, he had already heard plenty of rumors. The sewers, with their dark, isolated environment, were the perfect place for murder and disposal. Emerging from the pitch-black sewer, Zhou Ming realized that night had already fallen. The evening at Qinshan Base was uncommonly cold and quiet. Sparse streetlights cast dim, yellowish halos in the darkness, barely illuminating the path for late-night pedestrians. This base, devoid of an aerial defense shield, strictly enforced lighting regulations. Outdoor lighting was limited to essential streetlights, while indoor lights required tightly drawn curtains. This rule stemmed from a bloody lesson in history once. A brightly lit medium-sized base of the Blue Star Alliance attracted a Beast King-level Storm Thunder Rock. By the time the Alliance's legendary saint arrived, all that remained was a desolate wasteland of ruins. A growl from his stomach reminded Zhou Ming that it was time to claim his payment for the day. He quickened his pace toward the nearby rodent extermination station, which not only handled payment exchanges but also provided services like equipment storage. Hello, I'm here to redeem my reward. Zhou Ming tossed a sealed bag containing the tails of hard-bristled rats onto the counter with a heavy thud. The staff member, who had been engrossed in their phone, immediately looked up and showed a surprised expression upon seeing the bloodstained bag. Impressive. Just luck, Zhou Ming replied curtly. Also, I need a storage locker. In no time, he received a locker key and 2,400 alliance dollars. Before leaving, he noticed dozens of rodent exterminators in the hall drinking and reveling. Some were even accompanied by rather attractive hostesses. At the entrance, Zhou Ming ran into the same group of exterminators he had encountered earlier in the sewer. They eyed him with an unpleasant gaze but said nothing. Zhou Ming frowned and silently took note of this potential threat. Though their faces were obscured, he felt no fear of any potential conflict. Becoming a beast tamer had certainly made solving problems a much more straightforward affair. After satisfying his hunger, Zhou Ming returned to his residence. He didn't forget to care for his tamed beast, the iron thread snake, and prepared a hearty midnight meal for it. While feeding the iron thread snake, Zhou Ming realized an important issue. To enhance the strength of his beast companion, it required more than just daily sustenance. It needed special resources. This realization made him even more eager to earn money. With the iron thread snake's assistance, Zhou Ming's life gradually settled into a new routine. Every morning, he would venture into the damp, dark sewers. Even after showering, a lingering stench of decay clung to him, though he didn't mind much. After all, the smell would eventually dissipate as long as he stayed out of the sewers. One significant change was the iron thread snake's diet. Zhou Ming discovered that ordinary food could no longer satisfy its needs. Through their mental connection, he sensed the snake's strong craving for the flesh and blood of hard-furred rats. After some thought, he realized it was because these mutated creatures contained unique substances not found in regular animals. Observing that the snake not only showed no adverse reactions, but became more energetic after consuming the rats, he decided to make this its regular feeding plan. One night, a month later, Zhou Ming was on his way home when he suddenly became alert. With his keen beastmaster's mental acuity, he sensed someone following him. Pretending to casually glance around, he recognized the buzzcut man as one of the exterminators he had encountered in the sewers earlier. Over the past month, Zhou Ming had learned about the shady activities this group was involved in. The fact that they had tracked him down meant they had already investigated him thoroughly. Outwardly calm, Zhou Ming continued walking as if nothing was amiss, but his mind raced to devise a plan. A month of living underground had subtly changed his personality, making him more attuned to the survival rules of this world. After weighing his options, he decided to strike first. Sooner or later, trouble like this would find him no matter where he went. It was better to eliminate the threat at its root than to suffer passively. The next morning, Zhou Ming quickly freshened up and headed straight to the pet market, temporarily putting aside his extermination work. He returned to the alley specializing in illegal pets and found the familiar snake bro. The door was answered by the same long-haired young man, who was now holding a book about snakes. It seemed the lesson from last time had prompted Snake Bro to educate his subordinates. Looking to buy a black pet, Zhou Ming said bluntly. "Oh, come in," the long-haired man replied. Recognizing the regular customer, he quickly stepped aside to let Zhou Ming in but couldn't resist peeking around the alley. This overly cautious behavior made Zhou Ming shake his head inwardly. The security bureau had always turned a blind eye to the black pet market. Like resilient weeds, this industry was nearly impossible to eradicate completely. "What can I do for you this time, young man?" Brother Snake greeted his regular customer with a warm smile as soon as he saw him enter. "Got some great ones in stock, redtail and green bamboo, both venomous and stunning." Zhou Ming carefully examined the two types of snakes Brother Snake mentioned. The green bamboo snake, housed in a glass box, had a vibrant emerald green body, its scales shimmering like jade under the light. The redtail snake, on the other hand, was even more unique. Its body was adorned with intricate patterns, and its tail was a vivid, ruby-like red, as if it were inlaid with a gemstone. These two species were mutated variants of common snakes on Blue Planet. While their venom couldn't rival that of the iron thread snake, their beauty undoubtedly placed them in the top 10 among ordinary venomous pets. "Not bad, right? These just came in," Brother Snake said, winking at Zhou Ming with a tone brimming with pride. "No, thanks," Zhou Ming cut straight to the point. "I'm here for iron thread snakes, again, two of them." He had come prepared. With the help of his beast-taming abilities, he had spent an entire month tirelessly hunting rats day and night, amassing over 100,000 alliance credits. This was no small feat. Ordinary rat exterminators earned only about 10,000 a month, not to mention the dangers of venturing into the sewers. "Looks like you've got a thing for iron thread snakes," Brother Snake chuckled, then called out, "Erlong, bring out the two best quality iron thread snakes for this young man." A short-haired man responded and walked out. Though he appeared simple and honest, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, Brother Snake leaned in and said enthusiastically, "Young man, when it comes to selling black market pets around here, No one beats me for the number of iron thread snakes. Of course, I came here because of your reputation, Brother Snake, Zhou Ming replied, not hesitating to offer some flattering words that cost him nothing, after all. Ere long soon returned, carrying 2 glass boxes. Zhou Ming took them and inspected the snakes thoroughly after all. Each one cost 20,000 credits, and he couldn't afford to end up with defective goods. Once he was satisfied, he placed a stack of 40,000 alliance credits, wrapped in newspaper, on the table. Brother Snake, we're regulars now. 2 snakes for 40,000. They'll come back for more business in the future, Zhou Ming said, setting the price directly to avoid any haggling. Brother Snake counted the money carefully and replied, since you put it that way, it's a deal. Don't forget to stop by again. Thanks. Zhou Ming expressed his gratitude, then packed the glass boxes in a black plastic bag and left without lingering. Big bro, this guy seems to have some kind of secret, Erlong said, puzzled, as he spoke to Snake Bro. He went on to explain that the last time he was absent, it was because he had been sent to pick up 2 rare mutated pets, Redtail and Green Bamboo. This time, he witnessed Zhou Ming buying iron-threaded snakes again, which made him feel that Zhou Ming was hiding quite a few secrets. Snake Bro furrowed his brow and patiently advised his loyal subordinate, Erlong, as long as we live our little lives well, why bother poking around? There's a saying, the more you know, the quicker you die. As a seasoned businessman, Snake Bro keenly noticed that, compared to before, Zhou Ming seemed much more confident this time. There was also a faint, dangerous aura about him, completely different from the pretentious front he had put on during their previous encounters. Life was comfortable for Snake Bro now. He had a car, a house, and a virtuous wife who never asked too many questions as long as he came home at night. Meanwhile, he had a mistress on the side. Content with such a life, he wasn't willing to let Erlong stir up unnecessary trouble. Got it, big bro, Erlong replied respectfully. Good. That's what I like to hear. You've worked hard this time, Snake Bro said, patting Erlong on the shoulder. Come back with me later. They'll have your sister-in-law cook a couple of dishes. It's been a while since we had a drink together. You deserve a little reward for all your effort lately. This knack for keeping his subordinates loyal was one of the reasons Snake Bro had managed to make a name for himself. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming returned to his place carrying the 2 newly purchased iron-threaded snakes. After a careful inspection, he was a bit disappointed. Looks like my luck wasn't great this time, he muttered. Both snakes were ordinary, with no signs of mutation. Still, their condition was good, which meant Snake Bro hadn't tried to cheat him. Without overthinking it, Zhou Ming began implanting his mental seeds to take control of the new beasts. Thanks to the unique properties of his mental seeds, and the fact that the snakes weren't mutated, the process went exceptionally smoothly. Hiss hiss. The 3 iron-threaded snakes, each about a foot long, coiled around Zhou Ming's right hand. The first snake, which had gained significant power after mutating, claimed the prime spot in his palm. Clearly, competition for attention wasn't limited to intelligent creatures. Time to deal with some trouble, Zhou Ming said to himself. Although he had decided to quit being a rat exterminator, he didn't want to leave any loose ends. After lunch, he headed to the pest control station, preparing to enter the sewers again. He wasn't willing to wait even a single night to confront Cold Blade and his gang. After all, even a mosquito can ruin your sleep. As Zhou Ming ventured into the sewers, several figures followed him stealthily. Over here, one of them whispered, pointing at the fresh black sludge marks on the ground. The group quickly determined Zhou Ming's direction. Cold Blade, I want the secret to his rat-catching skills. You can take the money he's carrying, Scarface said. Depends on what the secret is. If it's a big one, then the money's just scraps, Cold Blade replied, his tone irking Scarface. If it weren't for Cold Blade's powerful backing, Scarface would have had him and his 2-man crew buried in the sludge long ago. Humph. If it's not enough, I'll make up the difference, but don't get too greedy. Fine, Cold Blade agreed. What he was truly thinking, however, was a secret known only to him. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps in the sewer echoed sharply in the darkness, bouncing off the damp walls of the passage. The headlamp on Zhou Ming's helmet was the only source of light, and not far behind him, Long Dao and his group followed stealthily, relying on the faint glow to guide them. They had deliberately turned off their own lights to avoid giving themselves away. Recently, they had noticed Zhou Ming's heightened vigilance, as well as his inquiries about the disappearance of the rat exterminators. To avoid alarming their target, they had to proceed with extreme caution. After all, in this labyrinth-like sewer system, losing track of their quarry could mean never finding him again. Long Dao's group carefully synchronized their footsteps with Zhou Ming's, making the sounds blend seamlessly. This level of professional tracking clearly came from extensive field experience. However, what they didn't know was that Zhou Ming's purpose here was to lure them in. With his current abilities, dispatching a few stalkers was a trivial task, but he had no intention of attracting unnecessary complications. Instead, he decided to draw them deeper into the sewer. At a corner, Zhou Ming lightly touched the wall with his right hand. silently releasing 2 slender iron wire snakes. He had 3 such snakes under his control. In his plan, the strongest, Snake 1, would ensure his own safety, while Snakes 2 and 3 would deal with the enemies. Snake 1 was to remain a hidden trump card. As Zhou ventured further into the sewer, the pursuers grew increasingly perplexed. Ordinary rat exterminators rarely ventured alone into such perilous areas, where hordes of hard-furred rats roamed. They speculated that the secret behind Zhou success in hunting these creatures might lie deeper within. Blinded by greed, they continued their pursuit, unaware that they were walking straight into Zhou trap. When Zhou stopped in front of a sewage pit several meters wide, he suddenly spoke. "This spot will do." The pit was a vile mixture of various liquids, exuding a nauseating stench. Lung Dao immediately sensed that something was wrong and tried to retreat, but it was already too late. As Zhou words fell, the 2 iron wire snakes launched their attack, striking directly at the stalker's knees. The pest exterminator's protective suits were specially designed for the sewer environment, with reinforced high boots that could withstand most threats. Such gear was tough enough that the venomous fangs of ordinary iron snakes could hardly penetrate it. However, Zhou precisely controlled 2 iron snakes, directing them to strike at the most vulnerable spot, the knees. Something's attacking us," a panicked voice cried out in the darkness. "Turn on the lights. Quickly, turn on the lights." Amid the chaos, someone managed to switch on the overhead searchlight. As the beam illuminated the scene, they caught sight of the 2 iron snakes slipping away into the shadows. Though venom had already been injected into their bodies, their physical size allowed them to move, albeit with great difficulty, for the time being. Iron snakes. In a society where beast tamers had become widespread, even ordinary people could recognize these deadly venomous creatures. The realization of what they were dealing with hit them like a tidal wave, filling them with despair. Lung Dao was the first to react. "Zhou, I know you found us already. You're a beast tamer, there must be an antidote. Please spare me." "Zhou, I have money. Over 1 million. I'll give it all to you." Scarface chimed in, his voice trembling with desperation. The others quickly joined in, pleading for mercy, their eyes fixed on the faint glimmer of light in the distance, as if it were their last hope for survival. But Zhou remained rooted in place, neither responding nor approaching. He stood like a cold, unfeeling statue, silently watching as their lives slipped away. Scarface was the first to break under the weight of despair. "Zhou, to hell with you and your ancestors." Even the usually composed Long Dao succumbed to the terror of impending death. "Zhou, my brother will avenge me. You'll die a death of Thusanno, 10,000 times worse than ours." Lying in the filthy water, they used their final breaths to curse Zhou, hoping misfortune would consume him and that his end would be far more miserable than theirs. Their voices grew weaker and weaker until they faded into silence. Zhou wasn't in a hurry to inspect the scene. He waited a few more minutes. The sound of steady footsteps echoed in the sewer, breaking the stillness. Slowly, Zhou approached the lifeless bodies sprawled before him. "I hope I won't resort to impotent curses when facing my enemies." Zhou lowered his head, looking at the bodies wrapped in protective suits on the ground. The scene was eerily silent, no blood. Only the twisted, terrified expressions revealed after their masks had been removed. Although a faint unease stirred within him, Zhou did not regret his decision to eliminate Long Dao and his group. This discomfort was merely a natural reaction for someone encountering such a scene for the first time. He was fully aware that he had stepped into a world where the strong prey on the weak, but he silently vowed that violence would not become his sole method of resolving conflicts in the future. After a moment of silence, Zhou began collecting the spoils. He only took the alliance coins from Long Dao and his men before dragging the bodies one by one into a dark, filthy sewage pit. As his footsteps gradually faded into the distance, the sewer plunged into darkness once more, leaving only the faint rustling of rats scavenging for food. Returning to the rat extermination station, Zhou quickly packed up his belongings and left. The other exterminators exchanged knowing glances upon seeing him return unharmed, silently understanding that Long Dao and his gang were likely never coming back from the sewers. After leaving the station, Zhou chose to walk instead of taking the tram. Passing by a drainage ditch, he casually tossed away the key to his storage locker, symbolizing the end of his rat extermination career. As night fell, Zhou stood in the shadows of a dimly lit street. This was the infamous Wind and Dust Street in the southern part of the city. Neon lights flickered from the shops lining the street, while bars and nightclubs echoed with noise and revelry. It was a place where people came to release their stress, only to return to their daily grind the next day. Eventually, a group of people stumbled out of a bar. "Brother Who, want one of us to give you a ride home?" someone suggested. "Get lost. You think I need you to worry about my drinking?" The tall man called Brother Who laughed and cursed. "Huh, Huang Mao, are you drunk? Worrying about Brother Who?" "Exactly. With Brother Who's drinking capacity, Even a few more bottles wouldn't be a problem, right? Right. The group chimed in, eager to seize the chance to flatter him. Amid the playful banter, the group dispersed. Brother, who hadn't gone far when he felt the sudden urge to relieve himself. Muttering curses, he stepped to the side of the road, ready to undo his belt. Just as he loosened it, a shadow silently struck. Ugh. Brother, who could only let out a muffled groan before collapsing. A black iron wire snake swiftly slithered back to Zhou Ming's side. It was his number one iron wire snake, specifically trained to silence targets before they could call for help. Zhou Ming stood still for a few more minutes, ensuring no one was around, before turning and walking away. He left Brother Hu's body to grow cold in the darkness. This Brother Hu, whom he had just assassinated, was none other than Long Dao's elder brother. Long Dao's older brother, Hu Guo, dominated another sewer entrance, also making a living by exterminating rats. Despite their close bond as brothers, Long Dao chose not to join Hu Ji's team and instead insisted on claiming the sewer entrance where Zhou Ming was based. Now that Long Dao was dead and Zhou Ming was still alive, this news would undoubtedly catch Hu Ji's attention. Although Zhou Ming was a beast tamer, his resistance to ambushes like assassination or poisoning was no stronger than that of an ordinary person. Rather than dealing with potential retaliation in the future, it seemed better to eliminate the threat early on. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the slightly open curtains, landing directly on Zhou Ming's face. He raised a hand to shield himself from the glaring light, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if the bloodshed of the previous night had been entirely forgotten. After washing up, he left the residential area known as the garden and set off to carry out his plans for the day. The tram for Route 3 arrived swiftly, and Zhou Ming stepped into the carriage heading toward the inner city. There were only a few passengers inside, all dressed elegantly, clearly workers from the inner city. Their eyes briefly landed on Zhou Ming's inexpensive, market-bought clothes, and they instinctively lifted their chins ever so slightly. Zhou Ming responded with nothing more than a calm smile and found a seat to settle into. The Qinshan base was structured with the inner city at its center, surrounded by 4 major outer cities in the east, south, west, and north. Zhou Ming's neighborhood, the garden, was located in the southern district. As the tram entered the inner city, the view outside the window began to shift. Meticulously trimmed greenery became a common sight. The roads were noticeably cleaner, and the buildings appeared newer and more refined. In this extraordinary world, the class divide was starkly evident. What caught Zhou Ming's attention most were the numerous beasts in the inner city. Massive, ferocious lions, agile wind wolves, and imposing golden apes were everywhere, either carrying their masters at full speed or walking proudly alongside them. This was in sharp contrast to the outer cities, where beasts were rarely seen. As a novice beast tamer, Zhou Ming only knew how to use special materials and techniques to allow his beast to rest within his spiritual sea. He had no knowledge yet of other tools or spaces for storing beasts. Ding! The tram's arrival bell chimed. The Qingshan Library has arrived. Passengers getting off, please do so promptly. The morning sunlight streamed through the tram windows, illuminating the nearly empty carriage. Zhou Ming stood up and glanced around the spacious car. With so few passengers, he stepped off the tram effortlessly, without needing to ask the driver to wait longer as he often did. The Qingshan Library stood majestically before him. This square, 3-story building, though slightly weathered on the outside, exuded a deep sense of history. As the only library in the Qingshan base open to the public, it housed not only ordinary books but also a wealth of information on ferocious beasts, biological mutations, and the fundamental knowledge of beast taming. Zhou Ming vividly remembered how his predecessor had poured all his energy into meditation in an effort to condense a spiritual seed. It wasn't until the recent experience of guiding the mutation of the iron thread snake that he realized the glaring gaps in his knowledge. Without a solid foundation, even the most advanced techniques would remain out of reach. As he walked toward the library, Zhou Ming noticed the fire hydrants along the walls and the patrolling security personnel. It was clear the base placed great importance on the library's safety. He couldn't help but wonder if there were beast tamers stationed here as well. Entering the bright lobby, Zhou Ming headed straight for the reception desk. "Hello, what do I need to do to access the library?" he asked a young woman with a ponytail at the counter. "You'll need to provide identification and apply for a library card," the receptionist explained professionally. "A monthly pass is 100 alliance coins, while an annual pass is 1,000 alliance coins. Both allow unlimited access to the library for reading. Are there any restrictions? Can I freely access every floor?" Zhou Ming asked cautiously, given that his understanding of this world was limited to fragmented memories from his predecessor. The receptionist patiently replied, "Yes, you can freely move between all floors. Just make sure to keep quiet, avoid damaging the facilities or books, and register any materials you borrow before reading them in the designated areas." "Thank you. Please issue me an annual pass," Zhou Ming said, handing over his identification and 1,000 alliance coins. "Zhou Ming?" the receptionist confirmed. "That's correct." Zhou Ming nodded. After arriving in this world, He had changed the character for Ming in his name to Ming with the meaning of resounding, signaling a break from his predecessor and a desire to achieve greatness. My name is Xiao Yun, the receptionist said with a friendly smile. If you need any assistance in the library, feel free to ask. I'll help within my capacity. Thank you, Sister Yun. Zhou Ming expressed his gratitude sincerely. Apart from the person he had met earlier, Xiao Yun was the second stranger in this world to show him kindness. After getting his library card, Zhou Ming headed straight into the library. Under the bright lights, rows of bookshelves stood neatly in place, with a few scattered readers weaving between them. Gazing at this vast ocean of knowledge, Zhou Ming couldn't help but shake his head with a self-deprecating smile. Who would have thought that someone like him, a self-proclaimed underachiever, would ultimately find himself tormented by knowledge. Following the signs, he quickly located the books he needed. The Origins of Beast Tamers, Compendium of Fierce Beasts, Basics of Beast Taming, and Fundamentals of Biology. These were all introductory texts, and Zhou Ming planned to tackle these first before delving deeper into more advanced material. After checking out the books at the counter, he found a quiet spot and officially embarked on his quest for knowledge. Time flew by, and Zhou Ming's life gradually settled into a steady rhythm. From late autumn to a snowless winter, then to the blossoming spring, another autumn had arrived in the blink of an eye. Sitting by the window on the third floor of the library, he watched the yellow leaves drifting down outside and suddenly realized that it had been a full year since he arrived in this world. Over the past year, most of his days had been spent in the library. With the income from his pest control work and the support from Long Dao and others, his basic needs were met without worry. More importantly, he had managed to tame 3 more iron thread snakes. To train them, Zhou Ming would take them into the sewers after leaving the library each day to hunt mutated hard-furred rats. The blood and flesh of these mutated rats were highly nutritious for ordinary iron thread snakes. During these hunts, he always kept one ordinary iron thread snake aside as a precaution, while the others joined number 1 in the hunt. Over the course of a year, his snakes had grown into exceptional members of their kind, with number 1 in particular reaching the level of a half-fierce beast. While its venom was already potent enough to pose a threat to ordinary fierce beasts, it still required further growth to truly confront one Hedon. Zhou Ming, are you planning to skip your meal again? Xiao Yun's voice suddenly pulled him out of his thoughts. Yunjia, what brings you here? I'll head out to eat in a bit, Zhou Ming explained. To save time, he had developed the habit of eating a hearty breakfast, skipping lunch, and only eating again in the late afternoon. You're hopeless, Xiao Yun said with a shake of her head. I figured you wouldn't bother, so I brought you some food. Over the past year, Zhou Ming had practically become a fixture at the library, coming and going alongside its staff. His politeness and determination had earned Xiao Yun's favor. After learning about his background, she had taken a looking after him like an older sister, often bringing him lunch. Sister Yun brought food for Zhou Ming again? Huh? Is there any for me? A slightly chubby man with squinty eyes, Wang Yin, approached with a playful grin, his gaze fixed on the lunchbox in Xiao Yun's hands. Wang Yin, do you even have the nerve to ask for food? You're always slacking off, Xiao Yun teased as she pulled a bright red apple from her bag. Here, want an apple? Of course. Anything Sister Yun gives, even if it's just a clump of dirt, I'd eat it. Wang Yin replied with an ingratiating smile, eagerly taking the apple. Xiao Yun shook her head, then placed the lunchbox on Zhou Ming's desk. With swift, practiced motions, she set up the utensils and opened the steaming meal. Thanks for going through the trouble, Sister Yun, Zhou Ming said softly, his eyes on the warm meal in front of him. Just don't turn out like Wang Yin, and I won't regret calling you my little brother, Xiao Yun replied with a smirk. Hearing himself being used as a negative example, Wang Yin bit into the apple with exaggerated force, the crunching sound echoing loudly as if in silent protest. What's this? Not happy being called out. Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow at him. How could I not be happy? It's just that this apple from Sister Yun is so good. You see, I'm almost down to the core, Wang Yin quickly joked, trying to smooth things over. Zhou Ming watched the exchange with a faint smile before starting on his meal. Over the past year, aside from Xiao Yun, he had also gotten to know the cheerful and optimistic Wang Yin. The two shared similar circumstances. Both had the ability to sense spiritual energy through meditation, but their aptitude was average, making it difficult to form spiritual seeds. As residents from the outer city, without some extraordinary opportunity, they might spend their whole lives as ordinary people. Wang Yan's father had recently made some money through business, but he faced a tough decision. Either send Wang Yan to Qinshan Beastmaster University or invest in resources to support his meditation training. After weighing the options, Wang Yan chose the latter. With access to resources, he believed he could eventually become a Beastmaster, even if only at the apprentice level, far better than potentially becoming just an ordinary teacher after attending university. After all, in the entire Qinshan base, there were fewer than 100 officially recognized professional Beastmasters. Thus, like Zhou Ming, Wang Yin began studying Beastmaster knowledge at the only public library in Qinshan base. The two met there and, through Zhou Ming, Gotta know Xiao Yun. However, with the added support of resources, Wang Yan's visits to the library became less frequent, which was why Xiao Yun often used him as an example of what not to do. When Zhou Ming finished his lunch, Xiao Yun reminded him again to eat on time before leaving. The library was unusually quiet during lunchtime, with only Wang Yan and Zhou Ming chatting idly to pass the time. It was nearing the end of lunchtime, and the library was about to welcome a new wave of visitors. Xiao Yun was busy preparing for the afternoon's work. Wang Yan teased, "Zhou Ming, look at Sister Yun. She's not only good-looking but also kind-hearted. The only issue is that she's 3 years older than you. But hey, they say if a woman is 3 years older, it's like holding a gold brick. You better seize the chance. Besides, Sister Yun has a gifted younger brother. Getting on this train could save you years of hard work." Zhou Ming merely glanced at Wang Yan in response to his teasing, then refocused on the book in his hands, The Beast Taming Guide. Seeing that Zhou Ming wasn't reacting, Wang Yan continued trying to persuade him, "I'm just looking out for you, brother." Zhou Ming, however, understood Wang Yan's true concern as father. If Wang Yan were kicked out of the library, his father wouldn't let him off easily. Wang Yan had once mentioned that when his father found out he wasn't visiting the library regularly, he gave him a severe beating and even threatened to have another child to cut off his resources. Without this looming pressure, Wang Yan might have relied on his father's support to scrape by as an apprentice beast tamer. Realizing Zhou Ming wasn't interested in the conversation, Wang Yan reluctantly gave up trying to convince him. Perhaps influenced by Zhou Ming's focus, Wang Yan began seriously studying the book in front of him, exploring ways for beast tamers to make a fortune. Zhou Ming, immersed in the sea of knowledge, didn't notice time passing until the sun had set. Only then did he realize he had finished reading the Beast Taming Guide. Looking around, he found that Wang Yan had already left quietly, careful not to disturb Zhou Ming's concentration. Time to head out, Zhou Ming said to himself as he closed the book, his mind brewing new plans. After a year of preparation, he was determined not only to solidify his foundational knowledge, but also to enhance his strength. The basic meditation technique was becoming less effective, almost stagnant. There were only two solutions: utilizing the resources of a beast tamer or finding a better meditation technique. However, neither option could be achieved within the confines of the library. He would have to fight for them himself. After returning the book to the registration desk, Zhou Ming headed downstairs. Noticing Xiao Yun wasn't around, he decided to wait at the library entrance. When Xiao Yun came out, she was surprised and asked, "Zhou Ming, were you waiting for me?" Although they sometimes left together, Zhou Ming rarely waited for her intentionally, as he didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. "Sister Yun, I might not come tomorrow," Zhou Ming said, catching Xiao Yun off guard. Still, she had anticipated this day. With a smile, she teased, "Is this your way of saying goodbye? Just because you're not coming doesn't mean you're no longer my little brother, right?" "How could I forget?" Zhou Ming replied, feeling grateful. In this unfamiliar world, Xiao Yun had become his only close friend. Xiao Yun waved her phone playfully, signaling him to stay in touch, before heading toward her ride. As for why they didn't have a farewell dinner, perhaps Xiao Yun didn't see this as a true goodbye. Zhou Ming waved as he watched her leave, a smile forming on his face. He understood what she meant in her own way. "Hey." As Zhou Ming was leaving the library and heading back to his residence, he heard someone call out from behind. Turning around, he saw a tall, young man staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. The boy had slightly messy, boyish hair, and a faint stubble on his chin that hinted he was nearing the end of adolescence. "What is it?" Zhou Ming asked, looking at the unfamiliar young man with a hint of confusion. "Stay away from my sister. She's not someone you should be involved with," the boy said coldly. The statement immediately made Zhou Ming realize who he was dealing with. "You're Yunjie's younger brother, Xiao Lei?" Zhou Ming did know a bit about Xiao Yun's family background. The Xiao family, also from the outer city, had their fortunes completely changed thanks to Xiao Lei, the prodigy of the family. At the age of 14, Xiao Lei had awakened his spiritual sea, not only earlier than most but also with extraordinary spiritual strength. By 15, he had already formed his spiritual seed and was directly admitted to Yunhai University under special recruitment. His admission came with full coverage of all expenses and additional developmental resources each year. It was Xiao Lei's exceptional talent that allowed the entire Xiao family to move into the inner city. Xiao Yun, who worked as a receptionist at the library, appeared to have an ordinary job, but in reality, it came with excellent benefits, free meals, a private transport service, and a range of other perks. If she wanted, she could easily live a comfortable life working there. "I don't care how close you are to my sister. You'd better stay away from her," Xiao Lei said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, an ice wolf, nearly as tall as his shoulders, appeared at his side. The beast was entirely snow white, with powerful, muscular limbs and sharp fangs that exuded a bone-chilling aura. It crouched low, growling menacingly from its throat. Sensing the threat of death, Zhou Ming's eyes sharpened. Beneath his clothes, his iron thread snake coiled, ready to strike with its lethal fangs at any moment. Humph. This is the difference between us, Xiao Lei sneered, not giving any command to attack. He simply uttered the remark arrogantly before leaving with his ice wolf. The bystanders, who had been watching the scene unfold, breathed a sigh of relief but soon began discussing the rare ice wolf. In Qinshan Base, where there were only 20 to 30,000 beast tamers, seeing such a rare beast was truly unusual, especially since most beast tamers in the base were part of hunting groups or official organizations. Little brat. Although they were close in age, Zhou couldn't help but scoff at Xiao Lei's pretentious display of maturity. Noticing the curious stares from those around him, Zhou furrowed his brows. He then boarded an electric tram, intending to switch lines at the next stop. He didn't give much thought to why Xiao Lei had suddenly returned from Yunhai University's Beast Tamer program. However, after he arrived back at his residence, the low-end phone he had bought specifically to stay in touch with Xiao Yun and Wang Yin suddenly rang. The sharp, grating ringtone left no doubt in Zhou Ming's mind it was Xiao Yun calling. The phone suddenly rang, and without a caller ID showing on the screen, Xiao Yun's anxious voice came through directly. It turned out that the incident at the library had already reached her ears. She immediately recognized it as the doing of her younger brother, Xiao Lei, who had just returned to the Qinshan base. While scolding her brother for his actions, Xiao Yun also expressed concern about Zhou Ming's condition. When she suggested coming over to check on him herself, it took Zhou Ming quite a bit of effort to reassure her and convince her to stay put. Looks like someone's in big trouble tonight, Zhou Ming muttered with a smirk as he closed his phone. He knew Xiao Yun's outwardly gentle but inwardly strong personality all too well. Xiao Lei, daring to threaten him behind his sister's back, was bound to receive a harsh lesson. Still, it's an enviable talent and beast control ability, Zhou Ming remarked objectively before lying down to sleep. After all, he had important matters to attend to the next day. The following day, Zhou Ming arrived at the northern part of Qinshan Base's inner city, at the Hunters Guild. This semi-official organization, established at the dawn of the Alliance, primarily organized civilian forces to combat ferocious beasts and foreign races. Any Alliance citizen could apply to become a hunter here and take on bounty missions. Completing these missions not only earned rewards but also guild points, which could be used to exchange for equipment and beast taming knowledge, including rare advancement and career transition materials. This system was designed not only to incentivize hunters but also, more importantly, to cultivate wild beast tamers like Zhou Ming, individuals with average aptitude, those who had missed the optimal learning period, or those lacking resources. Of course, some chose to become wild beast tamers to avoid Alliance oversight, often harboring secrets they wished to keep hidden. Walking into the bustling Hunter's Hall, Zhou Ming observed the hunters around him, clad in leather armor or combat suits with hardened expressions. Some idle hunters eyed the seemingly ordinary young man, deliberately pulling out daggers and battle knives to toy with. It was both a way to discourage impulsive newcomers and a means of entertainment. These seemingly rough hunters were, ironically, among the few in this field who still adhered to a moral code. Due to weapon regulations, their firearms had already been deposited at a specialized facility near the city gate. Zhou Ming responded to the friendly gestures of these veterans with a composed smile, signaling that he was prepared. His calm demeanor earned him a few approving whistles from the hunters. "Not bad, kid. He's all right. Didn't get scared off." The hall erupted in hearty laughter. Approaching the counter at the reception area, Zhou Ming got straight to the point. "I'd like to apply to become a hunter." Inside the hall of the Qinshan Hunters Guild, the earlier minor incident was merely seen by most hunters as a traditional welcome ritual for newcomers. Zhou Ming had managed to avoid any embarrassment, and the hunters' attention gradually returned to their own matters. Some began taking on pre-selected tasks, others handed in mission items, and a few were busy searching for suitable partners. As for Zhou Ming, he could either quietly blend into the crowd or make a significant impact that would once again draw everyone's gaze. "Hello, what level of hunter are you applying for?" The guild staff member, hearing Zhou Ming's request, asked with a professional smile. They had seen many young people like him most only applied for a hunter's title as a formality. "Whiteboard." Zhou Ming's response caused the staff member to smile faintly, just as they had expected. Guessing the applicants' chosen levels had become a small source of amusement in their otherwise monotonous job. "Please fill out this form." The staff member skillfully handed over a document. In the Hunters Guild, hunter levels were ranked from lowest to highest as black iron, bronze, silver, and gold, corresponding to levels of beast masters ranging from apprentice to legendary saint. Beyond these 4 levels, there were 2 special classifications: whiteboard and title. Whiteboard referred to ordinary individuals, while title-level hunters were beast masters who had reached the legendary saint rank and completed the most challenging missions, earning a title jointly bestowed by the guild and the Alliance. Currently, the only title-level hunter was the guild master, Lu Yunxiao, who held the title of Dragon Slayer. Not wanting to reveal his identity as a beast master, Zhou Ming casually wrote whiteboard in the level section of the form. During his year in the library, he had combed through countless books but found no examples of anyone in a situation like his. For his own safety, he chose to keep his beast master identity hidden for now. After all, Zhou Ming had a deep understanding of the risks and sacrifices involved in the development and progression of beast masters. The path was paved with bones, some from willing contributors, but many more from unwilling, ordinary individuals. Now officially a part of the Hunters Guild, Zhou Ming gradually blended into the bustling atmosphere of the hall, carefully searching for suitable bounty missions. The process went smoothly, without any unexpected incidents. No one was foolish enough to cause trouble within the guild, nor did any prodigious talents with impressive backgrounds appear to seek adventure or recruit companions for a grand journey. As a novice-level hunter, Zhou Ming was considered worthless in the eyes of other hunter squads and hunting groups, receiving no invitations to join them. After wandering around the Hunter Guild, he quickly familiarized himself with the core tasks of hunters: hunting ferocious beasts, gathering rare plants, exploring uncharted territories, and collecting special resources. Spotting a few unrestricted and long-term collection tasks, he left the guild. Thanks to his extensive reading of wilderness survival books, Zhou Ming was mentally prepared for the challenges of venturing into the wild. After all, leaving the base to explore was a rite of passage for every beast master. After lunch, he began shopping for gear. Although he had enough money for daily expenses, the high cost of hunter equipment was still a burden. Ultimately, he purchased basic supplies: a waterproof outdoor jacket, sturdy expedition boots, a durable backpack, as well as rations, a water flask, flint, and essential medical supplies. With his gear in hand, Zhou Ming returned to his apartment in the South City Garden residential area, planning to rest well for the night. Tomorrow, he would depart from the Qingshan base and embark on his wilderness adventure. Ding! Now arriving at the North City Gate. Passengers getting off. Please prepare to disembark. As the tram's announcement echoed, passengers carrying large bags filed out in quick succession, leaving the carriage nearly empty in moments. Seated at the rear, Zhou Ming slowly stood up. The moment he stepped off the tram, several men surrounded him. If not for the brochures in their hands, their aggressive approach could have been mistaken for a robbery. "Hey, brother, want to rent a gun? Check out our company's classic Thunderbolt revolver. A powerful, reliable, and never jams. One shot can take down a small beast." Don't listen to him. Our Storm Series rifles are the real deal. Firepower is king. Join the Kamikaze Rescue Team. Your safety is guaranteed. One signal flare, and reinforcements will come charging in. Enough. Zhou Ming's voice was calm yet commanding, instantly silencing the group. This was one of the mental power techniques he had learned from the Qingshan library. "I don't need to rent a gun, nor do I need rescue services," he said, glancing at the man holding a large promotional poster before adding, "and I definitely don't need artillery." Perhaps due to his experience handling the iron wire snake, a flicker of serpent-like coldness and menace flashed in Zhou Ming's narrowed eyes. The salesman quickly realized this was no ordinary rookie. With awkward smiles, they backed off to seek out other potential customers. Adjusting his baseball cap, Zhou Ming turned and headed toward the city gate. He had long heard of these weapons rental salesmen, or rather, arms dealers. Since firearms were prohibited inside the city, the rental industry had naturally sprung up alongside storage services. Some small hunting teams or lone wolf hunters often choose to rent firearms to save costs. They only need to pay a small rental fee and a deposit equivalent to the value of the weapon, with no storage fees upon return. However, if they meet their demise in the wilderness, it effectively means they purchase the weapon at a high price. As for consumables like bullets, they must be purchased outright, and spent casings or bullets cannot be refunded. The so-called Shinfeng Rescue Team is an even bigger trap, requiring payment upfront for rescue. If no rescue is carried out, the client can only reclaim part of the fee. In reality, Shinfeng Rescue Team often just goes through the motions when facing danger, as failing to bring someone back allows them to pocket the full amount. Rumors say the Shinfeng Rescue Team changed its name over a dozen times before settling on this one. Even so, the team isn't entirely foolish. If they assess the client's situation as not too dangerous, they'll step in to help, using such cases as advertising to attract new clients. For people like this, Zhou Ming could only shake his head, and sigh. There has never been a shortage of unscrupulous individuals. At the city gate, hunters preparing to head out formed a long line. Qingshan Base opens its gates for just 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon, and only special personnel can enter or exit outside these times. The inspections for leaving the city are relatively simple, primarily to prevent fugitives from sneaking in, and the station soldiers are few. However, as Zhou Ming stepped out of Qingshan Base and looked back, the sight before him left him in awe. Cannons as thick as a human head exuded a menacing aura of destruction, while machine guns as thick as an arm resembled reapers on the battlefield. Hidden missile launchers were poised to target high-speed, advanced beasts. On the city walls, various types of beasts endowed with special sensory abilities stood vigilant, guarding against the intrusion of unique beasts and alien infiltrators. When a black canine beast, standing taller than Zhou Ming's chest, glanced in his direction, he immediately turned and headed into the wilderness. The last thing he wanted was to be mistaken for a spy by the city defense forces. If the wall-mounted machine guns opened fire, he would be reduced to nothing but scattered flesh, with no other outcome. Even in death, it would be in vain. With the authority held by the city defense forces, few factions within Qingshan base could rival them, let alone someone like him, an orphan. After leaving Qingshan base, Zhou Ming didn't immediately venture into the wilderness, as the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the base was considered a safe zone. The base periodically dispatched personnel to clear out beasts in this area, not only to eliminate potential threats, but also to protect the crops in the safe zone. With a population of 300,000 to 400,000, Qingshan base consumed an immense amount of food daily, and the base's soil-free cultivation technology was insufficient to sustain them long-term. Fortunately, environmental changes had led to improvements in crop yields and growth cycles. Even occasional destruction caused by beasts or animals wouldn't significantly impact Qingshan base. In the worst-case scenario, if all crops were destroyed, the base's food reserves would still be sufficient to last until new crops matured. Zhou Ming was aware of these details mainly because the base's officials deliberately disseminated such information to prevent public panic and unnecessary disasters during crises. Thinking about this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but marvel at humanity's resilience. Haha, buddy, pick up the pace, he muttered to himself. Boom! A roar echoed from behind Zhou Ming. He turned his head and saw a wild wolf Type 1 combat vehicle speeding along the uneven dirt road. Its body remained steady as a rock, showing no signs of slowing down despite the rugged terrain. Zhou Ming immediately recognized the vehicle. He had read a detailed description of it in the library. Exceptional off-road capabilities, custom alloy armor capable of withstanding direct confrontations with low-tier feral beasts, a long-lasting energy crystal-powered system, and a heavy machine gun loaded with Wukor armor-piercing rounds. This was a near-perfect hunting vehicle, costing at least tens of millions of Alliance credits. Clearly, it was the private equipment of a well-funded team. Bloodwolf, look. A little pup just popped out. The burly man in the driver's seat shouted mockingly to his companion as the combat vehicle roared past Zhou Ming. Before the words even faded, the wild wolf vehicle had sped off into the distance, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Zhou Ming didn't take the taunt to heart. Such incidents were bound to happen frequently in the future, and he had no energy to waste on petty provocations. As long as they didn't block his path, he could endure. But if anyone truly dared to stand in his way, he'd deal with the problem decisively. Hey! It really is a little pup doesn't even have the guts to talk back. A group of hunters nearby jeered maliciously as they witnessed the scene. That's the Steelheart hunting squad. Getting mocked by them is practically a badge of honor for him. Faced with these obvious provocations, Zhou Ming wisely chose to retreat. He quickly slipped into a small side path, distancing himself from the open area. In terrain like this, he had no advantage against opponents armed with firearms. As for why he didn't carry firearms himself, the answer was simply he couldn't afford them. Moreover, the recoil of heavy wilderness-grade firearms was immense. Even if an ordinary person could handle the recoil, aiming would still be a challenge. Though the Iron Thread Snake's benefits had enhanced his agility, flexibility, and poison resistance, a year's accumulation had only made him slightly stronger than the average person. He was still far from being able to wield such powerful weapons. In his opinion, firearms were more likely to expose his position than provide a tactical advantage. Seeing Zhou Ming silently swallow the insult and disappear into the tree-shrouded side path, the hunters exchanged glances and continued on their way. They were seasoned wilderness survivors and knew that people who could endure humiliation were either inherently weak or the type to strike lethally from the shadows. Best not to provoke such individuals unnecessarily. As Zhou Ming ventured deeper, the vegetation grew increasingly dense. He released the iron thread snakes he had hidden on him, keeping only the strongest one by his side. Taking out a basic exploration map, he set off toward his intended destination. Hiss, hiss. A massive python, nearly 10 meters long and covered in black, armored scales, silently slithered through the dim forest. The dense canopy overhead blocked out the sunlight and shielded it from the watchful eyes of potential predators in the sky. The forest floor was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves, which would crackle at the slightest disturbance. In this territory, the mutated black-scaled python reigned as the undisputed ruler. Today, however, the black-scaled python's senses detected something unusual, a faint trace of another snake's presence. While it lacked true intelligence, its instincts told it that this intruder was not one of the fearsome beasts it had learned to avoid. Perched on a large tree several dozen meters away, Zhou Ming kept a steady gaze fixed on the python. His body was wrapped in vegetation emitting a sharp, pungent odor, carefully crafted camouflage. Even more cunningly, he had instructed his number 1 iron wire snake to leave scent trails in the surrounding area, disrupting the black-scaled python's ability to perceive its surroundings accurately. Yet the black-scaled python seemed to sense something amiss and slowly began moving toward the tree where Zhou Ming was hiding. Just then, faint creaks emerged from beneath the layer of fallen leaves. The python immediately coiled into a defensive stance, its thick body tensing. But it was already too late. Hidden beneath the dead leaves, the iron wire snake had been lying in wait. Bang! The black-scaled python's tail lashed the ground, sending leaves flying into the air. Spotting its assailant, a slender iron wire snakite retaliated with a swift strike of its tail. In that fleeting moment, however, the number one iron wire snake had already slithered close to the black-scaled python's heart. Its sharp fangs found their mark, piercing the gaps between the scales and leaving two tiny puncture wounds. Having succeeded in the ambush, Zhou quickly signaled for the iron wire snakes to retreat in all directions. The black-scaled python, sensing the threat of death, hesitated briefly, a moment of indecision that cost it any chance of catching one of the snakes. Bang! This time, the python's movements were noticeably slower. The paralyzing venom had reached its heart, leaving it too weak to lift its head. It could only writhe and struggle instinctively in place. Watching from the sidelines, Zhou lips curved into a satisfied smile. His plan had worked flawlessly. The scattered iron wire snakes regrouped around him as master and servants patiently awaited the predator's final moments. Minutes later, the black-scaled python's struggles subsided. Confirming it was safe, Zhou nimbly descended to the ground. Dinner's served. Zhou didn't rush to deal with the spoils in front of him. He gazed at the massive black-scaled python's corpse, neither stripping off its valuable skin nor cutting its highly sought-after meat. Instead, he commanded his 6 iron-line snakes to begin devouring the carcass. A year of study at the Qinshan Library had taught him an important principle: the potential of a beast is not fixed. With sufficient resources, even an ordinary pig could grow into a king of beasts. The real challenge lay in cost-effectiveness. Limited by his own circumstances, Zhou could only focus on cultivating the iron-line snakes, which were currently the most suitable for him. Even if he elevated his mental energy to the peak of apprentice level human limit, the quality of his divided mental seeds would still only suffice to control mutated animals, far from being able to tame even the weakest young fierce beasts. This was a fundamental gap. Venturing deep into the wilderness, Zhou primary goal, aside from resource gathering, was to enhance the strength of the iron-line snakes. As a similar species, the mutated blood and flesh of the black-scaled python were the ideal nourishment for them. The iron-line snakes sank their fangs into its scaly hide, and the warm python blood flowed continuously into their stomachs. Zhou didn't idle. He immediately employed a basic beast-taming technique he had learned at the library called digestion to assist the iron-line snakes in efficiently absorbing nutrients. Though a fundamental skill, it significantly boosted the absorption efficiency of his beasts, particularly benefiting his mutated iron-line snakes. While this method couldn't directly enable his beasts to leap to a higher tier, it could greatly accelerate their growth within the same level. Among the 6 iron-line snakes, Zhou specifically regulated the feeding of the strongest one, Snake 1, ensuring it ate in moderation, while allowing the other 5 to eat freely. Overeating could hinder combat ability, and as his strongest combat asset, Snake 1 needed to remain vigilant at all times. Moreover, with its half-step pseudo-fierce beast strength, the benefits it could gain from the python's blood and flesh had already diminished significantly. When the other iron-line snakes had eaten to the point of near immobility, Zhou chose to meditate under a sturdy tree to recover his mental energy. Snake 1 continued to slither around him, assuming the role of a vigilant guardian. Though the other 5 snakes moved sluggishly, they could still maintain basic alertness, spreading out around the dim forest. In this remote and desolate forest, Zhou spent 2 days alternating between meditation and assisting his beasts in digesting nutrients. By the 3rd day, when the black-scaled python's corpse had been reduced to a shriveled husk, he resumed his journey toward his predetermined destination. The 10th iron thread snake. Zhou crouched in a stone hollow 2 meters deep beneath the mountain rocks, his fingers gently brushing against the newly tamed iron thread snake. The slender little creature, no thicker than a chopstick, affectionately nuzzled its soybean-sized head against his fingertips. Finding new iron thread snakes to serve as beast companions was a crucial part of Zhou plan. Purchasing them would cost at least 20 million alliance coins to complete the implantation of all the mental seeds. As someone of modest means, he opted to capture them himself in the wilderness. With the first iron thread snake leading the way, locating others of its kind wasn't difficult, had already tamed 4 in just a few days. Unfolding his map, Zhou carefully reviewed his recent route. The destination, Snake Valley, lay just ahead, and he expected to reach it by tomorrow. This narrow valley, located over 100 kilometers north of the Qinshan base, was home to not only a large number of iron thread snakes, but also many other creatures suitable for taming as beast companions. Although Zhou relied primarily on the iron thread snakes for combat, limiting his physical exertion to traveling, enduring this far was no small feat for someone with an ordinary physique. To ensure his safety and the successful completion of his mission, he decided to rest well for the night. As darkness fell, Zhou Ming set the iron thread snakes on guard duty and took out a thumb-sized piece of specially prepared jerky. This compact food, made from ferocious beast meat and medicinal herbs, was small in size but packed with enough energy to sustain him for an entire day. He softened the jerky with water and ate it before curling up in the hollow to sleep. Fortunately, his insulated jacket kept him warm, sparing him from the discomfort of the cold. The next morning, Zhou Ming stood atop a cliff as the piercing autumn wind howled past. In the distance, a narrow valley resembling a crack in the earth came into view. This was the renowned Snake Valley. For 3 centuries, countless hunters had forged a unique buffer zone here. The 100-kilometer stretch from Snake Valley southward to Qinshan Base was inhabited mainly by low-tier ferocious beasts and mutated animals, while the northern region was the domain of high-tier and lord-level beasts. With his current abilities, Zhou Ming couldn't venture into the northern end of Snake Valley. His objectives for this trip were clear: to find more iron thread snakes and to strengthen his existing tamed beasts. After finalizing his route, he set the iron thread snakes on alert and began his approach to Snake Valley. As he drew closer, the hissing of snakes grew increasingly frequent, and the rustling sounds of countless venomous snakes slithering across the ground filled the air. Fortunately, Zhou Ming had grown accustomed to these sounds. Otherwise, encountering them for the first time would have been unbearable. On the first day of his arrival at Snake Valley, Zhou Ming carefully chose to set up a temporary camp beneath a massive boulder at the valley entrance. This location was extremely well chosen. It allowed him to monitor the comings and goings at the valley's entrance while avoiding venturing deep inside and risking being surrounded by venomous snakes. He had spent a significant amount of time scouting the area to find this ideal spot. According to his plan, he needed to stay here for about a month. After all, with the growth rate of the iron thread snakes, it would be impossible to achieve any significant improvement in their abilities in a short period. To ensure safety, he directed the 10 iron thread snakes to leave numerous scent markers around the camp, declaring the area as their territory. As for snake repellent powder, Zhou Ming looked at the vast expanse of Snake Valley stretching for kilometers and decisively abandoned the idea. Not only was he unsure of the powder's effectiveness, but he also feared that using it might provoke the mutated venomous snakes or beast-level serpents inhabiting the valley. Along the way, relying on his self-taught wilderness survival skills and the assistance of the iron thread snakes, he had managed to avoid all areas showing signs of beast activity. He was unwilling to make his camp stand out and attract unnecessary trouble for the sake of convenience. When night fell, Zhou Ming refrained from lighting a fire, a privilege reserved only for the strong in the wilderness. Under the faint starlight, he forced himself to endure the hissing and slithering sounds around him and barely managed to fall asleep. The 10 iron thread snakes took turns guarding him, and if it weren't for the fact that he needed their help the next day, he would have had all of them keep watch throughout the night. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing screech of an eagle broke through the night, powerful enough to slice through metal. Zhou Ming instantly woke up, instinctively looking up at the sky. With just one glance, he quickly retreated into the crevice of the rock. It was an adult griffin, a high-tier beast. This enormous creature had the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion. Its front legs were armed with razor-sharp talons, and its body alone was over 5 meters long, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Zhou Ming estimated its weight to be several tons, completely baffled by how it managed to fly so effortlessly. At this moment, Zhou Ming had no time to ponder such questions. From the beast compendium he had borrowed from the Qinshan library, he vividly remembered how terrifying griffins were. Besides their ability to emit a screech with a mentally paralyzing effect, they possessed lightning-fast speed and a body as tough as steel. Their beaks and talons were capable of tearing through alloy armor. Although they had no other special abilities, these traits alone made them perfect killing machines. Even if he had 10, 100, or even 1,000 iron thread snakes, they wouldn't stand a chance. The iron thread snakes couldn't inflict any damage, and their venom wouldn't even slow the griffin down. Hiding in the crevice, Zhou Ming kept reassuring himself. It was fortunate he had chosen this concealed resting spot, and fortunate that he wasn't worth the griffin's attention. Otherwise, he would have been its dinner tonight. The mental shock from that screech left him unsettled for a long time. It wasn't until he saw the griffin flying away with a giant python in its claws that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This experience gave Zhou Ming a stark realization of the dangers lurking in the wilderness. At the same time, it allowed him to witness firsthand the fantastical nature of the blue planet, no longer confined to the descriptions in books. More than half a month later, in the midsection of Snake Valley, a solitary figure moved forward slowly. It was Zhou Ming. His hair was disheveled, his beard uneven, and his face was covered in thick grime. Had been surviving in the wilderness for nearly a month. Fortunately, the outdoor combat gear he had purchased for 10,000 alliance coins was of excellent quality. Otherwise, anyone who saw him might have mistaken him for a wild man foraging for food. However, compared to before, Zhou Ming's eyes now shone brighter, carrying a sharp, determined glint. As he continued walking, the snakes in the surrounding area retreated, seemingly unwilling to provoke him. Besides the 30 or so iron thread snakes trailing behind him like a loyal entourage, Zhou Ming's spiritual energy also exuded a unique aura of pressure. With the increasing number of iron thread snakes under his control, his ability to hunt other snakes had improved significantly. The iron thread snakes continuously devoured various venomous and non-venomous species. Influenced by these factors, Zhou Ming's spiritual energy began to exert a kind of oppressive deterrence over snake-like creatures. In gaming terms, Zhou Ming had successfully earned the beginner snake hunter badge, granting him 3 to spiritual energy and 10 to his deterrence against snake creatures, with the badge's effects permanently active. This ability was not only due to Zhou Ming's innate talent as a beastmaster capable of wielding spiritual power, but also a result of his unique connection with Snakisa power not achievable through mere slaughter alone. Although this special deterrence was ineffective against beast-level snakes, it allowed Zhou Ming to navigate freely among mutated snakes, avoiding many unnecessary troubles. Thanks to this unexpected ability, Zhou Ming could not only focus on finding and taming iron thread snakes and hunting for food, but also freely search for rare medicinal herbs hidden within Snake Valley. As the number of iron thread snakes under his command grew, his clothes would often be crawling with these little creatures when he recalled them. If this peculiar habit were made public, Zhou Ming might remain single for life. After all, the thought of dozens or even hundreds of tiny iron thread snakes wriggling and crawling inside his clothing would be unbearable for most women. Thus, creating a sealed beastmaster space became a pressing necessity. However, Zhou Ming lacked both the materials and the knowledge required to establish such a space, which meant he had to exchange for them at the Hunter Guild. Acquiring these resources required hunter points, and one of the reasons Zhou Ming was collecting rare medicinal herbs was because the guild's task board offered long-term bounty missions for such items. Increasing the number of iron thread snakes, enhancing his beastmaster abilities, and earning enough points to exchange for the materials and knowledge to create a beastmaster space, this was the purpose of Zhou Ming's expedition. Suddenly, a viperhorn venom python appeared. As Zhou Ming ventured closer to the central area of Snake Valley, he spotted a loat-ear beast-level viperhorn venom python coiled on a rocky outcrop devoid of forest cover in the distance. Zhou Ming immediately restrained his aura and lowered his body. This was his first time encountering a beast-level creature up close in the wild. Previously, he either avoided any trace of such creatures or spotted them from a safe distance. Perhaps the griffin he had seen before was the closest beast-level creature he had ever encountered. Upon spotting the viperhorn venom python, Zhou Ming decided to retreat right away, not wanting to provoke it. He had an exceptionally detailed understanding of this particular snake beast. The horned venom python was originally a common viper species on Blue Planet, but after the appearance of spatial rifts, this species underwent a mysterious collective mutation, evolving into a low-tier ferocious beast. The mutated vipers were renamed horned venom pythons, growing up to nearly 10 meters in length and gaining the immense strength and constriction abilities of pythons, while retaining their terrifying corrosive venom. Now, the venom is primarily used in a spraying attack, capable of corroding the flesh and blood of ordinary creatures. Zhou Ming quietly observed the horned venom python as it lazily basked in the warm sunlight on a rock, seemingly unaware of his presence. This was the perfect moment for him to retreat. Lifting his foot gently, Zhou Ming moved with extreme caution. However, just as he was about to leave, his body froze, and his raised right foot lingered midair, unable to step forward. His gaze was drawn to a small, verdant tree, about a foot tall, growing from a crack in the rock beneath the python. The delicate tree swayed gracefully in the wind, and on its branches hung 3 tiny, emerald-like fruits, each the size of a soybean serpent's spittle fruits. Staring at the mesmerizing fruits, Zhou Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. Should he take the risk? The allure of wealth was tempting, but treasures like these could utterly captivate the mind. Even someone as composed as Zhou Ming found it difficult to suppress his impulses. Since the appearance of dimensional rifts on Blue Planet, creatures had begun to mutate, and various miraculous treasures had emerged. These treasures, akin to the legendary natural treasures of myth, were almost impossible to cultivate artificially and formed naturally in unique environments. They were referred to as spiritual items. Based on the discovered spiritual items and records from alien species, the Blue Planet Alliance classified these items into 9 tiers. The books Zhou Ming had read on the 3rd floor of the library only documented common spiritual items from tiers 1 to 3, while information on higher tier items was clearly classified as valuable knowledge, not freely available to ordinary individuals at the Qingshan base. The serpent spittle fruit before him was a 2nd-tier spiritual item, but for serpent-type creatures, it was comparable to a 3rd-tier item. If he could obtain this fruit, while it might not guarantee the evolution of all his iron thread snakes, his number 1 iron thread snake could definitely evolve into a ferocious beast. Even if it only became a low-tier ferocious beast, it would still bring a significant boost to Zhou Ming's capabilities. After some hesitation, Zhou Ming noticed the horned venom python raising its head to survey its surroundings. Ultimately, he decided to retreat for now. Judging by the state of the serpent spittle fruit, it would take at least another 2 to 3 days to mature, giving him time to prepare. Quietly leaving the python's territory, Zhou Ming began planning his strategy to seize the fruit. The plan was simple: desperately search for more iron thread snakes. His mental sea currently held an ample number of spiritual seeds, and as long as he could find iron thread snakes, his strength would naturally grow. Zhou Ming no longer cared about the condition, strength, or quality of the snakes he found. He knew that facing the horned venom python would result in the deaths of many iron thread snakes, and the ones he sought were meant to be cannon fodder, primarily to exhaust the python's energy and create an opportunity for number 1 iron thread snake to strike. Additionally, the amount of paralysis venom possessed by number 1 was limited, so it would need support from the venom of other iron thread snakes. Over the next 2 days, Zhou Ming, using his knowledge of iron thread snakes, went on a relentless hunt. Even injured or disabled snakes were not turned away. 2 days later, such luck, stumbling upon a fight for food, perched cautiously on a large tree in the central part of Snake Valley, Zhou Ming carefully observed the scene unfolding ahead. He was not far from the territory of the venom fong viper, and it happened to be the season when the snake's saliva fruit ripened. The peculiar fragrance of the fruit not only attracted Zhou Ming but also drew in the ferocious serpents from nearby. Fortunately, this batch of snake saliva fruits hadn't evolved into 4th-tier spiritual treasures yet, or the scent alone would have plunged the entire Snake Valley into chaos. Zhou Ming's gaze fell on 2 formidable opponents, a 5-meter-long scarlet king cobra, which, though smaller than the venom fong viper, possessed a unique dual venom combining neurotoxins and hemotoxins that even the venom fong viper struggled to resist, and an iron-armored python from another realm. While this low-tier beast lacked venom, its defenses were formidable enough to withstand sustained fire from conventional rifles and could even endure heavy machine gun fire for a short time. Its most terrifying trait, however, was its deadly constriction ability. Surveying the situation, Zhou Ming silently thanked his luck that no additional serpent-level beasts had been drawn to the scene. This level of skirmish was just the right opportunity for him to reap the benefits unnoticed. Suddenly, Zhou Ming sensed something unusual. He snapped his head toward the rear, his eyes narrowing. The vegetation not far behind him was rustling, and one of the iron wire snakes he had stationed as a precautionary measure had gone silent. This was one of his early warning systems to guard against unforeseen threats. Hunters. Zhou Ming's expression darkened, even more so than when he faced the venom fong viper. Beasts, no matter how dangerous, had limited intelligence unless they were at the beast king level, and could often be outwitted. Hunters, however, were a different story. Not only were they immensely powerful, but they also possessed extensive life-and-death combat experience. Their fully armed equipment made it nearly impossible for Zhou Ming's iron wire snakes to inflict significant harm. In an instant, Zhou Ming commanded the iron wire snakes around him to scatter rapidly. Hundreds of mental threads wove together into a unique sensory network. This special connection between beast tamers and their beasts was so subtle that even legendary saints would struggle to detect it. Perhaps this ability stemmed from the shared origin of split spiritual seeds, but with Zhou Ming's limited knowledge, now was not the time to dwell on it. Through this sensory network, Zhou Ming clearly perceived 3 middle-aged men approaching. They wore standard protective gear and carried firearms and sharp combat knives. One of them bore claw marks on his face, and his blade still had traces of what appeared to be blood from an iron wire snake. "Boss, looks like we've arrived just in time," one of the men said in a low voice. As a group of unfamiliar hunters approached the territory of the venom horn viper, the open landscape allowed them to take in everything surrounding the serpent's spittle fruit. You've got some nerve to talk. If it weren't for you provoking that berserk lion, we almost would have missed our chance," a lean, dark-skinned man complained coldly. "Hey, how was I supposed to know the lion would go berserk? You know how rare that is," his companion retorted. "Enough." The captain's deep voice cut through their argument. "Stick to the plan." "Yes, sir." The two immediately fell silent and took their positions. The lean man agilely climbed a sturdy tree, selecting a vantage point that gave him a perfect view of the serpent's spittle fruit. From his back, he retrieved a long, narrow case and pulled out a Roar 3 heavy sniper rifle, approximately 1.5 meters in length. Zhou Ming, concealed on a nearby branch, quietly observed the high-grade sniper rifle, calculating its capabilities in his mind. Meanwhile, the burly man with claw marks on his face swiftly assembled a heavy machine gun, connecting the ammo belt to a supply box strapped to his back. It was a professional long-range firepower setup, and Zhou Ming silently speculated about the role their captain would play in the upcoming battle. As the hunters prepared to reap the spoils, the serpent's spittle fruit began to ripen. The pea-sized fruit emitted a green glow, and its unique fragrance gradually faded. Immediately, 3 massive serpents launched into a fierce struggle for the prize. The venom horn viper unleashed amber-colored poisonous mist. The scarlet king cobra dodged nimbly, while the iron-scale python chose to endure the attack's heat, attempting to seize the fruit. Chaos erupted as the three serpents clashed, each vying for dominance yet instinctively avoiding damaging the precious fruit. Rocks shattered and tree trunks splintered, but the three serpents maintained a delicate balance. The Scarlet King Cobra moved like an assassin, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The iron-scale python relied on its defenses to force its way through, and the venom horn viper used its natural abilities to obstruct its rivals. The battle reached a stalemate, while Zhou Ming and the three hunters remained hidden, patiently awaiting their chance to strike at the critical moment. Bang! A rock the size of a human head was struck midair by the iron-armored python, slicing through the air as it hurtled toward the serpent's saliva fruit. At the critical moment, the venom-horned viper managed to deflect the rock just in time. Zhou Ming glared at the iron-armored python, its body covered in scars corroded by venom, anger boiling within him. This creature couldn't bear to lose and had attempted to destroy the serpent's saliva fruit. The venom-horned viper, the first to claim this territory, proved its ferocity. Despite suffering some injuries, it had managed to severely wound both the iron-armored python and the Scarlet King snake that sought to seize the fruit. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the tension. The victorious venom-horned viper was abruptly struck by an invisible force, its upper body flung backward as its entire form was lifted into the air. Following the sound, Zhou Ming immediately spotted a gaunt, dark-skinned man perched in a tree not far away. The large tree swayed slightly, evidence of the recent shockwave caused by the heavy sniper rifle in his hands. Without delay, a burly man with claw marks on his face sprang into action. The heavy machine gun in his hands unleashed a torrent of bullets, weaving a dense curtain of fire that forced the agile Scarlet King snake into a corner. The bullets tore through the snake's body, leaving it twitching with nothing but instinctive spasms. Meanwhile, the leader of the hunter squad was joined by a three-meter golden ape. This beast, known for its immense strength and defense, let out a thunderous roar and lunged at the severely injured iron-armored python, pinning it down. The leader seized the opportunity and dashed toward the serpent's saliva fruit. However, the hunter squad was unaware that a true hunter was lurking behind them. Zhou Ming had already begun mobilizing a swarm of iron thread snakes. Silent and deadly, over a dozen of them slithered up the tree where the sniper was perched. Just as the gaunt, dark-skinned man massaged his shoulder, sore from the recoil, and prepared to aim his rifle again, several iron thread snakes suddenly dropped from above. They struck at his unprotected neck and arms with lightning speed. Ah! His scream was cut short as the venom paralyzed his entire body, causing him to fall from the tree. Third brother. A companion's panicked shout followed immediately. Hearing the commotion, the man with scratch marks on his face immediately became alert and shouted loudly for his companions. However, he was completely unaware that he had already stepped into a trap hidden beneath the weeds and fallen leaves. Zhou Ming's iron wire snakes had quietly surrounded him. With a sharp hissing sound, 20 to 30 iron wire snakes suddenly leapt forward like arrows released from a bow, lunging at his face and hands. The burly man, capable of wielding a heavy machine gun, reacted swiftly. His combat knife swung through the air like a whirlwind, severing several snakes in an instant. Though he had already discarded his empty heavy machine gun and was now relying solely on his knife and pistol, his combat effectiveness was considerably reduced but still impressive. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape his fate. One cunning iron wire snake seized the perfect opportunity and managed to sink its fangs into him. Even with his strong physique, he couldn't suppress a blood-curdling scream. Third brother. Second brother. The leading man, who was dodging the fierce battle between the Vajra ape and the iron-armored python, shouted anxiously at the sound of the disturbance behind him. Receiving no response, he made a swift decision and accelerated toward the direction of the snake's saliva fruit. Ultimately, he chose the fruit, perhaps already sensing the grim fate of his companions, and opted for the most rational course of action. Realizing there were hidden enemies, he immediately ordered the Vajra ape to finish the fight quickly. With a thunderous roar, the ape pounded its chest and brutally tore the heavily injured iron-armored python into two halves. Tossing the python's body aside, it rushed to its master's side, standing guard. Suddenly, the hissing of snakes erupted around the leading man and the Vajra ape, cutting off their path to the snake's saliva fruit. Zhou Ming knew that with the heightened senses of such fierce beasts, a surprise attack was impossible. Instead, he had set an ambush along the way, determined to stop the leader from reaching the fruit. These iron wire snakes had been strategically placed around the snake's saliva fruit in advance, anticipating the enemy's move. How can there be so many iron wire snakes? A beast tamer? The leading man muttered in confusion, then dismissed the thought. No, it's impossible for anyone to control mutated animals, let alone so many iron wire snakes. This was far beyond his understanding of beast taming. Attack. He gave a decisive order, commanding the Vajra ape to charge into the snake swarm. In his mind, as long as he could seize the snake's saliva fruit and retreat immediately, victory would be his. The Vajra ape's massive palms swept through the air like fans, and under normal circumstances, these snakes would have suffered heavy casualties. But under the control of a beast tamer, the iron wire snakes moved nimbly, evading the strikes while advancing toward the man. Seeing this, the leading man became even more convinced that a beast tamer was orchestrating the attack from the shadows. He fired his storm rifle relentlessly at the approaching snakes, while the Vajra ape crushed them one by one with its powerful fists. Zhou Ming's snake swarm was quickly dwindling. Bang! The leading man, in the middle of shooting, suddenly froze and collapsed to the ground. His once formidable Vajra ape let out a low, mournful cry before crashing to the ground lifelessly. In the distance, Zhou Ming, his face twisted with pain, stood holding a pistol he had taken from the thin, dark-skinned third brother. A beast tamer without a gun? That wouldn't make sense. A gun is just as fierce as any beast, Zhou Ming said hoarsely, coughing. The death of so many iron wire snakes had left him with a splitting headache. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, in his current state, and with the few remaining snakes, he would have struggled to stop the enemy from claiming the snake's saliva fruit. The Snake Valley, which had been echoing with deafening roars, returned to an eerie calm. Scattered across the territory of the viperhorn venomous python were the lifeless bodies of both humans and fierce beasts. Zhou Ming stood in front of the verdant tree bearing the precious snake saliva fruits. Ignoring the carnage around him, he urgently retrieved a fist-sized, specially crafted storage box from his backpack. It was a spirit medicine preservation box he had purchased at great expense, now proving its worth. With careful precision, he safely stored the 3 rare fruits inside. In the distance, the growls and howls of wild beasts were already beginning to echo, but the intense battle that had just taken place kept most of the mutated creatures at bay for the time being. Seizing this brief window of opportunity, Zhou Ming deftly used his combat knife to slice open the bellies of 3 fierce beast-level snakes, extracting their varying-sized gallbladders. He then swiftly gathered the spoils scattered on the ground: a Blood Hunter Type 1 pistol, the combat uniform of a wiry man, a 2-foot-long combat knife, and essential survival supplies. Time was of the essence. Zhou Ming had no choice but to abandon other items, slinging the backpack filled with his loot over his shoulder as he made his way out of the valley. This dangerous endeavor to gather resources was all part of his plan to raise funds. As a beastmaster, he understood that mastering beast-taming techniques was not enough, also needed to strengthen his body through martial arts. While the martial prowess of humans was no match for fierce beasts, and could at best handle ordinary mutated animals, such training was far from futile. Take, for example, those 2 hunters wielding heavy weaponry. It was through a combination of body-enhancing drugs and martial arts training that they had built the physical strength necessary to endure the recoil of heavy machine guns and sniper rifles. For anyone aspiring to advance to the ranks of phantom beastmasters or beast riders, martial arts were an essential discipline. Without a robust physique, it would be impossible to engage in close combat and slay fierce beasts. In addition to martial training, Zhou Ming planned to hone his shooting skills. Earlier, when he used the Blood Hunter Type 1 pistol, he had only managed to hit his target because of the weapon's close range and relatively low recoil. If the situation had been different, his inexperience might have cost him. As for his future career path, Zhou Ming remained uncertain. Perhaps none of the existing professions suited him. For now, his priority was to grow stronger before making any decisions. After leaving the territory of the viperhorn venomous python, Zhou Ming encountered a cluster of ordinary mutated snakes. He unleashed a wave of spiritual pressure, forcing his way through to the temporary camp near the mouth of the valley. Upon spotting an iron-lined snake slithering at his feet, he let out a sigh of relief. It meant that his concealed camp had not been discovered by outsiders or other creatures. Fortunately, those hunters had been in too much of a hurry to thoroughly search the area. Otherwise, he might have fallen into their trap this time. Back at the crevice campsite, Zhou Ming barely had time to sort through his spoils before collapsing into a deep sleep among the rocks after giving instructions to his beast companions. The excessive number of iron thread snakes he had killed in a short period had taken a toll on his mental strength. He could only rely on deep sleep and meditation to recover. Zhou Ming had left the Snake Valley, and it wasn't until the sun was high the next day that he woke up. A throbbing pain in his head pulled him from his dreams. Rubbing his temples repeatedly, he tried to ease the discomfort. It was clear he had to prioritize enhancing his mental strength. The death of contracted beasts often caused a mental backlash for beast tamers, which could range from severe injuries and unconsciousness to significant damage to their mental sea. However, Zhou Ming possessed thousands of mental seeds, and under normal circumstances, such effects would only occur if more than half of his beasts died. This time, though, the deaths of just a few dozen iron thread snakes had left him with a splitting headache, a sign of his insufficient mental strength. After all, Zhou Ming's mental seeds were inherited from his predecessor. While he had been meditating, he hadn't yet reached the level of an average beast tamer. Moreover, he was still using a basic and widely available version of meditation techniques, with no access to specialized resources. His progress so far was thanks to his caution, meticulous preparation, and, above all, sheer luck. Perhaps he should complain less about fate. There might just be unexpected blessings in store. Once the pain in his head subsided, Zhou lowered his hands and assessed his condition. Despite the lingering discomfort on his face, he made a decisive choice. From the box containing the serpent saliva fruits, he took out 2 fragrant but understated fruits. He planned to consume one himself and give another to his number 1 iron thread snake. As for the remaining fruit, Zhou decided to save it for a future encounter with an iron thread snake undergoing a secondary mutation. As a secondary spiritual item, the serpent saliva fruit was also consumable by humans. While its effects weren't as pronounced as they were for snake-type creatures, it could still help beast tamers enhance their mental strength. It was, after all, a spiritual item. Zhou addressed his number 1 iron thread snake. If you don't evolve into a ferocious beast, I'll roast you. But if you succeed, I'll give you a proper name. With that, he shoved the bean's-eyes serpent saliva fruit directly into the snake's mouth before consuming his own and entering a meditative state. As for the other iron thread snakes who had contributed their efforts, they could only continue guarding their master and his companion. Truly, their labor never ceased. The serpent saliva fruit melted in his mouth, but instead of a warm current, a chilling sensation surged straight to the top of his head, bringing a refreshing coolness to his aching brain. While Zhou used the fruit to heal and enhance his mental strength, the number 1 iron thread snake also underwent noticeable changes. Its previously metallic-looking scales began to dry out, and it continuously rubbed against the surrounding rocks, seemingly trying to shed its skin. What transformations awaited it after shedding remained to be seen. On the second day, after leaving the territory of the viperhorn venomous python, Zhou awoke from his meditation. By now, a foul stench emanated from him, not due to the cleansing effects of the serpent saliva fruit, but because his already filthy clothes, stained with blood from the battle and snake bile, made him look like he had crawled out of a trash heap. Yet, amidst the grime, one part of Zhou stood out: his eyes. At this moment, his eyes gleamed like. At this moment, Zhou eyes underwent a remarkable transformation. Unlike before, when only his gaze resembled a serpent's, his pupils now began to take on a subtle vertical slit shape, and the surrounding black irises gradually gained a dark golden hue. When he squinted, the invisible sense of intimidation emanating from him was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. However, Zhou himself hadn't noticed these changes yet. His full attention was focused on the enhancement of his mental power. He couldn't help but feel a bit stunned when he thought about the book's description of a small improvement. This was far from small. It had practically allowed him to skip the arduous process of his predecessor's efforts to condense a mental seed. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a pang of guilt. If not for the mental seed left behind by his predecessor, he might still be stuck cleaning out the dog kennels. Through this experience, Zhou finally understood why anyone who could sense mental power could use resources to condense a mental seed. Unless someone was completely incapable of perceiving their mental seed, the barrier to becoming a beast tamer was actually not that high, as long as resources were sufficient. Judging by his current situation, as long as all his iron thread snakes didn't die simultaneously, he wouldn't experience the intense headaches he had before. Number 1. As always, Zhou only thought of his beasts after taking care of himself. This time was no exception. At his call, the number 1 iron thread snake happily slithered up his arm. Zhou was startled by the changes before his eyes. After repeatedly confirming through his mental link, he was certain that this meter-long, thumb-thick iron thread snake was indeed number 1. Its scales had grown to the size of mung beans, tightly arranged on its body, and its previous black metallic sheen had transformed into a glossy, jet-black luster. The iron thread snake affectionately pressed against Zhou, allowing him to examine it thoroughly. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhou, and he instinctively swung it like a whip toward a nearby rock. With a loud bang, a distinct mark was left on the stone. Not bad. This level of defense is good enough to serve as a short whip. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Hiss hiss, the number 1 iron thread snake let out a protesting sound, its dark golden eyes looking at him with an innocent expression. Sorry, little guy, Zhou said with a chuckle, soothing it. You just look so much like a handy short whip that I couldn't resist. But since you've now ascended to the level of a fierce beast, as per our earlier agreement, I'll start calling you Mo Dai from now on. After the excitement subsided, Zhou finally noticed the foul stench emanating from himself. He decided to take Mo Dai and the other iron thread snakes to a nearby water source. Previously, he had only dared to fetch water there due to concerns about underwater dangers. But now, with Mo Dai at a fierce beast level, it was the perfect opportunity to bathe and test its newfound strength at the same time. After confirming there was no danger, Zhou filled a pot with clean water and stripped off his clothes before jumping straight into the water. The moment his body hit the surface, the crystal-clear water turned into a murky black cloud. The level of pollution was so extreme that even without Immortality's prior investigation of potential threats, it was likely enough to poison any predator lurking beneath the surface. After scrubbing off the grime from his body, Zhou donned the protective suit he had taken from the wiry, dark-skinned man. Though it was clothing from a corpse, it was far superior to his own damaged jacket. He checked his current combat resources. Apart from Immortality, he had 36 iron thread snakes left. However, these were all top-quality, powerful elites. Once fully prepared, Zhou led his snake swarm into a new round of hunting. The boost in his strength gave him newfound confidence, and before setting out, he even had the snakes put on a display of their might. The previously tranquil front section of Snake Valley was thrown into utter chaos. If not for his concern about triggering a full-blown snake tide, he might have caused an even bigger commotion. With his growing strength, Zhou shifted his hunting focus to locating high-quality iron thread snakes and rare medicinal herbs. According to his plan, the resources obtained this time needed to be fully utilized before he would consider his next expedition. After all, the ultimate goal of exploration was to enhance his power, and he was determined not to lose sight of that. Standing atop a massive rock at the entrance to Snake Valley, Zhou reached out to catch a falling snowflake and murmured softly, "Winter is coming." He knew it was time to head back. Winter would drive the wild beasts and mutated creatures in the wilderness into a frenzy due to food shortages, significantly increasing the risks of exploration. Although Zhou was introverted and preferred the solitude of gradually honing his skills, reality didn't permit him such leisure. There were still too many tasks awaiting him. Mastering the knowledge of beast tamers, advancing his martial arts training, improving his marksmanship, and acquiring expertise for his career transition. Carrying a battle knife, a pistol loaded with 20 bullets, a bulging backpack, and his snake swarm, Zhou set off back to the Qin mountain base, fully laden with his gains. On the way, he encountered a third hunter attempting to rob him. Thanks to the 1-kilometer diameter sensory field formed by the iron thread snakes he had sent ahead, Zhou easily detected the ambush. A single gunshot rang out, and the would-be attacker fell lifeless into the grass, his eyes filled with confusion, never knowing what hit him. Another one who wanted something for nothing. Zhou sighed as he swiftly scavenged the spoils. This ability, which he called the radar sensory field, wove a network of mental threads to detect the position and strength of all living creatures within its range. While it seemed simple, if this ability were made public, it would undoubtedly attract countless factions vying for it. After all, in the wilderness, such detection capabilities were incredibly valuable. Due to the drastic changes on Blue Planet, the satellite systems and related facilities from the old era have become ruins. The current satellite network in operation is the result of the Alliance's reconstruction efforts, but its coverage is limited to human territories. This limitation arises from two primary factors: the challenges of launching in extreme environments and the resistance from legendary powerhouses of other races who refuse to allow these eyes to hover over their airspace. What complicates matters further is that the mutated environment of Blue Planet is filled with various disruptive factors. These not only interfere with electromagnetic transmissions, but also make precise positioning a near impossibility. This explains why Zhou phone can only be used within the base. Communication in the wild relies on specialized equipment, which is tightly controlled by major powers such as banks, the Hunter Guild, and the Qinshan-based government. It is precisely this communication challenge that has made beastmasters with unique sensory abilities highly sought after. Zhou packed up his spoils and began his journey back. His backpack was much fuller than when he set out, indicating a substantial haul. After surviving 3 ambushes from hunters with ill intentions, he finally reached the safe zone. Here, not only were ferocious beasts rare, but it was also a ceasefire zone tacitly agreed upon by all factions. While absolute safety couldn't be guaranteed, disputes were rare unless significant interests were at stake. This unspoken agreement was well-founded. Firstly, the area was near the walls of Qinshan Base, with regular patrols by the city defense forces. Secondly, the region was dotted with farmland, and damaging crops would mean making enemies of everyone. Thirdly, the open terrain of the safe zone was fully visible under satellite surveillance. And lastly, all returning hunters had to pass through this area, and no one wanted to provoke a conflict while exhausted. As winter approached, the number of hunters returning to the city was higher than usual. Zhou trudged along the dirt road, hunched over under the weight of his oversized backpack, which rose even taller than him. Some hunters with meager gains glanced at his pack, their eyes flickering with greed. However, the sight of Immortality, coiled atop the pack and vigilantly scanning its surroundings, quickly dispelled such thoughts. Instead, they began to speculate quietly about this mysterious and powerful figure. The strength of a ferocious beast is not necessarily tied to its size, but most beastmasters still prefer creatures of normal or large proportions. Larger beasts not only provide transportation, but can also protect beastmasters who have yet to reach apprentice level in times of danger. Those who choose smaller beasts, however, have different considerations. These compact companions are agile, making them difficult for firearms to target and ideal for stealthy ambushes. Such beastmasters trade their own safety for greater offensive power. Upon seeing the ink-striped beast, everyone speculated that Zhou Ming's gains might have been acquired through underhanded means, their gazes unconsciously tinged with wariness. An hour later, Zhou Ming arrived at the city gate with a large, towering bundle strapped to his back. The line ahead of him stretched endlessly like a dragon, leaving him no choice but to muster his patience and join the queue. This checkpoint was primarily in place to prevent outsiders from infiltrating the Qingshan base. As the sun dipped low on the horizon and the gates were about to close, it was finally Zhou Ming's turn. The inspecting soldier caught sight of the ink-striped beast coiled around the bundle and immediately called out, "Hunter, please put away your beast." "Sorry, I haven't opened up a beast space yet," Zhou Ming explained, lowering his head. He then gestured for the ink-striped creature to slip into his clothing. A wild beast master at such a young age, quite rare. The squad leader in charge of the inspection observed Zhou Ming's youthful face with surprise, his gaze shifting to the mismatched, stacked bundles on Zhou Ming's back. "Looks like you've had quite a haul this time." Zhou Ming noticed the weapons in the soldier's hands and cautiously adopted a humble demeanor. "Just lucky. I picked up what others didn't want. As long as it sells, I'm fine." The squad leader chuckled lightly, clearly not buying Zhou Ming's self-deprecating explanation. However, seeing that the long-snouted detection dog nearby hadn't alerted to any contraband, he waved Zhou Ming through. After all, the wilderness and the base were two separate worlds. Without solid evidence, the base wouldn't invite unnecessary trouble. As soon as Zhou Ming stepped into Qingshan base, he was surrounded by agents from various procurement companies. Their eyes were fixed on the massive bundle towering over his head, each one eagerly handing over price lists and competing to offer the highest bids. A woman in a tight-fitting uniform with flowing, wavy hair pushed her way to Zhou Ming's side, exposing her fair neck. Her tone was dripping with allure. "Big brother, you look so tired. Why don't we find a quiet place to sit, have a drink, and discuss things slowly?" Zhou Ming's voice, however, was as cold as winter frost. "Sorry, but you're blocking my way." His gaze swept over the crowd like a venomous snake, sending the surrounding agents scattering in all directions. Watching Zhou Ming's retreating figure, the woman stomped her foot in frustration, her face full of indignation. To her, Zhou Ming hadn't just turned down a business deal, had outright ignored her beauty, a slight she found impossible to accept. The Hunters Guild was as lively as ever, especially during the cold winter months when the entrance teemed with people. Except for a handful of daring or highly skilled hunters, most chose to stay within the base, either resting or passing the time chatting in the guild's bar. At this moment, a taxi slowly pulled up in front of the guild's main entrance. Zhou Ming, carrying a bag full of spoils, decided to skip waiting for the tram and took a taxi straight to the guild. "Hey, isn't that the young guy who came to the guild last time?" A few hunters with sharp memories immediately recognized Zhou Ming and recalled his first visit 2 months ago. To their surprise, this lone wolf hunter had made quite the haul, and the style of his backpack caught their attention. "He's got some serious luck?" "Huh," they whispered among themselves, speculating about how Zhou Ming could have collected so much on his own and even wondering if he had resorted to some underhanded methods. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Zhou Ming headed straight to the guild's task submission counter. "I need a private room," he said. The staff quickly responded and arranged for someone to assist him. The Hunters Guild provided private rooms for hunters who preferred not to display their spoils in public, at a cost of 10,000 alliance coins. Though his actions piqued the curiosity of those around him, Zhou Ming knew it was far better than letting everyone see what he was turning in. 3 gallbladders from low-tier venomous serpents, sourced from different species, 3 snake scale herbs over 100 years old, 17 with a 50-year aging, and 137 with 10 years of aging. 1 heart from a low-tier feral beast, the berserk lion. In the private room, an elderly man with snowy white hair and a ruddy complexion carefully examined each item handed to him by his assistant, meticulously assessing their quality and grade. Among Zhou Ming's collection were not only the resources he had personally gathered, but also materials from 3 wealth-bringing boys. After the black ribbon upgraded to a feral beast, Zhou Ming had returned to the territory of the Venomfang python and found the only intact package, securing a berserk lion's heart. This was why his haul this time was so abundant. "Young hunter, all your items have been appraised. Which task would you like to submit them for?" the elderly man asked after organizing everything. The Hunters Guild frequently purchased rare herbs and beast materials for tasks issued by various factions, offering rewards that ranged from alliance coins to other valuable items. Zhou Ming had already decided on the task he wanted to submit. He replied, "Please wait a moment while I calculate it for you." The private room staff quickly began tallying Zhou Ming's task rewards based on the incentives offered by 2 different companies. Moments later, Zhou Ming's wilderness mission rewards were finalized 13.5 million alliance credits. For a lone wolf hunter, this was a staggering windfall, and even for an average team, it was considered a generous haul. Zhou Ming was quite satisfied with the outcome. Although the two companies he had chosen didn't provide additional item rewards, the cash payout was already at the highest standard. Moreover, the quantity of items he obtained this time was substantial, and their quality was decent. A guild staff member soon handed him a gold card and a badge. This is a gold card jointly issued by the guild and the alliance. It can be used at any medium-sized or larger base, and you can set your password upon first use. Additionally, you have now been promoted to Black Iron level hunter and have earned 1,350 guild contribution points. Thank you. I'd like to exchange for Beastmaster knowledge. Zhou Ming politely expressed his request. Please follow me. The staff member gave the young Black Iron hunter a friendly smile and led him to the exchange area. The second floor was sparsely populated, but the atmosphere carried a palpable sense of danger, far more intense than that of the first floor. Zhou Ming guessed that professional-level beastmasters were stationed here. They entered a room constructed entirely of steel, where another staff member, with a stern expression, handed him a booklet and began the routine explanation. This booklet lists all the beastmaster knowledge available in the guild. You can freely choose based on your contribution points and level. Once confirmed, the books can only be read here. If you require food or drinks, feel free to request them. However, staying beyond 1 day will incur a fee of 10,000 alliance credits per day. Additionally, do not damage the books, or you will bear the consequences. Understood. Thank you for the explanation. Despite the other person's cold demeanor, Zhou Ming remained polite. Once the door closed, Zhou Ming flipped through the first few pages of the booklet and quickly found what he needed. Beast Space Opening Ceremony 100 points. The cost made him sigh. While 100 points didn't equate to 1 million alliance credits, it was still a significant amount for ordinary people. Without the background of a Beastmaster University or a prominent family, one could only earn this through life-risking missions at the Hunter Guild. Shaking his head, Zhou Ming pressed the call button. After informing the staff of his request, someone soon arrived with a pile of materials and a scroll made of beast hide. In a room on the second floor of the Hunters Guild, Zhou Ming carefully examined the intricate array pattern etched on the floor. Methodically, he placed the prepared materials in their designated positions within the formation, all while mentally reviewing the key points of creating a beast-taming space. To acquire the materials and knowledge necessary for this ritual, he had spent the majority of his accumulated points. Although these materials were only worth 200,000 to 300,000 alliance credits on the market, Zhou Ming had deliberately chosen to exchange points instead. The reason was simple. Advanced beast tamer knowledge not only required points but also a corresponding hunter rank. At his current level and point balance, he was still far from obtaining higher level knowledge. In comparison, earning alliance credits had more avenues, and as long as he continued completing missions for the Hunters Guild, points would steadily flow in. After confirming everything was in place, Zhou Ming stepped into the center of the array and sat cross-legged. As he injected his mental energy into the formation, the intricate patterns on the ground, drawn with special ink, began to glow with a platinum light. Under his control, the ritual's power converged on the void stone directly in front of him. This core material, imbued with spatial attributes, immediately emitted a silver beam of light that shot straight into Zhou Ming's forehead. As the ritual progressed, Zhou Ming felt a transformation occurring within his mental sea. The once hazy sensations were being replaced by a tangible, solidified presence. An hour later, his mental sea had fully evolved into a beast-taming space. This unique space allowed beast tamers to seal their beasts inside in a dormant state, making them easier to carry. Opening his snake-like pupils, Zhou Ming smiled with satisfaction. Effortlessly, he stored the iron thread snakes hidden beneath his clothes into the newly formed beast-taming space. Closing his eyes, he inspected their condition. Inside, nearly 100 iron thread snakes were neatly coiled in a circle, calmly resting where his mental seed used to be, now part of the starry nebula within his mental sea. After ensuring everything was in order, Zhou Ming summoned his ace beast, Immortality, for a final test. As soon as Immortality appeared, it let out a disgruntled hiss, clearly unhappy about being sealed in the beast-taming space. You little troublemaker, still don't want to stay in the beast-taming space, huh? You've gotten too used to your freedom, Zhou Ming said in a doting tone. All right, fine. You can just stay hidden in my clothes from now on. Zhou Ming chose not to force Immortality despite the latter's dissatisfaction. As his top subordinate, Immortality was entitled to certain privileges. Besides, having Immortality remain in the outside world had practical benefits. It allowed for an immediate response to emergencies, eliminating the delay caused by summoning. Moreover, given Immortality's size, it was entirely feasible for him to occupy the inside pocket of Zhou Ming's clothing, as he was doing now, which was far more convenient than the beast space. After settling Immortality, Zhou Ming promptly left the room on the second floor of the Hunters Guild and returned the scroll that detailed the opening ritual. This unique scroll finally helped him understand why, in this seemingly modernized world, only the most basic knowledge of beast taming was widely disseminated. It turned out that advanced knowledge had to be recorded on scrolls made from the pelts of ferocious beasts. Using spiritual energy as ink, readers needed to directly perceive the profound mysteries within, something that ordinary books simply couldn't contain. As he departed, Zhou Ming deliberately displayed the black iron badge on his chest. Those who had been secretly coveting him quickly abandoned their schemes upon seeing it. After all, this badge not only represented a hunter's rank, but also signified their level of danger and identity. Attacking a black iron hunter within the city would undoubtedly draw the guild's attention. Zhou Ming then headed straight to the inner city and rented a one-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and bathroom. Though the monthly rent of 10,000 alliance coins was somewhat steep, he decisively paid for an entire year. Compared to his previous, shabby residence in the outer city, this place was fully equipped with modern amenities, instantly giving him a sense of home. After purchasing essential supplies, night had already fallen over the city. Exhausted, Zhou Ming collapsed onto the bed, inhaling the fresh scent of the bedding as his taut nerves finally relaxed. From his return to the Qinshan base in the morning, to handling mission items, acquiring the opening ritual, finding a new place to live, and shopping for necessities, he hadn't stopped for a moment. Only Amo Dai emerged nimbly from under him, curiously surveying the new environment. He slept soundly until nearly noon the next day, awakened by hunger. However, as he stood before the mirror to freshen up, he suddenly noticed something unusual about his eyes, so startling that his toothbrush slipped from his hand. After carefully examining himself and confirming there was no immediate issue, his expression remained grave. This kind of physical change needed to be investigated without delay. The smile that had been on his face vanished, replaced by a somber look, as Zhou Ming left his new home. After treating himself to a satisfying meal, Zhou Ming headed straight back to Chengnan Garden Community. Pushing open the familiar door to his apartment, he walked directly to the corner of the room and retrieved a long-forgotten phone from a hidden crevice. Blowing off the dust, which scattered into the air, he was relieved to have remembered to bring along the charger. After plugging it in and waiting for over 10 minutes, the once dead phone finally came back to life. The moment it powered on, it buzzed like a firecracker during New Year's celebrations. Notifications of unread messages and missed calls came flooding in, making Zhou Ming worry that the old device might just give up entirely. As he scrolled through the messages, he saw countless texts and missed calls from Wang Yin and Xiao Yun. Their inquiries had escalated from casual check-ins to increasingly frantic pleas. Zhou Ming felt a twinge of guilt. His 2 months of complete silence had clearly caused his close friends a great deal of concern. But he had no choice out at the Qinshan base. The phone was nothing more than a useless brick. Rather than risk breaking it by carrying it around, he had stashed it safely under the bed. It seemed his apartment hadn't been burgled during his absence, which explained why the phone was still intact. The first call Zhou Ming made was to Wang Yin. The moment the call connected, Wang Yin launched into a tirade, scolding him relentlessly. Then, as if flipping a switch, Wang Yan's tone shifted to one of smug pride as he boasted about successfully forming a spiritual seed and taming a ferocious beast cub. Soon after, he began lamenting his struggles, complaining about how he had barely managed to achieve a breakthrough before his 20th birthday. Otherwise, his parents would have started training a replacement. Wang Yin grew increasingly animated, ranting about how his parents must not be his biological ones, and rambled on endlessly until Zhou Ming had no choice but to hang up. Looking at the last number he needed to call, Zhou Ming, who had been decisive and fearless in the wilderness, hesitated. Over the past year, Xiao Yun had treated him like a younger brother, and now, after disappearing for over 2 months, he felt guilty for neglecting her concern. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming finally dialed her number but held the phone slightly away from his ear, bracing himself. On the other end, Xiao Yun's voice came through, tinged with a mix of uncertainty and concern. "Hello? Zhou Ming? Yunjia, it's me." Hearing her gentle tone, Zhou Ming felt a pang of guilt and brought the phone closer to his ear. "Zhou Ming, I knew you weren't dead." The phrasing was odd, but the relief in her voice was unmistakable, so Zhou Ming let it slide. The two of them talked for half an hour, catching up on each other's experiences over the past couple of months. Before hanging up, Xiao Yun mentioned that her birthday was on the 9th of next month. She was planning a farewell banquet for her brother at the same time and invited Zhou Ming to attend, asking him to let her brother, Xiao Lei, apologize to him in person. Initially, Zhou Ming had no intention of going, but recalling how he had only casually sent his regards for Xiao Yun's birthday last time, he decided not to be so perfunctory this time and nodded in agreement. After the conversation ended, he glanced at the calendar and noted that Xiao Yun's birthday was still over 10 days away, so there was no need to rush. After returning to the Qinshan base, Zhou Ming finished handling various tasks and began arranging new plans. He headed to the eastern part of the city, an area bustling with martial arts schools and shooting ranges, second in vibrancy only to the inner city. In some ways, The Eastern District was even more prosperous than the inner city. The inner city, being home to major factions, government agencies, and upper-class residents, had stringent security requirements that somewhat stifled its development. In contrast, the Southern District was much quieter, primarily housing lower-class citizens and featuring little of note aside from a pet market. Dressed in casual attire and wearing a baseball cap, Zhou Ming stood on the bustling streets. Giant screens on the towering buildings around him flickered continuously, while a variety of promotional advertisements lined the streets. For a moment, he felt as though he had returned to his previous life. Shaking off the thought, he began seriously scouting for a suitable martial arts school or shooting range. Each school had a display board near its entrance, resembling a bulletin board, which often attracted groups of young people ranging from their teens to their 20s. As Zhou Ming approached one, he realized it provided detailed information about the school. For instance, the White Crane Martial Arts School showcased not only its instructors and students' achievements, but also highlighted its unique martial arts style. White Crane-style martial arts emphasized agility and decisive strikes, focusing on joints and vital points. It was particularly suitable for women or slender practitioners. For Beastmasters, this style was especially advantageous for those pursuing the path of illusionary Beastmasters, as it allowed them to harness elemental power to its fullest potential. Zhou Ming silently nodded in approval. Such comprehensive descriptions were indeed considerate, and given the unique environment, the schools couldn't afford to exaggerate their claims. While he was deep in thought, he overheard a conversation between a couple nearby. "Sure, let's choose this one," the man suggested, only to have his intentions immediately uncovered by his partner. "Chu Hao, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're picking this one because there are lots of female students here, aren't you?" "We're going to another one," she declared as she tugged on his ear and marched him toward a different school. "Sure, no. That one's full of guys with bulky muscles," the man pleaded helplessly. "Exactly. It'll help build your strength," the woman retorted without mercy. The scene drew laughter from passers-by, and Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile as well. He continued exploring, carefully evaluating the various schools. By reviewing the display boards, he gained a deeper understanding of the unique characteristics of this martial arts street. Beyond traditional schools like the White Crane Martial Arts School, there were also practical combat schools focusing on mixed martial arts, as well as weaponry schools specializing in swordsmanship and blade techniques. With the influence of the Beastmaster system, these traditional martial arts had found their niche. Though they served as supplementary skills, they had secured a place in this new era. Zhou Ming had no particular interest in weapons or modern combat techniques, not out of disdain, but because he understood they weren't suited for him. Ever since Immortality evolved into a ferocious beast, its feedback effect had significantly enhanced his physical flexibility and agility, making him as nimble as a girl his age. Even without deliberate training, combined with his innate male strength, he felt that martial arts like jujitsu or snake-style kung fu might be more appropriate for him. As for poison resistance, he hadn't actively tested it, wasn't one for self-inflicted suffering, after all. "Hey, handsome, interested in our Meng Python Martial Arts Academy?" A girl wearing fluffy earmuffs and a white padded jacket approached Zhou Ming, rubbing her hands for warmth. Judging by her youthful face, she was likely a part-time promotional worker for the academy. "A little interested," Zhou Ming replied. "That's great." The girl couldn't contain her excitement. It seemed she hadn't made any sales today. She quickly handed him a flyer. "Take a look at our academy's detailed information. Our Meng Python Martial Arts Academy has excelled in numerous martial arts tournaments and has trained many outstanding beast tamers. The most famous of them is Master Zhao Chonghui, the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf hunting party. Back when he was an apprentice, he tamed a Xian Shui python. After advancing to an official profession, he transitioned to a phantom beast master and mastered water element powers. Although water elements aren't known for their offensive capabilities, he ingeniously combined them with Meng Python martial techniques, enabling him to overpower height-ear ferocious beasts in direct combat." Zhou Ming accepted the flyer but didn't examine it closely. Instead, he noticed the girl's polished sales pitch. Having worked in a similar capacity before, he was all too familiar with this kind of scenario. "Let's go in and take a look. Or should I just wait out here?" Zhou Ming decided to give this commission-based worker a chance, while also getting a first-hand look at the academy that might suit him best. Sure. Please, come inside." The girl eagerly led Zhou Ming into the Martial Arts Academy's main hall. The warmth of the indoor heating enveloped him as he entered. Zhou Ming's gaze swept past the tastefully designed interior and landed on the students practicing inside. Most of them were lean, especially the apprentices. Though they lacked prominent muscles, their movements were imbued with explosive power, as if their bodies were coiled springs ready to unleash at any moment. "Shaolei, is this a guest? Why haven't you brought him to the reception room?" A man in his 30s, dressed in formal attire, approached them. "It's fine. I prefer to take a look around here," Zhou Ming explained proactively, not wanting to cause trouble for the young girl. "I see. Well then, if you're interested, why not step inside for a discussion?" The manager, noticing Zhou Ming's designer clothing, immediately became enthusiastic and welcoming. Zhou Ming nodded in agreement, and the manager promptly began giving instructions to the girl. Xiao Lei, go prepare some tea, the manager instructed. With a cheerful smile, Xiao Lei nodded and led Zhou Ming towards the martial arts school. In her mind, as long as she could convince Zhou Ming to enroll, the commission for this deal would be hers. The reception room was filled with the faint aroma of tea. May I ask for your name, sir? The manager inquired. Zhou Ming. Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhou. Hisheng, the manager of Meng Python Martial Arts School, Hisheng said with a professional smile. May I ask which type of class you're interested in? Aside from group classes, we also offer unknown coaching sessions. These coaches are direct disciples of the schoolmaster, guaranteeing authentic and high-quality training. Zhou Ming picked up on the subtle sales pitch in Hisheng's words. Although he had received professional training in dealing with such tactics, he chose not to dwell on it. Let's cut to the chase, Zhou Ming said directly. I want to learn the complete Meng Python martial arts system, the training methods, combat techniques, and the accompanying medicinal remedies. Unknown coaching. How much will it cost? Hisheng was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Ming's straightforwardness. Having dealt with countless clients, this was the first time he had encountered someone so direct. If I may ask, Mr. Zhou, are you a beast master? Hisheng ventured. Zhou Ming nodded slightly. With Imo accompanying him now, there was no need to hide his identity. On the contrary, leveraging his status as a beast master could save him a lot of trouble. Hisheng quickly left the room and soon returned with a lean, middle-aged man. The man's muscles were well-defined, and his every movement exuded a sense of explosive power. Mr. Zhou, this is Lu Shihu, the senior disciple of our schoolmaster. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Shihu got straight to the point. 1 million alliance credits. That includes my personal instruction, the martial arts secrets, and all necessary medicinal supplies. As you're aware, high-quality medicinal ingredients don't come cheap. If I'm serious about learning and put in the effort, what level of skill can I achieve? Zhou Ming asked, testing the waters. Lu Shihu paused for a moment before offering an honest response. In the short term, you'll be able to handle ordinary people. However, achieving a significant breakthrough will require long-term dedication. If you stick with it, dealing with common mutated animals shouldn't be an issue. All right, where do I pay? Straightforward. I like it. Lu Shihu laughed heartily and called Hisheng over to process Zhou Ming's enrollment. And with that, Zhou Ming officially became a student of the Meng Python Martial Arts School. The essence of the fierce Python martial arts lies in power, unified force, energy control, and explosive strength. On the second floor of the fierce Python Martial Arts Hall, in a room spanning several dozen square meters, Lu Shihu was teaching Zhou Ming the fundamentals of this martial art. To give Zhou Ming a more direct understanding of its principles, Lu Shihu decided to demonstrate its power firsthand. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Lu Shihu's right hand lashed out like the tail of a giant python, striking a 1-foot-thick ironwood stake in front of him. The deafening sound reverberated through the room, causing even the nearby windows to tremble from the vibrations. Zhou Ming watched the scene unfold, his brows slightly furrowed as he thought to himself. The speed of that strike, if Imo belt were to attack Lu Shihu at close range, it would likely be flung away before it could land a blow. At best, they'd both suffer mutual destruction. Judging by Lu Shihu's explosive physical prowess, if he wielded a small heavy machine gun and maintained some distance, Zhou Ming would have no choice but to evade. It seemed that even at the apprentice stage, ordinary people should not be underestimated. Zhou Ming silently assessed Lu Shihu's strength, feeling a sense of awe. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Lu Shihu asked, noticing Zhou Ming's serious expression. A hint of pride crept into his tone. After all, achieving such power as an ordinary person was something to be proud of. Amazing. At close range, even an average beast tamer wouldn't have time to react. Zhou Ming replied, genuinely impressed by Lu Shihu's display. You're too kind. Lu Shihu's expression turned serious as he began formally instructing Zhou Ming. He explained that the demonstration was an example of explosive power concentrating the strength of the entire body into a single point for release. You're not at that level yet. It requires not only physical conditioning but also technique. For now, I'll teach you the basic training methods. Coupled with the martial hall's medicinal soups and diets, we'll work on improving your physical condition as quickly as possible. After that, we'll refine your techniques and, ultimately, teach you the secret finishing moves unique to our fierce Python martial arts. As Lu Shihu explained the characteristics of the martial art, he also began guiding Zhou Ming through the training process. Time flew by as Zhou Ming immersed himself in life at the fierce Python Martial Arts Hall. During the day, he trained at the hall. At noon, he enjoyed medicinal meals prepared by Lu Shihu, and in the evenings, he soaked in specially prepared medicinal baths. When he returned home, he would release Immobile to stretch and roam freely. After all, learning martial arts meant he couldn't always keep his beast companion by his side. Every night, Zhou Ming meditated, as cultivating his bond with his beast was his primary training focus. Though he had yet to find a suitable channel to acquire the resources he sought, using martial arts to enhance his strength in the meantime was a worthwhile endeavor. Imo Belt wasn't neglected during its outings. Zhou used his mental connection to observe how it moved and exerted force. Since the fierce python martial arts mimicked the striking methods of snakes, he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. Unfortunately for Imo Belt, its freedom was short-lived. It was quickly called back by its master, leaving it looking somewhat resigned. As for the other iron thread snakes, Zhou would release them into the sewers each night through the drainage pipes to hunt hard-furred rats. Although their range was limited to within a kilometer of Zhou, it was more than sufficient for their needs. The hard-furred rats, a species born from a singular mutation, have continuously thrived due to their exceptional adaptability. As long as ordinary rats exist, this mutation persists. These rats have an extraordinarily high survival rate, providing an abundant food source for the iron thread snakes. A week later, on an early morning, the muffled sounds of strikes echoed through the halls of the Mang Python Martial Arts School. Inside the training room, Zhou was deeply focused on practicing his techniques. Each strike he delivered reverberated with a dull thud. Although his prowess was still far from rivaling Lu Shihu's imposing presence, he was beginning to show signs of potential. Standing nearby, Lu Shihu attentively observed Zhou movements. Average comprehension, but exceptional physical talent, he silently assessed his new disciple. Remember the key principles of the Mang Python martial arts, Lu Shihu instructed in a low, steady voice. When facing an opponent, if an opportunity arises, strike with the decisiveness of a python, lethal in one blow. If your strength is evenly matched, engage in close combat, wrapping around your opponent like a python to find their weaknesses. He paused, casting a glance at Zhou. As for opponents stronger than you, use your beast-taming abilities to handle them. A true martial artist knows how to utilize their strengths wisely. For you, martial arts will ultimately serve as a supplementary skill. Got it. If one strike can settle it, there's no need for a second. Zhou replied bluntly, leaving Lu Shihu momentarily speechless. Ahem, something like that. Lu Shihu coughed lightly to mask his awkwardness. At your current pace, another month of practice should prepare you to start learning the secret finishing techniques. After that, it will depend on your own efforts, though I will continue to guide you over the next year to prevent any mistakes. Of course, medicinal soups and dietary supplements will be provided throughout. After the training session, attendants brought in a large wooden tub filled with medicinal liquid. Zhou removed his training attire and submerged himself in the warm bath. Letting out a satisfied sigh, he stretched his limbs, his joints cracking audibly as the tension melted away. His fatigue dissipated, leaving him feeling completely rejuvenated. As he changed into fresh clothes and prepared to leave, Zhou encountered Lei Yuan at the entrance of the martial arts school. She was the girl who had introduced him to the Mang Python martial arts school. Despite her seemingly ordinary appearance, Lei Yuan was far from simple. She had successfully gained admission to Qinghui University, a prestigious research institution located in the large Qinghui base. In the current Blue Star Alliance, liberal arts universities were incredibly competitive, and the best ones were concentrated in major bases. Lei Yuan, are you waiting for me? Zhou asked. I was hoping to treat you to a meal, Lei Yuan replied. Haha, is this to thank me for the referral bonus? Zhou laughed. There's no need. I stayed because the martial arts school is genuinely impressive. You should save your money and focus on your studies. That's more important. Zhou knew her family wasn't well off. While she didn't have to pay tuition, she still had to earn her own living expenses. In the Blue Star Alliance, the scarcity of scientific talent is a pressing reality. The technological stagnation caused by the apocalypse era, the diversion of talent into the beastmaster profession, and the Alliance's significant investment in researching alien energy technologies have all contributed to the limited number of truly accomplished researchers. At the Alliance headquarters, the status of academicians in the Academy of Sciences is on par with master-level beastmasters. The Alliance spares no effort in protecting these invaluable scientists, providing them with exclusive benefits and assigning professional-level beastmasters as personal bodyguards. With this understanding, Zhou had reminded Lei Yuan to focus on her studies and not let part-time work hinder her development. After saying this, he turned and walked away with resolute steps. As someone who had already set foot on a bloody path, he preferred not to interfere too much in the lives of ordinary people, especially promising young individuals like Lei Yuan. Brother Zhou, don't forget to stay in touch. Lei Yuan called out behind him as she prepared to leave her job. Zhou didn't turn back. He simply raised his right hand in acknowledgement, a subtle response to her. After leaving the Wild Python Martial Hall, Zhou didn't return to his residence. Instead, he boarded a tram heading to the western part of the city. Despite the onset of night, the streets of the west side were still bustling with pedestrians and vehicles. A quick observation revealed that this area's vibrancy was second only to the eastern district. His phone rang. It was Wang Yin, urging him. Zhou answered, and the voice on the other end immediately asked, Are you there yet? I'm here, Almost there, Zhou replied. Hurry up, Wang Yin said before abruptly hanging up. Following the directions on the street signs, Zhou quickly arrived at the agreed location, a barbecue restaurant called One Night Barbecue. As he pushed open the door, the bright lights and lively chatter inside stood in stark contrast to the quiet streets outside. The restaurant was quite large, spanning nearly 1,000 square meters, and during the night, it operated exclusively indoors. A waiter promptly approached him. Sir, table for one? No, I'm meeting someone at table 29, Zhou replied. Straight ahead, then turn left. You'll see it. From a distance, Zhou spotted Wang Yin, who was waving at him with a skewer in one hand and a beer in the other. Zhou, over here. Struck it rich? Huh? Coming to a fancy place like this? Zhou teased as he approached. Judging by the attire and demeanor of the other patrons, it was clear this was a high-end establishment. Heh, I just got promoted to Beastmaster, and the old man rewarded me with some cash. I've been here with him before, Wang Yin said with a grin, handing Zhou a freshly opened bottle of beer. Taking the beer, Zhou thought to himself that if it hadn't been for Wang Yan's father pressuring him with an alternate account, this guy might still not have achieved the Beastmaster rank. But everyone has their own path, and it wasn't his place to comment further. By the way, is this your little piglet? Zhou asked, noticing the small, rather adorable black pig at Wang Yan's feet. Ugh, what do you mean, piglet? This is a tusked battle boar. Drink a bottle first, then we'll talk, Wang Yan retorted. This time, Zhou needed a favor. Hearing Wang Yan's suggestion, he had no choice but to accompany him in downing a bottle to clear their stomachs. As he set the bottle down, he witnessed a scene that left him both amused and speechless. Wang Yin was seriously pouring beer into the mouth of his immortal little black pig. What are you doing? Zhou asked with a puzzled frown. Whatever I eat, it eats too. I'm a pretty good owner, right? Wang Yin said proudly. Zhou shook his head in exasperation, picking up some barbecue in front of him while glancing at the silly yet adorable little black pig. This was no ordinary domestic pig, it was a beast carefully selected by Wang Yan's father. Razor Tusk Battle Pig. Though still in its juvenile phase, it already displayed the characteristics of a ferocious beast. Choosing a juvenile ferocious beast was a smart move. It was affordable and easier to implant a spirit seed. While it required a lengthy nurturing period, once fully grown, the Razor Tusk Battle Pig's strength would be formidable. According to the Ferocious Beast Compendium, a fully grown Razor Tusk Battle Pig could reach over 3 meters in height, with skin capable of temporary hardening, making its defense among the best in low-tier beasts. Most terrifying of all were its tusks, nearly half a meter long, its hardest part, and imbued with armor-piercing capabilities. Few beasts of the same tier could withstand a direct charge from it. Zhou surmised that Wang Yan's father must have emptied his savings and alliance credits over the years to purchase this beast. So, how's the thing I asked you about? After Wang Yin finished tending to his precious piglet, Zhou wiped his mouth and got straight to the point. My old man sorted it out. Who knew he still had some tricks up his sleeve? Wang Yin handed over an envelope. Everything you wanted is in there. Luckily, it wasn't anything too classified. Thanks. Zhou expressed his gratitude sincerely, knowing that without the right connections, even simple matters could be a headache. Don't be so formal. Wang Yin waved it off, raising his glass. Tonight, drink with me properly. My old man said the fact that I could become a beast master at all is like our ancestors blessing us from the grave. As for becoming a professional beast master, forget it. He thinks I should just take over his business and prepare things for his future grandkids. What kind of nonsense is that? Zhou could tell this guy wasn't truly disheartened about his prospects as a beast master, just hadn't had his fill of fun yet. Come, have a drink. And don't forget your little piglet, Zhou said, raising his bottle. Watch out when my precious grows up, they'll have it knock you over, Wang Yin joked. By the way, what's your beast? Don't bother. It's a venomous snake. You still want to see it? Never mind, let's just drink. The moment he heard it was a snake-type beast, Wang Yin immediately chickened out. The two of them continued drinking and eating, chatting until late into the night before finally parting ways. After parting ways with Wang Yin, Zhou took a cab back to his newly rented place. He headed straight to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the cold water wash over him, clearing away the scent of alcohol. Water droplets streamed down his face as his thoughts gradually became clearer. While towel-drying his damp hair, he reflected on the drinking session earlier. That Wang Yin sure can hold his liquor. If it weren't for the physical improvements I've gained from training in the fierce python martial arts recently, I might been outmatched tonight, he muttered to himself. Seated at his desk, Zhou opened the envelope Wang Yin had given him. The letter inside contained neatly written lines. January 7th, South City, 118, Fengchen Street. I didn't expect it to be in the part of the city I'm so familiar with, he murmured softly. Although Zhou had been dedicating most of his time to honing his skills in the fierce python martial arts, he had never lost sight of the path of becoming a beast master. Seeking Wang Yan's help this time was a calculated move, knowing that Wang Yan's father had connections in the black market at the Qinshan base. The black market, a shadowy domain that exists in any era or place, thrives on goods or trade methods that cannot withstand scrutiny. It often offers resources at prices lower than the official market. Through such channels, Wang Yan's father had managed to acquire the necessary resources for his son to pursue the path of a beast master with limited funds. While the black market was no secret, its location changed with each opening. Given Zhou Ming's current network, Wang Yan was his only lead. This was also why Zhou Ming had shared his advancement as a beast master, though it wasn't exactly a closely guarded secret. Having a beast master owe a favor carried far more weight than that of an ordinary person. After committing the information from the envelope to memory, Zhou Ming burned it to ashes. He then tended to his snake companions before heading to bed. 2 evenings later, Zhou Ming arrived punctually at the location specified in the letter. He had already dispatched his iron thread snakes to patrol the surrounding area, maintaining a radar-like awareness of his surroundings. However, he exercised caution regarding the black market itself, refraining from sending any snakes inside. A place like this was bound to have its own security measures. As people began to arrive one after another, Zhou Ming adjusted his disguise. A hooded jacket concealed his figure, while a mask and colored contact lenses ensured his face would be unrecognizable. Approaching the entrance, he knocked on the door in the coded sequence. Thump, 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 thump. Moments later, a heavy-set face filled with coarse features appeared through the crack of the door. "What's your business?" the man asked gruffly. "I heard there are some pretty girls here," Zhou Ming replied, his voice muffled by the mask. "How many?" the man asked. 7, Zhou Ming answered. Upon confirming the code, the burly man swung the heavy door open. "Come in," he said. Behind the door, 2 guards wearing hoods stood with rifles in hand, their barrels trained on the entrance. Zhou Ming broke into a cold sweat at the sight before him. This was the second time he felt the helplessness of being unable to control his fate. The first was when he faced the griffin in the skies above Snake Valley. The burly man who opened the door noticed his reaction and reassured him. "Don't worry, it's just a precaution. Please, come in." Though uneasy, Zhou Ming knew it would be inappropriate to retreat, so he followed the man into a passageway inside the room. "You can go in by yourself, but..." Before the man could finish, Zhou Ming handed over 10,000 alliance credits. "I'm only here to buy something," he said. He understood that selling items at the black market required paying an additional booth fee rule set by the forces controlling the market. Seeing the money, the man's demeanor softened considerably. The passageway led to a staircase that descended downward. Pushing open a door, Zhou Ming found himself in an underground parking lot devoid of vehicles. Under the dim lights, stalls were set up everywhere, displaying a wide array of goods. Buyers and sellers hid their faces and spoke in hushed tones. Around the perimeter, heavily armed black market guards, all masked, kept a watchful eye on the new arrivals. Without lingering, Zhou Ming quickly blended into this peculiar little market, prompting the guards to redirect their attention elsewhere. The black market offered an overwhelming variety of goods, leaving him dazzled. Strolling casually, he noticed all kinds of firearms and ammunition, clearly intended for customers within the base. There were also colorful vials of genetic serums displayed on some stalls, substances strictly prohibited from being manufactured, researched, sold, or purchased by the Blue Star Alliance. Zhou Ming had heard rumors that the Alliance secretly conducted research on genetic serums, though it was outwardly outlawed. As he glanced at the cloaked vendor behind one of the stalls, he couldn't help but wonder, where did these items come from? If the vendor had created them personally, they were either a genius or a complete fraud. The seller of the genetic serums silently gestured for Zhou Ming to take a closer look, extending a hand. Zhou Ming shook his head and declined, continuing his exploration. Having experienced the mutation of the guiding ink belt, Zhou Ming had already seen the complexity and unpredictability of genetics through another lens. He had no desire to turn into a monster. Moving on, he came across stalls selling poisons, sedatives, and other specialized drugs, as well as tables laden with exquisite jewelry, undoubtedly stolen goods. Beyond that, there were pre-apocalypse antiques, exploration maps from a prominent hunting group, cursed objects imbued with mysterious powers, and even invitations to high-level banquets hosted by influential figures at the Qinshan base. The sheer variety of bizarre and eclectic items on display broadened Zhou Ming's horizons. After wandering for some time, Zhou Ming's initial curiosity began to wane. Not wanting to waste more time, he made his way to a stall he had noted earlier. These stalls specialized in items related to beast tamers. In a secluded corner, one of the rare black market stalls offering beast taming goods was filled with an assortment of jars, bottles, and books, waiting for buyers to make their selections. On the street stall, each item had a label with a simple name and price, occasionally accompanied by a brief description. Zhou Ming's eyes quickly locked onto a practical item, the Beast Fury Potion. This potion was crafted from the essence blood of a frenzied lion's heart, its red liquid faintly laced with gray impurities. Zhou Ming instantly recognized it as a low-grade, inferior fury potion. While it could temporarily enhance a beast's strength, it would harm the beast's potential and was only effective on lower-tier beasts. To deal with higher-tier beasts, the potion would require the heart of a creature that had experienced a frenzied state. This was why the frenzied lion heart he had acquired earlier was so valuable. Considering that he needed to train nearly 100 iron thread snakes in addition to immortality, Zhou Ming decided to purchase the potion. He continued browsing the stall and finally leaned toward the hooded vendor, softly listing his order. 3 bottles of Beast Fury Potion, 1 box of Focus Incense, 1 copy of the Beastmaster Career Advancement Guide, and 1 bottle of Blood Burn Potion. At the mention of the Blood Burn Potion, the vendor suddenly looked up and scrutinized Zhou Ming. This potion, which traded a beast's life for a brief surge in power, was several times more potent than the Fury Potion but would severely damage the Beastmaster's mental state. Unless faced with absolute desperation, few dared to use it, as survival often came at the cost of permanent ruin. That's it. Can you give me a discount? Zhou Ming attempted to negotiate. The prices are fixed. No bargaining, the vendor rasped in a firm tone. Left with no choice, Zhou Ming pulled out an anonymous gold card and paid 350,000 alliance credits, a price at least 150,000 cheaper than through regular channels. Carrying his shopping bag, he approached a second stall. Most of the items there were substandard, but he unexpectedly spotted 2 or 3 high-quality goods. Among them, the most eye-catching was a vial of amethyst potion. How much for the amethyst potion? Zhou Ming asked, pointing to the potion closest to the tiger-masked vendor. 900,000, premium grade. Last vial, the vendor replied. For just 100,000 more, I could get a guaranteed one outside, Zhou Ming retorted with dissatisfaction. First, this is a premium grade potion with a 10 enhanced effect. Second, if you could buy it outside, would you even be here? Zhou Ming fell silent. It was true, amethyst potions were always snapped up by the base's upper echelons as soon as they appeared. If not for the vendor's high price and lack of quality assurance, he wouldn't have had the chance to see the potion at all. I need to inspect the potion. Fine, but if you damage it, you buy it. Deal. Zhou Ming carefully took the potion container and examined it, all the while keeping a close eye on the vendor's hands. After all, scams were a universal hazard, no matter the world. In addition to using his sense of taste to inspect the vial, Zhou Ming carefully verified the authenticity of the potion several times. A potion that could permanently boost a beast tamer apprentice's spiritual power by 10 to 20 with no side effects was undeniably tempting. Though it could only be used once, that limitation seemed insignificant compared to its benefits. After paying 900,000 alliance coins, Zhou Ming carefully placed the potion into the specialized case provided by the vendor and tucked it securely into his pocket. He wandered through several other stalls, but failed to find anything else that caught his eye. Finally, at the last stall selling beast tamer supplies, he spent 100,000 alliance coins on a book detailing insights into basic meditation techniques. With his shopping complete, he roamed the market leisurely, waiting for it to close. Clang! The sound of a gong reverberated through the air as a masked black market organizer stepped onto a platform and announced, "The market will close in 10 minutes. Please exit through different designated pathways." Information about the next market opening will be published in the bottom right corner of the Qingshan Evening News on the 15th of each month. This method of publicizing information made Zhou Ming realize the black market was backed by a significant power. Either there was an unspoken agreement with the Security Bureau, or the market had an even more formidable backer. However, such matters had nothing to do with him. Now that he knew how to return, he casually chose a pathway and left. Around him, many people quickened their pace, trying to make last-minute purchases, fearing they might miss out on rare goods. After all, once some vendors left, they might never be seen again. Just as Zhou Ming exited the black market, he keenly noticed figures lingering nearby. It was clear some were planning to rob others. He chuckled bitterly to himself, recalling how he used to engage in such activities. But now, unwilling to stir up trouble, he relied on his familiarity with the southern part of the city and his radar-like sensory abilities to weave through the alleys. Before long, he successfully evaded his pursuers. Back at his residence, Zhou Ming eagerly headed to his bedroom to use the amethyst potion. Staring at the vial containing the shimmering purple liquid, he felt a twinge of anxiety. If it turned out to be fake, nearly 1,000,000 alliance coins would go down the drain. Opening the vial, he observed the translucent purple liquid, which was odorless, a hallmark characteristic of the amethyst potion. To be cautious, he summoned an iron thread snake and let it consume a single drop first. Moments later, the iron thread snake not only showed no adverse effects but appeared more energetic than ever. Relieved, Zhou Ming downed the rest of the potion in one go and immediately sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to meditate to absorb the effects as fully as possible. After all, the difference between a 20 increase and a 10 increase was double the benefit. After consuming the amethyst elixir, Zhou Ming entered a state of meditation. A peculiar vision appeared before him. A barren, drought-stricken land stretched endlessly, with nothing but cracked soil in sight. Suddenly, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and thunder, as streaks of purple thunderbolts tore through the heavens. Dark clouds rolled in, bringing with them a fine spring rain. A cool breeze swept across the land, and the rain gradually soaked into the parched earth, seeping deeper and deeper. In the depths of the soil, countless seeds of life began to stir, sprouting tender shoots that broke through the ground, breathing vitality into the desolate world. When Zhoming finally snapped out of what seemed like either a hallucination or the effects of the elixir, the first light of dawn was already streaming through the window. To his surprise, an entire night had passed without him realizing it. He immediately checked for changes in his mental strength and began to calculate silently. The human limit for mental strength is 9. Breaking past this limit would mean transitioning from single digits to double digits. The advancement ceremony for career progression is precisely the method used to shatter this inherent barrier. The first step to becoming an apprentice-level beast tamer is to reach a mental strength of 9. After a year of meditation and cultivation following the formation of his mental seed, combined with the aid of the snake saliva fruit, Zhou Ming's mental strength had already reached a range of 3 to 4. With the consumption of the amethyst elixir this time, he had hoped to break through to 5, but to his astonishment, he was nearing 6. This result filled Zhou Ming with excitement, though he quickly calmed himself, feeling refreshed and ready to embrace the new day. In the training hall of the Fierce Python Martial Arts School, Zhou Ming, dressed in his training attire, assumed a standard stance. Suddenly, he exerted force, his right hand striking out like a python attacking its prey, slamming against the ironwood post. With a loud thud, the strike was crisp and clean, though it lacked the overwhelming power of Lu Shihu's moves. Immediately afterward, Zhou Ming couldn't help but gasp in pain, clutching his reddened and swollen right hand. Seeing this, Lu Shihu chuckled and explained, "Your control over your strength has clearly improved, but your physical condition can't keep up, so your arm can't handle such explosive force." As he spoke, he handed Zhou Ming a bottle of the martial school's secret medicinal wine. While enduring the pain and applying the medicine, Zhou Ming asked for a solution. Lu Shihu replied, "It's simple, focus on strengthening your resistance to impact. Keep taking medicinal meals, and soak in herbal baths." For martial artists, mastering the technique of exerting force is the most challenging part and requires years of rigorous practice. Your situation, on the contrary, is actually a good sign. "Thank you for your explanation, Master Lu," Zhou Ming said, pressing down on the burning pain in his wrist. He continued, "I have personal matters to attend to tomorrow, but after that, please feel free to arrange the training as you see fit." Lu Shihu nodded. "All right, as long as you're not afraid of hard work. But with an injured hand, don't overdo it. Treat today as a break and just practice footwork and movement techniques. Martial arts require a balance of effort and rest." Zhou Ming expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Lu. If you have other matters to handle, please don't let me take up your time. My hand really isn't in a condition to continue training." He didn't want to monopolize Lu Shihu's time, especially when the guidance was so genuine. "All right then, I'll take my leave," Lu Shihu said straightforwardly, nodding in thanks before turning and walking away. Due to the sudden surge in his spiritual energy, Zhou Ming's control over his body had significantly improved, but it also led to the injury in his hand. Although the injury to his right hand wasn't severe enough to damage tendons or bones, it made it difficult to exert force. Taking Lu Shihu's advice, he spent the remaining time repeatedly practicing various movement techniques and footwork. Before leaving the Wild Python Martial Hall, Zhou Ming made a point to bid farewell to Lu Shihu. Once back at his residence, he took out a foundational meditation guide and notes he had purchased from the black market, carefully searching for answers to the issues he had encountered during meditation. After resolving his doubts, he lit an incense stick designed to aid concentration and confirmed its effectiveness. Seeing that it indeed improved his meditation efficiency, he fully immersed himself in the practice. January 9th was Xiao Yun's birthday. It was the first time Zhou Ming was celebrating a friend's birthday in this world, so he got up early to prepare a gift. As a straightforward man with no prior experience, he decided after much thought to buy jewelry. He chose not to purchase from the black market, partly to avoid causing trouble for Xiao Yun and partly because he believed a gift should carry heartfelt intention rather than be haphazardly chosen. After spending a year together, Zhou Ming knew Xiao Yun preferred a simple and natural look. After browsing several shops, he decided on a jade bracelet. At the Precious Jade Pavilion in the inner city, a saleswoman in a short skirt recommended a pink jade bracelet to him. Although Zhou Ming wasn't skilled in appraisal, the bracelet's color, texture, and lack of impurities indicated it was of good quality. "This doesn't seem quite appropriate. Pink might be easily misunderstood. Could you show me some beautiful green ones instead?" "It's a birthday gift for a close friend," he explained. The saleswoman quickly displayed several top-quality green jade bracelets. Despite his usual difficulty making decisions, Zhou Ming took his time to carefully select a bracelet with a warm, smooth color and no excessive patterns, keeping Xiao Yun's preferences in mind. The bracelet, priced at 108,000 yuan, was the most expensive among the options. Yet, Zhou didn't hesitate to pay for it. Known for haggling and being frugal in the black market, he now displayed an unexpected generosity, leaving the saleswoman subtly hinting at her interest. However, Zhou remained completely oblivious to her signals. Smack. After leaving Jinyu Pavilion, Zhou suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he'd forgotten to ask where Xiao Yun's birthday party was actually being held. Quickly, he pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Yun's number. "Where is it again?" Zhou asked casually while making small talk. He had assumed the party would be at Xiao Yun's house and had even planned to bring some gifts for her parents. However, when he heard it was being held at the Tonghua restaurant, Zhou froze in surprise. That was the most upscale restaurant in the Qingshan base. "It's all because of Xiao Lei," Xiao Yun said with a hint of helplessness in her tone as she mentioned her younger brother. Originally, she had only intended to have a small gathering with family and close friends, doubling as a farewell for Xiao Lei before his departure to Yunhai. But somehow, word got out to the base's higher-ups, and they had directly arranged for the event to take place at Tonghua restaurant, instantly turning it into a semi-official occasion. Zhou, curious, pressed for more details, and the answer shocked him even more. Xiao Lei had been accepted as a personal disciple by the president of Yunhai University. That president was one of the rare grandmaster-level beast tamers in Yunhai base. With this mentorship, Xiao Lei's future was essentially set for greatness. Putting down the phone, Zhou couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. How had a simple birthday party escalated into this? With Xiao Lei's newfound status, there was no doubt that the elite children of the base would flock to Xiao Yun, who was still single. Given his close relationship with Xiao Yun, Zhou couldn't avoid the possibility of being misunderstood. And considering his own background, his mind was already conjuring up all kinds of cliched scenarios. Posturing, secret rivalries, love triangles, and even being forced to leave Qingshan base. Is this the kind of treatment a protagonist gets? Standing on the street with an exquisitely wrapped gift box in hand, Zhou shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel those intrusive thoughts. Once he calmed down, he made up his mind to attend the party. He might dislike trouble, but that didn't mean he could run from it, nor could he let down a friend's kindness. After all, if he couldn't even handle this, what was the point of his pursuit of strength? Checking the time, Zhou stepped into a nearby upscale salon. After some meticulous grooming, he picked out a casual yet stylish outfit instead of a stiff, formal suit. With his refined appearance, complemented by his naturally well-proportioned frame and the aura of discipline from his recent martial arts training, he seemed like a completely different person. His tall and lean physique exuded confidence and agility, while his neatly trimmed hair gave him a fresh, youthful look. Most striking was the subtle, snake-like air of mystery about him, not dark or sinister, but rather adding an intriguing edge of charm that was uniquely his own. With this refined look, Zhou overall image instantly soared to a solid 90 out of 100. He was quite satisfied with the result, as he wasn't someone who relied on his appearance to get by. After a final check in the full-length mirror at the clothing store, he confirmed everything was in order, paid the bill, and left. Behind him, a few starstruck female sales assistants and a group of envious male customers watched him go. As night deepened, Zhou finally arrived at the Tonghua restaurant, the most upscale establishment in the Qingshan base. For security reasons, the restaurant's exterior was illuminated by only a handful of lights. However, the designer's ingenuity allowed these simple lights to blend seamlessly with the night, exuding a unique sense of understated luxury. The parking lot was lined with an array of luxury cars, but Zhou felt no inferiority. With his wealth, buying one would be no trouble, but he simply didn't see the need. To him, true strength didn't require such superficial embellishments. Tonghua restaurant had 5 floors. The top floor was reserved exclusively for the base's high-ranking officials, inaccessible to ordinary people regardless of wealth. The 3rd and 4th floors required prior reservations, while only the 1st and 2nd floors were open to the public. After Zhou stated his purpose, a staff member promptly escorted him to the 5th floor, where the birthday banquet was being held. Upon learning that Xiao Yun had already informed them that no invitation was needed, Zhou silently praised her thoughtfulness. Inside the 5th floor banquet hall, a crowd of well-dressed elites, wealthy business people, and political figures mingled. Among them were several faces Zhou recognized from the media. However, he had no interest in small talk and was focused solely on finding the birthday girl, Xiao Yun. "Zhou, over here." A voice called out from a distance. Following the sound, he spotted Qin Shiyu, a co-worker from the library. She was standing next to Xiao Yun and Xiao Lei, along with several distinguished-looking elders, who Zhou assumed were Xiao Yun's parents and other base leaders. As soon as Xiao Yun saw Zhou, she excused herself from the elders and pulled Xiao Lei along to greet him. "Happy birthday." Zhou handed over the carefully prepared gift. It was his first time formally celebrating a friend's birthday. What kind of gift is it?" Xiao Lei grumbled under his breath, still harboring some resentment from being scolded by his sister earlier despite his status as a beast master. Xiao Yun's usually gentle demeanor shifted instantly. What's with that attitude? Keep it up, and it'll make sure you embarrass yourself in front of everyone. Faced with his sister's authority, Xiao Lei wisely fell silent, the undeniable power of familial hierarchy at work. I bought a jade bracelet. I know you don't like overly flashy things, Zhou explained. That's too extravagant, Xiao Yun said with a slight frown. It's fine. I've already formed my spirit seed and become a beast master. I can afford it, Zhou replied. Really? Xiao Yun's face lit up with delight, clearly more excited by this news than the gift itself. Yes, Zhou confirmed, feeling a bit embarrassed by her reaction, as though he were humoring a child. When I became a beastmaster, you weren't nearly this happy, Xiao Lei muttered under his breath. I'm your actual brother, you know? Both Xiao Yun and Qin Shiyu burst into laughter at his remark. Wang Yin appeared at the banquet in a sharp suit, his face beaming with a smile as he walked toward the crowd. Today was Xiao Yun's birthday party, and it seemed like the entire small circle from the Qingshan library had shown up. Why are you grinning so much? Someone couldn't help but tease. Qin Shiyu smiled softly, her dimples faintly visible, and gave a brief explanation. Wang Yin immediately glanced around at everyone, as if trying to figure out who might be jealous. All right, it was just a joke. No need to take it so seriously. Zhou quickly stepped in to smooth things over when he noticed Xiao Lei's expression darken. The group, sensing the shift, tactfully changed the subject. After all, Xiao Lei's current status commanded a certain level of respect. This outfit really doesn't look like you, Xiao Yun, as the older sister, couldn't resist teasing Zhou about his attire. I just didn't want to embarrass you. If there weren't any guests here, I'd be fine wearing a tank top, Zhou quipped, instantly drawing laughter from the group and lightening the atmosphere. On the other side of the banquet hall, a few well-dressed young men were discreetly observing Zhou and his group. One of them, a man with a sophisticated demeanor holding a glass of red wine, asked, "Are those Xiao Yun's friends?" A young man wearing rimless glasses gave a brief introduction. They all met at the library. Those two guys owns an orphan, and the other is the son of a small-time contractor. Both recently became beast tamers. Talk about good luck, remarked another sharp-eyed young man, his tone carrying a hint of intrigue. What are you planning to stir up trouble? That good-looking one seems pretty close to Xiao Yun, the man with the wine joked. Zhang, are you worried I'll outshine you and threaten your chances with Xiao Yun? The other man glanced down at himself and added with a smirk, I am better looking than you, after all. The group burst into laughter. While they all harbored intentions of pursuing Xiao Yun, they were well aware that with the Xiao family having the backing of a transcendent master-level beast tamer, any underhanded tactics would be unwise. Even so, a few of the more reckless young men quietly noted Zhou, who appeared to be the closest to Xiao Yun, though they refrained from acting for the time being, given the occasion. Not long after, Xiao Yun's parents approached Zhou and the others for a brief chat before taking Xiao Yun away. The banquet officially began. What started as a dual celebration, Xiao Yun's birthday and Xiao Lei's farewell, gradually transformed into a social stage for the upper class. As the banquet neared its end, Zhou found an opportunity to bid farewell to Xiao Yun. To his surprise, rather than being upset about his early departure, Xiao Yun apologized for the atmosphere of the event. She showed him the jade bracelet he had gifted her, expressing genuine happiness in receiving it. Wang Yin chose to stay, fully aware that mingling with these people could benefit his family's business. After all, familiar faces tend to make things go more smoothly. Stepping out of the Tonghua restaurant, Zhou glanced around. The streets were now deserted, and it was clear that finding a taxi was out of the question. Fortunately, this was the inner city, and the distance to his home was manageable on foot. The cold night breeze brushed against him, helping to clear his mind from the heavy social atmosphere he had just left behind. As he walked along a dimly lit street, a commanding voice suddenly called out from behind, "Stop!" Hearing the chaotic footsteps that followed, Zhou couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He had just been admiring the manners of high society, only for reality to deliver him a sharp slap in the face. Turning around, he saw a group of over a dozen thuggish-looking men surrounding him. A luxury car pulled up by the roadside, and a young man with a cigarette hanging from his lips and an air of arrogance stepped out. Master Tong. The group of men greeted in unison, their voices dripping with flattery. The man, referred to as Master Tong, approached Zhou, looking him up and down. So, you're Zhou? Walking home, are you? His tone was laced with mockery. I am. And who might you be? Zhou retorted, his words deliberately provoking. This is the son of Deputy Director Tong from the Public Security Bureau. Show some respect. One of the lackeys immediately chimed in, seizing the chance to curry favor. Master Tong got straight to the point. Since you know who I am, let me be clear. From now on, you're not to have any contact with Xiao Yun. Otherwise, the sewers will be your final destination. At the mention of sewers, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhou eyes. Oh, not convinced? It's not unusual to get mugged at night, Master Tong sneered, clearly underestimating Zhou background. Such threats might have worked on an ordinary person. Zhou calmly pulled out his phone and began pressing buttons. What are you doing? Master Tong demanded sharply. Calling Xiao Yun. Zhou replied without looking up. I'm going to tell her the truth about you, so she'll stay far away from you. Wait. You're a man, aren't you? And you're asking a woman for help? Master Tong tried to stop him, his voice tinged with panic. Of course. She considers me her little brother, and I see her as my big sister. If a little brother gets bullied, who else would he turn to? Zhou shot back. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he added, but wait, you're not her boyfriend, are you? Seems like you're just being used. With your intelligence, it's no surprise. Think about it. Nobody else showed up, but here you are. If that's not being used, I don't know what is. There's a saying, friends are meant to be exploited. Whoever's behind this is pretty smart, using you to test the waters and eliminate competition at the same time. Master Tong's expression darkened further with each word, as if he had just realized he was indeed being manipulated. Let's go, he barked, storming off with his lackeys in tow, no longer concerned about the impression he left on Xiao Yun's so-called little brother. After Tong Xiao and his group left, Zhou glanced at the 39s on his phone screen, then decisively deleted them and continued walking toward his residence. The recent incident made him reflect. He understood that using violence to solve minor troubles would only invite bigger problems, ones far beyond his current capabilities. So, he opted for a smarter approach through the phone call. He not only hinted at his and Xiao Yun's identities, but also successfully redirected their attention to another target more likely to provoke their anger. Coupled with the threatening call to Xiao Yun, this strategy effectively drove the aggressive Tong Xiao away. Although Zhou finally chose to use his wit to resolve the issue this time, such a roundabout method didn't align with his straightforward nature. Unfortunately, his lack of strength left him no choice but to endure for now. Luckily, the opposition's intelligence was indeed lacking, which explained why they were easily manipulated and had their schemes exposed by Zhou few simple words. People like this had a predictable trait. Once they realized they were outsmarted, their anger would quickly turn toward the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. After Xiao Yun's birthday banquet, perhaps because their relationship was now public, no one came to trouble Zhou again. This allowed him to focus entirely on his own endeavors. Over the next month, under the herbal remedies at the Mang Python Martial Arts School and the rigorous training by Lu Shihu, Zhou physical condition improved significantly. At this moment, inside the Mang Python Martial Arts School, Lu Shihu was teaching Zhou the 3 secret killing techniques of the Mang Python martial arts: Venom Fang, Constrictor, and Shadow Tail. We'll demonstrate these moves first. Watch closely, Lu Shihu instructed, motioning for Zhou to step aside. Dressed in a white training uniform, Zhou immediately moved back a few steps, focusing intently on his master's movements. Venom Fang. Lu Shihu began with a simple set of moves, then suddenly thrust his right index and middle fingers forward like a snake's fangs, while the other 3 fingers clenched tightly into his palm. With a sharp crack, his 2 fingers pierced a section of the ironwood post to the depth of a knuckle, and with a flick, he dislodged a chunk of wood. Constrictor. Next, Lu Shihu wrapped himself around the ironwood post. His hands and feet coiled like a python, and with a sudden burst of strength from his waist, the wooden post splintered and snapped. Shadow Tail. For the final move, Lu Shihu bent low to the ground facing Zhou, and his right leg whipped backward like a python's tail. With a loud bang, a crack immediately formed on the sturdy ironwood post. After demonstrating the 3 secret techniques, Lu Shihu's forehead was glistening with sweat. He took a moment to steady his breathing before walking over to Zhou. Did you get it? He asked. I think I understood some of it, but I'm not sure if I'm right, Zhou replied cautiously. Faced with Lu Shihu's inquiry, Zhou hesitated, his expression revealing a trace of uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation and careful organization of his thoughts, he finally responded. Venom Fang is a technique focused on ambush. It concentrates all the body's strength into a single point to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Constrict is a close-quarters grappling skill, targeting the opponent's joints for a comprehensive attack. As for Shadow Tail, it's a counterattack executed right after evasion, striking hard while the enemy is caught off guard. Not bad. Lu Shihu nodded in approval before changing his tone. However, Zhou heart skipped a beat, already anticipating what would come next. Sure enough, Lu Shihu continued bluntly, you haven't grasped the core. The core? Zhou immediately asked. The core lies in this: the focus of Venom Fang, the exertion of power in Constrict, and the control in Shadow Tail, Lu Shihu stated with certainty. Focus, exertion, control, Zhou murmured, repeating the key terms under his breath. Lu Shihu elaborated further. Venom Fang requires not just the tempering of the fingers with special potions, but more critically, the ability to channel all your strength into one point. It must be executed like a venomous snake ambushing its prey, striking suddenly when the enemy reveals an opening. Constrict, on the other hand, is about using full body force to immobilize the opponent and deliver devastating damage. Shadow Tail emphasizes precise body control, demanding exceptional flexibility in both the arms and legs. He paused briefly before adding, these 3 secret techniques are essentially designed to help martial artists better understand the essence of martial arts. Zhou Ming fell into deep thought upon hearing this, his brows furrowed. Observing Zhou Ming's contemplative state, Lu Shihu refrained from interrupting, patiently waiting in silence. Transforming into a python? No, that's just the outward form, Zhou Ming muttered to himself. It's about strength and control over one's own power. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I see now. Martial arts techniques, styles, and characteristics are all just different manifestations of power. The Furious Python martial art showcases this power by mimicking the python's hunting, muscle exertion, and combat techniques. Clap, clap, Lu Shihu applauded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Well done. That's the essence of martial arts. It seems you're not lacking in intelligence, just reluctant to think things through. All thanks to your guidance, Master Lu, Zhou Ming said sheepishly. He was never one to overthink unless something truly piqued his interest, like the path of the beast tamer. Now that you've grasped the essence of martial arts, teaching you further will be much easier, Lu Shihu remarked. Once you master these 3 secret techniques, you'll be able to train independently. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me. Understood. I look forward to your instruction, Master Lu. Let's start with Venom Fong then. And so, in the solitude of the training room, Zhou Ming began his journey under Lu Shihu's guidance, delving into the secret techniques of the Furious Python martial art techniques that revolved around the core principle of mastering one's body and power. Bang bang. In the basement of the Hawkeye shooting range, gunshots echoed in precise rhythm. At the 50-meter shooting range, Zhou Ming was engaged in a series of high-difficulty shooting drills, switching between stationary and moving targets, alternating between handguns and rifles. Whether it was shooting from behind obstacles or while in motion, every action flowed seamlessly, and his magazine changes were executed with lightning speed. Clap, clap. Applause broke the rhythm of the gunfire. Standing to the side was a middle-aged man in a tight short-sleeved shirt, with gun holsters strapped to each thigh. Coach Li. His sharp eyes were fixed on Zhou Ming. You may not be the best marksman I've ever seen, but you're undoubtedly the fastest learner. You're too kind, Coach Li, Zhou Ming replied humbly. It was already June, 6 months since Zhou Ming had returned from the wilderness. During this time, he maintained an intense training regimen: martial arts in the morning, marksmanship in the afternoon, and meditation at night. After mastering the 3 secret techniques of the Python martial arts, he began searching for a suitable place to hone his shooting skills. Although carrying firearms was prohibited at the Qinshan base, shooting ranges like Hawkeye provided the perfect venue for his training. Amid this rigorous schedule, Zhou Ming occasionally made time to share a drink with Wang Yin or visit the Qinshan library to check in on Xiao Yun, who had recently been promoted to deputy director. Notably, Xiao Yun's parents, both educators, had also been reassigned to key positions at the Qinshan base's education bureau. If Xiao Lei could advance to become a full-fledged professional beastmaster, their family's status would surely rise even further. As Zhou Ming packed up his firearms, he couldn't help but reflect on how quickly time had passed. Coach Li seemed to read his thoughts. You're leaving, aren't you? I've stayed here too long. It's time to get moving again, or I won't even have money for food soon, Zhou Ming said with a wry smile. It wasn't a joke. He had spent a significant amount of alliance currency on both the black market and legitimate beast master shops to ensure the quality of his training. If this continued, he might indeed have to return to Nanching to earn a living. Coach Li looked at the student he admired and said earnestly, I see. As a beast master, you've come here to learn marksmanship, likely to better equip yourself for life in the wilderness. But even with mastery of marksmanship and martial arts, you must stay vigilant once you leave the base. Thank you for your advice, Coach Li. As Zhou Ming continued to practice martial arts and marksmanship over time, his understanding of beastmasters deepened. He was well aware that at the apprentice level, the strength gap between beastmasters of the same rank could be enormous. Some of the weakest might not even match an ordinary person with a gun, while the strongest could easily crush a well-equipped squad of soldiers. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the shooting range owner, Zhou Ming wrapped up 6 months of preparation and stepped out of the Hawkeye shooting range. The scorching June sun forced him to squint as he flagged down a taxi and headed straight for the southern part of the city. The air in the southern pet market carried a faint, peculiar odor, but this did nothing to deter the steady stream of pet buyers. As Zhou Ming gazed at the bustling market, he couldn't help but think about how long it had been since he last visited Sister Wu at the doghouse. In this city, she was the only person worth a special visit from him. Navigating through the noisy market, Zhou Ming turned down a secluded alley with practiced ease. Before he could knock, Chang Mao enthusiastically opened the door, clearly valuing this important client. Please, come in. The boss has been eagerly waiting for you, he said. Waiting for the money in my bag, you mean? Zhou Ming replied with a teasing smile. Caught off guard, Changmao chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Zhou didn't press further and headed straight into the inner room. Finally, you're here. Snake Brother greeted him warmly, leading Zhou into a quiet private room. Oddly enough, he didn't immediately bring up the matter of the mutated iron-threaded snake, which made Zhou sense that something was amiss. You're not just here to talk business this time, are you? Zhou asked bluntly. Snake Brother hesitated for a brief moment before gritting his teeth and saying, I want to ask you to kill 2 people. Zhou expression darkened, but he quickly let out a soft chuckle. Come on, Snake Brother, don't joke around. Killing people lands you in prison. I'm not joking, Snake Brother replied seriously. I don't know your full background, but I believe you can help me. Besides, the mutated iron-threaded snake you want is in their possession. This caught Zhou attention immediately. His gaze sharpened as he asked, What do you mean? Intimidated by Zhou sudden intensity, Snake Brother swallowed hard before explaining, One of my so-called brothers seduced my wife and secretly embezzled goods from me. When I found out, they ran off with my money and that mutated iron-threaded snake. Now, they've hired a hunter squad and are planning to flee the Qinshan base. His voice was filled with seething hatred by the time he finished. If you help me kill them, you can take all the money and the snake for yourself. They'll even pay you an additional 1 million alliance credits. In a room sparsely furnished with a few tables and chairs, Zhou gaze was locked onto Snake Bro in front of him. His mind racing as he weighed the pros and cons. Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, as though he had made up his mind. How do I know you're not lying to me? Zhou asked, needing to verify the authenticity of the mutated ironwire snake. Snake Bro, seemingly prepared for this, immediately picked up a brown paper bag from the side and placed it gently on the coffee table in front of Zhou. Inside are photos of the mutated ironwire snake, the location of those 2 scumbags, and the information on the hunter team protecting them. Zhou quickly pulled a photo out of the bag. Inside a bulletproof glass case, a small snake, about a foot long and entirely crimson, was coiled. The color immediately caught Zhou attention. It was a clear sign of secondary mutation. Normal ironwire snakes were typically gray-black in color. Do you know the specific changes in this mutated ironwire snake? Zhou asked as he studied the photo, evaluating the value of this deal. It's incredibly fast and exceptionally agile. According to the seller, it was only caught using a trap, Snake Bro replied, clearly well-versed in the details of his merchandise. Zhou picked up a pen from the coffee table and quickly scribbled down an anonymous bank card number. I'll take the job. Once it's done, transfer 1 million to this account. With that, he grabbed the brown paper bag and stood up to leave. Thanks, brother. Snake Bro called out excitedly, watching Zhou retreating back. But Zhou didn't look back as he walked away. For Zhou, the main reason he took on this shady job was the value of the mutated ironwire snake. With the addition of the serpent nectar fruit, this secondary mutation ironwire snake could become his second beast at the feral grade level. Capturing such a snake himself was an incredibly difficult task. Most ironwire snakes undergoing secondary mutation perished during the process. The few that survived were rare, and even then, the mutations might not be beneficial. Even encountering a regular ironwire snake showing early signs of mutation didn't guarantee success in guiding its transformation. After leaving the alley, Zhou headed straight back to his residence, putting off his plan to visit Sister Wu for now. Time was of the essence. He immediately opened the files and began studying them carefully. He had only one chance tonight. If the target successfully left the Qinshan base tomorrow, the mission would be a failure. Losing the 1 million bounty was tolerable, but missing out on this secondary mutation ironwire snake was something Zhou couldn't accept. The first thing he needed to understand was the hunter squad protecting the targets. This would be the biggest obstacle in the mission. Phantom Fox Hunter Squad. Zhou read aloud, flipping through the detailed pages of information in his hands. The records indicated that the Phantom Fox Hunter Squad was a fully staffed hunter team. According to the Hunter Guild's regulations, groups of fewer than 10 hunters were classified as hunter squads and required at least 1 apprentice-level beastmaster. Groups exceeding 10 members and equipped with professional-level beastmasters could apply to become hunting corps, though their numbers were strictly capped at 100. This made Zhou wonder if the Blue Star Alliance deliberately imposed these limits to suppress private armed forces. As he examined the detailed profiles of each team member, Zhou noted that the records documented their strengths, specializations, and even danger levels with meticulous precision. Such comprehensive intelligence must have come at a significant cost, reflecting Brother Snake's intense desire for vengeance against the 2 traitors. What troubled Zhou the most was the squad's leader, Phantom Fox. Not only was this leader skilled in firearms and martial arts, but he also commanded an adult night fox. This low-tier feral beast was comparable in size to a cheetah, possessed exceptional night vision, and moved with eerie silence. Its most troublesome trait, however, was its acute sense of dangerno movement, no matter how subtle, could escape its notice. It was with the help of this night fox that Phantom Fox had built his squad from the ground up, rising from an ordinary beastmaster. Sitting on the living room sofa, Zhou Ming rubbed his temples. This bounty was proving more challenging than he had anticipated. Phantom Fox alone was a formidable opponent, with combat abilities in the dark rivaling those of Mo Dai. Add to that over a decade of hunting experience, and he was far beyond the capabilities of an average beastmaster. The nickname Phantom Fox was well earned. The man was as cunning and elusive as a fox. His subordinates were no less impressive, each proficient in firearms and martial arts. Although private firearm ownership was restricted within the base, Zhou Ming, having seen the black market firsthand, was certain the Phantom Fox squad would have prepared for contingencies, even if their equipment wasn't top-notch. Putting aside the Phantom Fox squad's file, Zhou Ming picked up the dossiers of the bounty targets. The face in the first photograph gave him pause. It was Erlong, once Brother Snake's trusted enforcer. Zhou Ming recalled seeing the man during past dealings for iron thread snakes and hadn't expected him to betray Brother Snake. As for the reasons behind the betrayal, Zhou Ming had little interest in delving deeper. The second photograph showed a woman dressed in an off-white loungewear set. She exuded an air of grace, though tinged with an almost imperceptible allure. Zhou Ming privately assessed her as a hidden enchantress, exceptional in every way. It was no wonder this pair had hired the strongest hunter squad for protection. After defecting, they understood that all the money in the world was meaningless if they couldn't stay alive to enjoy it. Setting aside the duo's dossiers, Zhou Ming picked up the Phantom Fox squad's file once more and began strategizing for tonight's operation. The western part of the city, second only to the eastern district of the Qinshan base, thrives due to its role as the base's primary airship docking hub. These airships are massive aerial vessels constructed using the Alliance's alien crystal energy technology, fundamentally different from the planes of the Blue Planet Alliance. Comparable in size to frigates, these colossal machines can hover freely in the air thanks to the power of the crystals. They are equipped with various weapon systems and crystal-powered protective shields. Although their speed falls short of the Alliance's supersonic jets, they excel in versatility. However, according to the information Zhou Ming found in the library, the protective shields consume an enormous amount of energy and are typically only activated in emergencies. As critical links between bases, the airships are directly managed by the Airship Bureau under the Alliance headquarters. This is precisely why Erlang and his group decided to use an airship to escape from the Qinshan base. With the funds they obtained from Snake Brother and the mutated iron thread snake in their possession, they believed they could live comfortably even in a larger base. The Isan Inn was located near the airship landing area. In this semi-closed era for the base, inns were a rarity, often relegated to being meeting spots for couples or specific groups. However, due to its prime location, the Isan Inn still managed to host genuine travelers. Because of the preciousness of crystals, Qinshan base only saw 2 or 3 airship arrivals and departures each month. Tomorrow, an airship was scheduled to depart, marking Zhou Ming's last opportunity to ensure that the Phantom Fox could escort Erlang into the landing zone. The landing zone, a heavily restricted area of the base, was guarded by fully armed soldiers and several professional-grade beastmasters. The only silver lining was that as long as the restricted area wasn't breached, the guards wouldn't leave their posts regardless of the commotion outside. Zhou Ming simply needed to complete his operation before the security bureau arrived. At this moment, in the most luxurious suite on the 3rd floor of the Isan Inn, a few hunters dressed in basic protective gear were leisurely playing cards. Suddenly, the door to one of the bedrooms opened, and a stunning woman in a tight leather outfit with a striking figure stepped out. Enough playing around. The boss has a bad feeling tonight. Stick to the plan and take your watch shifts, she instructed the group. Meihu, are you just trying to get rid of us because we interrupted your alone time with the boss? Feihu teased, eliciting knowing laughter from the others. Meihu's relationship with the boss was an open secret among the team. Shut up, Meihu retorted with a playful scold, unbothered by the kind of jokes that were all too common among hunters. The boss said he just summoned the night fox and felt something was off tonight. We can't let our guard down. As these words spread, the previously relaxed atmosphere turned tense in an instant. Meihu quickly dropped her smile and briefly explained the situation. The team members swiftly tucked their playing cards into their pockets, their playful expressions vanishing without a trace. Night Fox's abilities were famously accurate within the team, and with the boss personally giving the order, no one dared to take things lightly. The sound of click, click from weapon checks echoed through the room. Restricted by the base's Nogan policy, each member was only equipped with a silenced pistol and a combat knife. These black market firearms might not be legally obtained, but as long as they weren't caught red-handed, the team had their ways to slip through. This was their confidence in taking on missions within the base. Following the prearranged plan, the team members quickly positioned themselves at key spots around the inn. At that moment, Erlong opened his door and asked nervously, Lady Meihu, is something wrong? Don't worry, this is just a necessary precaution for tomorrow's entry into the airship landing zone, Meihu reassured him. Erlong's eyes darted around before he thanked her and closed the door. Hey Hu, keep an eye on the living room window, Meihu instructed the burly close combat expert. Got it, Hu responded, thumping his chest in assurance. Back in her room, Hu saw Gu sitting silently in a chair with his eyes closed. His beast, the night fox, lay crouched beside him. The jet-black creature had silver claws and fangs that gleamed coldly, its sharp ears twitching constantly, and its fluffy tail draped lightly over its master's leg. Boss, everything's going according to plan. But tonight, is there really something going on? Hu asked with concern. After all, aside from Gu, the team's strength largely relied on their firearms. It's not just the beast. I can feel the danger approaching too. But within the base, it shouldn't escalate too much. The main threat is close-range assassination. You'd better stay in tonight, Gu said, clearly prioritizing the safety of his partner. Hu nodded in agreement and walked behind Gu, gently massaging his shoulders. Under different circumstances, she would have expressed her care in a more intimate way. As night fell, the streetlights outside the Inn flickered on. In the shadows beyond the reach of the light, Zhou Ming silently observed the inn. He was dressed in a loose short-sleeved shirt, beneath which he wore a protective vest made of low-grade beast hide bought on the black market. While it was no match for outdoor gear, it was better than nothing. A baseball cap and black mask concealed his handsome features, and ordinary contact lenses masked his unique eyes. Boom! The summer night was punctuated by a timely clap of thunder. What a perfect night, Zhou Ming murmured as he looked up at the pitch-black sky, just waiting for the rain to start. The summer thunderstorm arrived suddenly and violently, with the night's clear sky quickly swallowed by dark clouds as heavy rain poured down. Zhou Ming stood in the shadows, adjusting the angle of his baseball cap to shield himself from the rain. Suddenly, ripples spread through the space around him, and nearly 100 iron wire snakes surged out like flowing water. Under his control, they swiftly dispersed, encircling the Inn. The snakes flicked their tongues, emitting faint hissing sounds, though these were soon drowned out by the roaring thunder and rain. This was Zhou Ming's carefully devised strategy, having the iron wire snakes release their aura to create an overwhelming sense of danger throughout the area. Like pouring ink into a box of white balls, once all the balls were stained black, the original black ball became indistinguishable. While the night fox had the ability to sense danger, within this perilous zone Zhou Ming had orchestrated, its low-grade beast rank limited its ability to pinpoint the true threat. Meanwhile, the dispersed snake swarm established a comprehensive sensory network, allowing Zhou Ming to detect any potential dangers in advance. The soft sound of footsteps splashing through puddles echoed faintly. Zhou Ming, mentally reviewing the layout of the inn and the target's location, moved slowly toward the Inn. They're here. Inside the inn, the ghost fox abruptly opened his eyes while receiving a massage from the charm fox. Can the night fox determine their location? Charm fox immediately stopped and asked. After communicating with his beast, Ghost Fox frowned slightly. It can't sense it. How is that possible? Charm Fox asked in disbelief. Ever since Ghost Fox had tamed the Night Fox, they had focused on honing its sensory abilities. Even professional-level beast tamers, if they didn't intentionally suppress their aura, couldn't escape the Night Fox's detection. Sensing danger without pinpointing its source was an unprecedented situation. Charm Fox's expression grew grave. As a core member of the Ghost Fox squad, she instantly realized the severity of the situation. Ghost Fox calmly issued orders. Inform Flying Fox and the others of the current situation. Make sure everyone stays within mutual support range, and report safety status every minute. Charm Fox immediately relayed the command through the communicator, then asked anxiously, "Do you think this mission might fail?" She was worried about the safety of the entire team. "Don't worry. Unless it's a professional-level beast tamer attacking, we still have the ability to fight back," Ghost Fox reassured her, pausing briefly before adding, "This is just a case of them being in the shadows while we're exposed, which is why it seems like this. If it comes to the most critical moment, just throw those two out, along with whatever they're carrying. After all, they approached us in private, so there's no need to worry about our reputation with the Hunters Guild." Upon hearing Guiling's words, Mayhew's eyes gleamed with a trace of cunning, and a subtle, meaningful smile curved on his lips. This was the Guiling he knew. A thunderous roar echoed as lightning split the stormy night sky, briefly illuminating the entire Inn. Taking advantage of the fleeting light, Zhou Ming deftly vaulted over the fence and landed steadily on the ground below. Activating his radar perception field, he scanned the guards stationed on the third-floor corridor and the rooftop terrace. 3 men were on alert on the rooftop, and the third-floor corridor also had guards on duty. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from the first-floor lobby. Zhou Ming quickly darted into the shadows. A burly man stepped out of the lobby, cautiously surveying the area before speaking softly into a communicator in his hand. Zhou Ming held back from acting rashly and instead observed patiently for several minutes. He noticed the man conducted routine communications every minute. Once the timing was right, Zhou Ming began to set his plan in motion. Over a dozen ordinary iron wire snakes slithered silently up the drainpipe to the rooftop, awaiting the moment the burly man completed his next communication. As soon as the transmission ended, Zhou Ming commanded the iron wire snakes to launch their attack. Although the three men on the rooftop, seasoned by combat experience, sensed something was amiss, the snakes were faster. Without protective gear, the guards were bitten in critical areas and collapsed silently. Simultaneously, the burly man on the first floor was also subdued. As for the two receptionists at the front desk, Zhou Ming instructed the snakes to deliver only a light bite, carefully controlling the venom to ensure it wouldn't be fatal. This was in line with his principles and a calculated decision. The repercussions of harming ordinary people far outweighed the consequences of eliminating 10 hunters, as it would attract unnecessary trouble. With the outer guards neutralized, Zhou Ming immediately made his way to the third floor. He knew full well that as the distance closed, Night Fox's sensory abilities would become increasingly acute. He needed to eliminate all threats before being detected. Using his perception field, he confirmed that 3 guards were patrolling the third-floor corridor. Zhou Ming drew a Blood Hunter Type 1 pistol equipped with a silencer. The corridor offered no cover, making it difficult for the snakes to approach, and the ink ribbons had to be reserved for dealing with Night Fox. This time, he would have to act personally. As the next routine communication approached, Zhou Ming tightened his grip on the gun, ready to strike at any moment. "It's time to report to the boss," one of the members of the Ghost Fox group standing guard at the staircase said, reminding the Flying Fox standing in the middle of the hallway. "Got it," Flying Fox replied with a hint of irritation. This constant need for communication was unprecedented, but under the looming authority of Ghost Fox, he reluctantly pulled out his communicator. At that very moment, Zhou Ming launched an ambush from the shadows, firing 3 silenced shots in rapid succession. True to his name, Flying Fox dodged the deadly attack with astonishing reflexes and retaliated immediately. The muffled sound of the silenced gun echoed through the hallway. Zhou Ming, agile and nimble, flipped out of the bullet's trajectory in the open corridor and quickly retreated behind the cover of the staircase. Seeing this, Flying Fox immediately dashed toward the room where Ghost Fox was located, knocking on the door while shouting, "Knock knock, boss." Before he could finish, an ambush from the iron snake lurking behind him struck. Flying Fox could only let out a low, muffled groan. When Black Fox opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of his comrade collapsing to the ground. Sensing danger, he quickly stepped back and grabbed a nearby bulletproof shield. Zhou Ming seized the opportunity, raising his Blood Hunter Model 1 and unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Black Fox. The bullets struck the shield with dull thuds. In the next instant, Ghost Fox burst out of the room wielding a shotgun, firing 2 powerful blasts in Zhou Ming's direction. The doors shattered instantly, and shards of ceramic tiles flew across the floor. Zhou Ming slid across the ground like a snake, evading the attack, while commanding the ink whip to lash out like a streak of black lightning toward Ghost Fox. His Blood Hunter Model 1 continued firing, creating a pincer attack with the ink whip. Ghost Fox's beast companion quickly appeared in front of its master, intercepting bullets and countering the ink whip strikes. Several iron snakes slithered in through the shattered windows, attempting to ambush Ghost Fox. However, the seasoned Ghost Fox was already prepared, dodging Zhou Ming's gunfire while turning to shoot at the iron snakes, forcing them to retreat. Meanwhile, in the living room, Night Fox was locked in a stalemate with the ink whip. Despite its small size, the ink whip was incredibly agile, rendering Night Fox's claws ineffective while it had to remain wary of the whip's deadly venomous strikes. Black Fox finally found an opening and charged at Zhou Ming with his shield. After reloading his magazine, Zhou Ming realized the shield was impenetrable and shifted to close-quarters combat, using Black Fox's body as cover to prevent Ghost Fox from firing. "Heh, got you now," Black Fox sneered after a few exchanges, successfully pinning Zhou Ming down. "So did I," Zhou Ming replied with an eerie grin, his limbs coiling around Black Fox like a constricting snake. "You're asking for death," Black Fox growled coldly, preparing to unleash his terrifying strength on his opponent. Hiss hiss. The iron wire snake under Zhou Ming's clothes suddenly sprang out, aiming straight for the Black Fox's throat. "Why would I fight you in martial arts when I have beasts at my command? Do I look stupid?" The Black Fox's eyes flashed with unwillingness and resentment as it lost its strength. At that moment, the Trick Fox decisively turned and aimed its weapon at the suddenly appearing iron wire snakes. But Zhou Ming was pre-Paretta never gave his opponents a chance to recover. "How can you command so many beasts? Is this some secret technique?" the Trick Fox asked, staring at the iron wire snakes, which were unlike any other ferocious beasts, with a mix of shock and suspicion in her voice. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, far exceeding the power of the Trick Fox's gun. It was the thunderous roar of the Thunderbolt Type 2 revolver, as the weapon rental officer at the city gate had claimed one shot was enough to take down a small ferocious beast. No exaggeration. The only downside was that Zhou Ming's right hand was still numb, even with his physique being twice that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the Night Fox, locked in combat with the Black Ribbon, was slammed heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, The black ribbon leaped at its opponent without hesitation. Seeing her beast gravely injured, a crack finally appeared in the trick fox's usually calm facade. She fired several shots at the black ribbon in a desperate frenzy. Suddenly, a pair of cold, steel-like hands gripped Zhou Ming's neck from behind. A completely naked enchantress fox emerged from invisibility, her skin gradually returning to its natural color from camouflage. A genetic serum? I didn't expect someone to succeed with it, Zhou Ming thought, startled. Although his radar perception field was powerful, it required the iron wire snakes to weave a mental web and Zhou Ming to remain fully focused. Due to the limited information on the enchantress fox in the records, and his mistaken assumption that she was merely the trick fox's lover, Zhou Ming had allowed her to get close. Fortunately, her camouflage ability was limited to her skin. If she had been armed, the situation could have been far more dangerous. The black ribbon ignored the trick fox's gunfire, relentlessly pursuing the night fox. The enchantress fox's threat was fleeting. She soon collapsed to the ground, paying the price for underestimating her opponent. Zhou Ming's beast space always had iron wire snakes ready for action. The black ribbon successfully killed the night fox. The trick fox immediately began bleeding from all her facial orifices, writhing in agony on the ground. Zhou Ming raised his now recovered right hand and decisively ended the trick fox's life with a clean shot from the Blood Hunter Type 1. After confirming the targets were dead, Zhou Ming headed straight to the room where Erling was located. Two bodies lay silently on the ground, the result of iron wire snakes he had sent in advance. He retrieved the glass case containing the second mutated iron wire snake, then poured flammable liquid over the corpses and set them alight. As long as the Bureau of Public Security couldn't identify the bodies, they wouldn't be able to trace them back to Snake Brother, let alone discover Zhou Ming's involvement. As for the inn's records, he had already erased them before going upstairs. Leaping out of the window, Zhou Ming carried not only the glass case with the second mutated iron wire snake, but also the corpse of the enchantress fox. Though she was dead, Zhou Ming didn't want a successful genetic serum case to draw excessive attention from the Bureau of Public Security. Such attention would undoubtedly surpass the scope of this assassination incident. From the moment Zhou Ming stormed into the third floor to the end of the fight, only a few minutes had passed. By the time the Public Security Bureau arrived in response to the alarm, he had already left the scene. Zhou Ming, now clad in protective gear, made his way to the number 3 sewer entrance in the western part of the city. In one hand, he carried a glass box containing a second mutated iron thread snake, while over his shoulder, he carried the corpse of the Mayhu. In the pitch-black sewer, Zhou Ming walked steadily for an hour before emerging from the number 4 exit in the western part of the city. By then, the corpse of the Mayhu, along with the used firearms and protective gear, had been properly disposed of. Only the glass box with the iron thread snake remained in his hand. Standing in the dimly lit sewer, Zhou Ming paused for a moment of contemplation. If he brought the corpse of someone who had successfully taken the genetic serum to the black market, the profit might surpass what he earned during his first return from the wilderness. He might even have the chance to trade it for high-level items. But after a brief consideration, he abandoned the tempting idea. The risks were too great. Just arousing suspicion from the other party could be enough to endanger his life. Rather than gambling on a losing bet, it was wiser to step away in time. After leaving the sewer, Zhou Ming got into a sedan that had been parked by the roadside in advance his prearranged escape vehicle. In the stormy night, the car's headlights pierced through the darkness as he quickly drove away from the western part of the city. By morning, an exhausted Zhou Ming was deep in sleep when he was jolted awake by the sharp ring of his phone. "Hello," he answered, his voice heavy with fatigue. On the other end was Brother Snake, who, after learning what had transpired in the western part of the city, immediately verified Zhou Ming's accomplishments. He then called to inform Zhou Ming that the promised 1 million had been transferred to his account. His tone had noticeably shifted to one of respect. "Boss." "It's Brother Snake, huh?" "Boss is too much of a compliment," Zhou Ming replied. "You can just call me Snake or Little Snake from now on," Brother Snake said, clearly shocked. In less than 2 years, this once seemingly sunny young man had transformed into a fearsome predator overnight. Zhou Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his voice turning icy. "I've already cleaned up the loose ends. As long as you keep your mouth shut, you'll be fine. Remember, no matter what happens, don't drag me into this, and don't go spreading it around." "Got it. Got it. Got it," Brother Snake stammered, his voice trembling audibly even over the phone. Zhou Ming hung up and got out of bed to wash up. He spent the day discreetly moving around, mainly to monitor the response of the Public Security Bureau in the western part of the city. The authorities had labeled the incident as a feud between hunters, linking it to several unresolved cases in the area. However, since there were no innocent casualties, the matter quickly faded from public attention. For the residents of the base, it merely became another topic for idle gossip. During this time, Zhou Ming also made a point to call Wang Yin. After all, with the incident occurring in the western part of the city, it was only proper to check in on a friend. What Wang Yin didn't know was that the person who cared about him and the one who caused trouble last night were one and the same. Zhou Ming returned to his residence with a sly, triumphant smile, his gaze immediately drawn to the crimson-scaled mutant iron thread snake before him. It's truly beautiful, as stunning as a goddess, he murmured, studying the little creature he had risked so much to obtain. Nearby, Mo Dai let out a disgruntled hiss. Zhou Ming chuckled and flicked its head lightly. Oh, you're jealous now, huh? He teased. A minor punishment like this was nothing for a beast of Mo Dai's level. After amusing himself with Mo Dai, Zhou Ming turned his attention to taming the new iron thread snake. A spiritual seed emerged from the center of his brow, streaking through the air like a meteor before landing directly in the glass enclosure. The implantation process was more difficult than he had anticipated. Despite his experience with dozens of ordinary iron thread snakes, taming a second mutated one proved a formidable challenge. Yet, thanks to the unique nature of his spiritual seed, Zhou Ming eventually succeeded in planting it firmly within the snake's mind. With the taming complete, Zhou Ming retrieved a snake saliva fruit from his medicine box, ready to nurture his second beast-level companion. He held the fruit up and warned the crimson-scaled snake, "If you eat this, you better evolve into a beast-level creature. Otherwise, they'll let Mo Dai eat you." The snake slithered between his fingers, hissing repeatedly as if making a solemn promise. Zhou Ming said no more and promptly fed the fruit to the snake. After swallowing it, the creature coiled itself quietly in his palm. Through their spiritual connection, Zhou Ming observed the transformations within the snake's body from a third-person perspective. The snake saliva fruit triggered rapid cell division, restructuring its body into something more intricate and refined. The process resembled a phoenix's rebirth, with the snake undergoing a complete metamorphosis from the inside out. What captivated Zhou Ming the most was a faint golden substance slowly integrating into the snake's genetic helix. Was this the essence of the snake saliva fruit, a hidden bloodline within the iron thread snake, or some other mutation-inducing factor? He could only speculate. 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and night fell. Zhou Ming opened his eyes, muttering in the darkness, "Thankfully, this is a world of transcendence, not one of genetic evolution. With my aversion to overthinking, I doubt I'd get far otherwise. At least as a beast master, I'm cultivating spiritual power, a force of will." Finally, he looked at the crimson-scaled iron thread snake, now fully evolved, and said calmly, "Your name will be Zhu Yu." Under the bright light, a small red snake, about a meter long, coiled itself around Zhou Ming's right arm. This newly advanced fierce beast was none other than Zhu Yu. Its fine red scales shimmered faintly under the light, its slender body holding astonishing power. Unlike Mo Dai's dark golden eyes, Zhu Yu's eyes were a deep, jet-black obsidian. What stood out the most was the bony blade at the tip of its tail, about the size of a pinky finger, gleaming with a chilling sharpness. Zhou Ming conducted a simple test of Zhu Yu's abilities. With a flick of its tail, its speed surpassed Zhou Ming's reaction time, and the teacup in front of him was instantly sliced cleanly in half. Further testing revealed that while Zhu Yu's defense and toxicity fell slightly short of Mo Dai's, its speed and physical destructive power far exceeded its counterpart. This combination significantly enhanced Zhou Ming's combat capabilities. In this extraordinary world, anti-poison measures were abundant. If Mo Dai's paralyzing venom failed, Zhou Ming could easily find himself at a disadvantage. However, with Zhu Yu's elusive speed and razor-sharp attack power, his combat effectiveness had taken a qualitative leap. Zhou Ming then summoned Mo Dai from his beast-taming space. The moment the two snakes met, they began hissing at each other. Zhou Ming quickly intervened, delivering a reprimanding slap to each of them. Whether it was the slap's deterrent effect or some instinctive acceptance, the two snakes soon coiled around each other in a gesture of camaraderie. They then claimed their respective spots on Zhou Ming's arms, resembling a pair of guardian deities. After satisfying his growling stomach, Zhou Ming didn't relax. He meticulously documented every detail of Zhu Yu's evolution process, including phenomena he couldn't yet comprehend and his personal speculations. Although he had never been fond of overthinking, such a rare observation opportunity in this extraordinary beast-taming world was too valuable to pass up. Given his unique mental seed situation, Zhou Ming dared not rely entirely on the existing professional system. This sense of urgency drove him to prepare for all eventualities. Even though beast tamers primarily focused on mental strength, he knew he had to ready himself for any possibility. It wasn't until late into the night that Zhou Ming finished all his records, looking every bit like an overworked office employee burning the midnight oil. The notebook was a chaotic mess, with various symbols and corrections crisscrossing the pages, scattered with additional notes jotted down later. Anyone who saw it would likely frown in dismay, but to Zhou Ming, this notebook represented the most critical step on his journey to becoming a beast tamer. Closing the notebook, which was as inscrutable as an ancient text, Zhou Ming, accompanied by Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, drifted into a deep sleep filled with a sense of accomplishment. Early the next morning, Zhou Ming purchased numerous gifts, preparing to visit Sister Wu at the dog's home. This was his first visit back since leaving. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to return earlier, it was that he wanted to wait until he had achieved something significant, so as not to disappoint the elder who had once cared for him. Whether this sentiment stemmed from himself, or was a lingering influence of his predecessor, even he couldn't say for sure. Are you Zhou Ming? Rue, a sales assistant at the dog's home, hesitated as she prepared to greet the visitor. Yes, but I've changed my name. It's now the Ming from one who astounds the world. Is Sister Wu here? Zhou Ming explained. To him, a name was more than just a label. It was a symbol of one's place in the world. Since his predecessor was gone, it was only fitting to use his own name. She's in the manager's office. Looking at the bright, handsome, and athletic young man in front of her, Rue found herself momentarily dazed. Thanks. Zhou Ming, carrying the gifts, strode toward the manager's office with the air of someone visiting his future mother-in-law. Pushing the door open, Zhou Ming called softly, Sister Wu. Zhou Ming. Sister Wu, who had been jotting down notes, looked up and smiled when she saw him. Zhou Ming quickly told her about his name change. Good change, one who astounds the world, she said with genuine happiness, seeing how much Zhou Ming, who used to be so withdrawn, had transformed. Sister Wu, where should I put these? What's all this? Did you become successful just to waste money? Though her words were reproachful, her eyes were full of warmth. I've already bought them, mostly health supplements and cosmetics for women. I can't exactly use them myself, can I? At that moment, Zhou Ming seemed less like his usual decisive self and more like a sunny, filial young man. Over tea, the two chatted. Zhou Ming briefly mentioned becoming a beast tamer but didn't go into much detail. Sister Wu wasn't surprised. After all, it had always been his goal. When the conversation turned to how Sister Wu's child couldn't secure a spot at their ideal middle school due to limited enrollment, Zhou Ming immediately pulled out his phone to call Xiao Yun for help. Considering the child's excellent grades, the request wasn't unreasonable. Xiao Yun readily agreed, only asking Zhou Ming to treat her to a meal in return. Zhou Ming, isn't this too much trouble for you? Sister Wu asked, a bit uneasy. It's no trouble. For my friend, it's a small matter. Zhou Ming handed Sister Wu a slip of paper with Xiao Yun's contact information. The two chatted until noon. After Sister Wu insisted on treating him to lunch, Zhou Ming finally left the place that had witnessed his growth. His visit became a favorite topic of conversation among the employees of the dog's home during their breaks. The city wall marks the boundary between chaos and order. Within this steel and concrete barrier, even when crimes occur, they rarely affect ordinary citizens. With his current abilities, Zhou Ming could easily find a stable job within the city, marry a virtuous wife, and live a peaceful and secure life. But for him, such a predictable existence was not what he sought. In his previous life, he had no choice. In this one, he was determined to make his life shine in a different light. Even if the road ahead was lonely, he had no complaints. On the 3rd day of July in the year 673 of the Alliance calendar, Zhou Ming, fully equipped, once again set out beyond the city walls. He knew very well that this journey could either bring great rewards or lead to his permanent absence, but it was a choice he made for himself. Pitter-patter. Without warning, summer rain poured down from the sky. Zhou Ming glanced up at the dark, overcast heavens, pulled up his hood, and continued walking on the dampening ground. This time, he was far better prepared than before. The leopard mark eye protective suit he wore, worth 130,000 Alliance credits, not only regulated body temperature but also offered waterproofing, fire resistance, and protection against small-caliber firearms. Each of his thighs carried a handgun. One was a Blood Hunter Mark I semi-automatic pistol, and the other was a Thunder Mark II revolver. Both were models he had mastered, designed to deal with close-range feral beasts and greedy hunters, respectively. Concealed within the combat suit on his arms were his most reliable assistants, two venomous snakes named Mo Dai and Zhu Yu. Additionally, dozens of iron wire snakes formed an invisible radar-like sensory network around him. This setup gave him a significant advantage over ordinary beast tamers, and enough capability to escape when encountering professional-level beast tamers. This was a hard-earned lesson from centuries of apprentice beast tamers who had traded their lives for it. When facing overwhelming strength, run as fast as you can. Professional-level beast tamers not only possessed extraordinary powers themselves, but also had no obvious weaknesses. Even if they had shortcomings, they were only relative to other strong individuals of the same level. Thanks to the protection of his suit, the torrential rain did not hinder Zhou Ming's pace in the slightest. This time, he chose to leave the Qinshan base from the eastern gate, as his destination was the Green Mist Forest, rather than the usual Snake Valley or the Northern Wasteland. Although the Blue Star Alliance controlled a vast territory, it actually accounted for only a tenth of the planet's land area. What was even more concerning was that within the Alliance's domain, the various bases were fragmented and isolated by the presence of feral beasts. The only solace was that within the Alliance's sphere of influence, no legendary beast kings existed, and even lord-level feral beasts were exceedingly rare. This was the Alliance's bottom line and the sacred mission entrusted to the legendary saints. The Qinshan base is located on the outskirts of the northeastern region of the Blue Planet Alliance, overlooking the vast and sprawling endless forest sea. This expanse, stretching tens of thousands of miles, is a haven for ferocious beasts. In this domain, mutated animals occupy the lowest rung of the hierarchy, while both low-tier and high-tier ferocious beasts often find themselves as prey. Only Lord-level beasts can truly dominate their territories. And as for the legendary Beast Kings, according to Zhou Ming's knowledge, there are only 5 in the entire endless forest sea. Among them is the Wind Thunder Rock, which once destroyed a medium-sized base of the Blue Planet Alliance. Even with Zhou Ming's courage, he wouldn't dare to step lightly into this forbidden zone, a place only professional beast masters are qualified to explore. His current destination, however, was the Green Mist Forest, a buffer zone lying between the northeastern region of the Blue Planet Alliance and the endless forest sea. This area is characterized by its low-lying terrain, dotted with swamps of varying sizes, and the mutated animals and ferocious beasts within are almost all venomous. Because of this, few hunters are willing to take the risk of venturing here. After leaving the safety zone of the Qinshan base, Zhou Ming encountered only a handful of teams, and solitary hunters like himself were almost non-existent. He chose this perilous destination not only because it suited his abilities, but also because it held an abundance of undiscovered rare treasures. The snake saliva fruit he had found in Snake Valley before had already given him a taste of the rewards such places could offer. Now, other locations were either already claimed by others or guarded by powerful beasts. The Green Mist Forest, with its relatively low competition, was the most suitable choice for him. Thanks to his bond with Zhu, Zhou Ming's resistance to poison, while not as dramatically enhanced as his physical flexibility and agility, had significantly improved. Ordinary toxins were no longer a major threat to him. Nevertheless, he didn't fully rely on this ability and had taken the precaution of purchasing high-quality antidotes before setting out. A relentless drizzle had persisted for 3 consecutive days. By the time Zhou Ming finally reached his destination, the scorching sun was high in the sky, turning the humid forest into a giant steam chamber. Fortunately, his combat suit was of excellent quality. Otherwise, he would have been drenched in sweat long ago. The arduous journey made him fully understand why beast masters preferred riding large beasts. Just avoiding the need to travel on foot was enough to make anyone envious. Hiss, hiss. Hearing their master's low muttering, Mo Dai and Zhu poked their heads out from his sleeves, looking at Zhou Ming with puzzled expressions. What are you staring at? Other people's beasts can carry their masters, but with me, it's the other way around, Zhou Ming grumbled with a playful smile, the exhaustion in his eyes dissipating. After days of silence, his mood finally lightened a bit. Considering his current state, Zhou Ming decided to first find a safe spot to rest and recover his strength before venturing deeper into the Green Mist Forest. The green mist rose, ethereal and dreamlike. Standing at the edge of the emerald-hued forest, Zhou Ming gazed intently at the scene before him, finally understanding why, despite the treasures hidden within, so few hunters dared to venture here. Corpses decaying in the swamp, countless venomous beasts and mutated creatures, and a variety of poisonous plants each exuded toxic fumes that wove together into a green haze, shrouding the entire forest. The early morning sunlight filtered through the faintly green mist, lending the landscape an otherworldly quality. After a full night's rest, Zhou Ming felt rejuvenated, but the sight before him weighed heavily on his heart. He had thought the descriptions in books to be exaggerated, but now he realized they were entirely accurate. Since I'm already here, why not take a look inside? Zhou Ming mused to himself. After 3 days of trekking, he was unwilling to give up so easily, especially since he had come prepared. Taking a pill from a medicine bottle, he placed it in his mouth, then donned a filtered gas mask and resolutely stepped into the verdant jungle. As soon as he entered the green mist forest, a wave of dizziness washed over him, though fortunately, it wasn't severe. Even with the help of the gas mask and the pill, Zhou Ming furrowed his brows even tighter. Glancing back at the bright sunlight at the forest's edge, he decided to wait a bit longer to see if his body could adapt to the toxins in the environment. If he could acclimate, it would mean his resistance to poison was decent, and this could serve as valuable training. But if he couldn't endure even the surroundings, he would have no choice but to leave immediately. This was no place to linger. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ming stood in place, feeling the dizziness dissipate from his mind. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his body could handle it. Pressing onward, he ventured deeper into the green mist forest. As he advanced, venomous insects and deadly beasts began to emerge. Green-haired spiders, emerald-scaled serpents, star-spotted mushrooms, and even the shadow of an acid-corroding python appeared in his line of sight. Zhou Ming quickly skirted around them, determined to avoid confrontations with these apex predators among the lower-tier beasts. The acid-corroding python could grow up to 15 meters long, and beyond its formidable physical strength, its most terrifying weapon was its venom, which it could spray to attack enemies, even melting metal. Strangely, the venom had no effect on the python itself. Just imagining such a massive and powerful beast rampaging through highly corrosive venom was enough to deter anyone from approaching. Unless a higher-tier beast emerged, the acid-corroding python was the undisputed ruler of the Green Mist Forest. This was Zhou Ming's first time venturing into the Green Mist Forest, and he was already met with such a daunting challenge. Fortunately, the acid-corroding python wasn't particularly fast, and its movements left obvious traces. As long as he stayed cautious, Zhou Ming could avoid unnecessary misfortune. As he delved further, he began to notice medicinal herbs growing around him. Cat's eye fruit, golden whisker flowers, and decayroot grass. However, this time, Zhou Ming refrained from harvesting them one by one. While the herbs were of decent quality, their age was relatively young. Collecting them would only add to his burden, without yielding significant rewards. If Zhou Ming had storage equipment, he definitely wouldn't let these medicinal herbs go to waste. Unfortunately, storage equipment is a rare commodity even among professional beast tamers, typically owned only by those with powerful connections or exceptional talent. It's not until one reaches the level of a master beast tamer that such equipment becomes standard. Through the library archives, Zhou Ming learned that storage equipment is so valuable because most of the materials required for its creation come from areas near dimensional rifts. These regions are not only inhabited by a vast number of powerful beasts, but more importantly, the Blue Star Alliance acts swiftly to seal any discovered dimensional rifts, leaving little opportunity to collect materials. At the Qinshan base where Zhou Ming resided, the tallest structure was an energy tower specifically designed to destroy dimensional rifts. Historically, it had been activated 3 times, but current technology could only handle small rifts. If a large rift were to appear, the city would either face total destruction or mass evacuation, both scenarios leading to heavy casualties. Looking at the surrounding medicinal herbs, Zhou Ming could only sigh at his limited carrying capacity. These were all ordinary varieties with short growth cycles, which wasn't surprising. While hunters in the Green Mist Forest were few, they weren't non-existent. Some of them, like Zhou Ming, had beasts capable of resisting poison, and with certain special methods, they also came here to gather resources, reaping rewards with relatively low competition. The only problem was the harsh environment. As Zhou Ming moved forward, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Despite having his beast to protect him, venomous insects kept attacking. Fortunately, he was wearing a highly durable combat suit instead of a regular jacket. Otherwise, dealing with these insects alone would have been a nightmare. Hours passed, and Zhou Ming still hadn't found a harvest he was satisfied with, but he wasn't in a hurry. While the Green Mist Forest was rich in resources, they weren't everywhere. If they were, no danger could deter greedy hunters. Of course, his own pickiness also played a role. This trip was meant to gather resources so he could invest more time and effort into his beast tamer journey in the future. When encountering ferocious beasts, Zhou Ming chose to avoid them. It wasn't that he couldn't fight them, but it wasn't worth the effort. A few beast materials would quickly fill his backpack, and the noise of battle could attract unwanted trouble. It simply wasn't worth the risk. However, if he came across an exceptionally valuable beast, he wouldn't hesitate to act though he hadn't encountered one yet. With a sharp crack, Zhou Ming crushed another venomous insect underfoot. Had lost count of how many head killed by now. Thankfully, his boots were reinforced with steel plates and had thickened soles, rendering these ground-level ambushes completely harmless. As he absent-mindedly scraped the insect off his boot against some dry leaves, something in the distance caught his attention: a purple vine. Purple blood vine? Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed his luck wasn't too bad after all. Since entering the Green Mist Forest, he had finally come across a highly valuable medicinal herb. In a crevice among the rocks, a segment of a violet gold vine glimmered with an unusual radiance. The edges of the crevice had recently crumbled, with scattered stones and still damp weeds suggesting that this vine had only just been exposed. Otherwise, it would have long been discovered. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately commanded the iron wire snake to spread out and stand guard. Despite the rarity of the discovery, he remained level-headed, prioritizing his own safety above all else. Only after ensuring there was no danger in the surroundings did he stride toward the violet blood vine. Based on his knowledge of the vine's characteristics, Zhou Ming wasn't concerned about poisonous insects or ferocious beasts lying in ambush nearby. This type of vine emitted a distinctive scent that attracted poisonous creatures, but as they attempted to feed on it, the vine would secrete a lethal sap. The corpses of these creatures, in turn, became the vine's ideal nourishment. The plant earned the name violet blood vine because, when mature, its cut would ooze a violet liquid, a precious substance known as violet gold essence. The price of 1 liter of violet gold essence could reach 1,000,000 alliance coins, earning it the title of a pseudo-spiritual material. It was a critical ingredient in crafting low-tier potions, which could not be manufactured by ordinary pharmaceutical companies, but required the expertise of specialized professionals known as alchemists. The alchemist profession could be traced back to the earliest days of beast tamers. Alchemists used their mental power and precise instruments to extract the essence of medicinal materials and fuse them into potions with extraordinary effects. Due to the high demands for mental control, the extensive knowledge of alchemy required, and the immense costs of trial and error, this profession was one that only major powers could afford to cultivate. Potions were classified into 4 levels: low tier, high tier, super tier, and legendary. This classification also served as the sole standard for evaluating an alchemist's skill. Since the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance, only one legendary alchemist had ever emerged. Though this individual possessed only the strength of a transcendent master and a lifespan of just over 3 centuries, in their final 100 years, they aided the Alliance in nurturing 2 legendary saints, helping the Alliance secure its footing during a time of crisis. Zhou Ming had once read about this history in the library and couldn't help but ponder the choices made by that legendary alchemist. If this person had focused on the path of beast taming, they might have achieved the lifespan of a millennia-long legendary saint, granting them more time to study alchemy, train even more powerful individuals for the Alliance, and potentially restore the Blue Star's dominance. Of course, if neither path had succeeded, the Alliance might not enjoy its current stability. For Zhou Ming, the value of the purple blood vines before him was of utmost importance. He carefully examined the vines sprawling through the cracks in the rocks, and after a rough estimation, he confirmed that this harvest could bring him a profit of over 1 million. With practiced movements, Zhou Ming took a specially designed glass bottle from his backpack. Using a dagger, he made a small incision on the purple blood vine and positioned the bottle steadily beneath it. Drop by drop, the purple golden liquid dripped into the bottle, each drop representing a tangible fortune. After ensuring the bottle was securely in place, he stepped aside to remain vigilant. Mo Dai and Zhu patrolled the surroundings, while Zhou Ming focused all his attention on his radar perception field, carefully monitoring any movement nearby. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, the glass bottle was already more than half filled with the valuable purple golden liquid. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Ming's lips as he gazed at the precious contents. Just as he closed his eyes again to concentrate on his radar perception, a sudden, chilling sensation crept across his forehead. Although his perception field detected no anomalies, Zhou Ming instinctively tilted his head aside like a lightning-fast serpent, dodging by mere centimeters. Bang! A gunshot echoed as a bead of blood streaked past in front of him. In that split second, Zhou Ming planted his right hand firmly on the ground and lunged forward. His legs, like the tail of a giant python, propelled him into a low glide along the ground. This was the signature movement technique of the wild python martial arts. In one seamless motion, he grabbed the glass bottle containing the purple golden liquid and swiftly took cover behind a nearby rock. More gunshots followed as 2 figures emerged from the bushes beyond his radar perception field, firing wildly at his previous position. Boom! The thunderous roar of Zhou Ming's thunder revolver drowned out the enemy's gunfire. The sheer intimidation of the shot forced his opponents to take cover immediately, even causing their summoned beasts to retreat. Though the recoil of the Thunder Mark II revolver was so immense that Zhou Ming's right hand needed a moment to recover after firing, its power was enough to severely wound or even kill most low-tier ferocious beasts. The purpose of this shot wasn't to hit the enemy, but to disrupt their rhythm and buy himself a moment to breathe. The enemy's strategy was clear. After the sniper's failed ambush, they quickly sent in close combat personnel and summoned beasts to suppress him. Without Zhou Ming's timely counterattack, even with Mo Dai and Zhu Ye's assistance, he might have been worn down to defeat. This was the brutal reality of the beast-taming world. If you wanted to subdue a summoned beast, the most effective way was to eliminate its tamer directly. Hoo-hoo! Zhou Ming panted heavily, having narrowly escaped the brink of death. His heartbeat thundered in his chest like a drum. Forcing himself to calm down, he quickly tightened the cap of the glass bottle with his left hand, safely securing the precious purple gold liquid. If even a drop of it spilled, not only would his life-threatening gamble have been in vain, but all his efforts would have been for nothing. Mo Dai and Zhu Yu silently returned to Zhou Ming's side, but he didn't immediately order a counterattack. Experience had taught him that dealing with ambushers protected by their beasts required precision. Acting rashly would make it nearly impossible to land a decisive blow, and might even expose his own strategies. Looks like we've been spotted by a sniper from afar, Zhou Ming muttered as he steadied his breath, quickly analyzing the situation. The snake swarm he relied on had been halved during a previous mission at the base, drastically reducing the range of his radar perception. This lapse had given the enemy an opening. Monkey, that guy probably can't use the thunder revolver again anytime soon, he called out in a low voice to his nearby companion. Damn it! Zhou Ming cursed under his breath. Good thing wireless communication is tough in the wilderness. Otherwise, they wouldn't even need to sneak up silently. These guys are definitely professionals. Gunshots rang out in quick succession. The ambushers advanced slowly, firing as they moved, accompanied by their beasts. Meanwhile, a sniper waited for the perfect shot from a distance. Zhou Ming reached into his coat and pulled out a grenade he had purchased from an arms dealer. No one cared as long as it wasn't brought back to the base. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the risk of triggering a beast stampede in the green mist jungle. If his enemies wanted to play, he'd raise the stakes. With the help of his remaining snake swarm acting as a radar, Zhou Ming pinpointed the enemy's positions with precision. When they entered within 50 meters, he decisively pulled the grenade pin. 1, 2. Counting down, Zhou Ming hurled the grenade forcefully toward the ambushers hiding behind the rocks. Grenade! Take cover! Despite the grenade's speed, the enemy reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground as their beasts instinctively shielded them. With a deafening explosion, shards of rock flew like arrows, pelting the boulder Zhou Ming was using as cover. The grenade, designed to deal with ferocious beasts, packed a devastating punch. However, Zhou Ming figured the enemy was probably only injured at most. The sniper in the distance remained the biggest threat. Without missing a beat, Zhou Ming immediately pulled out a smoke grenade. In the wilderness, nearly every hunter carried a firearm. Without a beast to shield him, Zhou Ming was at a severe disadvantage against armed hunters. The first time he had left the base, he couldn't afford a gun due to lack of funds. But this time, he had come fully prepared. Along with the high-explosive grenade, he had stocked up on smoke grenades perfect for coordinating with his iron thread snake swarm's ambush tactics. As the explosion's echoes faded, Zhou Ming tossed out 3 smoke grenades in quick succession. Before the others could react, thick white smoke had already engulfed the entire area within a radius of tens of meters. Your turn, Zhou Ming said, patting the serpentine bodies of Imodai and Zhuyu. These 2 iron thread snakes, at the level of fierce beasts, were his trump cards. Considering that ordinary iron thread snakes couldn't penetrate the protective combat suits of hunters, Zhou Ming decided to maintain only his radar sensing field. Following the tactical principle of focus on one critical point rather than spreading effort, Imodai and Zhuyu adopted a coordinated strategy. Imodai was tasked with drawing attention and holding off the opponent's beasts, while Zhuyu stealthily approached, waiting for an opportunity to take down the beast masters. The 2 snakes moved swiftly, one in front and one behind, launching a sudden assault on their targets. Gunshots echoed through the smoke. Within his radar sensing field, Zhou Ming noticed that just as the 2 retreating enemies were about to regroup, Imodai struck first. Although the thick smoke obscured visibility, making it impossible to identify the type of enemy beasts, Zhou Ming had full confidence in Imodai's ability to distract and engage. In such low visibility, firearms were almost as useless as sticks. Support, quickly. The opponent's beast is a venomous snake extremely agile, a voice called out. The seasoned fighter known as Monkey immediately dropped and rolled on the ground, clearly wary that Zhou Ming might locate him through sound and fire. His beast, a sword-tailed lizard, was locked in fierce combat with Imodai, its tail striking with the precision and sharpness of a blade. 20 meters away, Hound also rolled to evade. At that moment, Zhou Ming's Thunderbolt 2 revolver roared, a deafening shot tearing through the air. The bullet struck a 2-meter-tall human-faced spider, sending it reeling several meters back. Hound let out a scream of agony as he collapsed, mentally crushed. In the distance, a sniper immediately began firing back at Zhou Ming, using the muzzle flash as a guide. With his right hand recovered, Zhou Ming fired another shot before darting aside to take cover. Years of training at shooting ranges were proving invaluable now. His ability to hit enemy beasts in the smoke relied not only on his radar sensing field to determine their positions, but also on the fact that the targets were large and at a manageable distance. Seeing his companion fall, Monkey let out a low growl of fury. Knowing that Zhou Ming's Thunderbolt 2 revolver required time to reset, he ordered his sword-tailed lizard to launch an all-out assault on Imodai. What he didn't anticipate was Zhou Ming's hidden ace Zhuyu. As the sword-tailed lizard became fully occupied with Imodai, its master lost the protection of his beast. A flash of red light, and Zhuyu silently appeared behind Monkey, striking with lethal precision. Without the shield of his beast, the beastmaster was as fragile as paper against this deadly ambush. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck, followed by a gush of crimson. He managed only a faint gasp before collapsing lifelessly, his sword-tailed lizard dying in tandem. Zhuyu then turned to the still writhing Hound, swiftly ending his suffering. In the distance, the roars of rampaging beasts filled the air, shaking the ground beneath them. This was the chain reaction triggered 2 or 3 minutes after the grenades had exploded. Zhou Ming decisively recalled all his beasts and prepared to retreat. As for the sniper hiding in the distance, Zhou Ming felt no concern. Snipers who specialized in marksmanship rarely doubled as beastmasters, as dividing their focus would compromise their skills. True beastmasters dedicated themselves entirely to enhancing the abilities of their beasts. The rampage of the ferocious beasts wasn't a threat from a single direction, but centered around the location where Zhou Ming discovered the purple blood vine. All the surrounding beasts had fallen into a state of frenzy. To make matters worse, a large number of mutated animals had also joined the chaos. A bullet grazed Zhou Ming's forehead, and crimson blood streamed down his cheek, staining half of his face. In this critical moment, he had no time to tend to his wound. After quickly assessing the situation, he chose a relatively quiet direction to escape. To maintain his speed, he recalled the iron thread snakes into his beast-taming space, leaving only his most powerful companions, Dai and Yu, perched on his shoulders, ready to handle any sudden threats. As he sprinted, a jade scorpion suddenly blocked his path. Faced with the urgent situation, Zhou Ming immediately commanded Dai and Yu to attack. Though this low-level beast possessed massive pincers capable of crushing steel and a tough exoskeleton, it quickly fell into a disadvantage under his precise commands. Yu launched the first strike, narrowly dodging the jade scorpion's pincer by a hair's breadth. As the scorpion attempted to evade, Dai's two needle-thin streams of venom shot toward its eyes. Although the scorpion managed to block the attack with its pincers, its attempt to ambush Yu with its venomous tail was thwarted. Yu's bone blade flashed like lightning, severing one of the scorpion's legs. Unbalanced, the jade scorpion was hit again by Dai's paralyzing venom, its body quickly stiffening. Like a seasoned dissector, Yu swiftly dismantled the scorpion's tail, pincers, and legs before delivering a final blow that shattered its head's exoskeleton. Zhou Ming didn't pause to catch his breath. He grabbed the valuable 1-meter-long scorpion tail and continued his desperate run. Half an hour later, before the beast's encirclement fully formed, he successfully broke through. Pulling off his gas mask, Zhou Ming took deep breaths, feeling the burning sensation in his lungs and throat. Once his breathing steadied, he swallowed an anti-miasma pill and promptly put his mask back on. Thanks to Dai and Yu's invaluable assistance, their unique abilities allowed Zhou Ming to resolve the battle quickly and escape with his life. Once again, the thought crossed his mind if only he could have a beast he could ride. It would make survival so much easier. At this moment, Zhou Ming was in an utterly disheveled state. The abrasions on his forehead and face had already scabbed over with dried blood, and his combat suit was riddled with signs of corrosion and tears evidence of his fierce battles with mutated beasts. It was only thanks to his regular martial arts training and the protection of his combat suit that he had managed to survive against the overwhelming number of mutated creatures. Even with the protection of Dai and Yu, danger still loomed at every turn. "It's you who caused the rampage of the feral beasts." A cold voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Ming, who had been leaning on his thigh to catch his breath, immediately tensed up. In an instant, a Thunderbolt 2 revolver appeared in his hand, aimed steadily in the direction of the voice. Dai let out a menacing hiss, while the injured Yu had already been withdrawn into the beast-taming space. If not for ensuring Yu's safety, Zhou Ming would have already pulled the trigger. After all, the secret that an apprentice-level beast tamer could simultaneously control two feral beasts was one that could never be exposed without the means to protect himself. Scorpion-tailed lion. Thunderbolt 2 revolver. Both spoke at the same time, their voices tinged with surprise. Though both were wearing gas masks, the tension in their expressions was palpable. Zhou Ming scrutinized the young man who had suddenly appeared before him. The man was outfitted in the standard gear of a hunter, from his protective suit to his specialized boots, from his Storm Series rifle to his filtration gas mask, and even to his large-capacity backpack. Every piece was professional-grade equipment. However, the most striking detail was the scorpion-tailed lion beneath him. This beast, half again the size of a regular lion, had muscles rippling across its body like chiseled marble. Most intimidating of all was its nearly 2-meter-long tail, which resembled a steel whip. The gleaming tip of the tail radiated a deadly menace. As one of the top 10 dominators among low-tier feral beasts, the scorpion-tailed lion not only possessed immense strength and a formidable physique, but also wielded a tail capable of shredding alloy armor. Its venomous tip was a lethal weapon that no beast of the same rank could withstand. The young man's brow twitched slightly. He had assumed that with his beast companion, he could easily subdue this battered-looking opponent. Even in close combat, the protection of his Saint Elephant 2 armor meant he had little to fear from firearms. However, the Thunderbolt 2 revolver in Zhou Ming's hand forced him to reassess the situation. From Zhou Ming's swift and precise movements, it was clear he wasn't bluffing, was fully capable of wielding this close-quarters king firearm with deadly proficiency. Neither the young man nor his scorpion-tailed lion could afford to take a direct hit from it. A beast tamer who also walks the path of a gunfighter? That's pretty rare. After a brief silence, the young man finally broke the tension. "Better to have more skills than fewer," Zhou Ming replied calmly. He was familiar with the gunfighter profession, individuals who had honed their martial arts and marksmanship to perfection, seamlessly integrating the two. While this path was typically chosen by ordinary people and was often limited to apprentice-level beast tamers, Zhou Ming had no intention of clarifying that he wasn't a true gunfighter. In his current state, he was already in bad shape. His right arm, strained from the repeated use of the Thunderbolt 2 revolver and the intense physical exertion, was beginning to throb with sharp pain. Firing another shot would undoubtedly lead to bone fractures or worse. With only Imo Dai barely maintaining a defensive stance and even ordinary iron thread snakes unable to provide assistance, his options were severely limited. Right now, Zhou Ming could only rely on the Thunderbolt 2 revolver in his hand to intimidate the opponent. His right arm was still injured, and if a conflict broke out, he wasn't confident he could hold his ground. In this situation, if he missed his shot, death was certain. The young man sitting atop the manticore carefully observed Zhou Ming's condition, clearly hesitant to act rashly. "Did you just use a grenade?" he asked tentatively. "Thunderstorm-type impact grenade," Zhou Ming replied expressionlessly. It was originally meant for dealing with feral beasts, but it worked just fine against ambushers this time. He paused deliberately. "Oh, by the way, I still have one left in my backpack. Want to see it? It's my first time using something this explosive." Hearing this, the young man thought to himself, "I've run into a Lunatica powerful one at that. Well, back off. How about you lower your gun? I'd like to talk," the young man said in a calmer tone. "Talk about what?" "I found a severely injured Haiti." "Wait," Zhou Ming interrupted, looking at him as if he were an idiot. "Are you seriously saying you want to hunt a severely injured Haitier beast?" "Yes," the young man responded immediately. "A Haitier feral beast, a venomous wyvern. Its materials are worth over 100 million alliance credits. If we manage to get its dragon crystal, its value would be immeasurable." The rejection Zhou Ming was about to voice was swallowed back instantly. "How do I know you're not lying to me?" "Simple. You can come with me to check," the young man said candidly. "Originally, I was looking for someone to act as cannon fodder, but judging by your strength, you're qualified to share in the spoils." "Sounds nice, but if you could handle it yourself, why would you need help?" Zhou Ming sneered. "Still, we'll take a look, but it'll need 3 days to recover." "No way. 1 day, tops," the young man refused firmly. "With the recovery ability of a high-tier beast, if it regains even a fraction of its strength, we won't stand a chance, even if we work together." As he spoke, the young man tossed over a vial of green liquid. Imo Dai, Zhou Ming's beast companion, swiftly darted out, coiling around the vial and placing it on the ground. "Careful, aren't you? Not worried your beast might mess up," the young man remarked with a hint of amusement, eyeing the small, slender Imo Dai. "Low-tier healing potion," Zhou Ming said after inspecting the vial. "Pretty generous of you. Step back. Once I recover, we'll leave tomorrow morning. There's a cave not far from here," the young man suggested. "If you're okay with it, you can lower your weapon and come with me." "Surely, you don't think you're more important to me than the wyvern, do you?" "Lead the way," Zhou Ming replied curtly. Zhou Ming holstered his Thunderstorm 2 revolver, the sharp pain in his arm growing more pronounced. After weighing his options, he decided to accept the stranger's proposal. The young stranger turned and rode off on his scorpion-tailed lion, with Zhou Ming following close behind. With the dominant beast of the lower-tier predators clearing the way, their journey remained undisturbed, as no feral creatures or mutated animals dared to approach. They settled down in a trumpet-shaped cave beneath a cliff. The fire crackled softly as Zhou Ming and the stranger sat on opposite sides, their respective beasts lying alertly by their sides, keeping watch. "What should I call you?" the stranger asked. Zhou Ming glanced at the inky black snake-like creature beside him and casually replied, "Wan Shi." "And you?" "Yeah, sure," the stranger said, using the name of his own beast as an alias. "That injured wyvern, how did you find it? Was it wounded by another professional beast master?" Xiesher inquired. "I'm not sure. I just happened to see it lose its ability to fly and crash down while passing by. That's when I decided to hunt it," Zhou Ming replied, his expression darkening. Whether the wyvern was the prey of another professional beastmaster or not, the fact that Xiesher could locate it meant others likely could as well. The real threat wasn't the wounded wyvern but the reedied hunters who might be lurking nearby. "Xiesher, you don't think you're the only one who noticed it, do you?" "I'm not that naive. That's why I wanted to find some cannon fodder as bait. But I didn't expect to find a capable companion instead." "Companion?" Zhou Ming patted his backpack, where smoke bombs were stashed, and spoke with a cocky tone. "Let's hope it's as you say. Otherwise, my last pineapple grenade will be a gift for you. See you tomorrow." He was secretly relieved that the smoke bombs could easily pass as high-explosive grenades. Noticing Zhou Ming's movements, Xiesher's eye twitched, worried the other man might actually detonate one of those things. Leaving his beast, Wan Shi, to guard the area, Zhou Ming retreated to a corner of the cave to use a low-tier healing potion. Though precious, he knew his life was more important. After drinking half of it, he discreetly summoned Zhu Yu and gave the remaining potion to the creature before recalling it. The potion worked quickly. The scrape on his forehead healed in moments, his right arm returned to normal, and the soreness throughout his body dissolved in a comforting warmth. Not only did the potion mend his surface wounds, but it also repaired hidden internal injuries. Zhou Ming estimated that with a night's rest, his strength would increase by at least 10%. Satisfied that Xiesher wouldn't go out of his way to target someone as insignificant as him, Zhou lowered his guard. He recalled the exhausted Wan Shi and drifted into a deep sleep. By the fire, Xiesher watched Zhou deep in thought. This man, who alternated between vigilance and relaxation, was indeed intriguing, one of the rare individuals he couldn't quite figure out. Adding more wood to the fire, he settled down to rest as well, leaving his scorpion-tailed lion to take the night watch. Had a good sleep, huh? A voice laced with sarcasm broke the silence as Zhou opened his eyes to the scornful tone of Xiesher. Stretching lazily, Zhou carefully placed the backpack he was clutching to the side and grinned. Come on, Xiesher, don't be so petty. Your scorpion-tailed lion could go days without rest and still fight at full strength. Besides, doesn't this show how much I trust you? Putting my life in your hands the first time we meet. Then why did you cling to that backpack all night? Xiesher sneered, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhou. I saw it clearly. You kept your right hand inside the bag the entire time. Is that what you call trust? If I had made a move last night, you'd have pulled out a grenade launcher and fought me to the death. Feigning nonchalance, Zhou chuckled. Haha, it's just a bad habit from sleeping with my girl all the time. Honestly, now that you mention it, I kinda miss Xiao Hong. Though in truth, both in this life and his past one, Zhou had never so much as held a girl's hand. Yet, his slick words rolled off his tongue effortlessly. Not wanting Xiesher to press further, Zhou quickly changed the subject. Anyway, let's go check out that bipedal dragon you mentioned. Someone might already be planning to make a move on it. Xiesher scrutinized him for a moment, but seeing nothing suspicious, he turned and headed toward his scorpion-tailed lion. Zhou took the chance to glance at his backpack, where only a few smoke bombs remained, silently regretting that he hadn't brought more than one grenade. Mo Dai, coiled around his shoulder, stayed alert as they followed Xiesher. The journey was grueling. Zhou had to make do with special jerky and water for sustenance. After an hour of trekking, with the scorpion-tailed lion clearing the path, they finally reached a vantage point. About 3 miles ahead, in that mountain hollow, Xiesher said, pointing into the distance. Zhou immediately pulled out a monocular and adjusted the focus to get a clearer view. Meanwhile, Mo Dai kept a wary eye on Xiesher's every move. Noticing Zhou guarded demeanor and the way he frequently checked his Thunderbolt Type II revolver, Xiesher found the situation amusing. A revolver jamming? Really? Through the lens of the monocular, Zhou was awestruck by the colossal figure before him. It was a bipedal dragon, over 20 or 30 meters long, standing more than 10 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in dark green scales the size of a human palm, and its tumtor-long head was surrounded by menacing bone spikes. However, the dragon was gravely injured. 2/3 of its left wing was torn from the root, and its chest bore several gashes over a meter long. Judging by the nature of the wounds, they appeared to be inflicted during a battle with another high-level beast, rather than by a professional beastmaster. Within a 100-meter radius around the wyvern, the ground was charred black, clear evidence of the corrosive effects of its breath. Through his telescope, Zhou observed a few low-tier beasts foolishly approaching the heavily injured wyvern, only to become its meal and aid in its recovery. The sight made him silently thankful for not approaching recklessly. Lowering the telescope, Zhou turned to the scorpion lion beside him. Though this fierce beast was gravely wounded and temporarily immobile, it still exuded immense value. Even so, Zhou managed to maintain his rare composure. Clear the field, the scorpion lion responded curtly, its tone calm yet tinged with a menacing undertone. This reply further convinced Zhou that the healing potion it had offered earlier was not purely out of goodwill but for greater personal gain. I have a question to clarify first, Zhou said. Speak. If there's a dragon crystal inside the wyvern, how do we split it? The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Dragon crystals, a rare type of beast core, were guaranteed to appear within lord-level beasts and could occasionally form in height-ear beasts. These treasures were highly sought after, not only for crafting potions or equipment, but also for enhancing tamed beasts. Wyverns, being creatures with dragon bloodlines, had a higher likelihood of producing dragon crystals. The most valuable aspect of a dragon crystal was its potential to bestow dragon bloodlines upon tamed beasts and help beast tamers refine their mental strength. If there's a dragon crystal, it's mine, the scorpion lion said, its gaze sharp as a blade locked onto Zhou. Seeing Zhou hesitate, it added, they'll compensate you in other ways. In what ways? Zhou immediately perked up, a look of interest flashing across his face. He was well aware of his own limitations and saw no need to bring trouble upon himself by coveting something beyond his reach. You're likely a self-taught beast tamer, the scorpion lion began. Meditation techniques, materials for career advancement rituals, advanced beast taming knowledge, secret techniques, high-grade potions, anything reasonable is on the table. Quite the big spender, Zhou muttered, his eyes lighting up with every item mentioned. For a brief moment, He even considered the outrageous idea of kidnapping this wealthy benefactor. But recalling the scorpion lion's strength and possible background, he quickly abandoned the thought. You're not some young master sneaking out to experience life among commoners, are you? Zhou Ming asked, studying the scorpion lion intently. Have you decided? The scorpion lion's impatience was evident. I've decided, Zhou Ming replied swiftly, eager not to offend this potential gold mine. He was already calculating how to forge a strong alliance with this individual. I've made up my mind. I want a basic meditation technique, the knowledge required for the shepherd class transition, and the expertise to advance a beast master. That's not too much, is it? Beastmaster knowledge may be valuable, but for major factions, these are standard resources, the Scorpion Lion sneered, dousing Zhou Ming's enthusiasm with cold reality. You'd better pray that the wyvern has a dragon crystal in its body. Luck shouldn't be that bad, Zhou Ming replied, unwilling to dwell on whether this was just an illusion. Instead, he shifted the topic. Tell me your plan for clearing the area. The Scorpion Lion explained slowly. Initially, I thought of setting up bait to pick off the watchers hiding in the jungle one by one. But seeing your skills, I suggest we split up and flank them from both sides to clear out those lurking hunters. All right, Zhou Ming agreed decisively, his straightforward response confirming the Scorpion Lion's suspicion this man still had hidden cards to play. One more thing, the Scorpion Lion suddenly called out as Zhou Ming was about to leave. Don't use your high-explosive grenades. If you do, even if I have to give up the wyvern, I'll take your life. Relax, I'm not ready to die yet. Zhou Ming replied with a wave of his hand, turning and walking away. They were already deep in the green mist jungle, not far from the habitat of high-level beasts. If a grenade were detonated here, it wouldn't just cost them the wyvern, but could also draw the deadly attention of high-level beasts. Of course, that assumed Zhou Ming actually had grenades. If he did, though, in a life-or-death moment, who would care about the consequences? As for why grenade explosions caused beast rampages but gunshots didn't, Zhou Ming speculated that to beasts, the noise of gunfire was like an annoying outdoor dance party, while grenade explosions were like a late-night drilling noise enough to drive anyone mad. More likely, the Blue Star Alliance's past frequent use of artillery against beasts had conditioned them to associate explosions with danger. Then again, perhaps only the beasts themselves knew the real answer. Let's hope I wasn't wrong about him, the Scorpion Lion murmured as he watched Zhou Ming disappear into the distance, then rode off on his beast. Zhou Ming traveled several miles along the hillside without incident. Perhaps it was the presence of the wyvern, but no mutated animals or beasts crossed his path. They were either drawn to the wyvern or deterred by its aura. Sorry, but you're in my way, he murmured softly as he stood at the edge of a hill, gazing down at the jungle shrouded in green mist. Dozens of iron wire snakes emerged around him, quickly spreading out to form a wide sensory network. Thanks to the healing potion, Zhu Yu had fully recovered and emerged from the beast space, coiling on Zhou Ming's right shoulder to guard him alongside Mo Dai. 8 rounds left, Zhou Ming muttered, glancing at the Thunderbolt Type II revolver in his hand and calculating his remaining ammunition. This revolver's effectiveness against beasts wasn't just due to its exceptional craftsmanship. The specially made bullets played a crucial role. 10 specially crafted bullets were carefully loaded into 2 chambers by Zhou Ming. Due to the limited availability of these unconventional weapons, he hadn't prepared additional spares. Zhou Ming cautiously stepped into the forest, always maintaining vigilance with his radar sensing field. Having learned from a previous sniper ambush, he deliberately avoided open areas, using a monocular to meticulously survey the terrain. The targets were 5 hunters and 3 tamed beasts. It didn't take long for his radar sensing field to detect the hidden targets within a dense forest. Zhou Ming quickly analyzed the situation. Among the 2 hunters who were not beast tamers, one must be a sniper, while the other was likely a heavy weapons user. Remembering the devastating power of a sniper and heavy weapons combo he had witnessed in Snake Valley, Zhou Ming decided to prioritize eliminating these 2 without the protection of tamed beasts. They were easier to take down. 2 iron thread snakes slithered to Zhou Ming's feet, and he took out a blood-boosting potion, administering it to each of them. The effect was immediate. The snake's scales began to seep blood from their seams, and their auras turned ferociously aggressive. No wonder this potion is meant for desperate situations, Zhou Ming murmured before springing into action. Deep within the forest, a burly man with rippling muscles, carrying an ammo box as tall as a meter and wielding a heavy machine gun, was questioning the team leader. Boss, when are we making a move? If we wait any longer, we might miss this chance. This man, known as Furious Bear, had clearly advanced his brute force martial arts through the use of drugs. What's the rush, Furious Bear? Patience is the key this time. We're not the only team of hunters in this area, the team leader replied. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion abruptly shattered the calm. The head of the ferocious lion beside him jerked upwards, spraying blood everywhere. The mental backlash rendered the team leader incapacitated instantly, as he collapsed to the ground clutching his head. Enum, furious bear's warning was cut short as two ferocious iron thread snakes lunged at him and the sniper perched in a tree. Two gunshots rang out, and the two non-beast-taming hunters fell lifeless to the ground. At the same time, Zhou Ming's ink ribbon and vermilion jade had entangled the remaining hunters' tamed beasts. Smoke grenades detonated in the forest, engulfing the area in a thick haze and obscuring the hunters' vision just as they tried to counterattack. Iron Mountain, retreat quickly. The enemy came prepared. One of them shouted decisively, calling for his companion while retreating. Without knowing the enemy's exact numbers, staying in the smoke was tantamount to suicide. The two hunters had no choice but to rely on their tamed beasts for cover as they attempted to break through what they assumed was an encirclement. As the two hunters fled in panic, two iron thread snakes leapt from the branches above like arrows released from a bow, sinking their fangs precisely into the hunters' necks. Their companion beasts attempted to assist, but they were entangled by Zhu Yu and Imo Dai, unable to break free. These iron thread snakes, specially cultivated by Zhou Ming, were far more venomous than ordinary species. Within seconds of struggling, the hunters collapsed to the ground, completely immobilized. Two sharp gunshots shattered the forest's silence. The bullets from the Bloodhunter Model I pistol struck their targets with precision. With their masters' deaths, the beasts entangled by Zhu Yu and Imo Dai also fell lifelessly to the ground. Zhou Ming emerged from the haze, calling Zhu Yu and Imo Dai back onto his shoulders before leading the snake swarm away from the battlefield. The scattered spoils on the ground were temporarily left behind. They were meant for the upcoming battle with the wyvern. The entire fight lasted less than a minute. This victory was less about overwhelming strength and more about Zhou Ming's flawless execution of the advantage of initiative. This ambush tactic was inspired by the combat strategies he had learned from the White Eagle Nation in his past life. Using radar perception to gain intelligence superiority, combined with the stealth techniques of the Python martial arts and scent masking powders, Zhou Ming moved silently through the dense forest. First, he used the Thunder Model 2 revolver to eliminate the strongest leader. The gunshot not only neutralized the target, but also served to startle the enemies and divert their attention. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, he unleashed iron thread snakes, injected with blood-boiling serum, to ambush isolated snipers and gunners. Meanwhile, smoke grenades obscured the remaining enemy's vision, forcing them to retreat right into his ambush. This surgical strike tactic brought Zhou Ming a mix of emotions as he recalled his past life experiences with the White Eagle Nation. Though he despised them, he had to admit the brilliance of their strategies. However, in this world, such tactics were only effective against apprentice-level beastmasters, whose weaknesses were glaringly obvious. Zhou Ming still vividly remembered how he had once nearly fallen victim to a similar ambush, the suffocating near-death experience etched deeply into his memory. With growing combat experience, Zhou Ming had refined this tactic to perfection, systematically eliminating hiding hunters one by one, like pulling out nails. However, he faced certain limitations. The Thunder Model 2 revolver had limited ammunition, and although his right arm had been strengthened by healing serums by about 10%, it still required recovery time. After eliminating a third hunter squad, the situation began to shift. The remaining hunters realized someone was systematically clearing them out. Some chose to group together, while others retreated in the direction of the scorpion lion. Perched on a massive tree that required several people to encircle, Zhou Ming put away his monocular and silently assessed the situation. It seemed he would have to wait for the scorpion lion to appear before he could bring this battle to a definitive conclusion. Zhou Ming's aggressive actions in eliminating targets had drawn the heightened vigilance of the remaining hunters. Before long, a joint hunting squad consisting of 13 members appeared within his line of sight. The group included 9 beast tamers and 4 firearm users who had chosen to set up camp in an open area. Such a formidable lineup was beyond Zhou Ming's ability to handle alone. After swiftly descending from the dense branches of a tall tree, Zhou Ming didn't wait for the scorpion lion's support. Instead, he quickly retreated into the dense forest behind him, carrying with him all the spoils of his previous encounters with the hunter sniper rifles, heavy machine guns, and ammunition. These supplies were crucial for compensating for his own lack of strength. Finding a massive tree with a trunk wide enough to encircle, Zhou Ming carefully stashed the equipment at its base before climbing nimbly up to the treetop, more than 10 meters high. There, he replenished his energy with some dry rations while using a monocular telescope to closely monitor the hunter's camp in the distance. As night fell, the joint squad showed no signs of leaving clearly. The allure of the bipedal wyvern was too tempting for them to abandon. "So, you're here already?" Zhou Ming smiled as he sensed the quiet approach of the scorpion lion below. In the moonlight, the scorpion lion emerged slowly from the shadows, riding its beast companion. "How did you know I would find you?" "Heh, the scorpion-tailed lion isn't just powerful, it has an incredible sense of smell too. Reading more books does pay off, you know," Zhou Ming replied as he agilely dropped to the ground in a few swift movements. "It seems you haven't completed your assigned task yet." The scorpion lion had also noticed the joint hunting squad in the distance, but he had chosen to find Zhou Ming first instead of acting recklessly. What's the plan? Are you thinking of staging a one-man raid on their camp? I could cheer you on from the sidelines, Zhou Ming teased. The scorpion lion didn't respond to the jest. If he were truly capable of such a feat, he wouldn't have sought Zhou Ming's help in the first place. Zhou Ming quickly dropped his playful tone, speaking seriously. They've chosen an open area to guard against ambushes, but that also exposes their weaknesses. 9 beast tamers are nothing more than lambs to the slaughter for your scorpion-tailed lion, but those 4 firearm users are the real threat. In open terrain, if they're equipped with heavy machine guns and high-powered sniper rifles loaded with armor-piercing rounds, even your scorpion-tailed lion wouldn't withstand that kind of firepower. Over the years, the Alliance had advanced significantly, combining martial arts with mutated materials. Even firearms with extreme recoil could now be wielded by humans, making their destructive potential undeniable. So, what's your plan? The scorpion lion asked. Night raid. Disruption? Zhou Ming replied, his earlier hours of observation not wasted. Tonight, they'll use these guns to randomly fire at their camp. If anyone comes out, you take care of them, but chances are they won't fall for it. Ideally, though, we could lure some nearby fierce beasts to attack their camp. The scorpion lion, recalling the earlier beast stampede, gave Zhou Ming a cold, piercing look. All right, let's move on to something else, Zhou Ming said tactfully, shifting back to the main topic under the scorpion lion's stern gaze. The moonlight spilled onto the forest clearing like a gentle stream. Zhou Ming bent down to pick up a dry branch, quickly swept away the fallen leaves on the ground with his foot, and drew a clear circle on the moonlit surface. Look, he said, pointing to the circle on the ground. Let's consider this as the area where those people are stationed. We can use our firearms to create disturbances around them. This will not only confuse them about our position, but also help us identify their firepower points while wearing down their energy. As he spoke, Zhou Ming suddenly looked up at Xiesher, his gaze falling on the other's backpack. Do you have any potions that can help us maintain our stamina? If we collapse from exhaustion first, I'll be a disaster. Xiesher's face darkened instantly as he noticed Zhou Ming eyeing his backpack. The thought of using up precious resources before the operation even began made him slightly irritated. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he reluctantly pulled out a vial of green liquid glowing with an emerald hue from the pocket of his combat suit. Stamina potion. This is the only one I have, Xiesher said tersely. Perfect. You really live up to your wealthy background. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up as he quickly explained. This low-tier potion can keep someone going for 3 days and nights without food or water, maintaining peak energy levels. It's not a stimulant, it's purely a supplement with no side effects. Many rich people treat it as a priceless treasure. Get to the point, Xiesher interrupted impatiently. Zhou Ming immediately continued. 1 vial is enough for 2 people for a day. Tonight, we'll keep harassing them. If they rush out of their camp, that's ideal. If they don't, we'll keep up the pressure until around 5 a.m. By then, their vigilance will drop, and their stamina will be drained. He pointed at the circle on the ground again and continued. You'll attack from this position using your scorpion lion for a feint, drawing their fire. Meanwhile, they'll infiltrate from here to take out their gunners. Once their firepower is neutralized, your scorpion lion can go all out, and he'll strike them from behind for a decisive blow. Did you attend a military academy? Xiesher asked thoughtfully after hearing the plan. Zhou Ming rolled his eyes. If I had been to a military academy, why would I need to ask you for meditation techniques? In truth, the plan wasn't overly complicated. Most beast tamers focused solely on improving their combat abilities and rarely delved into other areas of knowledge. Zhou Ming's ability to devise such a plan stemmed entirely from his year of extensive reading at the Qinshan Library. Since the library's resources on beast tamers were limited, he had been compelled to explore a variety of other subjects. The scorpion lion was unaware that his strength and resources were the key to Zhou Ming's plan. Without the scorpion lion holding back those 9 beast tamers, even if Zhou Ming could handle the gunmen, he would still be surrounded on all sides. Can you take care of those 4 gunmen? Zhou Ming asked. As long as you can suppress their beasts, they'll have no problem on my end. Some of their beasts have highly sensitive perception abilities, making it hard for me to get close. Seeing the scorpion lion's doubtful expression, Zhou Ming briefly explained his plan. If they could divert the attention of the enemy's beasts, he could use the iron snake for a sneak attack. With a gulp, the scorpion lion unhesitatingly opened a stamina potion, downing more than half the bottle in one go before handing the rest to Zhou Ming. Do you have to drink that much? Zhou Ming teased, but he quickly drank the remaining potion. Moments later, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his body, and his mind became exceptionally clear. Money really does make life easier, he remarked. Pointing at the firearms on the ground, Zhou Ming asked, which one are you using? The sniper rifle. All right, I won't waste your potion then. Tonight, they'll show you what it means to be a real man. He'll handle the heavy machine gun. Zhou Ming wasn't trying to show off. The harassment mission truly required the overwhelming firepower of a heavy machine gun. He picked up a Hive 1 heavy machine gun, slung the ammo belt across his body, and forewent the bulky ammo box to maintain mobility. Before leaving, Zhou Ming reminded the Scorpion Lion to make the first move. He needed the Scorpion Lion to draw the camp's attention before launching his own surprise attack. The heavy machine gun's muzzle flash was too conspicuous. Firing first would easily reveal his position. The two split up. Zhou Ming chose a spot near a tree close to an open area to set up the heavy machine gun. Large rocks nearby provided cover, and he had already scouted a retreat route behind him. A hidden swarm of iron snakes had already set up a sensory field to guard against any counterattacks. At this moment, Zhou Ming's expression turned serious, a stark contrast to the playful demeanor he had shown in front of the Scorpion Lion. That light-hearted smile was nothing more than a mask. Bang! A muffled gunshot shattered the silence of the night. It was the Scorpion Lion's sniper rifle. Although the enemy camp was cleverly concealed with branches and tents, this shot signaled the start of the battle. Zhou Ming immediately pulled the trigger, and the heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, rat-a-tat-a-tat, spraying toward the now chaotic camp. Enemy attack. Counterattack. Short, sharp commands came from the enemy camp as they launched a coordinated response. When the rocks around him were struck by bullets, Zhou Ming realized the enemy's sniper had locked onto him. Without hesitation, he ceased fire and began relocating. Bang! Bang bang. The green mist forest was particularly lively that night. The dragon's aura emitted by the wyvern kept most of the mutated animals and ferocious beasts at bay. Only a few daring creatures lingered around, waiting for the right moment to strike. Inside the camp, gunfire echoed continuously. It was now late into the night, and the rapid fire of the heavy machine gun had finally ceased. Zhou Ming had used up all the ammunition. This revealed the heavy machine gun's fatal weakness. Without team support to resupply ammo, even the most powerful weapon could only be effective in critical moments. Inside a tightly secured tent within the camp, two figures were engaged in a hushed argument. Damn it, I told you we should retreat. Wu Lauer, you're too greedy. You insisted on waiting until dawn to deal with the ones clearing the area in secret before going after the wyvern. And now? You're dragging us to our deaths. A lean man in combat gear, his eyes sharp and sinister, questioned angrily. Watch your mouth, poison wolf. Wu Lauer, radiating an aura of menace, immediately shot back. If it weren't for you suggesting a wide-open area, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. And you were the one claiming they had a close combat assassin. So what's your plan now? Retreat, Wu Lauer replied. Poison Wolf sneered, clearly doubting this greedy man would give up on the wyvern so easily. Wu Lauer quickly laid out his analysis. I've observed them. There are only two of them. Aside from that scorpion-tailed lion, the other one isn't much of a threat. They're worried that our armor-piercing sniper rifle and heavy machine gun might harm the scorpion-tailed lion, so they're trying to force us into the dense forest. In that case, why not turn their plan against them? Poison Wolf narrowed his eyes, contemplating. You're saying we should take down the scorpion-tailed lion? Exactly. While it's still dark, hide the sniper. When daylight comes and visibility improves, we'll pretend to break through. As soon as the scorpion-tailed lion shows itself, it'll engage it, giving the sniper a clear shot. Once we take it out, the situation will be in our favor. We'll also assign a few beastmasters with sharp senses to keep an eye on that assassin. The wyvern will be ours. A greedy glint flashed in Wu Lauer's eyes. If this works out, we might not need to remain hunters anymore. We could even become professional beastmasters. After weighing the options, Poison Wolf nodded in agreement. However, he had already started plotting to keep all the spoils for himself after all. As long as he was the last one standing, everything would belong to him. Of course, Wu Lauer was likely harboring similar thoughts. The two quickly left the tent and began executing their plan to deal with Zhou Ming. Meanwhile, behind a boulder, the scorpion-tailed lion asked Zhou Ming, "Do you need me to keep distracting them?" The opponent temporarily abandoned the elusive manticore and turned their attention to Zhou Ming. To them, this guy recklessly spraying heavy machine gun fire seemed like a much easier target to deal with. However, this was exactly what the manticore had planned. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded the scorpion-tailed beast to launch a sudden assault, claiming the life of one hunter in an instant. Yet the seasoned hunters quickly adapted, using their armor-piercing heavy machine gun to force the ferocious beast to retreat. Seeing his plan succeed, the manticore's view of Zhou Ming subtly shifted. No need to continue, he said. These experienced hunters have seen through our intention, but our goal is already achieved. The priority now is to scout the area and ensure the gunfire hasn't drawn anyone else. I have no desire to deal with these opponents, only to be ambushed by someone lurking in the shadows. Didn't expect you to be so cautious, Wan Shi remarked, studying the manticore. It was clear to him now that in a direct fight, he was no match for the manticore, but in a guerrilla battle, the situation could be entirely different. That's because I've been the one lurking in the shadows. Zhou Ming replied calmly. In his mind, he silently added, to be precise, the hunter behind the one lurking. Quite the schemer, aren't you? The manticore said. 5:30 sharp, meet here. With that, he turned and left. Zhou Ming also retreated in the opposite direction without delay. An hour later, the two regrouped at the designated location to exchange reconnaissance findings. How's it looking? Zhou Ming asked. No signs of anyone lying in ambush. Clear on my end too. Let's proceed as planned. From an aerial perspective, their movements unfolded clearly. The manticore chose an open, flat route, while Zhou Ming stealthily approached from the rear of the camp, where overgrown grass and scattered rocks provided ample cover. 10 minutes later, the manticore made the first move as planned. The scorpion-tailed beast let out an earth-shaking roar and charged toward the camp. This time, rather than riding his beast, the manticore followed behind, wielding his signature Storm Series rifle to provide suppressive fire. Using his radar sensory field, Zhou Ming quickly detected two snipers hidden among the tall grass and rocks. Recognizing their intent, he smirked coldly and unleashed two iron-threaded snakes that had consumed blood-burning potions. These 1-foot-long snakes darted through the undergrowth like kamikaze warriors, swiftly locating their targets. At Zhou Ming's command, they bared their fangs and injected venom wildly into the two snipers. The snipers managed only a faint groan before collapsing, paralyzed and awaiting death. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the manticore, Zhou Ming closed in on the camp, targeting the heavy firepower positions shielded by the enemy beasts. Zhu Yu, it's your turn, Zhou Ming said to his beast. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, Zhu Ye's figure transformed into a streak of crimson lightning in the faint morning light. Someone's behind us, a beast master shouted in alarm. These masters, trained extensively in mental strength, possessed sensory abilities far surpassing the average person. Moreover, their beasts specialized in perception, amplifying this sense and feeding it back to their owners. As the beast master alerted his comrades, he raised his weapon, preparing to shoot at the approaching Zhu Yu. Unfortunately, the actions of an apprentice-level beast tamer were no match for the speed of a ferocious beast. Zhu Yu moved like a deadly red lightning bolt, the bone blade on its tail slicing through the air and precisely severing the neck of one gunman. Before the body hit the ground, it had already pounced on another shooter wielding a heavy machine gun. The last gunman finally reacted, fear driving him to frantically pull the trigger. Bullets carved dense trajectories through the air, but Zhu Yu's agile movements easily evaded the shots. At close range, the scorpion lion showcased its dominance as a low-tier ferocious beast ruler. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhou Ming struck decisively, a bolt of lightning knocking down a six-legged, venomous wolf that was preparing to provide support. The wolf's master hit the ground with a piercing scream. Amidst the brief turmoil, Zhu Yu's bone blade had already pierced the heart of the last gunman with precision. Zhou Ming didn't pause. With his left hand gripping the Blood Hunter Model 1, he continued firing, while Immo Band joined the fight. Without suppressive fire from the enemy, the scorpion lion began to rampage freely, slaughtering the opposing beasts. Each attack was accompanied by the anguished cries of their tamers. Once Zhou Ming eliminated the enemy sniper, the outcome of the battle was sealed. To ensure safety, Zhou Ming retrieved Zhu Yu back into the beast space while methodically finishing off the fallen hunters. As the scorpion lion approached, it curiously inquired about the two snipers. Zhou Ming explained that their opponents had intended to use a counter strategy but failed to anticipate his preemptive strike. Was that luck? The scorpion lion asked. I've always been lucky, Zhou Ming replied, his gaze falling on the scorpion lion. He noticed a few armor-piercing rounds embedded halfway into its body, unable to penetrate further. When Zhou Ming questioned it, the scorpion lion admitted that it was a combination of skin hardening and muscle reinforcement secret techniques, although IU had not yet fully mastered them. As it finished speaking, the scorpion lion flexed its muscles slightly, ejecting the armor-piercing rounds from its body. The metallic clinks as the bullets hit the ground were crisp and clear. Watching this, Zhou Ming's expression twitched beneath his mask. The scorpion lion not only boasted the most powerful offensive capabilities among low-tier ferocious beasts, but also possessed dual defensive secret technicasa configuration that screamed luxury. It seemed the other party had sought assistance merely to avoid injuring their prized beast. Looks like your earlier boasts weren't exaggerations. I'd better pray that the two-legged wyvern truly has a dragon crystal, Zhou Ming remarked with a sigh. Should I wait for you to kneel and pray for a moment? For once, the usually aloof scorpion lion teased Zhou Ming. Forget it. Just look at this place. I'd be lucky if you don't jinx me. Zhou Ming waved his hand dismissively. Let's go. We just need to deal with the wyvern now. We've wasted too much time already. Although this is still the outskirts of the Green Mist Forest, there's no guarantee we won't encounter high-tier beasts. He paused briefly and added, even though hunters rarely come to the Green Mist Forest, it's not like they never do. Otherwise, We wouldn't need to conduct these clearing missions. Scorpion Lion nodded in agreement, paying no mind to the flesh wounds caused by armor-piercing rounds. With a carefree leap, he mounted the scorpion-tailed lion. Zhou Ming, seeing this, turned to the black ribbon on his left shoulder and flicked it on the head in annoyance. How did it end up reversed with you? The black ribbon looked utterly bewildered, unprepared for the sudden rebuke. Moments later, the two arrived at the mountain hollow where the wyvern had crashed. Before they even got close, Zhou Ming experienced the oppressive weight of its aura for the first time, suffocating pressure that bore down on him. Even in its severely injured state, the wyvern still exuded a lingering menace. How do we handle this? Scorpion Lion asked out of habit. After taking a moment to adjust to the oppressive dragon aura, Zhou Ming turned his head and countered, "Isn't this your job? I'm just the support. You're the main fighter here." At that moment, the acidic python, green-haired spider, blood leopard, and other low-tier apex predators of the green mist forest had somehow formed an unspoken alliance to surround the wyvern, cautiously probing its strength. Among them, the acidic python was a dominant force even among low-tier beasts. "I can step in, but you'll have to give up a larger share of the spoils," Scorpion Lion said bluntly, getting straight to the point. "Fine, you win." Zhou Ming sighed in resignation and pulled 3 vials of potion from his backpack. "What are you doing with those?" Scorpion Lion eyed the potions skeptically, clearly doubting they could resolve the situation. "Can't you see they're about to lose patience? I'm just giving them a little push." Before Zhou Ming even finished speaking, he hurled the potions like shot puts against the rocks. The vials shattered on impact, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding beasts, though they remained unwilling to abandon their siege of the wyvern. "What kind of potions are those?" "Beast Rage potions, cheap stuff. Nowhere near as good as your premium grade ones. These potions damage a beast's potential and mess with their emotions, driving them into a frenzy. Effective? You just threw them on the ground. To ignite a powder keg, all you need is a single spark. And if it doesn't work, well, that's what you're here for." "I don't mind taking a smaller share of the loot," Zhou Ming said confidently. Sure enough, roars suddenly echoed through the air. The blood leopard was the first to snap, the faint scent of the rage potion becoming the final straw that shattered its sanity. Like a spark setting off an entire powder keg, chaos erupted. The evolution of life is the most primal desire of every creature. In this wilderness, for the mindless low-tier beasts, whether it is to satisfy their instincts or to gain strength for better survival, no opportunity can be overlooked. Typically, low-tier beasts have only 2 choices when faced with the dominance of high-tier beasts: submission or escape. However, when a high-tier beast shows signs of weakness, instinct drives these lower-tier creatures to pounce on their prey, hoping to advance by devouring its flesh and blood. At such moments, hunting and counter-hunting intertwine, and the brutal law of survival of the fittest plays out mercilessly. After more than 2 days of waiting, the beasts surrounding the bipedal wyvern had reached their limit of patience. Under the deliberate provocation of Zhou Ming, they finally suppressed their fear of this powerful creature. A blood leopard, over 3 meters in length, was the first to strike. Its claws, capable of tearing through steel, were laced with a potent toxin that caused wounds to bleed continuously without healing. The blood leopard's attack was like the breaking of a dam. The corrosive python followed closely behind. As a dominant low-tier predator, its thirst for evolution was even more intense. Meanwhile, a massive green-haired spider, with a body the size of a millstone, relied on its 8 razor-sharp legs to surpass the python. Its venomous, hairy body glinted ominously under the sunlight. Seeing the strongest among them take action, the other beasts completely lost their sanity, swarming forward in a frenzy to claim their share of this rare feast. The bipedal wyvern, realizing that those it once considered food dared to challenge it, raised its head and let out a threatening roar. Yet, at this moment, the beast's hunger for flesh had overcome their fear of it, and the roar sounded more like a feeble lament. In mere moments, the swarm of beasts lunged at the wyvern. Just as they prepared to feast, a sharp, tearing sound suddenly pierced the air. The wyvern's tail lashed out, smashing a 6-legged, venomous wolf into pieces, sending a spray of blood into the air. However, this gruesome display did not deter the other beasts. Instead, their eyes burned even redder with bloodlust, and they attacked with even greater ferocity. The wyvern roared again and unleashed its ultimate weapon, corrosive dragon breath. The toxic energy attack swept across the area in an instant. Apart from a few beasts that dodged in time, the rest either died on the spot or collapsed heavily injured, letting out pitiful cries. In just 2 seconds, the wounded wyvern had killed several beasts, but its weakness was evident. The duration of its dragon breath was too short, clearly signaling its limits. Sensing this vulnerability, the surviving beasts lunged forward once more, tearing at the wyvern's flesh. The wyvern, now exhausted, could only rely on its tail and jaws to fend off the relentless onslaught, unable to unleash another corrosive breath. As the first piece of flesh was ripped away, the beasts became even more frenzied, like they were intoxicated with madness. From a distance, Zhou Ming and the scorpion lion observed the rare spectacle like spectators in an arena. The corrosive python coiled its body around the wyvern, constricting it while spraying venom. The blood panther's figure carved multiple illusions in the air, its gleaming claws aiming straight for the target. Nearby, the green-haired spider unleashed its neurotoxic webbing, causing the wyvern immense agony. Yet, even under such ferocious assaults, the wyvern tenaciously held on for over 10 minutes before reluctantly closing its eyes in defeat. The battle was far from over. The remaining beasts continued their savage clash, as if vying for the title of the ultimate ruler of the battlefield. When the ground was littered with corpses and the green toxic mist in the air turned a bloody hue, the corrosive python let out a triumphant hiss, declaring its victory. "It's your turn," Zhou Ming said to the manticore beside him, his gaze fixed on the corrosive python, which was preparing to enjoy its spoils. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the manticore shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, its movement cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Employing a clever strategy, the manticore avoided a heated confrontation with the heavily injured corrosive python. Instead, it evaded an attack and precisely drove its venomous stinger into the python's body. After striking, it swiftly retreated, knowing that the poison in its tail would be enough to ensure the demise of the gravely wounded snake. Zhou Ming and the manticore moved forward to claim their spoils. Drawing his battle blade, Zhou Ming confidently declared, "I'll open this loot box." The manticore, though puzzled by the term loot box, understood Zhou Ming's intent to rely on luck to search for a dragon crystal. Approaching the wyvern's head, Zhou Ming carefully extracted its eyeball and extended his right hand into the eye socket. However, the deeper he probed, the colder his heart grew. There was no dragon crystal to be found. Unwilling to give up, he sent Mo into the depths of the wyvern's skull to search, only to confirm the disappointing truth. "Looks like I shouldn't have trusted you," the manticore remarked with a hint of mockery. Zhou Ming retorted immediately, "There was no dragon crystal to begin with. Even if it were you, it wouldn't have made a difference. It's your bad luck for finding a wyvern without one. How about this? I won't ask for extra compensation, and I won't take these materials either. Just give me a low-tier meditation technique, and we'll call it even." The manticore rolled its eyes at Zhou Ming's shamelessness before pulling out an old scroll. "A low-tier meditation technique. Bone observation. I got this during my travels. It originates from beast tamers hundreds of years ago, based on the philosophies of ancient ascetics before the apocalypse era. Do you want it? It's the only meditation technique I can offer as compensation for your lack of a dragon crystal." "Of course, I want it." Zhou Ming snatched the scroll with a grin, beaming with delight. "From now on, you're my dearest friend and family." The manticore, unimpressed by Zhou Ming's gratitude, ignored him. It approached the wyvern and, with a wave of its hand, made all the beast corpses on the battlefield, the wyvern, blood panther, green-haired spider, and corrosive python, vanish into thin air. "Spatial storage equipment," Zhou Ming muttered in astonishment. Zhou Ming watched as Xie Shi stored the corpse of the wyvern into his spatial equipment. Although he was curious about such a miraculous storage tool, his attention quickly shifted to the other spoils of their battle. "Trading the corpse of a high-tier beast for a low-level meditation technique? And half of it is mine, by the way," Zhou Ming said, raising his voice. "This is a creature of draconic lineage. Without me, you would have had to use your trump card and suffer greater losses." Faced with the precious corpses of 3 fierce beasts, Zhou Ming had completely forgotten that Xie Shi was once his dearest friend. Xie Shi shot him a cold glance and simply said, "No dragon crystal." These 4 words immediately shut down all of Zhou Ming's arguments. Zhou Ming was so angry that he couldn't find the words to respond, resorting to glaring at Xie Shi with frustration. Unbothered by his reaction, Xie Shi prepared to mount his beast and leave. "Wait." Zhou Ming quickly changed his tone to one of earnestness. "We're brothers who've faced life and death together. At least leave me your contact information." Xie Shi paused. "Fine, but you need to answer one question first." "Go ahead." "The thing in your backpack, was it a grenade?" Caught but unfazed, Zhou Ming calmly replied, "Smoke bomb." "The grenade was a one-off. If you need more, I'll bring extras next time." Although Xie Shi had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed still made him feel tricked. However, since he had agreed, he gave Zhou Ming his contact number, 135. Without looking back, he left, not caring whether Zhou Ming had memorized it. As he watched Xie Shi's figure disappear into the distance, Zhou Ming muttered to himself, "Did I just make a friend who's on the same path?" Despite meeting people like Xiao Yun and Wang Yin in this world, he still often felt consumed by loneliness. Forming a connection with someone in such an unusual way made this world feel a little less alien to him. Of course, if Xie Shi knew what Zhou Ming was thinking, he would undoubtedly become wary, suspecting Zhou Ming of eyeing his spatial equipment. Looking down at the scroll in his hand, Zhou decided to pause his resource-gathering efforts and focus on replenishing and strengthening his iron-line snake swarm. While ordinary iron-line snakes weren't particularly strong in combat, their radar-like sensory field was second only to the importance of Imodai and Zhu. The recent battle had nearly ended in disaster due to the reduced number of snakes, which had drastically shortened their detection range. He stowed the scroll away and, using his robust physique from the Mang Python martial arts technique, gathered all the nearby beast corpses at the wyvern's previous location. After sprinkling powder to mask the scent of blood, he left instructions for the snake swarm to feed on the flesh before setting off with Imodai and Zhu to search for new iron-line snakes. Over the following days, with the help of these two guide snakes, he steadily located and recruited the iron-line snakes he needed. Fortunately, this was in the Green Mist Jungle, an area most suited for the survival of poisonous creatures, far surpassing even the iron thread snakes of Snake Valley in sheer numbers. With the death of the bipedal wyvern and a group of formidable low-tier beasts, the mutated animals and low-tier beasts that had fled previously began to return to the jungle. However, these weaker beasts posed no threat to Zhou. He easily transported the hunted beast corpses back to the mountain hollow, providing a feast for his snake swarm. In the mountain hollow, the sight of countless snakes devouring flesh created a thick aura of death that deterred other mutated animals and beasts from approaching. As the saying goes, when the tiger is away, the monkey becomes king. This period could be described as the most enjoyable time Zhou had experienced since entering the Green Mist Jungle. He devoted himself to collecting iron thread snakes, continuously enhancing the strength of his snake swarm, leading a simple yet fulfilling life. Over half a month later, at the site where the bipedal wyvern had fallen, a cacophony of hissing filled the air. This scene would have terrified any ordinary person, but in Zhou eyes, these hundreds of iron thread snakes were the fruits of his efforts over the past weeks. To gather these snakes, he had scoured every inch of the surrounding area, accepting all young or old, strong or weak, practically wiping out the iron thread snakes in the vicinity. Thanks to the ample supply of beast corpses and the remnants of the wyvern's flesh and blood, the strength of the iron thread snake swarm did not diminish despite their increased numbers. At this point, each snake had reached its natural limit, and only through further mutation could they ascend to pseudo-beast status. If that were to happen, the venom of the iron thread snake swarm would be enough to threaten ordinary beasts. Combined with their numerical advantage, they would fear no direct confrontation. As the price for strengthening the snake swarm, the area was left littered with bones, and even the beast blood soaked into the ground had been entirely absorbed by the snakes. With 473 fully developed iron thread snakes, plus 2 beast-level iron thread snakes, and combined with his martial skills and marksmanship, Zhou strength was now formidable among apprentices. Reflecting on nearly 2 years of effort, he felt a sense of pride in his growth, though he hadn't forgotten the mental seed his predecessor had sacrificed his life to obtain. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhou began leading his snake swarm back to the Qinshan base. Zhu and Modai, like two guardian generals, coiled around his sleeves. On the journey home, Zhou did not leave the jungle immediately. Instead, he focused on collecting small but valuable medicinal herbs, as he always felt he never had enough alliance currency. As for beast materials, he didn't bother wasting backpack space. For instance, with the jade scorpion stinger he had acquired earlier, he only extracted the venom sac for Modai to consume. Modai was also fed the toxins of other beasts, while Zhu was tasked with absorbing the essence blood from the hearts of the beasts. Zhou spared no effort in nurturing these two primary combat companions, as his strength largely depended on them. Once his backpack was filled with herbs, Zhou finally set off on the true journey back. The return journey went smoothly, and after several days, Zhou caught sight of the towering walls of the Qinshan base, bristling with weaponry. Upon entering the base, he immediately hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Hunter Guild. The guild hall was as bustling as ever, filled with hunters submitting task items or selecting new missions. Following his usual routine, Zhou chose a long-term medicinal herb acquisition task and handed in all the herbs he had gathered this time. After the tally, he received a reward of 5,230,000 alliance coins, which was close to his expectations. Since few hunters ventured into the Green Mist Forest, there were no ambushes or robberies along the way. Aside from the task reward, there were no additional gains this time. However, thinking about the meditation technique scroll in his backpack, Zhou felt a surge of excitement. Wasting no time in the guild, he headed straight back to his rented place. Although this trip had nearly ended in disaster, obtaining this meditation technique made it a blessing in disguise. Sitting at the desk in his bedroom, Zhou stared at the ancient scroll before him, his heartbeat quickening. In the Blue Star Alliance's Beastmaster system, meditation techniques were classified into 3 levels: basic, low-grade, and high-grade. Basic meditation techniques were accessible to everyone, with various versions refined over centuries to the limits of what ordinary people could use. Low-grade meditation techniques were typically stored in large base universities for beast masters or by prominent families. As for high-grade meditation techniques, fewer than 10 factions in the entire Blue Star Alliance possessed them. Why didn't I get a dragon crystal? Zhou Ming muttered to himself, staring at his right hand in frustration. If he had obtained a dragon crystal, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources during his apprentice phase. But he quickly pushed these thoughts aside, focusing his attention on the white bone observation meditation technique in front of him. Carefully, he unrolled the ancient scroll, afraid of damaging it. The introduction detailed the origins of the technique. Before the Apocalypse era, Blue Star had been a world dominated by technological civilization. In even earlier history, there had been a unique group known as ascetics, who pursued spiritual transcendence and liberation from the suffering of the physical body. When humanity on Blue Star established the Beastmaster system, they borrowed from these ancient ascetics meditation techniques and combined them with the extraordinary knowledge of other races to perfect the system. After all, establishing a transcendent framework was no easy feat. Zhou Ming carefully studied the white bone meditation method in his hands. This low-level meditation technique was developed based on the principles of ascetics. Judging by the antiquity of the beast-hide scroll it was recorded on, it likely originated during the early days of the Alliance's formation. Although these primitive meditation techniques could rapidly enhance mental power, they came with significant risks. Zhou Ming was well aware that back then, the Alliance was desperate to train elite beast tamers in a short period, prioritizing speed over safety and cultivation. The Scorpion Lion's willingness to entrust him with this meditation method was likely due to its awareness of its flaws. Yet, to Zhou Ming, it was a rare and invaluable treasure. As he unfurled the scroll further, 8 profound characters came into view. Spirit like jade bones, radiance like glass. These words formed the core essence of the white bone meditation method, and the strokes of the characters seemed to carry a deep, enigmatic meaning. However, relying solely on these 8 characters, Zhou Ming couldn't immediately grasp its mysteries, so he continued reading. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A beam of silver light burst forth from the scroll, instantly pulling Zhou Ming's consciousness into it. When he recovered from a brief dizziness, he found himself in a void-like space. This was a legacy space, a feature only found in meditation techniques of a certain level or higher. Zhou Ming remained calm, as he understood that such spaces were imprints created by beast tamers of professional rank or above using their mental power. Judging by the scroll's quality, this appeared to be a legacy scroll rather than a temporary one with limited uses. For someone to leave behind such a legacy, it must have been a gift from a beast tamer near the end of their life, intended for future generations. As Zhou Ming pondered this, an elderly man with snow-white hair but a healthy, ruddy complexion appeared in the distance. The old man seemed intelligent, nodding slightly at Zhou Ming before sitting cross-legged on a stone platform to demonstrate the meditation method. Zhou Ming hurried closer to observe. The old man formed hand seals, and in an instant, his body began to exhibit signs of decay. Starting from his forehead, his once healthy skin turned rotten, as maggots and pus emerged relentlessly. Soon, countless black snakes slithered across his body, voraciously devouring the decaying flesh. In a matter of moments, the old man's flesh completely disintegrated, leaving behind only a skeleton. The black snakes darted in and out of the gaps between his bones, like jade in divine form, radiating a glassy brilliance. Zhou Ming gazed at the elder's remains before him, unconsciously reciting these 8 words of profound meaning. As he continued to observe, a miraculous transformation occurred. The skeleton, far from appearing decayed or lifeless, took on the texture of the finest mutton fat jade, its surface shimmering with a pearlescent, kaleidoscopic glow. Even more astonishing, the black serpents that had previously slithered between the bones had vanished completely. A pure and immortal aura emanated from the jade-like bones, as if revealing the pinnacle of the white bone contemplation cultivation method to Zhou Ming. In that moment of focused observation, the jade bones suddenly transformed into a streak of radiant light, piercing directly into the depths of his consciousness. Within this light was the complete meditative practice of the white bone contemplation, along with detailed instructions and precautions for its cultivation. When Zhou Ming's awareness returned from the inheritance space, he fully grasped the significance of the elder's earlier hand seals. They represented the core hand seal of the white bone contemplation, the white bone mind seal. He also came to an in-depth understanding of the essence of this technique, treating stray thoughts, delusions, and desires as flesh and blood, while the white bones symbolized the pure essence of self-awareness and mental clarity. The process of stripping away decayed flesh from the bones symbolized the purification of the spirit, and the black serpents served as trials to temper one's resolve. This ancient meditation method, while capable of rapidly enhancing a beast master's mental strength, was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. A single misstep could result in severe mental trauma, or even lead to total spiritual collapse. Nevertheless, Zhou Ming also saw the potential within it. If refined properly, it could evolve into a more advanced meditative practice. This was one of the rare opportunities he had to engage with high-level cultivation techniques. After careful deliberation, Zhou Ming decided not to rush into practicing it. He carefully stored the scroll away, only then realizing how exhausted and filthy he was after over a month of surviving in the wilderness. Thankfully, he was wearing a hunter's standard combat attire, which prevented him from being mistaken for a vagrant upon returning to his neighborhood. Once back at his residence, he hid the meditation scroll in a secret compartment in his bedroom. Then, shedding his dirt-encrusted combat uniform, he eagerly stepped into the bathroom. "Ah, blissful," he murmured, as the hot water washed away the weariness from his body, eliciting a sigh of relief. Lying in the warm water, Zhou Ming felt a soothing comfort envelop his entire body. The perfectly heated water seeped into every inch of his skin, as if he were receiving a professional massage. He draped a damp towel over his face, and soon fatigue overcame him, lulling him into a deep sleep in the constant warmth of the bath. When he opened his eyes again, night had already fallen, and the gnawing hunger in his stomach roused him. Remembering that he had cleared out all the food at home before leaving, Zhou Ming decided to head out to find something to eat and pick up some daily necessities. He slipped into a white cotton t-shirt and put on a black baseball cap, looking every bit like an ordinary young man ready to enjoy the nightlife. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it had been a month since Zhou Ming returned from the green mist jungle to the Qinshan base. Over this time, apart from playing with his two spirit beasts, Immortality and Juyu, his focus had been almost entirely on studying the white bone observation meditation technique. Though his days were simple, the sense of progress and new insights each day brought him immense fulfillment. The midday sunlight streamed through the window, falling on Zhou Ming's face as he sat at his desk. After a month of intense study, his eyes had become clearer and more vibrant, as though he had unraveled many of the mysteries that once puzzled him. The white bone observation meditation technique was profound and full of potential, far surpassing the basic meditation techniques he had practiced before. Its detailed explanations also improved his foundational meditation efficiency by nearly 20%. Although the technique was more challenging and carried greater risks than the standard low-tier meditation methods, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile with satisfaction when thinking about the many benefits it offered. He carefully stored the ancient scroll containing the technique and decided it was time to officially begin practicing it. However, he needed to prepare ample meditation resources beforehand, including items for calming the mind, healing mental strain, and assisting in meditation. The scroll repeatedly emphasized the potential pitfalls for beginners, and Zhou Ming knew he couldn't afford to be careless. At the same time, he didn't neglect preparing resources for his spirit beasts, Immortality and Juyu, since they were the cornerstone of a beast master's combat strength. With his plan set, Zhou Ming immediately set off for Treasure Street in the inner city of the base. This street, catering specifically to beast masters, was a place he was already familiar with. It not only provided all sorts of resources necessary for beast masters, but also drew many ordinary people seeking to purchase items for themselves or their descendants aspiring to follow the path of the beast master. While rare resources for apprentice level and above were scarce, the street offered a comprehensive selection of basic supplies. Before long, Zhou Ming found himself amidst the bustling crowd of Treasure Street. The shops lining both sides of Treasure Street are owned by the major powers of the Qinshan base, leaving no room for ordinary merchants to set foot in this prime trading area. For instance, the exotic beast pavilion, which Zhou Ming encountered when he first arrived, is operated by the Bai family, a centuries-old clan within the base. This family, boasting several professional beast tamers, also holds a seat in the base council. The Qinshan base operates under a 9-member council system, which is the standard governance model for medium and large bases within the Blue Planet Alliance. In the council, the chairperson holds 3 votes and a veto power, while each of the other members has 1 vote. Whether the council functions as a system of checks and balances or becomes dominated by a single voice depends entirely on the power dynamics between the factions. As a result, owning a shop on Treasure Street has become a symbol of influence and power. Zhou Ming had previously frequented the black market, not only to save costs, but also to access rare resources like amethyst elixir. Such treasures, if they appeared on Treasure Street, were usually snapped up in advance by well-connected elites. Here, status and connections often outweigh wealth. However, Zhou Ming's needs today were not particularly unique, and since the black market had already closed, he headed straight to Dawn Pharmacy. This shop was backed by Dawn Pharmaceuticals, the same company that regularly issued long-term missions at the Hunters Guild. "Welcome. May I ask what you're looking for?" A sales assistant dressed in a fitted uniform approached him. Her light makeup enhanced her features, while her black stockings and pencil skirt accentuated her curves. The hint of cleavage at her neckline was a calculated touch, reflecting the store's attention to detail. Zhou Ming was unfazed by such tactics, having seen them countless times before. The sales assistants here were all stunningly attractive, many with ambitions of marrying into wealth. But for Zhou Ming, who spent his days meditating on the bone reflection technique. Even the most exquisite bodies were merely fleeting illusions of beauty. Such charms could no longer sway his steadfast resolve. Hello, I need potions for calming the mind, healing mental trauma, and nourishing the body, Zhou stated directly. After a brief pause, he added, oh, and something to enhance the strength of my beasts. Zhou stated his needs directly, without any hesitation or unnecessary words. Welcome, please come in, the female sales assistant said with a professional smile, her tone warm and inviting. She discreetly observed the unusual customer before her handsome features, a tall and commanding presence. A beast tamer who clearly wasn't short on money. This combination was a rarity in her experience. Her gaze unconsciously carried a hint of charm. Zhou ignored the subtle suggestion in her eyes, focusing instead as he followed her to the section shelves. The shelves were made of transparent bulletproof glass, with the potions displayed in exquisite packaging. Specially designed lighting enhanced the high-end presentation of the products. However, for Zhou, no amount of fancy packaging could outweigh the actual effectiveness of the potions. Could you provide a detailed introduction? Zhou asked calmly, gazing at the array of potions before him. Of course, the sales assistant replied, maintaining her professional demeanor despite her slight confusion over why her charm seemed to have no effect on this customer. The first one is a low-tier ice rain potion, primarily used for calming the mind, clearing distractions, and aiding in meditation. Long-term use can also slightly enhance mental strength. The second is a low-tier azure potion, which helps soothe the mind, improve control over mental power, and prevent meditation-related mishaps. The sales assistant's expertise was indeed impressive. She not only had a thorough understanding of all the potions, but also offered practical recommendations. When Zhou inquired about the drawbacks of the potions, she openly and honestly explained them. This was precisely the advantage of shopping at a reputable store: guaranteed quality, excellent service, and transparency in addressing customer concerns. Nearly an hour later, Zhou had gathered all the information he needed about the various potions. Please prepare 3 ice rain potions, 2 azure potions, 4 spirit nourishing potions, 1 box of premium concentration incense, 10 low-tier nutrient potions, and 2 bottles of spirit growth pills. The sales assistant confirmed the order and promptly went to arrange the items, refraining from any excessive upselling. As a professionally trained sales assistant, she understood that overdoing her approach could backfire. She also recognized that seeking a lifelong partner by diminishing herself was not the right path. Finally, after receiving his items, Zhou paid and left without any cliché scenes of exchanged notes or flirtation. The only change was the quiet ache in his heart. 375,000 alliance credits was the standard price, and it had sharply reduced his gold card balance to just over 100,000. Zhou stood at the entrance of the shop, his gaze sweeping over the well-established stores owned by powerful organizations, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. These groups only needed to sit back and wait for customers to come to them, effortlessly raking in profit. He glanced back at the potion shop he had just visited, where plenty of customers like himself were still browsing through the shelves. Unless I become a professional beast tamer, this feeling of envy might stick with me for the rest of my life, Zhou thought to himself with a sigh. Shaking off these thoughts, he slung the free backpack he got from the shop over his shoulder and left. Not long after he returned to his place, his newly replaced phone suddenly rang with a crisp ringtone. The caller ID displayed Wang Yan's name. Zhou glanced at the screen and thought, isn't this guy busy taking over his father's business lately? He wouldn't stop complaining about the work pressure during our last call. Hey, how do you have time to call me? Zhou answered the phone, his tone light. Zhou I. Wang Yan's voice was unusually hesitant, a far cry from his usual cheerful self. Sensing something was off, Zhou joked. What? Don't tell me your surgery was a success and you're now a girl. Come on, Zhou. If I turned into a girl, you'd be the first one I'd sleep with. Wang Yan retorted immediately, and the mood lightened a bit. If you're willing, I might just consider it. Zhou laughed. But seriously, what's up? From the way you sounded earlier, it seems like something's going on. All right, to be honest, I need your help with a beast taming duel. Zhou expression instantly turned serious. A duel? What's the situation? In this world, a duel wasn't just a simple combat match, but a life-and-death contest between beast tamers using their beasts. While the tamers themselves wouldn't lose their lives, the psychological scars from such battles were often hard to heal. This method was usually employed as a way to resolve disputes while avoiding larger conflicts, provided both parties agreed to it. Wang Yan then explained the situation in detail. His father was originally a construction worker who, years ago, had scraped together his savings to become a small-time contractor to support Wang Yan's dream of becoming a beast tamer. Although he started with minor jobs, things began to pick up after meeting some influential people at Xiao Yun's birthday banquet. With Xiao Yun's support, he finally landed a few major projects. However, in the resource-scarce Qinshan base, the construction market was limited. For every project Wang Yan's father took on, someone else lost out. Since these projects were secured through Xiao Yun's connections and involved the upper echelon's reputation in the base, the opposing party didn't resort to underhanded tactics but instead issued an open challenge for a duel. If they win, they won't take over your project, but most of the profits will be split with them, Wang Yan said with a hint of helplessness. Just leave a little for my family. If we win, they'll acknowledge that we have the ability to share this pie, and they won't bother us again. Zhou Ming recognized this as a gesture of goodwill, a solution that preserved the dignity of the higher-ups without pushing Wang Yan's family to the brink. It left the decision in their hands. This time, it's a best-of-3 format, Wang Yan continued, his voice gradually lowering. I came to you because I couldn't find anyone else suitable. If you think it's too difficult, what? You don't have any faith in me? Zhou Ming interrupted him directly. As long as it's not a professional-level beast trainer, I'll handle it, Zhou Ming agreed without hesitation. It wasn't just for the sake of their friendship, but also to repay a debt of gratitude to Wang Yan's father. To him, favors were a kind of bond, and settling them early would make things easier. All right, tell me the time and place of the match. 3 days from now, 8 p.m., in the basement level 2 of the Yulai Hotel in the west of the city. Got it. I'll be there early. In the meantime, I'll try to gather some intel. The two chatted a bit more before ending the call. Zhou Ming pondered the situation. Wang Yan's family really seemed to be at their wits' end. Coming from an ordinary background, most of their earnings had been invested in Wang Yan himself, and they likely couldn't even afford to hire 3 fighters. Immortality, Zhou Ming called out. A small snake slithered out of his pocket, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. You little rascal, don't let me down in 3 days, Zhou Ming murmured. He knew he'd have to rely solely on Immortality for this fight, leaving Zhu Yu and the Iron Thread Snake group out of it to avoid unnecessary trouble. For the next 3 days, he decided to pause his practice of the white bone meditation method and focus entirely on training Immortality's combat abilities. Just then, Zhu Yu, who had been hiding in his clothes, also poked its head out, hissing for attention. Zhou Ming chuckled at their competitive antics. All right, I won't forget about you. Just don't hold a grudge against me, okay? With one snake in each hand, he gently stroked their scales, a sly smile playing on his lips. Time was tight. After organizing the potions he'd purchased, he packed 2 low-grade nutritional potions and a bottle of spirit nurturing pills before heading out. Training beasts required proper logistical support. This wasn't about tormenting his companions. Bang! A heavy, dull thud echoed through the Jinyang Beast Training Hall at the Qingshan base. Zhou Ming stood in an isolated training room, intently focusing on directing Modi through a mental connection during an intense training session. He knew all too well that with the current resources and abilities at his disposal, significantly improving the foundational strength of Modi and Zhu Yu in a short time was nearly impossible. The only breakthrough lay in honing their technique, specifically the art of the savage python martial path that he had mastered. While ferocious beasts are born with an instinctive ability to harness their physical strength, this instinct often only allows them to tap into a fraction of their potential. Zhou Ming's goal was clear: to help Modi refine its energy release techniques, increasing its power output from 80 to a full 100. The focus of the training was also well-defined: enhancing the striking power of Modi's tail to provide it with a lethal attack method beyond its venom, and boosting Zhu Yu's speed to fully unleash its innate gift for rapid movement. Again, Zhou Ming commanded in a low voice. Modi sprang forward in an instant, tracing a graceful arc through the air before its tail struck the specially crafted alloy post with tremendous force. Over and over, it repeated the motion, enduring until blood seeped faintly between its scales. Only then did Zhou Ming allow it to rest, administering low-grade nutrient serums and spirit-nourishing pills to aid its recovery. During Modi's recovery period, Zhou Ming immediately shifted his focus to Zhu Yu's training. Time was short, and they had to prioritize enhancing the most critical abilities. After 2 days of intense training, both Modi and Zhu Yu showed exhaustion in their eyes. With the upcoming arena match in mind, Zhou Ming spent the 3rd day solely on Modi's recuperation, administering restorative medicines. As he left the training hall, the alloy post bore countless dents and marks of varying sizes from the relentless impacts. Zhou Ming, you're here already. Wang Yan greeted him outside the entrance of the Yulai Hotel, having arrived early to wait. Better to come early and put your mind at ease, Zhou Ming said with a reassuring smile, patting Wang Yan on the shoulder, whose usual cheerful demeanor was noticeably absent. Thank you, Wang Yan murmured, momentarily at a loss for words. Haha, this isn't like the old you. Come on, take me to get up to speed on the situation, Zhou Ming said with a hearty laugh, following Wang Yan into the hotel. Inside a luxurious private room, 2 people had been waiting for some time. Zhou Ming, this is my dad, Wang Yan said, gesturing to a man in his 40s or 50s with rough skin and a slightly stout build. Hello, Uncle Wang, Zhou Ming greeted. Meeting Wang Yan's father for the first time, he immediately noticed the resolute look in the man's eyes, a man with the courage to fight for his son's future. Thank you for your help, young man. Wang's father spoke with a hint of embarrassment, avoiding any formalities despite the friendship between Zhou Ming and Wang Yin. It's no problem. Wang Yin is my brother, and I'll always help him out when needed. Zhou Ming glanced at the unfamiliar man standing beside Wang's father. And this is? Wang's father seemed slightly uneasy about having to rely on his son's friend for assistance. Zhou Ming noticed this and tactfully shifted the topic. Oh, right. Let me introduce him. This is He Yong, a beast master I invited through a friend. Zhou Ming carefully studied He Yong. The man was dressed immaculately, with fair skin and a mild demeanor that resembled a corporate employee rather than someone accustomed to the wilderness. This contrast led Zhou Ming to form a judgment. Such a person was either a hidden expert or an opportunistic novice. Based on his experience, Zhou Ming leaned toward the latter. He understood that not all beastmasters chose to hone their skills in the wild. Some merely used the title as a stepping stone to secure better positions within the base. When it came to dealing with such beastmasters, Zhou Ming had full confidence a Thunderbolt Mark II revolver was more than enough for them, and if it came to mutated beasts, the Blood Hunter model I would do the job just fine. Despite his inner thoughts, Zhou Ming greeted He Yong politely out of respect for Wang's father. Hello. He Yong simply nodded in response, his expression tinged with disdain, clearly unimpressed by Zhou Ming's youth. Everyone's here now. Wang Yin asked the waiter to serve the dishes, Wang's father said, attempting to ease the tension. No need, Uncle Wang. Zhou Ming interjected directly. I'd prefer to first learn about tonight's arena challenge. We can celebrate with dinner after the fight. Hearing this, He Yong smirked slightly, his expression full of disdain. Wang's father hesitated. Dad, let's go with Zhou Ming's suggestion, Wang Yin said firmly. In his eyes, Zhou Ming's 2 successful wilderness hunting expeditions made him far more reliable than He Yong, who had been hired at the last minute. If it weren't for financial constraints and the lack of other options, Wang Yin wouldn't have agreed to bring He Yong into the arena fight at all. Wang Yin took a few sheets of information from his briefcase and placed them in front of Zhou Ming and He Yong. This is the intelligence I managed to gather. It's not comprehensive, but it should give you a rough idea to work with. Zhou Ming studied the documents intently, analyzing the opponent's capabilities in his mind. In contrast, He Yong appeared indifferent, his lack of interest causing Wang Yin to frown deeply and eventually let out a helpless sigh. By the way, Zhou Ming suddenly looked up. The match is best of 3, right? The third person isn't you, Wang Yin, is it? Of course not. How could I let you fight while I sit back and watch? Wang Yin responded. Wang's father quickly explained. Zhou Ming, this arena match isn't a life-or-death duel. We've already agreed with the other side that if we're at a disadvantage, we can concede at any time. Got it. I have a general understanding now. Let's wait for the match to start and put on a good show tonight, Zhou Ming said with a casual tone that stood in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere in the room, leaving the others unsure of what he was truly thinking. Knock, knock. A firm rapping sounded on the private room's door before a man in a crisp black suit pushed it open without waiting for a response. His tone was cold and commanding. It's about time. Please proceed to the second basement level to prepare for the arena duel. Let's go, Wang's father said through gritted teeth, taking the lead to follow the stern-faced man in the suit toward the hotel's basement. Walking at the rear of the group, Zhou Ming lowered his voice and asked Wang Yin, who was ahead of him. Wang Yin, the owner behind this hotel must be no ordinary figure, right? From his experience, any place capable of hosting professional arenas for beast tamers was unlikely to be run by a simple organization. The force behind Yulai Hotel is the Iron Hand Gang, the largest gang in the west of the city and the witness for this duel, Wang Yin replied succinctly. Zhou Ming nodded in understanding and refrained from asking further. As someone familiar with the internal factions of the Blue Star Alliance, his opinion of such gangs could be summed up in 4 words: insignificant and unworthy. In this unique world, every base was guarded by a city defense force under the dual management of the Base Council and the Blue Star Alliance, whose strength was formidable. This left gangs with no choice but to rely on the powerful elite, handling dirty work to barely survive. More importantly, in a world dominated by extraordinary abilities, no professional beast tamer would willingly join a gang. Before long, the group arrived on the second basement level. The suited man pushed open the door, revealing an awe-inspiring, cavernous space. The 6-meter-high underground room featured a circular arena spanning over 1,000 square meters at its center, surrounded by thick steel columns. The arena's surface and walls were clad in alloy armor, scarred with the marks of countless battles. Beyond the steel columns, a trapezoidal grandstand, 3 meters above the arena floor, encircled the space, providing both protection for spectators and an excellent view of the matches. This place, reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum, already had people waiting inside. As they approached, Zhou Ming noticed 2 groups. One was from Xian Hui Construction Group, the organizers of this duel, and the other was the Iron Hand Gang, present as witnesses. The group moved to a neatly arranged section of the grandstand. Wang's father bowed respectfully to a burly man seated prominently at the front. Vice Leader Lin, we apologize for keeping you waiting, Wang Yin leaned in to quietly explain to Zhou Ming. This is Lin Feibao, the Iron Hand Gang's vice leader. He's an apprentice-level beast tamer and a martial arts expert. He was invited by Xian Hui Construction Group to serve as the witness for this duel. Lin Feibao spoke with a calm demeanor. I'm merely a witness today. There's no need to talk about apologies. Whatever grievances or conflicts of interest you have are none of my concern. I just need to confirm once more, you agree to proceed with this duel? We agree. As soon as Lin Feibao finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses immediately chimed in. Sitting to Lin Feibao's lower right, his expression was stern. Wang Taizhu, have you thought this through? Hu Peng sneered. If you agree to our terms, there's no need to step into the ring. But if those three young ones you brought die here, it won't look good. Wang Taizhu's face was resolute. Even if I lose, Old Wang, will never agree to your demands. We'll cancel those 3 projects outright. Quite a temper. A glimmer of interest flashed in Hu Peng's eyes. It's been a while since I've met someone like you. Interesting. Seeing both sides standing firm, Lin Feibao refrained from further persuasion. Instead, he announced the rules as a neutral witness. Since both parties insist on a showdown, the rules must be made clear. First, you may surrender at any time, and the opponent must cease their attack immediately. Second, the death of a beast signifies a loss. Third, no firearms or other modern weapons are allowed. Beyond that, there are no restrictions. Both sides, please proceed to your respective positions in the arena. The 2 sides separated accordingly. Wang Yin leaned close and asked Zhou Ming in a low voice, that Hu Peng is he the one sent by Xinhui Construction Group? Yes, he's the security manager for Xinhui Group, Wang Yin explained. Although he's only at apprentice level, I've heard he spent a few years surviving in the wilderness. Zhou Ming mused. It seems Xinhui Construction Group just sent someone to brush us off. He had already learned from Wang Yin that the pure profit from these 3 projects was merely in the tens of millions. A major deal for the Wang family, but mere pocket change for Xinhui. Maybe, in their eyes, we're just ignorant peasants, Wang Yin said self-deprecatingly. Wang Yin, have you told Xiao Yun about this? No. I only got the projects because of her connections. How could I bring myself to bother her again? Unless I involve her parents, but then I'd really have no face left. Good. Zhou Ming sighed in relief. Why? Is there an issue? No, I just don't want her to worry. At that moment, a subordinate from the Iron Hand Gang loudly announced, the first round of the showdown will begin in 3 minutes. Please confirm the order of participants. Zhou Ming, who's going first? Wang Yin asked. He Yong will go first, Zhou Ming said decisively. Why should I go first? He Yong immediately protested. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. You're being paid to do the job. That's the rule. You go first, they'll go second, and Wang Yin will be last. Wang Taizhu also spoke up. He Yong, you're up first. I hope I haven't put my trust in the wrong person. Under their combined pressure, He Yong reluctantly agreed. The first round of the showdown begins now. Both participants, enter the arena, Lin Feibao announced personally. He Yong descended the steps, walking slowly into the arena. Roar. With a deafening beastly roar, the atmosphere in the arena instantly grew tense. Shirley, the beastmaster from Xinhui Construction Group, was the first to act. A lion-tiger beast, nearly 3 meters tall, leaped into the air, its thick mane wildly swaying around its neck. Zhou Ming silently recalled the intel gathered by Wang Yin. Shirley was a member of Xinhui Construction Group's security department and also a black iron-level hunter from the Hunters Guild. Together with his adult lion-tiger beast, he had participated in 5 arena duels, boasting an impressive record of 4 wins and 1 loss. On the opposite side, a burly bald man named He Yong summoned his Biasta steel-toothed dog. Seeing this choice, Zhou Ming couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Though he was familiar with steel-toothed dogs, the owner of the doghouse had won, and his former self had once yearned to own such a beast. Zhou Ming now understood that, aside from its sharp teeth, the steel-toothed dog ranked low among low-tier fierce beasts, surviving mainly by hunting mutated animals. Let the duel begin. Lin Feibao's voice echoed across the arena. The lion-tiger beast launched its attack immediately. With an earth-shaking roar, its massive body pounced toward the steel-toothed dog. The sheer force of the roar alone completely overwhelmed its opponent. Bang! Yelp! Yelp! The steel-toothed dog was sent flying by a single swipe of the lion-tiger beast's paw, letting out pitiful cries of pain. Seeing the lion-tiger beast's gaping maw about to clamp down on his beast, He Yong panicked and shouted, "Wait! I surrender!" Shirley managed to halt the lion-tiger beast's attack in time, but his eyes were filled with disdain. Your beast is even weaker than the mutated animals in the wild. What a disappointment. He turned toward the elevated platform, staring directly at Zhou Ming and the others. Who's next? I'll take you all down myself today. No need to waste time. Zhou Ming, do you think you can handle it? Wang Tiezhu's face was pale, and his tone hesitant. If not, we should just give up. Wang Yin chimed in to persuade him as well. Zhou Ming, don't push yourself too hard. He had initially just wanted to test their luck, but after seeing the strength of the opponent's beast, he didn't want his brother to take any unnecessary risks. Uncle Wang Yin, don't worry, Zhou Ming replied calmly. Since he had already decided to come, Zhou Ming had no intention of just going through the motions. After reassuring the Wang father and son, he headed straight into the beast arena. On his way, he happened to brush past He Yong, who was walking away with a grim expression while retracting his beast into its space. Zhou Ming casually threw out a remark, "You get what you give," and continued forward without looking back. Inside the arena, Shirley caught sight of Zhou Ming approaching, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. "A rookie? But my instincts tell me you're much stronger than that guy. I hope you can give me a good fight." Without a word, Zhou Ming moved his right arm, and Imo Dai immediately emerged. The small snake, its body glimmering with dark golden scales, fixed its beady green eyes on the menacing lion tiger beast ahead. "Is that Zhou Ming's beast? Why is it so small?" Wang Taizhu asked in confusion from the high platform. Wang Yin hesitated. He mentioned it was a venomous snake, so it probably relies on its poison to win. Tch, He Yong, who had just returned, was still bitter about Zhou Ming's earlier comment. "Even the smallest feral beasts are bigger than ordinary mutated animals. I bet he's just controlling a regular mutated venomous snake that wouldn't even make a decent snack for that lion tiger beast." "Begin." Lin Feibao's voice interrupted the murmurs of the onlookers. The battle commenced in an instant. Neither side issued verbal commands, instead controlling their beasts directly through mental connection. This was a true beastmaster duel in the wilderness. There would never be time to shout out orders when an enemy's bullet could reach you faster than your voice. Mo Dai relied on its agility to continuously evade the lion-tiger beast's ferocious attacks. Zhou Ming was well aware that Mo Dai couldn't afford to engage Hedon, so he carefully maneuvered it to narrowly escape each strike at the last possible moment. The lion-tiger beast, enraged by its slippery opponent, let out a furious roar. However, under its master's control, it stuck to claw attacks and refrained from biting recklessly, clearly wary of Mo Dai's venom. Zhou Ming silently admired his opponent's skill. The straightforward yet relentless attacks were meant to wear down Mo Dai's stamina while gradually shrinking its maneuvering space. Occasionally, the lion-tiger beast would launch sudden bursts of aggression in an attempt to catch Mo Dai off guard. But Zhou Ming also noticed a flaw in the strategy. You're analyzing Mo Dai's speed and reactions, but in doing so, you forced your beast into a predictable attack pattern. As Mo Dai was cornered, the lion-tiger beast leapt forward with a deadly pounce, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with a glint of cold light, seemingly poised to tear the small snake to pieces. Hiss under Zhou Ming's command, the Mo Dai snake didn't attempt to dodge, but instead sprayed venom directly at the lion-tiger beast's eyes. This was the first time Mo Dai showcased this ability in the beast arena. Shirley immediately commanded his beast to leap into the air, demonstrating an impressive hovering ability to evade the sudden attack. Facing an unknown type of snake venom, Shirley dared not take it lightly. If it turned out to be a highly corrosive toxin entering his beast's eyes, the consequences would be disastrous. However, just as the lion-tiger beast dodged midair, Mo Dai seized the fleeting opportunity and darted like black lightning toward the beast's exposed underbelly. Bang! A powerful tail strike landed squarely on the lion-tiger beast's vital point. Instantly, the beast collapsed to the ground as if all its strength had been drained, clutching its injured area tightly with its hind legs and letting out low whimpers of pain. But Mo Dai's assault didn't end there. Moving with lightning speed, it bit into the lion-tiger beast's haunch, injecting a massive dose of paralyzing venom. By the time the crowd realized what had happened, Mo Dai had already retreated quietly to Zhou Ming's side, while the lion-tiger beast had fallen completely silent. Xiao Jin, Shirley rushed toward his beast in panic, only to find it lifeless. He turned to Zhou Ming in fury, demanding, "What did your beast do?" Before he could finish, the complete loss of the lion-tiger beast's life force severed their mental connection, sending Shirley to his knees, clutching his head in agony and letting out a piercing scream. "That was incredible." Wang Yin, watching from the stands, was so excited he nearly leapt out of his seat. Zhou Ming turned and flashed him a victory gesture before facing the other side of the arena and announcing loudly, "I am Zhou Ming, and today I aim to defeat 3 opponents in a row. Does the Xi and Hui construction group dare accept the challenge?" On the high platform, Hu Peng's face darkened instantly. Watching as the Iron Hand gang carried away Shirley and his beast's corpse, his expression grew even grimmer. 2 of his subordinates vied to take the next fight, one short and stocky, the other with a fierce glare, both eager to avenge Lei Zi. "Shut up." Hu Peng removed his gold-rimmed glasses and took off his formal suit. "I'll handle this one myself." He had already recognized that Zhou Ming was no ordinary opponent. That aura of a wilderness hunter was intimidating. Losing one round had already tarnished the group's reputation. He had to step in personally to save face. You don't need to win 3 in a row, Hu Peng said as he stepped into the arena. Defeat me, and today's arena is yours. A manager of such high status stepping in personally, aren't you afraid of damaging your reputation? Zhou Ming taunted. Haha, consider it a special honor for a prodigy like you. Hu Peng replied without a care, immediately summoning his Biasta 5-meter-long, thick golden cobra. Golden cobra. Wang Yan's voice trembled with fear as he exclaimed from the stands. The golden cobra and the horned viper, as native creatures of Blue Star, were among the few species that successfully mutated into fierce beasts after the dimensional rift appeared. However, every golden cobra stands out as a pinnacle existence among low-tier fierce beasts. Their lethal neurotoxins, combined with lightning-fast speed, have earned them and the horned viper the title of the twin stars of Blue Star's native low-tier snake-type beasts. If the rankings of low-tier beast overlords were expanded to 20, the golden cobra would undoubtedly be among them. Zhou Ming, get back here. Wang Yan shouted urgently. This is not an opponent your beast can handle. Zhou Ming merely waved his hand lightly, signaling for him to stay calm. A confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. Snake-type fierce beasts? Looks like luck is on my side today. As he spoke, he slowly removed his cosmetic contact lenses, revealing a pair of dark golden snake-like eyes. Instantly, his entire demeanor became dangerously captivating. These snake-like eyes were a unique transformation he had undergone after taming over 500 iron thread snakes and were usually concealed with contact lenses. As a witness, Lin Feibao immediately announced the start of the arena duel when Hu Peng summoned his beast. What kind of ability is this? A secret technique? Hu Peng, sensing unease from his own beast, stared intently at Zhou Ming's eerie eyes. At such a close distance, he was the only one who could clearly see the dark golden snake-like eyes radiating an imposing aura. That's not something you need to know, Zhou Ming replied, shaking his head. However, he had already pieced together the origin of his snake-like eyes. It was not an ordinary feedback from his beast, but a unique ability that resulted from the combination of a spiritual seed, the taming of numerous iron thread snakes, and the influence of the mystical snake saliva fruit. Quit the theatrics. Hu Peng scoffed and immediately commanded the golden cobra to attack. The deadly serpent struck out like lightning, its finger-length fangs aimed straight for Zhou Ming's throat. Yet Zhou Ming remained motionless, instead activating the spiritual seed within his mental sea and summoning the presence of his snake horde, unleashing an awe-inspiring pressure as dazzling as a nebula. The moment the golden cobra neared Zhou Ming, it suddenly felt an overwhelming, godlike pressure emanating from those dark golden snake-like eyes, as if facing the presence of a snake deity. The cobra froze in its tracks. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the ink-striped snake perched on Zhou Ming's shoulder struck with the force of a divine axe, slamming down hard on the golden cobra's head. The venomous snake's fangs snapped shut instantly, and its upper body crashed heavily onto the alloy-plated floor. The ink-striped snake wasted no time, injecting a significant amount of its paralyzing venom into the cobra's body. Zhou Ming immediately stepped back, maintaining a safe distance from the severely injured golden cobra. Despite its critical injuries, the cobra's formidable resistance to toxins meant it could still launch a desperate final counterattack. Bang! Bang! In the silent Colosseum, everyone stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they stared at the scene before them. The heavily injured golden cobra was writhing in agony on the algae-armored floor. Its bloodied body twisted and convulsed, while its golden tail weakly slapped against the ground. It was clear the creature was at the brink of death. Hu Peng's eyes were vacant, his face ashen. This golden cobra was his everything. Years ago, he had led a hunting team to steal this snake as a hatchling from a mother cobra, paying a heavy price for it. Later, he betrayed the remaining members of his team, keeping all their spoils for himself, and took the young golden cobra back to the Qinshan base. To raise the snake, he sacrificed greatly. He removed the spiritual seed from his previous beast companion and implanted it into the young cobra, using up all the resources he had taken from his teammates. His current status and power were entirely dependent on this golden cobra. Now, with the beast's death, he would fall back to being an ordinary person. Even if he recovered his spiritual strength in the future, it would be nearly impossible to obtain another beast of such power. The paralyzing venom from Mo Dai had finally taken full effect, and the golden cobra ceased its struggles. At the moment of its death, Hu Peng let out a heart-wrenching scream. Boss! Boss! The other two members of the Xinhui construction group finally snapped out of their trance and rushed into the Colosseum. Seeing Hu Peng's devastated state, they immediately summoned their own Biasa King Kong ape and a rampaging lion. Stop! Lin Feibao, the appointed witness, intervened immediately. His blood leopard leapt forward in an instant, positioning itself between Zhou Ming and Hu Peng's group. Lin Feibao himself demonstrated his impressive martial arts skills, jumping down from a platform over 3 meters high. Everyone, since you invited me to be the witness, you must abide by the rules, Lin Feibao declared firmly. As the leader of the Iron Hand Gang, the largest faction in the western part of the city, he obviously had powerful backing. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to construct a coliseum of such scale. Even though Hu Peng and his men were from the Xinhui construction group, they were not influential enough to make Lin Feibao disregard the rules. Zhu Ming, Daong, stand down. Hu Peng ordered through gritted teeth, suppressing the immense pain from his spiritual injury. I never thought my rise and fall would both be tied to the golden cobra, he said bitterly, glaring at Zhou Ming. Today, the matter between Xinhui construction group and the Wang family ends here. But Zhou Ming, I won't forget you. Let's go. Wang Yin rushed to the scene with his piglet beast and shouted angrily, if you have a problem, take it up with me, Wang Yin. What, can't you accept defeat? Hu Peng ignored him entirely, leaving the Colosseum with the help of his subordinates. Young brother Zhou, congratulations. I didn't expect you to take down Hu Peng so swiftly, Lin Feibao remarked. Not at all. I must thank Leader Lin for stepping in this time. Zhou Ming responded politely. Haha, no need for thanks. Wang Taizhu approached Zhou Ming with a joyful expression and said warmly, I wonder if I could have the honor of treating brother Zhou to a meal. I'd also like to get to know such a remarkable young man. This, Xiao Zhou, didn't you mention having a celebration banquet after the tournament? Since Leader Lin is so enthusiastic, why not combine the two? What do you think? Considering that Wang Yan's family lived in the western part of the city and that even though the Iron Hand Gang was a low-level criminal organization, they were still not people the Wang family could easily provoke. Zhou Ming decided to avoid unnecessary trouble. He nodded and said, all right, we can celebrate at Leader Lin's establishment. What do you think, Leader Lin? Haha, I'd be delighted. It'll be great to share in the joy of your celebration, Lin Feibao agreed readily. As the leader of a gang, he understood the importance of forming connections with influential figures and promising young talents. Establishing relationships early could bring significant benefits in the future. The group left the beast fighting arena and headed straight to the third floor of the Yulai Hotel. As for He Yong, he had quietly slipped away as soon as it became clear Hu Peng had lost, not daring to linger any longer. At the banquet, with Wang Taizhu, a seasoned socialite, present, the atmosphere remained lively throughout. It wasn't until midnight that the celebration came to an end. Wang Taizhu, having taken it upon himself to drink on behalf of Zhou Ming and Wang Yin, ended up drinking the most. Since he couldn't contribute in the arena, he seemed determined to redeem himself at the table. Wang Yin, how's your father doing? Zhou Ming asked with concern. He's fine. The waitstaff and I helped him to the car. I'll drive him home and let him sleep it off for the night. Are you sure you're okay to drive? You drank quite a bit too. Don't worry. You know my tolerance. And I didn't actually drink that much earlier. Zhou Ming's expression turned serious. I asked you to stay because there are a few things I need you to pay attention to. Go ahead, Wang Yin replied, his demeanor becoming more serious upon noticing Zhou Ming's expression. First, I've already warned He Yong whatever he took. He needs to cough it back up. That guy was just putting on a show. If he hadn't reacted so slowly, his beast wouldn't have even been injured. Don't worry. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was already planning to deal with him, Wang Yin said, a flash of anger crossing his eyes at the mention of He Yong. Second, you can stay in contact with Lin Feibao, but don't get too close. Always remain cautious. He's in the underworld, and his path is not the same as ours. Understood. Third, investigate the relationship between Xinhui Construction Group and the upper management of the Qinshan base. Focus on close connections. Take your time and make sure not to expose yourself. Zhou Ming, are you saying that someone from the upper management of Qinshan base is involved in this situation? Wang Yin frowned in thought. That doesn't make sense. The project we took on is just a small one. I know what my family's capabilities are. Besides, this deal was made as a favor to Xiao Yun. Why would they give us the project only to try and take it back? You said it yourself, it's a small project. Out of respect for someone in the upper management of Qinshan base, Xinhui Construction Group wouldn't have initiated this competition, Zhou Ming said directly. It's Xiao Yun. How could this have anything to do with Sister Yun? All right, let me give you a rough idea of my guess, Zhou Ming explained. Their actions aren't aimed at Xiao Yun theory targeting me. What they want is to force us to ask Xiao Yun for help in resolving this issue. But with her abilities, she'd likely turn to her parents for assistance. You have to understand, the more favors you ask for, the thinner the goodwill becomes. Even if Xiao Yun doesn't mind, what about her family? When I was back at Qinshan base, I spoke to Xiao Yun on the phone. She mentioned that many people have been pursuing her recently, but she knows their intentions and has been politely refusing them. Wang Yin suddenly understood. So, some people are still misunderstanding your relationship with Sister Yun? Some people still mistakenly think there's something between me and Xiao Yun, Zhou Ming said slowly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. But they don't dare to act against me recklessly. Doing so would only provoke Xiao Yun's resentment. Without winning over Xiao Yun, they can't tie the Xiao family to their side, let alone gain access to Xiao Lei's connections. Their plan is to make Xiao Yun or the Xiao family grow tired of us constantly seeking help, eventually causing a rift in the relationship. Wang Yin listened with a bewildered expression, his brows furrowed. To him, it was hard to believe that a simple arena match could involve such intricate schemes. Do you think the profits from your 3 projects are that significant? Zhou Ming stared directly into Wang Yan's eyes. Think again, what about me is worth those higher-ups coveting? Do you have any idea how much influence Xiaolei holds? I, I don't know, Wang Yan stammered, sounding like a student caught off guard by a teacher's question. Zhou Ming continued, there are only about 100 publicly known extraordinary master beast tamers in the Blue Star Alliance. Even if some are hidden, the number wouldn't exceed 200. Since the establishment of the Qinshan base, not a single extraordinary master has emerged. Why? Apart from resources and talent, the key lies in the ascension ceremony. If I could become Xiao Lei's brother-in-law, the opportunity for that ceremony would be within reach. Even if I couldn't obtain it, just having Xiao Lei become an extraordinary master would bring immeasurable benefits. His tone grew heavier as he added, an extraordinary master can live for over 300 years. With such protection, a family could thrive for 2 centuries. Wang Yin swallowed nervously, his voice tinged with worry. Then, what should we do? Scared now, are you? Zhou Ming chuckled faintly. I understood this when I left Qinshan base. You can be afraid, but you can't back down. This is just a test, likely orchestrated by a single faction. Things haven't reached the worst-case scenario yet. When you return, focus on investigating the matters I just mentioned. I want to know who's scheming in the shadows. Oh, and one more thing, he added seriously, keep the projects moderate. Don't let this arena victory make you overly greedy. It'll remind my father, but knowing his temperament, he probably won't go overboard either. As Wang Yin prepared to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, Zhou Ming, how did you subdue that golden cobra? By now, Zhou Ming had already put on colored contact lenses to conceal his snake-like pupils. Aside from Hu Peng, no one knew his secret. That's classified, he replied curtly. You're always so secretive. Though curious, Wang Yin knew better than to press further. He turned and walked toward the car waiting for him not far away. Watching Wang Yan's car drive off, Zhou Ming finally turned and headed toward his own vehicle, the one he had purchased for completing the Ghost Fox mission. Sigh. He exhaled softly. Sitting in the car, Zhou Ming felt restless and overwhelmed by his chaotic thoughts, wishing he could sever all the schemes and plots in one decisive stroke. However, faced with his own limitations, he could only sigh in resignation. Eventually, he calmed himself and drove toward his residence. Luoqiu, located within the inner city of the Qinshan base, consists of 2 connected low hills spanning about a kilometer. This area is the most significant part of the Qinshan base's inner city, home to families that wield real power or possess formidable strength. Luoqiu is lush with greenery, filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Thanks to immense financial and material resources, the area enjoys a spring-like climate year-round, offering a pleasant environment. Hidden among the trees are various mansions, each with its own unique style. Luoqiu is divided into the front hill and the back hill. The front hill is occupied by several centuries-old aristocratic families, while the back hill serves as the residence for professional beast tamers and high-ranking government officials. Outside a traditional and elegantly designed mansion on the front hill, an elderly man with silver hair, dressed in a neat and formal suit, gently knocked on the door. A clear but faint voice came from inside. Come in. The old man opened the door and entered, seeing a composed and dignified man engrossed in the book he was reading. Young master, we've received news from the Xinhui construction group, the old man reported respectfully, standing at the door as he waited for instructions. Oh, what's the outcome? The man asked casually, his attention still fixed on the pages of his book. They failed. Zhou Ming single-handedly dealt with 2 of them. Hu Peng, who possessed the golden cobra, was instantly defeated. Reports suggest that Zhou Ming's eyes seem to have a unique suppressive effect on snake-type beasts. Interesting. The man paused his reading, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Young master, should we? The old man hesitated to finish his sentence, leaving the decision to his master. Forget it. This was just a minor move to test the waters. If we make any further moves, I'm not worried about Zhou Ming's capabilities, but rather that certain individuals might notice and report it to Xiao Yun. That would ruin everything. What if Miss Xiao actually has feelings for Zhou Ming? Sometimes, people involved can't see things clearly themselves. Don't worry. If that's true, someone else will be more anxious than us and will step in to handle it for us, the man replied calmly. Yes, sir. The old man, seeing no further instructions, quietly exited the room. Who would have thought that a true dragon would emerge in a small place like the Qinshan base? The man felt a twinge of emotion. Even he had to follow his family's plans, competing for the favor of an ordinary girl. Life was indeed unpredictable. He reflected on how a young man in his teens had stirred up the long-standing tranquility of the Qinshan base, leaving him both impressed and wistful. However, recalling the news from the Yunhai base, he couldn't help but acknowledge his family's perspective. According to intelligence, Xiao Lei might break through to become a professional beast tamer within the next year or two, potentially achieving the rank of extraordinary master before turning 20. This would be an extraordinary feat not just Qinshan base, but even the major powers of Yunhai base had sent young women to approach Xiao Lei. Thankfully, Xiao Lei's sister hadn't gone to Yunhai base. Otherwise, their chances of pursuing Xiao Yun would have been slim. Who would have thought that even I, Qin Shouting, would stoop to competing for someone's favor? Truly laughable, he muttered with a self-deprecating smile. As the night deepened, he resumed flipping through the book in his hands. The undercurrents beneath the ocean surface surged relentlessly, yet for now, they posed no threat to Zhou Ming's small boat. However, Zhou Ming was acutely aware that once these currents converged into towering waves, even if they weren't aimed directly at him, his fragile vessel would inevitably capsize. Such was the fate of a small, insignificant figure trying to live peacefully often depended on the whims of others. After returning from the Uli Hotel, Zhou Ming devoted himself entirely to practicing the white bone meditation technique. If he couldn't stop the storm from coming, then he would transform himself into a mighty battleship, capable of turning the storm into nothing more than harmless sprays of water washing over the deck. The next day, Zhou Ming officially began his white bone meditation training. In his hands, he held 2 vials of azure elixir, worth over 500,000 alliance coins. The liquid shimmered with the purest shade of sky blue, mesmerizing in its beauty. This exorbitant cost was necessary, as the most challenging part of mastering the white bone meditation's introductory stage involved constructing a profound mental imprint within the sea of consciousness. This wasn't a mere physical gesture but required channeling mental energy to solidify the imprint. A single misstep could result in severe mental damage. Zhou Ming carefully prepared his environment. The door was locked, the windows sealed, and the curtains drawn tightly to block out every sliver of light. A thin trail of smoke rose from a stick of calming incense. Mo Dai and Zhu Yu stood guard on either side of him, while a swarm of iron thread snakes had already been strategically released throughout the residence to shield against any mental disturbances during meditation that might affect this exceptional group of snakes. After bathing and changing into fresh clothes, Zhou Ming sat quietly, regulating his breathing and meticulously reviewing the steps of the white bone meditation technique. Once everything was in order, he took a deep breath and downed the azure elixir in one gulp. Closing his eyes slightly, he relaxed his body and let his consciousness dive into the sea of his mind. In this vast mental sea, resembling a cosmic universe of awareness, the iron thread snake swarm was absent, leaving a breathtaking expanse of nebulae in view. This nebula was composed of 2 distinct parts. One half consisted of unused mental seeds, and the other half contained projections of the iron thread snakes. Each projection extended silvery threads that traversed the void, linking to the creatures they controlled outside. The golden mental seeds intertwined with the silver mental threads, spiraling together like a taiji diagram, forming intricate patterns across the sea of consciousness. Under the guidance of the white bone meditation technique, Zhou Ming's awareness became like that of a meticulous sketch artist, carefully drawing his own image within the mental sea, stroke by stroke. As the lines multiplied, his face and body grew increasingly vivid and lifelike. In the mental sea, streams of silver light continuously flowed into the forming body, meticulously filling in every detail. This precise mental manipulation would have required countless repetitions of practice from Zhou Ming if not for the assistance of the azure elixir. When the final contour was completed, a body identical to Zhou Ming appeared within the mental sea, seated cross-legged on a cushion formed by nebulous clouds. However, this Zhou Ming was merely an empty shell, devoid of vitality, still one step away from achieving true meditative state. White bone heart seal. Zhou Ming's voice echoed in the mental sea, breaking the silence. The body immediately formed a seal with its hands, the movements as smooth and fluid as a blooming lotus, finally bringing the thumb and forefinger together to create an eye-like mark in the space between. This technique required not only introspection of one's consciousness, but also the projection of the practitioner's internal organs, limbs, and every part of their physical being into the mental form. The ancient sages of Blue Star had meticulously advanced their studies of mental power, fully understanding the interdependence of body and spiritus evidenced by phenomena like overthinking leading to physical decline or even premature aging. As the white bone heart seal was completed, Zhou Ming felt his consciousness fully immerse into the mental sea. He immediately calmed his thoughts and focused deeply on meditation, aware that this success did not yet signify mastery of the technique. In the timeless expanse of the mental sea, the seated Zhou Ming began to transform. His body gradually withered, his skin dried and wrinkled, and age spots emerged on his face. His once distinctive, devilish charm was replaced by the frailty of old age. Vitality was draining away, and the aura of death quietly approached. Soon, Zhou Ming's body began to decay, Yellow pus oozing out as maggots infested his flesh. Cold, black snakes suddenly appeared, devouring the rotting flesh with greed, quickly covering his entire body. When all the flesh was gone, a skeleton riddled with tiny holes emerged. Though it fell short of the perfection described in ancient texts, the bones grew sturdier as the black snakes slithered away and vanished. Perhaps the snakes had consumed distracting thoughts, or perhaps the strength of the physical body played a role, or maybe it was a combination of both. Outside, Zhou Ming opened his eyes, and the visions within the mental sea dissipated. Without pausing to reflect on the changes in his mental state, he quickly grabbed a nearby low-grade nutritional potion and drank it. Cough. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhou Ming muttered with relief, "I didn't expect the white bone heart seal to be so taxing on the body. Luckily, I practiced martial arts beforehand. Otherwise, even with successful meditation, my body would have needed significant recovery time." Thinking of the year and a half he had spent laying this foundation, now finally proving its worth, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Click. The crisp sound of a switch echoed. The bedroom was instantly illuminated, and the once pitch-black space was now fully revealed under the light controlled by immortality. Lying on the bed, Zhou Ming was in terrible condition. His face was pale with a bluish tint, his lips devoid of any color, and his entire body limp on the mattress, as if he had just endured a severe illness. If Wang Yin were to stumble upon him like this, he might mistakenly think Zhou Ming had barely escaped some life-threatening ordeal in a dark alley. "I didn't expect the threshold for the primitive meditation technique to be this high," Zhou Ming murmured weakly to himself. The danger level of the white bone meditation technique far exceeded his expectations, which helped him understand why this method had been phased out by the Blue Star Alliance. If this approach continued to be used to train beast masters, the ability to command beasts would inevitably become a privilege reserved for a select few. Shaking his head, Zhou Ming decided not to dwell on the historical reasons. The reality was that the foundational meditation techniques had already become the mainstream within the Alliance. Though not everyone could become a beast master, at least the opportunity was equally available to all. Despite the risks, the effects of the white bone meditation technique were undeniably remarkable. Zhou Ming assessed his own condition and found that both the quality and quantity of his mental energy had increased significantly, rising from a level of 6 to 7. By the standard where the mental energy limit for an average person is 9, as long as he could push his mental energy to 9 and train his beasts to the upper limits of the low-tier fierce beast level, he would meet the basic qualifications of a professional beastmaster. Though this would also require the necessary advancement rituals and materials. This progress made Zhou Ming temporarily set aside concerns about the dangers of the white bone meditation technique. The path of a beastmaster was inherently fraught with danger. If he couldn't handle even this level of risk, he wouldn't make it far. After consuming a vial of low-tier nutritional medicine, Zhou Ming's condition gradually improved. The pallor of his face gave way to a healthy flush, and his once hunched posture straightened, no longer appearing as frail and feeble as before. Feeling the sticky sweat clinging to his body, Zhou Ming got up and headed to the bathroom. Submerging himself in a bathtub filled with hot water, he cleaned himself while contemplating his future plans. With the white bone meditation technique, improving his mental energy was no longer an issue. Judging by its current effectiveness, he was confident he could make further progress before exhausting his resources. Even if he couldn't reach the absolute limit, he could get very close. However, two pressing challenges remained: enhancing the strength of his beasts and addressing the matter of career advancement. Dai and Zhu Yu had managed to break through to the low-tier fierce beast level with the help of the spiritual item snake saliva fruit, but their strength still lingered on the lower end of this tier. To push them to the upper limits of the low-tier fierce beast level would require a significant investment of resources. While this issue was daunting, it was solvable as long as sufficient resources were available. When Zhou Ming's mental power reaches its limit, he can use it to nurture his contracted beasts, helping Dai and Zhu Yu rapidly enhance their strength. However, he has temporarily set aside this option to avoid hindering the growth of his own mental power. The path of a beast tamer typically follows two main approaches. The first is to prioritize the enhancement of mental power to its peak within the current tier before using it to nurture the contracted beasts. The second is to focus on strengthening the beasts, and when they can no longer advance, use their power to support the tamer. Of course, if a beast tamer possesses extraordinary talent and abundant resources, both paths can be pursued simultaneously. Given the unique nature of Dai and Zhu Yu, Zhou Ming is currently allocating the majority of his resources to his own development, only investing in the two beasts when necessary to lay a foundation for their growth. Although advancing the strength of contracted beasts is fraught with challenges, at least the path forward is clear. What truly troubles him, however, is the unavoidable hurdle of the job transition ritual. Due to the inherent limits of human mental power on Blue Star, simply commanding beasts is akin to wielding firearms. No matter how powerful the beasts are, the tamer remains vulnerable to close-range attacks by alien races or intelligent feral beasts. To overcome this limitation, humanity developed the job transition ritual, enabling ordinary individuals to gradually transform into beings comparable to gods and demons. Over the course of a long evolutionary process, four primary job systems emerged: Phantom Beast Masters, Savage Beast Knights, Shepherds, and Beast Spirit Sorcerers. The Phantom Beast Master system originated from the Alliance's early bioweapon program. Although the program ultimately failed, the emergence of beast tamers, combined with the extraordinary knowledge of alien races, gave rise to the innovative Phantom Beast Master system. When apprentice-level beast tamers advance to the professional level, they can perform a special ritual to evolve their beasts into semi-biological, semi-energy phantom beasts, gaining the ability to manipulate elemental energy. This breakthrough not only allows beast tamers to surpass the limitations of mental power, but also enables their phantom beasts to transform into armor. This armor grants formidable close combat capabilities while also wielding elemental powers, resulting in a qualitative leap in the Phantom Beast Master's strength and agility on the battlefield. At the higher commander tier, Phantom Beasts evolve into pure elemental entities that can transform into elemental weapons to harness the energy of the world. The ultimate form of a Phantom Beast Master is the legendary Saint. According to information Zhoming acquired from the black market, reaching this pinnacle requires cultivating a second Phantom Beast with an opposing element and comprehending the power of annihilation through the clash of elements. However, the complete ritual for advancing as a Phantom Beast Master is exclusively held by Blue Star Academy under the Blue Star Alliance. The Academy's dean is one of the few legendary saints within the Alliance. To gain admission to this academy, one must break through to the professional level before the age of 30 to even be eligible to apply. However, the secrets of the legendary profession Element Annihilator remain unknown to outsiders. Even the transition ceremony to become a weapon master, an extraordinary grandmaster, is highly classified. For this reason, the top brass at the Qinshan base spared no effort in encouraging their younger generation to associate with Xiao Yun. Their objective was clear. Xiao Lei's mentor was a weapon master who held the key to the ceremony required for advancing to an extraordinary grandmaster. The ice wolf Zhoming encountered back then was no ordinary beast. It was the cub of a high-tier feral beast. These creatures, inherently wielding frost powers, are so formidable that even in their juvenile stage, only a rare few prodigies can successfully implant a mental seed in them, let alone when they reach adulthood. Xiao Lei's decision to tame an ice wolf as his beast companion was, in fact, laying the groundwork for the Beastmaster profession. Within the beast taming profession system, Beastmasters and Feral Beast Knights are the two most popular career paths. Feral Beast Knights form a life-and-death bond with their beasts, maximizing the symbiotic benefits. Although the death of the beast would result in the knight's demise, the knight, in return, gains the beast's formidable physical attributes and innate abilities, enabling them to hunt alone in the wilderness. Once a professional-level Feral Beast Knight advances to an extraordinary grandmaster, they become a fearsome war knight. At this stage, the mount and rider achieve perfect integration of life, soul, and aura, unleashing devastating combined attacks and aura abilities. Should they ascend further to the legendary profession of Radiant Knight, they gain the ability to influence reality directly through sheer willpower, wielding unimaginable power. The current president of the Hunters Guild achieved sainthood by leveraging the strength of a Radiant Knight, slaying a Dragon King-class giant dragon, and earning the title of Dragon Slayer. This legendary profession exists exclusively within the Hunters Guild. In addition, Shepherds represent another significant profession system, exclusive to the Alliance military. Shepherds use special rituals to cultivate mental seeds, which grow into towering trees capable of producing new mental seeds. These offspring seeds allow them to control more beasts. While initially limited to low-tier feral beasts, the greatest advantage is that the death of a beast does not affect the shepherd. Due to the high cost of cultivation, shepherds often allow their beasts to forage and grow in the wilderness, giving rise to the name shepherd. Although they lack extraordinary abilities themselves, shepherds can perform rituals to receive collective feedback from their beast herd, creating a unique defensive force field. One of the defining features of shepherds is their force field defense, which often surpasses the defensive capabilities of individual beastmasters. Typically, a beastmaster of the same level must first defeat a shepherd's beasts before breaking through their force field defense. Only when there is a significant disparity in strength between the two can the force field be directly shattered. Shepherds lack personal extraordinary abilities, so they dedicate most of their efforts to nurturing fierce beasts. Beyond this profession lies even more advanced roles. Extraordinary master-level legion commanders can use formations to combine the strength of their beast armies, unleashing power capable of splitting mountains and rivers. Legendary totem masters can harmonize their beast formations with the forces of nature, condensing them into totems that dominate entire regions. Soaking in the bathtub, Zhoming recalled why he had initially sought information on the shepherd's transition path from the scorpion lion. Considering his unique circumstances, even if he couldn't complete the transition, the information might help him forge a new professional path. Though the chances of success were slim, it remained his only viable direction for now. As for the beast spirit sorcerer profession, its peculiarity lies in requiring a special ritual to dissolve the flesh of the beasts, leaving only their souls. The professional guide provided little detail about the extraordinary master and legendary sage stages, merely hinting at connections to spiritual entities, curses, and death. Zhou Ming had investigated out of curiosity but found no further information, as though this knowledge had been deliberately suppressed by the Alliance. Other transition options failed to pique Zhou Ming's interest, as most professions were capped at the formal professional level, with very few reaching extraordinary master level. Those that could often had significant flaws or required rare resources. Unless all three mainstream professions were inaccessible to him, he wouldn't consider these incomplete transition paths. After much contemplation, Zhou Ming decided to focus on enhancing his mental power for the time being while seeking solutions to his Beastmaster challenges. As for transitioning professions, that would have to wait until he hit a bottleneck in his growth. He understood well that the optimal breakthrough period for apprentice-level Beastmasters was before the age of 30. Professional-level Beastmasters only lived 20 to 30 years longer than ordinary people, and advancing in age would leave him with less time to pursue higher realms. If he couldn't transition normally, he might remain an apprentice-level Beastmaster for life. Although Zhou Ming was only 20 years old, the pressures of reality forced him to plan early. This was also why he despised unnecessary trouble. Any wasted time could jeopardize his path as a Beastmaster, rendering his rebirth meaningless. Having clarified his thoughts, the confusion in Zhou Ming's eyes faded, replaced by a resolute determination. In the days that followed, he stayed home, focusing on cultivating his mental power with restorative potions and basic meditation techniques. At the same time, he consumed low-tier nutritional supplements and tonics, combining them with martial arts training to strengthen his body in preparation for meditating on the bone visualization technique again. Though his life was monotonous, Zhou Ming found joy in it, living each day fully and purposefully. Time passed steadily as he pursued his journey on the path of a Beastmaster. Half a month later, sunlight streamed through the glass windows into the living room. Zhou Ming, shirtless and drenched in sweat, was deeply engrossed in an intense martial arts workout. Under the sunlight, his streamlined muscles glistened faintly with a sheen of sweat. Each movement appeared slow and deliberate, like an old ox pulling a dilapidated cart through the mud. His entire body was tense, muscles taut like steel wires, twisting and contracting as he moved, undergoing a thorough tempering. Although martial arts primarily focus on honing the body and mastering techniques of exerting force, for someone like Zhou Ming, still in the apprentice stage, it was undeniably a significant benefit. Even if he were to become a professional beast tamer in the future, martial arts would remain a vital supplementary skill, especially for professions like beast knights, where martial prowess is key to showcasing strength. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, the chime breaking his concentration. Zhou Ming paused, retracted his stance, calmed his breathing, and grabbed a towel to wipe away his sweat as he answered the buzzing phone. The caller ID displayed Wang Yan's name, sparking a thought in Zhou Ming's mind. Had Wang Yan found out which high-ranking officials in the Qinshan base were closely tied to the Xinhui construction group? Hello, Zhou Ming answered. Zhou Ming, I figured out which upper-level officials in the Qinshan base are connected to the Xinhui construction group, Wang Yan said, his tone filled with excitement, clearly eager to unmask whoever was pulling strings behind the scenes. Oh, that was quick. You didn't just go and ask around for this information, did you? Zhou Ming's chest tightened with worry, concerned that Wang Yan might have disregarded his warnings and sought out the information recklessly. After all, the forces working in the shadows were undoubtedly powerful and might already be aware of their actions. Of course not. I gathered everything from online sources. It's not exactly classified information. Besides, the Qinshan base is huge, and the media is constantly reporting on the activities of the upper echelon to attract attention, Wang Yan explained quickly, sensing Zhou Ming's concern. Good to hear. Zhou Ming let out a breath of relief at Wang Yan's explanation. The network, Wang Yan mentioned, was essentially a massive intranet, connecting all computer users in the Qinshan base. Only a select few high-ranking individuals had access to the broader network that linked the entire Blue Planet Alliance, given the challenges of wireless communication and the slow speed of information transmission. If the entire Qinshan base were integrated into the Blue Planet Alliance's network, it would be nearly impossible for most people to use it effectively. Aside from the upper echelon, only a handful of wealthy individuals could afford the exorbitant costs of such access. However, it was rumored that large bases had networks fully connected to the Blue Planet Alliance. I've already organized the information and sent it to your email, Wang Yan continued. Oh, by the way, my old man is taking me to the Black Pine Small Base to oversee the progress of some construction projects. So, you might not be able to reach me for a while. To avoid any misunderstandings, Wang Yan added this update about his plans. Got it. This is a good opportunity for you to step away from this mess for a while, Zhou Ming said. Even if Wang Yan hadn't mentioned it, Zhou Ming would have advised him to leave the Qinshan base temporarily. After a brief exchange of casual remarks, they ended the call. Setting his phone down, Zhou Ming draped the towel around his neck, picked up a glass of water, and walked into his bedroom. He sat at his desk and turned on his computer. Turning on his computer and logging into an email account he hadn't used in a while, Zhou immediately noticed a striking red marker. It was an email from Wang Yin. While sipping water to replenish himself after martial arts practice, he began reading it carefully. The email wasn't lengthy, and Wang Yin had already highlighted the key points in red. As Zhou read further, his brows gradually furrowed. The information revealed that Xian Hui Construction Group's interactions with the upper echelons of the base were mostly aboveboard, except for its unusually close ties with the Qin family. The Qin family not only held a significant stake in Xian Hui Construction Group, but also served as its primary backer in the Qinshan base. Zhou was no stranger to the Qin family. They were a household name in the Qinshan base. Since the base's establishment, the family had held a seat in the 9-member council and controlled vast networks of industries across various sectors. More importantly, the family boasted nearly 10 professional-level beast tamers, making them a dominant local power. If not for the rule that the council leader must be appointed by the alliance, the Qin family would have long become the de facto rulers of the base. Combining the clues at hand, the Qin family's intention to form a marital alliance with the Xiao family became clear. On one hand, they coveted Xiao Lei's upcoming ascension ceremony to become a transcendent master. On the other, they sought to prevent other factions from leveraging Xiao Lei's connections to challenge the Qin family's position. It was a perfect embodiment of the old adage, all the hustle and bustle in the world is for profit. For Zhou, the only silver lining was that the Qin family didn't seem to view him as a genuine threat. The recent arena incident appeared to be a casual test, rather than a calculated move against him. Otherwise, given the Qin family's influence in the base, Zhou only option would have been to leave Qinshan base immediately. Still too weak, Zhou muttered to himself. He was well aware that if he were strong enough, even without any connection to Xiao Yun, no one would dare to target him. And if there were a connection, others would only offer their blessings instead of scheming in the shadows. After deleting the email, Zhou decided not to dwell on the matter further. His immediate priority was to advance to the rank of a professional-level beast tamer. In the Blue Star Alliance, the saying only professional-level beast tamers are considered true beast tamers was widely recognized. Crossing this threshold would bring a qualitative leap in both status and position, granting him access to the privileged class throughout the alliance. Requesting Wang Yin to investigate Xian Hui Construction Group had merely been a precautionary measure. Knowing one's adversaries was always better than being left in the dark and stumbling into trouble unknowingly. After closing his email, Zhou opened the Qinshan Base Hunter Forum. Though he preferred to stay home and train, he wasn't completely disconnected from the outside world. Whenever he took breaks from gaming to relax, he would browse the forum to stay updated on the happenings within and beyond the base. Despite being a local network, there were always well-informed individuals sharing various pieces of information there. High reward for surrogacy, beast tamers preferred. Zhou frowned slightly as he stared at a newly posted thread on the forum. Despite the striking appearance and revealing attire of the woman in the accompanying image, such temptation held no appeal for him. With a blank expression, he clicked the mouse and deleted the post. Continuing to browse through the forum, he was met with nothing but various advertisements and trivial gossip, none of which provided any valuable information. Zhou had long since grown accustomed to this. While the forum had initially been a hub of high-quality information, its growing popularity had attracted a more diverse crowd, leading to its current state. At the moment, Zhou was merely looking for a way to rest his body after practicing the Berserk Python martial arts, while also hoping to stumble upon something useful. Seeing that there was nothing of interest, he stood up and resumed his martial arts training. As night fell, Zhou quickly finished his dinner, took a shower, and sat at his desk to focus on reading a beast tamer manual he had acquired from the black market. This was part of his disciplined routine, practicing basic meditation techniques in the morning, training in Berserk Python martial arts in the afternoon, and studying manuals in the evening. Like a parched sponge, he absorbed knowledge, strengthened his body, and honed his mind, striving to narrow the gap between himself and the privileged heirs of powerful factions who had access to complete legacies. For the next 2 months, Zhou maintained this rigorous lifestyle, never stepping outside as he concentrated on fully utilizing the resources he had obtained. He understood that only by converting resources into tangible strength could his previous efforts hold meaning. This was his growth strategy: acquire resources, transform them into strength, and then use that strength to obtain even more resources, repeating the cycle endlessly. As for his beasts, while Imo Dai and Zhu Yu enjoyed the benefits of spirit-nurturing pills, the rest of his snake swarm was tasked with hunting the seemingly endless population of hard-furred rats in the sewers. This inadvertently disrupted the work of the exterminators in the Qingshan base, as they had come back empty-handed for months. However, Zhou paid no mind to this. After all, he was essentially providing a free pest control service for the base. 2 months later, in Zhou dimly lit bedroom, a sudden flash of lightning flickered in his eyes as he concluded his meditation. This phenomenon, known as void lightning, was a sign that his mental power had reached its peak. After 3 cycles of practicing the bone observation meditation technique, he had finally achieved this level. Reflecting on his journey, reaching such a milestone at the age of 20 was a testament not only to the power of the bone observation technique, but also to his relentless dedication. The combined effects of the snake saliva fruit, amethyst potion, and the white bone view meditation, along with Zhou Ming's persistent efforts, led to significant progress in his cultivation. Compared to the state of exhaustion after his first meditation, this time, though he still felt slightly weak, he was able to get up and turn on the light with ease. His recovery was quite satisfactory. It was now November, and 5 months had passed since he left the Qingshan base for the Green Mist Jungle. Zhou Ming realized that nearly 2 years of his time on Blue Star had been devoted to the path of becoming a beastmaster, and he couldn't help but feel a little fatigued. He decided to take this winter to properly adjust himself. After all, balance is key and cultivation overexertion could be counterproductive. The next morning, Zhou Ming dressed in a snug black winter outfit and set out early for the Hunters Guild. While he had no intention of taking on any tasks, he wanted to use the opportunity to gather some useful information. During this time of year, many hunters who had ventured out would return to the base, making the Hunters Guild a hub for exchanging intelligence. The 2 liveliest spots at the Hunters Guild were the bar and the marketplace. The bar served as a place for hunters to unwind given their constant brushes with death in the wilderness. They often relied on alcohol to ease their mental stress. Meanwhile, the marketplace was where hunters traded various peculiar items. Though the quality varied greatly, one might occasionally stumble upon treasures of immense value, making the marketplace increasingly bustling. Given the tight parking situation near the Hunters Guild, Zhou Ming chose to take the tram this time. While many hunters within the base owned private vehicles, the parking resources around the guild were undeniably scarce. When the familiar chime of the tram's arrival sounded, Zhou Ming was the last to step off, unhurried. The warm sunlight enveloped him, prompting him to pause and savor the moment. After months of grueling training in the Green Mist Jungle and secluded cultivation, this simple pleasure felt especially precious. "Excuse me, could you move aside?" A voice interrupted Zhou Ming's thoughts. It turned out he was standing in the doorway of the tram, blocking the path for other passengers. "My apologies," Zhou Ming quickly stepped aside, earning a slightly exasperated look from the other person. Watching them walk away, Zhou Ming stood there feeling a bit awkward, silently chastising himself for his momentary lapse in awareness. The hunter market was located in a small square to the left of the Hunter Guild. This area, directly governed by the guild, was well organized and orderly. Although Zhou Ming was new here, he was well aware of the rules: cash and goods exchanged, no refunds or returns. Here, even if someone bought a treasure worth 1,000,000 alliance coins for just 100, the seller would have to accept their misfortune. Any attempt to forcibly reclaim items would be met with strict punishment from the Hunter Guild. This level of protection extended even after the transaction parties left the square. However, this double-edged sword also meant that if you were swindled out of everything, the guild would still stand firmly on the seller's side. As Zhou Ming stepped into the bustling market square, still adjusting to the lively crowd, a vendor's voice called out to him. "Hey, young man, interested in some low-level meditation techniques?" Before the words had fully landed, another vendor interjected, "Don't listen to him. His copy is incomplete. Check out my foundational meditation technique. It's optimized and twice as efficient as the regular version." The vendor selling the low-level technique immediately frowned. "Li Laosi, mine may be incomplete, but it's genuine, straight from the remains of a wilderness hunter. Where did your so-called optimized version even come from?" He then turned to Zhou Ming, softening his tone. "Young man, while mine isn't complete, it's still fully functional. It's several times better than the basic version. If it were complete, do you think I'd be willing to sell it?" He sighed, his expression dimming. "To be honest, if it weren't for needing to raise funds for a few brothers who've been with me most of my life, I wouldn't part with this technique." Watching the vendor's exaggeratedly sorrowful expression, Zhou Ming shook his head and sighed lightly. "Big brother, you were born in the wrong era. If this were before the apocalypse era, you'd definitely have won an Academy Award." With that, he turned and continued browsing the market. Across the way, a short, chubby middle-aged vendor suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, Zhao Fatty, what are you laughing at?" The meditation technique vendor shouted, his anger barely contained. "Why shouldn't I laugh? That young man was complimenting your acting skills. I'm just giving you some applause." Zhao Pengzi briefly explained the meaning of the small golden figure, revealing that he seemed to know a bit about pre-apocalypse events. After his explanation, the surrounding stall owners burst into laughter, teasing the vendor of the low-tier meditation techniques about switching to acting instead. Although the entertainment industry in the Blue Star Alliance was rather lackluster, top-tier celebrities still earned substantial incomes. The vendor, upon hearing Zhao Pengzi's explanation and understanding Zhou Ming's earlier remarks, did not lash out in anger. Instead, he began contemplating whether he had indeed chosen the wrong line of work. As Zhou walked away, he didn't dwell on what had just happened. Such occurrences were common at the street market. Alongside vendors who staged performances, there were those who remained silent, exuding an air of mystery. Some were even skilled enough to create convincing forgeries. If Zhou hadn't been learning and staying vigilant, he might have fallen for a scam or two, paying a steep price for the lesson. In a sense, he had avoided costly mistakes by investing in his education instead. Just then, Zhou noticed a vendor who had brought in a basketball-sized, smooth-surface stone and placed it on the ground. A note stuck to the stone read, "Fossilized egg of a Lord-class fierce beast, price 80,000. The sight left Zhou speechless. Dimensional rifts had only appeared on Blue Star around 1,000 years ago, and fierce beasts had emerged during that time. The idea that a fossil could form in such a short span was clearly a ploy to target buyers lacking common sense. As the most popular trading hub for hunters, the street market wasn't entirely filled with scams. Occasionally, there were genuinely worthwhile items for sale otherwise. Zhou wouldn't bother wandering around here. Relaxing and aimlessly killing time were two entirely different states of mind. The market offered beast materials, rare herbs, second-hand equipment, and even mysterious items with unclear purposes. Some vendors specialized in selling beast meat. Judging by the setup, these meats were likely sourced from large hunting groups that operated butcher shops. When these groups left their bases for hunts, they ensured nothing went to waste, with dedicated personnel transporting the beast carcasses. They maximized the value of every part of the beast, even using its droppings as fertilizer. Though the process was labor-intensive, the profits from a single beast far surpassed what an ordinary hunter could hope to earn. Beast meat sold out remarkably fast. As soon as a fresh cut was placed on the counter, it was quickly snapped up. Zhou had planned to buy a few pounds before leaving, but it seemed that plan was already thwarted. Regular consumption of beast meat could enhance physical strength, though the effects were subtle. It was enough to drive wealthy buyers into a frenzy. Additionally, since only hunting groups transported entire beast carcasses back to the base, the price of beast meat was exorbitant, often exceeding 1,000 alliance coins per pound. Height-ear beast meat was even more exclusive, with buyers needing connections just to qualify for a purchase. After a quick glance, Zhou lost interest and moved on. The street market spanned over 100 meters, and he had only explored a small section. There were still many stalls waiting to be discovered. While Zhou didn't consider himself particularly lucky or expect to stumble upon any miraculous finds, he still hoped to come across something affordable and practical. Despite having more money than the average person, his funds were barely sufficient to cover the standard resources required for a beast tamer. Thus, he had to be frugal. This underscored the immense challenges faced by independent beast tamers. Zhou current financial situation was already the result of a few fortunate encounters. Yet, given his circumstances, he couldn't join any faction and was left to struggle and fight on his own. At a small 2 square meter stall, Zhou stopped in his tracks. The books densely displayed on the stall immediately caught his attention. Without hesitation, he crouched down, just like the other customers, and began carefully flipping through them. The books here were vastly different from those in the Qinshan Library's collection. Almost all of them were professional guides essential for hunters. Manuals on shooting techniques, trap-setting guides, wilderness survival handbooks, and practical knowledge such as evaluating the value of materials from ferocious beasts, corpse dissection techniques, and fur processing. Though these were all fundamental books, they almost comprehensively covered everything a hunter would need to survive in the wilderness. In Zhou opinion, a true hunter wasn't just someone who could don combat gear and pick up a gun. Without being equipped with this foundational knowledge, even the most elite hunter would become prey in the wild. However, these books weren't unfamiliar to him. Instead, it was a few martial arts manuals that piqued his interest. "Hey, young man, interested in these 3 martial arts manuals?" The stall owner, a good-natured-looking man in his 30s, saw through Zhou thoughts at a glance. "Kind of. After all, there's something romantic about the raw power of hand-to-hand combat," Zhou replied honestly. The stall owner laughed heartily. "Haha, you're not the only one. Even I enjoy the thrill of a good fight. Want me to introduce them to you?" "Sure." Zhou nodded in agreement. Pointing to the manual on the far right of the 3 lying by his feet, the stall owner began. "This is the traditional martial art, Iron Thread Fist. It's all about overwhelming your opponent with powerful, wide-open moves, and it's great for tempering your muscles and bones. But to be honest, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, they're not much use against ferocious beasts. This technique is mainly suited for heavy weapon gunners. Once mastered, wielding a heavy machine gun, even a trainee beast master would steer clear of you." Zhou shook his head at this, as it clearly didn't match his combat style. Noticing his reaction, the stall owner moved on to the second manual. "This is the blade technique, 13 forms of blood battle. It emphasizes relentless, ferocious attacks. But I'm guessing you're not interested in this one either. This close combat weapon technique is only really suited for phantom beastmasters or beast riders. After all, who engages in close combat anymore?" If you can't even cut through a ferocious beast, let alone deal with people, why bother? Using a blade instead of a gun in such situations would just be foolish. At least Iron Thread Fist can complement heavy firepower, but this 13 forms of blood battle is really only useful for ambushes. Boss, just tell me about the last one, Zhoming said, his patience clearly wearing thin after finding the first two manuals unsuitable. The last book might interest you, the stall owner said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and a hint of mystery in his tone. This is a new martial art developed after the founding of the Alliance Beast King technique, he explained slowly, revealing the origins of the manual. A new martial art? Zhoming raised an eyebrow, finally showing some interest. The stall owner nodded and elaborated. It enhances the practitioner's strength by utilizing the genes of ferocious beasts, completely different from traditional martial arts. Beast genes? How is that any different from genetic serums? Zhoming frowned, his tone skeptical. If this new martial art is so incredible, I would have heard of it. Besides, anything involving genes often turns people into something monstrous. The stall owner raised a finger and explained earnestly, there's a fundamental difference. Genetic serums forcibly alter gene structures in a short time, while the new martial art gradually absorbs the essence of ferocious beasts through practice, improving the body step by step and ultimately breaking human limits. Zhoming noticed the stall owner's deep understanding of these power systems, but he remained unconvinced. The new martial art must have its flaws, right? Otherwise, it would have already become as mainstream as beast tamers. Sharp observation, young man, the stall owner praised with a thumbs up. The new martial art does indeed have its issues. As practitioners grow stronger, they tend to become irritable and violent, eventually succumbing to madness. Is there no solution? Zhoming asked, particularly interested in problems related to mental states. There are two methods, the stall owner replied candidly. The first is to rely on an unyielding will to overcome it, but such individuals are exceedingly rare. Zhoming nodded silently, knowing that while he had determination, he wasn't at that level. The second method is simpler beast tamers can use their mental strength to neutralize these negative effects. Of course, the stronger the practitioner, the greater the mental strength required. Zhoming immediately asked, then why hasn't this technique caught on among beast tamers? It should at least appeal to apprentice-level beast tamers, who are relatively fragile. There are two reasons, the stall owner explained. First, the new martial art is still in its infancy, primarily developed in a few bases in the western region of the Alliance, so its spread has been limited. Zhoming nodded thoughtfully. That made sense. Compared to the western bases, which frequently clashed with alien races, the Qinshan base was in a peaceful area. Though it bordered the northern wasteland and the endless forest, it rarely faced threats from alien races. As Zhoming pondered, the stall owner continued. As for the second reason, the vendor continued explaining the limitations of the new martial arts. He pointed out that compared to traditional martial arts, the new martial arts not only require greater difficulty in practice but also demand more time, effort, and resources. Ordinary people don't dare delve into the new martial arts. Rather than wasting resources, it's better to focus on traditional martial arts, the vendor said while organizing the items on his stall. As for beast tamers, those at the professional level and above don't need it at all, and most apprentice-level beast tamers are already tight on resources and time. How could they afford to train in the new martial arts? Zhoming nodded thoughtfully and added, that's true. Within the Alliance, the vast majority are apprentice-level beast tamers. Very few manage to advance to the professional level. The vendor paused his actions and said seriously, you might have misunderstood one thing. Practicing the new martial arts doesn't grant you immediate resistance to firearms. Instead of investing a large amount of resources, it would be more practical to directly purchase a high-end combat suit. To train your body to the point where it can resist bullets, you'd need an exceptionally high level of achievement in the new martial arts. Furthermore, only professional-level beast tamers have the mental strength to suppress the negative emotions brought by ferocious beast genes. Speaking of professional-level beast tamers, the vendor continued, they don't need the new martial arts at all. Take beast knights, for example, they can already rely on their bodies to withstand firearms. Practicing the new martial arts would be meaningless for them. Useless, Zhoming blurted out. It's like a chicken rib tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. Looking at the well-informed vendor, Zhoming felt fortunate that this trip to the market hadn't been in vain. The vendor, however, waved his hand dismissively and said, don't use fancy words with me, kid. I've just been on missions with teams to other bases and gained a bit more experience, that's all. Zhoming keenly noticed that, based on the vendor's knowledge and experience, he was at least an elite-level black iron hunter, or perhaps even bronze level. Combining this with his understanding of beast tamers, Zhoming guessed that the vendor was likely a highly capable apprentice-level beast tamer. If he were at the professional level, he wouldn't need to make a living running a market stall. Kid, the vendor suddenly squinted, judging by the gleam in your eyes. You're a beast tamer too, aren't you? Interested in this Beast King body manual? The price is negotiable. How many alliance coins? Can you give me a discount? Zhoming asked. Fixed price 1 million alliance coins, the vendor replied decisively. Hearing this, Zhoming scrutinized the vendor, who appeared to be honest and straightforward with his thick eyebrows and sincere demeanor. Boss, you're not trying to rip me off, are you? If I were the type to scam people, do you think you'd have gotten such a detailed explanation? The vendor snorted. At other stalls, if they're selling new martial arts, they'd hike the price several times over. Zhoming had to admit the vendor had a point. After wandering the market square for so long, finding such a genuine vendor was indeed rare, which might explain why his business was slow. However, 1 million alliance coins was still a considerable expense for Zhoming, especially considering the numerous limitations of this new martial arts manual. Zhoming was evidently dissatisfied with the price of the new martial arts manual. Compared to the training at the Wild Python Martial Arts Academy, where students received personalized guidance, daily herbal medicine, and meal supplements, along with a guarantee of mastering the techniques, spending 1 million alliance credits on a potentially flawed new martial arts manual seemed outrageous. Boss, let's not even talk about the flaws in the new martial arts technique. This isn't like a beast tamer's meditation method that requires mental power to record, Zhoming said bluntly. If I'm not mistaken, as soon as I buy this Beast King body manual, you'll have another one ready to sell right after. The stall owner looked embarrassed for a moment, but quickly composed himself and responded seriously. The professors at Qingshan University teach whether it's one student or a whole class. Does Qingshan Beast Tamer University charge tuition for just one person in a class? Knowledge is priceless, after all. Besides, where else in the Qingshan base can you find a place selling new martial arts manuals? Uncle, I admire your business spirit, but at this rate, you won't make a single sale. How about we start off with a lucky deal? Zhoming suggested. All right, you tell me how much less? The stall owner, clearly losing patience, asked. 500,000. Deal. Zhoming froze for a moment. Did I haggle too little? Or is there something wrong with your Beast King body technique? The stall owner casually tossed the manual in front of Zhoming, showing no concern that Zhoming might memorize its contents. Zhoming carefully flipped through the manual, and a look of delight appeared in his eyes based on his martial arts knowledge. He couldn't find anything wrong with it. If there's no problem, pay up. If I didn't hate trouble so much, you wouldn't have gotten this deal, the stall owner said. Zhoming promptly pulled out a gold card, paid, and stowed the manual in his backpack before leaving. As soon as he was gone, the stall owner whistled loudly and pulled another Beast King body manual from a box, placing it on display for the next customer. Old Wu, do you really think this selling tactic is going to work? A neighboring stall owner teased. Heh, I sell the real deal, not like you with your scams, Old Wu replied smugly. Yeah, just dumb luck on your part. In truth, Zhoming had been tricked. While the Beast King body manual was genuine, new martial arts manuals typically only cost a few tens of thousands of alliance credits. This discrepancy was tied to the unique history of new martial arts. When it first emerged a century ago, it caused a sensation but gradually fell out of favor due to its unresolved flaws. Ordinary people lacked the resources to practice it, while the wealthy and well-connected preferred to invest in the beast tamer path. Nowadays, knowledge of new martial arts was mostly limited to the upper class, giving merchants like Old Wu an opportunity to exploit unsuspecting, wealthy customers. Although Zhoming was usually cautious, this time he fell victim to the information gap. After all, most of what the stall owner had said was true. He had simply chosen to conveniently omit the real market value of new martial arts manuals. Damn it! Holding the book in his hand, Zhoming couldn't help but curse under his breath, silently thanking the seemingly honest and sincere vendor he'd just dealt with. He had just left the stall where he purchased the Beast King's physique manual, deeply intrigued by the concept of the new martial path. After wandering around the marketplace, he finally found a book introducing this new martial discipline. However, his excitement was short-lived when he discovered that the Beast King's physique was worth only a few thousand alliance credits at most. Though the manual and the information about the new martial path were genuine, the price he had paid was outrageously inflated. Fortunately, Zhoming wasn't flush with cash. Otherwise, he would have been utterly scammed. This was the first time he'd suffered such a loss since arriving on Blue Star. The memory of him mocking the vendor selling a low-tier meditation technique earlier now felt like a slap to his own face. For the first time, Zhoming understood what it meant to be outsmarted and humiliated, much like Tong Xiao had been. Clenching the book tightly in his right hand, veins bulging, Zhoming forced himself to swallow his anger. Resorting to violence in the marketplace was unwise. If the Hunter Guild caught wind of it, his only option would be to flee to the wilderness. Offending the guild meant losing any foothold within the alliance. Across the entire alliance, only a handful of factions could stand toe-to-toe with the Hunter Guild, and risking his future over tens of thousands of credits simply wasn't worth it. Besides, in this world of extraordinary powers, he couldn't guarantee that his actions would go unnoticed. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming resolved to treat this as an expensive lesson. The lively atmosphere around him only made him more irritable, and his plan to unwind was now completely ruined. He decided to head to the bar near the Hunter Guild to see if he could gather any valuable information. The moment he stepped into the bar, a scantily dressed woman approached him with a flirtatious smile. "Hey there, handsome. You look a bit down. How about we share a drink or two?" Zhou Ming's right hand clamped down on hers like a vice as she tried to wander into forbidden territory. His voice was cold and unyielding. "Sorry, miss, but I prefer to drink alone. You should find someone else." His eyes, sharp and predatory like a serpent ready to strike, sent a chill down her spine. Already in a foul mood, Zhou Ming had no intention of falling into another trap, whether it was a setup for blackmail or someone trying to slip something into his drink. He wanted nothing to do with such troubles. "Oh, I see. Sorry to bother you, handsome." The woman forced an awkward smile, her earlier sultriness replaced by a nervous wariness, as if Zhou Ming had threatened her. Once he released her hand, she quickly retreated, putting as much distance as possible between herself and the unyielding customer. "Wow, I can't believe Shaoli got shut down like that. Heh, if she asked me for a drink, I'd be up all night with her, no question." "You're not drinking. You're just licking all night." One of the hunters in the bar laughed loudly, teasing Zhou Ming as he looked at him. The other hunters quickly joined in, their coarse laughter interwoven with crude jokes. Zhou Ming paid no mind to them. He knew all too well that for these hunters, who constantly tread the line between life and death, little besides alcohol and women could help them temporarily escape the bloody memories of their trade. "Hello, sir. What can I get for you?" The bartender, dressed in a sharp suit, approached with a professional and calm demeanor. "Do you have something that feels exciting to drink but doesn't get you too drunk?" Zhou Ming asked. "Yes, we have the Flame and Frost, 500 a glass." Without hesitation, Zhou Ming pulled out 500 yuan bills and placed them on the counter. The bartender took the money and began crafting the cocktail with practiced ease. Every movement he made was a visual delight, as if he were performing a graceful dance. Soon, a glass of the Flame and Frost was placed in front of Zhou Ming. He thanked the bartender politely, picked up the drink, and moved to a small, secluded table. Taking his first sip, a cool sensation spread down his throat, akin to the refreshing pleasure of biting into an ice-cold watermelon on a hot summer day. Then, a wave of heat surged from his stomach straight to his head. The unique interplay of icy chill and fiery warmth left him feeling unusually comfortable. At the neighboring table, the hunters were discussing recent news. "Did you hear? 2 small bases in the northeastern region of the Alliance were wiped out by beast tides this year." "That's hardly news. Small bases get overrun every year," another hunter responded nonchalantly. Just as Zhou Ming was about to tune out their conversation, a more intriguing topic caught his attention. "Did you know? A massive dimensional rift appeared in the northern wastelands this time. They say a lord-level beast emerged from it." "That's old news," one of the companions interrupted, laughing. "Wait." The first hunter quickly defended himself. "The point is, the earthquake caused by the rift revealed a survival base buried for hundreds of years." This remark immediately piqued Zhou Ming's interest. He set down his glass and leaned in slightly, listening intently. "How did you get this intel?" Around the table, several teammates fixed their eyes on Huang Niu, their skepticism barely concealed. They had been through thick and thin together for a long time, knowing each other inside out, which made the information Huang Niu shared all the more suspicious. "Seriously? You guys are doubting me?" Huang Niu immediately caught on to their thoughts, his temper flaring. He put down his glass and explained urgently, "You all know my cousin is in the Blood Wolf hunting group." This time, they were tasked with investigating that massive dimensional rift in the northern wasteland. "He told me this himself." "Such critical intel, and your cousin just casually leaked it?" one teammate questioned, still unconvinced. Huang Niu waved dismissively, clearly impatient. If the Blood Wolf hunting group were the only ones involved, he wouldn't have said a word. But this mission involves multiple factions, it's impossible to keep it under wraps. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Plus, their team suffered heavy losses during this mission. And now that winter has set in, with that large dimensional rift near the ruins, no one dares to investigate further. Everyone's planning to wait until spring to join forces for exploration. Just the pre-apocalyptic technological data alone is enough to make those major factions drool, Huang Niu said, glancing around and lowering his voice. "I suggest we prepare in advance. Once the news spreads, the price of equipment and supplies will skyrocket. Even if we don't go exploring, we can make a profit by reselling." His words plunged his teammates into deep thought, and even the hunters at the neighboring table perked up their ears, silently weighing the credibility of the information. Sitting quietly to the side, Zhou Ming sipped his frozen flame drink while calculating in his mind. The level of danger in this endeavor clearly surpassed his previous wilderness expeditions. After a moment of deliberation, he decided to wait for the news to spread further before making a decision. More details would likely emerge by then. If the ruins were filled with technological artifacts, it wasn't worth the risk. But if there was information related to beast tamers, it might be worth a gamble. During the apocalyptic era, some humans on Blue Star had survived precisely because of these secret permanent military bases. These bases were not only shelters, but also key research facilities for extraordinary systems. The most infamous of them all was the permanent military base later known as Hell, where over 10,000 human experiments were conducted, many of them voluntary. It was within this chilling Hell base that the modern beast tamer system was born. Among its most renowned figures was Professor Li Yuan, who perfected the meditation technique and the method for condensing spiritual seeds, laying the foundation for the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance. Yet, this man, who should have been venerated by future generations, had personally overseen thousands of human experiments. For his actions, Professor Li Yuan offered no defense and refused to let the Alliance alter history. He left behind only a single statement. No matter how noble or grand my goal may be, the truth is that my actions are steeped in darkness, devoid of any trace of humanity in the research process. Zhou Ming stood before the shelves of the Qinshan library, his gaze fixed on these words. They were left behind by an unknown researcher as a form of self-reflection, revealing a profound self-awareness between the lines. I do not need future generations to justify my actions, for darkness is darkness, and it cannot be concealed by the guise of light. The author's candidness earned Zhou Ming's respect. It was rare, especially in that era, for someone to have such a clear understanding of the true nature of their deeds. The warning in this passage was unmistakable. Allowing darkness to be justified under the pretense of light would inevitably lead to countless atrocities committed in the name of noble ideals. Yet Zhou Ming had no intention of judging the correctness of this perspective. What concerned him more was the hidden relic in the northern wastelands and the true purpose of the research that had been conducted there. In the early days of the Alliance, secret bases like this were scattered across the land. They not only refined the techniques of meditation and the cultivation of spiritual seeds, but also pioneered various extraordinary career paths. If this particular base had conducted research related to beastmasters, Zhou Ming was determined to investigate it, even if it meant taking risks. With 2 or 3 months left until spring, time was on his side. Zhou Ming decided to gather all the relevant information first. Meanwhile, he didn't slack off in his own training. Despite having been scammed out of tens of thousands of Alliance coins at a street market, the results of practicing the new martial beast king body were undeniable. When one's spirit reached its limit, ordinary resources could no longer improve a beastmaster's aptitude, making the new martial techniques a key to rapidly enhancing his strength. The improvement in his physical capabilities gave Zhou Ming confidence to use the Thunderbolt Type II revolver twice in quick success, a significant leap in his combat prowess. Clearing his thoughts, Zhou Ming downed the last of his ice and fire delight drink and left the warmth of the hunter's tavern. The biting wind greeted him as he stepped outside, prompting him to pull his coat tighter around him as he headed toward the nearby shopping district. While these shops couldn't compare to the high-end establishments on Treasure Street, they catered primarily to members of the Hunters Guild, ensuring quality products. No merchant dared to sell counterfeit goods here, unless they were prepared to face the wrath of the hot-tempered hunters. At a well-established store, Zhou Ming spent over 300,000 Alliance coins on essential items for practicing the Beast King body and other supplies. This expenditure reduced his savings to a mere 70 to 80,000. But on the path to the extraordinary, such investments were necessary. For ordinary people, even the entry-level costs were prohibitive unless they possessed exceptional talent. Leaving the commercial district, Zhou Ming boarded the return tram. Upon reaching his stop, he didn't head straight home. Instead, he stopped by a newsstand and purchased a copy of the Qinshan Evening News. He planned to visit the black market in the near future. It was the best place to gather intelligence about the relic in the northern wastelands. Just hold on, it'll be over soon, Zhou Ming said as he stood in the living room, holding a specially made alloy syringe that was even thicker than his beast companion Emodeus' body. With his other hand, he gently comforted his beast. The scene resembled a suspicious adult coaxing a reluctant child. Emodai, a black snake-like beast, looked up at its master with pitiful, glistening eyes. Though clearly unwilling, it obediently allowed Zhou Ming to proceed. This blood extraction wasn't pointless torment, but part of cultivating a newly acquired martial arts technique called Beast King Physique. The technique required the blood of ferocious beasts, and in the spirit of resourcefulness, Zhou Ming naturally turned to his own beast first. Carefully, the needle tip slid between the scales, and Zhou Ming slowly drew the syringe back. When the syringe was filled to a third with vibrant red snake blood, he stopped. After all, the goal was to borrow blood for training, not to harm his loyal beast. Here, take a spirit-nurturing pill. Noticing Emodai looking lethargic, Zhou Ming retrieved a pill from a nearby bottle and placed it into the beast's mouth. Don't worry, tomorrow it'll be Zhu Ye's turn. I won't neglect either of my 2 champions, Hearing that Zhu Yu would also face this ordeal, Dai suddenly perked up, coiling around Zhou Ming's left hand and hissing repeatedly, as if urging its master to quickly target the other beast. Haha, you little rascal. You just can't stand suffering alone, can you? Zhou Ming chuckled, giving Dai a playful pat before settling it on the sofa to rest. He then took the syringe and headed into the bedroom. This spacious bedroom served multiple purposes. It was not just his sleeping quarters, but also functioned as a study and meditation room. Now, it had taken on the role of a laboratory. Various pieces of experimental equipment, purchased from the Hunters Guild market, were neatly arranged. Though modest in number, they were sufficient to prepare the solution required for the Beast King physique technique. Following the detailed instructions outlined in the manual, Zhou Ming quickly concocted a tube of crimson liquid. The solution, with Immortal's snake blood as its primary ingredient and mixed with other auxiliary materials, was designed to help practitioners absorb the genetic essence of ferocious beasts, enhancing their physical bodies. Let's hope this works. Despite having repeatedly confirmed the safety of the new martial art and its described benefits, Zhou Ming couldn't help but glance at the liquid with a hint of apprehension. However, without further hesitation, he drank it all in one go, as though savoring a fine wine. After consuming the potion in his hand, Zhou Ming quickly felt a surge of heat rising within him, accompanied by a wave of agitation. Using his mental strength, he suppressed the restlessness and began practicing the techniques from the Beast King Body manual. Thanks to his prior foundation in the fierce Python martial arts, Zhou Ming could easily grasp the principles of force exertion outlined in the manual without any external guidance. The effects of the potion manifested swiftly. His entire skin turned red, and faint red steam seemed to emanate from his body. Enduring the heat coursing through him, he began to slowly perform punches in the open space of his bedroom, absorbing the genetic power contained in the snake's bloodline. After more than an hour of practice, the heat in Zhou Ming's body and the agitation in his mind gradually subsided. Suddenly, he threw a punch, producing a deep, muffled sound in the air, surprising him with the efficiency of this new martial art. Feeling the strength surging through his body, Zhou Ming couldn't help but marvel at the speed of progress when practicing martial arts with the aid of beast genes. However, reflecting on the resources required for this new martial art and the negative effects he had just experienced, he understood why so few people pursued this path. Ordinary individuals lacked the financial means to risk their lives on this practice, while the wealthy, despite having the resources, were unwilling to gamble with the possibility of losing their sanity. The immense risks, coupled with the significant investment of energy and resources, made it more practical to buy a gun and a high-grade combat suit. After all, by the time one could disregard firearms, their mental strength would already have reached the level of a professional beast master, rendering the power of this new martial art unnecessary. Perhaps only those with unyielding willpower could truly harness the potential of this martial art. Zhou Ming chose to practice the new martial art not only because he couldn't quickly enhance his strength through beast mastery, but also because his mental strength had reached its limit. Without becoming a professional beast master, he could no longer improve his mental capacity. Thus, he decided to train in the new martial art, knowing he could stop practicing the Beast King body anytime once his beast master rank advanced. Furthermore, Zhou Ming had some vague instinctive reasons for using his own beast's blood in his training, though this intuition remained unclear to him. After his first session, Zhou Ming felt his physical fitness improve by about 10%, leaving him satisfied. He nodded approvingly before heading into the bathroom as usual to take a hot bath. This habit originated from his days at the Fierce Python Martial Arts Academy, where he would soak in medicinal baths after every training session. It had become his way of relaxing both body and mind. As his weary body sank into the warm water, he was immediately enveloped in an indescribable comfort. Over the next few days, Zhou Ming continued practicing the Beast King body while waiting for the black market to open. He also didn't neglect his Fierce Python martial arts training. While the Beast King body primarily enhanced physical fitness, mastering control over his body still relied on his foundation in the Fierce Python techniques. Using the Thunder II revolver required not just immense physical strength, but also the skill to manage its powerful recoil. Otherwise, even aiming accurately would be a challenge. This was why the Scorpion Lion had initially mistaken Zhou Ming for a gunfighter. Raw strength alone wasn't enough to handle such a close-range weapon of dominance. Zhou Ming also remembered his promise to Dai, and the next day it was Zhu Ye's turn to endure the syringe for blood extraction. These two unfortunate companions had fallen from their once comfortable lives into a pitiful existence. Fortunately, Zhou Ming fed them spirit-nurturing pills each time, preventing them from succumbing to blood loss. Yet, the way the two snakes had been looking at Zhou Ming recently had changed. They seemed resentful. If not for the nourishment of the pills, they might have already retaliated with a venomous bite and a swift strike of their tails. Venom to paralyze, tail to strike, pain-free yet effective. Zhou Ming stood in front of the bathroom mirror, his robe loosely draped over his shoulders, his gaze fixed intently on his own eyes reflected in the glass. At this moment, He had removed the cosmetic contact lenses he usually wore to conceal his unique eyes, revealing a pair of striking snake-like pupils. From the initial minor mutations caused by consuming the serpent's saliva fruit, to the significant transformation he underwent while commanding hundreds of ironstrand snakes in the green mist forest, and now, through practicing the Beast King physique with the snake blood of Emodai and Juyu, his eyes had completely evolved into true serpent eyes. The dark golden pupils glimmered coldly under the light, with intricate golden patterns resembling fine snake scales etched along the edges of the irises. Zhou stood before the mirror, lost in thought. If the conventional path to becoming a beast tamer was no longer viable, these unexpected serpent eyes might just be his lifeline. He had never let his guard down when it came to advancing to the rank of a professional beast tamer. It was precisely because of his unique circumstances that he had purchased materials on the new martial art Beast King physique and experimented with Emodai and Juyu's snake blood to enhance his abilities. As a time traveler from the information age, Zhou mind was a repository of countless imaginings about extraordinary powers. While many of these ideas were unrealistic, some, after careful selection and analysis, aligned with the rules of this world. Professions such as illusion beast masters and beast knights, after all, had once been mere concepts. However, pioneering a new professional path was no easy feat. Zhou was well aware that this endeavor meant using himself as a test subject, shouldering all the unknown risks. Even if he succeeded in becoming a professional beast tamer, the path toward becoming a transcendent master or a legendary saint remained shrouded in uncertainty. Attempting something unprecedented was akin to walking alone along the edge of a cliff. As he slipped his contact lenses back on, Zhou set these thoughts aside for the time being. For now, his priority was to focus on improving his beast taming abilities and earning the qualifications for a career transition. Only if the conventional path proved entirely unworkable would he consider venturing down this road of uncertainty. As night fell, Zhou recalled the news he had read in the Qingshan Evening News. Tonight marked the monthly opening of the black market. He planned to head there to gather intelligence on the newly uncovered base in the northern wastelands. Over the past few days, the base, recently exposed from underground, had become the hottest topic at the Qingshan base, and Zhou intended to investigate it himself. Now, all he needed to do was determine if this base held what he was looking for. Zhou swiftly dressed, carefully packed the black ribbon and red jade, and slung his backpack over his shoulder. The night was deep as he drove toward the southern part of the city. The southern district, home to most of the factories supplying essential goods for the Qingshan base, sustained the majority of its lower-class residents. However, it was also known for its poor security and abandoned factory buildings, making it an ideal hiding place for the black market. From what Zhou knew, the black market almost exclusively operated in the southern district, rarely venturing into other parts of the city. This suggested either a tacit understanding between the black market and the local authorities, or that such illicit dealings could only thrive in the relatively decayed southern district. About a mile or two away from the black market, Zhou parked his car in a concealed spot. To avoid drawing attention, he decided to proceed on foot. Under the dim glow of streetlights, he approached an abandoned factory. This time, the black market wasn't set up in an underground garage, but inside one of the derelict factory buildings above ground. Standing in the shadow of a large tree, Zhou released a swarm of tiny iron snakes that surged out like a tide. Under his precise control, they quickly dispersed to every corner surrounding the factory, forming an invisible detection network. Zhou never entrusted his safety to others. These small iron snakes, while far from being classified as ferocious beasts, were less likely to be noticed due to their faint presence. More importantly, with his mental strength now at its peak, Zhou could effortlessly command these creatures within a 2-kilometer radius. After confirming the area was secure, Zhou put on a mask and a baseball cap, then walked slowly toward the factory's entrance. He knocked in a specific rhythm. Thud, thud thud, thud. The door was opened by the same burly, middle-aged man with a face full of scars. After verifying the secret signal, Zhou passed through the armed guards and paid the entry fee with practiced ease. The interior of the factory was more crowded than usual, buzzing with voices. Most of the chatter revolved around the northern wilderness base. Fortunately, the windows were sealed tightly. Otherwise, the commotion would have undoubtedly attracted unwanted attention. Scanning the room, Zhou quickly located his target, a 2-meter-tall black tent tucked in a corner. This was where intelligence was sold, guarded by 2 masked, muscular men stationed at the entrance. "I want to purchase some information," Zhou said in a low voice, his face concealed by a mask. The burly man guarding the entrance of the tent gave Zhou a once-over. "You'll need to wait a moment." Zhou nodded in understanding. From the muffled voices coming from inside the tent, it was clear there were already customers within. Not long after, 2 masked individuals emerged one after the other, sparing Zhou only a cold glance before quickly departing. "You may enter now," the guard gestured. Lifting the heavy tent flap, Zhou bent down and stepped inside. The dim glow of a single incandescent bulb barely illuminated the interior. In the corner, a figure cloaked in black sat silently, waiting. "What is it that you need, guest?" the cloaked figure rasped, breaking the silence. "I'm looking for information about the ruins in the northern wasteland. How much will it cost in alliance coins?" Zhou asked directly. "Certainly. I offer 3 tiers of information." The cloaked figure raised 3 fingers. "The first tier costs 30,000 alliance coins, the second tier 100,000, and the third tier 300,000. Seeing Zhou Ming's puzzled expression, the figure elaborated. "The first tier includes the location of the ruins and a basic overview. The second tier provides additional details, such as dimensional rift activity and potential dangers in the surrounding area. The third tier is the most comprehensive, including a detailed structural map of the ruins and the distribution of key resources." Although Zhou Ming had enough alliance coins, he wanted to confirm critical details to avoid repeating past mistakes like at the marketplace. "Does the ruins contain any records about career advancements or related research?" The cloaked figure tilted their head slightly, revealing a pair of sharp eyes that scrutinized Zhou Ming carefully. "I'll share this information for free." It was indeed a base for researching career advancements and elevating Beastmaster levels. Zhou Ming felt reassured. While it was clear the figure was offering this tidbit to seal the deal, the reputation of this intelligence network on the black market was solid enough to trust. "I'll take the third-tier information," Zhou Ming said decisively. Considering the competition he was about to face and the unknown dangers ahead, he chose not to skimp on intelligence. "This is the memory card containing third-level intelligence. You can access the information on it using any computer." As the cloaked figure handed over the memory card, Zhou Ming swiftly retrieved a gold card and decisively paid the 300,000 intelligence fee. Just as Zhou Ming turned to leave, the cloaked figure suddenly called out to him. Zhou Ming immediately turned back, his eyes fixed on the figure with a vigilant gaze. Although his instincts told him the figure had no ill intent, he remained on guard as a precaution. "I just want to remind you, sir, that what you do with the intelligence is your business. We only ask that you refrain from selling it," the cloaked figure said in a calm tone, though his words carried a veiled warning. "The consequences?" Zhou Ming asked. "There were people who did that before. They're no longer around," the cloaked figure replied tersely, his words chillingly ominous. "I understand." Zhou Ming nodded, lifted the tent flap, and left. Unable to leave the black market early, Zhou Ming wandered aimlessly among the stalls. His equipment had already been fully upgraded after completing the Ghost Fox mission. He had disposed of his used firearms in a sewer and purchased 2 new ones, a Thunder 2 revolver and a Bloodhunter eye pistol, both models he was highly familiar with. At the moment, he had no intention of buying anything else. His mental energy had reached its limit, so there was no immediate need to worry about meditation. As for the resources required for Dai and Juyu, ordinary ones were ineffective, while high-quality ones were beyond his budget. After purchasing the intelligence, he had only about 500,000 alliance credits left. Considering the extensive supplies he would need for his journey to the northern wasteland, he had to reserve sufficient funds for the trip. For the next 2 to 3 hours, Zhou Ming simply explored the market out of curiosity, as the black market always had an assortment of strange and unusual items. When the sound of a gong signaled the market's impending closure, he promptly departed. The return trip was uneventful. No one caused him any trouble. Perhaps he appeared too impoverished to be worth targeting, even to thieves. Back at his lodging, Zhou Ming immediately accessed the intelligence on the memory card. Half-beasts. He first reviewed the information related to job transitions. According to the intelligence, the ruins in the northern wasteland primarily focused on a Beastmaster fusion career path, which reminded him of the concept of Jinchuriki. The ultimate goal of the facility's research was to fully integrate the beast into one's own bloodline, thereby freeing the individual from dependence on their beast companion. As for why the facility lost contact with the Alliance, the intelligence offered a plausible theory. An experimental accident likely resulted in the creation of some terrifying entity, which ultimately led to the facility's destruction. Such incidents were not uncommon in their pursuit of extraordinary power. Early blue star humans were known to take reckless risks. Combined with the inability to pinpoint locations due to the destruction of satellites during the Apocalypse era, the fledgling Alliance's lack of resources, and the barriers posed by ferocious beasts, it was not surprising that such facilities were lost to history. Zhou Ming's recent expedition turned out to be quite fruitful. The detailed intelligence he gathered made him feel that the money spent was well worth it. However, this was soon followed by immense trouble. The allure of the ruins was so overwhelming that it inspired people to fantasize about ascending to the legendary saint rank. Although the chances of success were minuscule, he knew such thoughts weren't unique to him. At the very least, this exploration of the northern wastelands was bound to attract the attention of the major powers in the northern regions of the Alliance. Zhou Ming had never considered himself as someone destined for greatness, someone who could stumble upon fortune effortlessly. He was well aware that exploring the ruins of the northern wastelands would inevitably attract professional beast tamers, and possibly even extraordinary master-level ones, though the likelihood was slim. When the potential dangers dawned on him, a headache immediately set in. He pressed his temples with both hands, massaging them repeatedly. Knowing his own personality, Zhou Ming was reluctant to get involved in such a risky endeavor, but he had no choice but to prepare in advance. The research system of these ruins seemed to align with the contingency plans he had set for himself. It might even be his only pathway to accessing advanced knowledge. After much deliberation, Zhou Ming still couldn't find a solution. This situation had surpassed the realm of strategy and was now a direct contest of strength. No amount of scheming would make a difference. At this point, he could only hope for good luck. With his eyes tightly shut, Zhou Ming suddenly raised his head and stared at the computer screen, silently making a decision. For next spring's Northern Wastelands expedition, he planned to follow behind the others, looking for opportunities to benefit from their efforts. If no such chance arose, he would at least find out who managed to seize the information within the ruins, providing him with a target for future plans. After careful consideration, Zhou Ming had no choice but to compromise. Forced by circumstances and his lack of strength, he could only endure in silence. Facing the Qin family, the Hunters Guild, and the professional beast tamers and various factions he might encounter in the Northern Wastelands, Zhou Ming understood that anger was futile. The only way forward was to remain calm and composed. His understanding of reality was exceptionally clear. After making his decision, he didn't immediately turn off the computer. Instead, he continued to review every piece of intelligence, analyzing its underlying significance and uncovering potential value. After all, no one could predict how useful this information might be during his trip to the Northern Wastelands. It might even save his life. After returning from the black market, Zhou Ming reverted to his reclusive lifestyle. Apart from purchasing essential supplies, his primary focus was on practicing the Beast King physique and the fierce Python martial arts. He didn't neglect Dai and Juyu either. In addition to periodically extracting snake blood, he also took the time to train the two snakes. Since both snakes had undergone blood extraction, he was careful not to push them too hard during training. If anything were to happen to Dai and Juyu, Zhou Ming knew that even with money, it would be difficult to make up for the loss in strength. After all, acquiring beast-grade tamed creatures required starting with mutated animals, and spiritual resources were absolutely indispensable. While working on enhancing both his own abilities and those of his beasts, Zhou Ming spent his downtime at his computer, gathering information about the Northern Wastelands. He forced himself to memorize details about the region's geography, ferocious beasts, and weather conditions, refusing to overlook even the smallest detail. Life only comes once, and even though he had been reborn, it didn't mean he would get another chance to start over. He had always adhered to the principle of making thorough preparations before taking any action. Xiao Yun's birthday arrived as expected. This time, in line with her wishes, there was no grand celebration, just a simple gathering with family and friends at her new home. Following her instructions, Zhou Ming didn't choose an expensive gift but instead gave her a modest skincare set. During the celebration, Xiao Yun curiously asked Zhou Ming about his birthday. He responded with a faint smile but didn't answer. For Zhou Ming, who was used to being alone, birthdays were just ordinary days, sometimes even less meaningful than a hot shower. Sensing his reluctance, Xiao Yun tactfully dropped the subject, perhaps assuming it had something to do with his background as an orphan. The conversation shifted to Xiao Yun herself. She mentioned the upheavals in her family caused by Xiao Lei and the trouble she had been facing recently. Living a life of simplicity, she inadvertently revealed traces of exhaustion on her face. As a friend and her younger brother, Zhou Ming could only be a quiet listener. Some hurdles, he knew, could only be overcome by Xiao Yun herself. After the birthday gathering, Zhou Ming returned to his reclusive lifestyle. But he was fully aware that this tranquility was about to end. With winter drawing to a close, the expedition to the northern wilderness was imminent. Ding! North City Gate Station. Passengers getting off. Please prepare to disembark. The familiar announcement from the tram brought Zhou Ming back to reality. He gazed out of the window, reflecting on how time had flown. Just over a year ago, he was a rookie in a plain windbreaker, leaving the Qinshan base. Looking back, it was that seemingly reckless decision that shaped who he was today. If not for that, he might still be working in the sewers of Qinshan, hunting rats. The tram was packed with hunters heading to the northern wilderness, all disembarking at the North City Gate. Zhou Ming knew they were just like him, drawn to the newly discovered base. Despite the looming dangers, none of them were willing to pass up this opportunity in pursuit of their goals. When the tram emptied, leaving Zhou Ming alone, he hoisted his supply-laden backpack and stepped onto the platform. Compared to last time, the North City Gate was now bustling with activity, as if every hunter from the Qinshan base had gathered here. Sales representatives from arms companies weaved through the crowd, eager to capitalize on the business boom sparked by the new base. Since Zhou Ming had already stored his previously purchased firearms with the city's defense forces, he only needed to restock his ammunition. He bought a batch of Thunderbolt Type 2 revolver cartridges and Bloodhunter Type 1 handgun bullets from a vendor, along with some smoke grenades and high-explosive grenades. After completing his final preparations, Zhou Ming waited by the city gate. Half an hour later, a loud opened the gates, pierced through the commotion, momentarily silencing the crowd before it erupted into an even greater frenzy. Moving with the flow of people, Zhou Ming slowly made his way out of the base. In the early days of spring, there was still a slight chill in the air. Stepping out from the gates of the Qinshan base, a refreshing northern breeze greeted those who ventured outside. Beyond the city walls stretched vast, seemingly endless fields. Dozens of agricultural machines rumbled across the land, diligently plowing and sowing under the coordination of the local authorities. The hum of machinery filled the air, rising and falling like a mechanical symphony. Zhou Ming, carrying a black backpack, stood out starkly from the other hunters hurrying toward the northern wastelands. In the distance, the roar of off-road armored vehicles echoed as dust clouds were kicked up by rugged wilderness bikes. Some riders sped away atop their summoned companion beasts. Yet Zhou Ming appeared unhurried, strolling at a leisurely pace, as if he had no concern for the upcoming exploration of the ruins. In truth, Zhou Ming was well aware of his role in this endeavor scavenger. Like vultures and hyenas waiting to pick at the remains of a predator's feast, he intended to seek opportunities left behind by the larger factions. He knew full well that the significance of the ruins far exceeded his own capabilities. Yet, driven by the need to improve his strained financial situation and to gather resources for the growth and training of Imodai and Juyu, he had resolved to give it a try. The northern wastelands, located in the northern region of the Blue Planet Alliance, were vast and expansive, even larger than the endless forest. From south to north, the terrain transitioned from grasslands to deserts, and finally to frozen tundras. At its northernmost edge lay the polar ice fields, perpetually covered in snow and ice. Though two beast kings resided in the extreme northern reaches, this time the targeted ruins were situated in the southern grasslands, so there was no immediate concern about provoking these colossal creatures. As Zhou Ming walked alone, several figures trailed him from a distance, maintaining a careful gap. They seemed to be waiting for him to leave the safety of the secure zone before making their move. Among them was a bald, burly man intently watching Zhou Ming's back through a pair of binoculars. It was Shirley, the same man who had faced Zhou Ming in the arena a few months prior. Though he had fully recovered since then, the mental torment from that day and the death of his beloved beast still haunted him, fueling his thirst for vengeance. That bastard thought he could avoid the northern wastelands. I almost went back to the base to find him, Shirley growled through gritted teeth. This time, when I catch him, he'll tear him apart piece by piece. His fists clenched tightly as a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. But I need to make sure the body stays intact, especially the head. Not a single scratch. The one speaking was Hu Peng, the man who had been swiftly defeated by Zhou Ming earlier. Standing on higher ground, he fixed his gaze on Zhou Ming's gradually receding figure in the distance, his eyes glinting with an icy coldness. Why is that? Zhou Ming, standing nearby, asked. This short man with arms hanging down to his knees was one of the contestants who had participated in the earlier arena competition. Hu Peng glanced at the three men around him and spoke slowly. Since you're willing to leave Xian Hui and follow me, I won't hide it anymore. He then explained in detail the peculiar snake-like pupils that Zhou Ming had displayed during the competition. Boss, are we targeting Zhou Ming just for those snake eyes? Shirley couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Hu Peng let out a cold laugh. He killed my golden cobra. Naturally, I need to recover my loss. Once those research institutions and underground organizations learn about Zhou Ming's unique trait, they'll pay a hefty price for him. He elaborated, explaining why he hadn't informed Xian Hui Construction Group or the forces behind them. They refused to help me acquire a beast of equal caliber, so I have to take matters into my own hands. The others finally understood why Hu Peng hadn't fallen into despair after being abandoned by Xian Hui. Instead, he had spent all his savings to purchase a lightning mink as his beast companion, had been preparing to deal with Zhou Ming. He originally planned to confront Zhou Ming after recovering from his injuries, but the sudden emergence of an apocalyptic relic in the northern wasteland altered his plans. Hu Peng had chosen to stake out at the city gates, waiting for Zhou Ming to leave the base. This way, he could avoid alerting the security bureau and ensure everything went smoothly. Boss, is this guy really worth that much? Deong asked, excitement flashing in his eyes. With the power of those snake eyes, his value is easily over $1 billion alliance dollars, and capturing him alive would fetch an even higher price. Hu Peng said with certainty, recalling the suffocating pressure Zhou Ming had exerted in the arena. He chose to share this information with Shirley and the others partly because of their loyalty to him, and partly as preparation for building his own faction in the future. He understood the principle of, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, and these three were his foundation. At the same time, he worried that if he didn't explain in advance, they might accidentally damage the snake eyes during the capture. Hearing the figure $1 billion, the three men's breathing grew heavier. Boss, should we act now? Shirley asked eagerly. No. Hu Peng shook his head. It's the spring planting season, and the city defense troops are patrolling frequently. Acting now would only cause trouble. Zhou Ming is definitely heading to the northern wasteland. We don't need to worry about losing him. Once he leaves the safe zone, we'll find an opportunity to capture him alive. The three men nodded in agreement. Move out. Hu Peng commanded as Zhou Ming's figure was about to disappear from view through the binoculars. Although he wasn't worried about losing track of Zhou Ming, he feared the man might encounter an accident. After all, this walking human ATM was key to his rise, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming remained completely unaware that he was being targeted, let alone that his value was so astronomical. If he knew, he might even consider selling himself. The golden crow sank in the west, and the jade rabbit ascended into the sky. The last rays of the setting sun had yet to completely fade, but the bright moonlight eagerly bathed the earth. Not long after leaving the safety zone, Zhou Ming looked at the encroaching night and decided to find a place to settle. Ahead of him, a rocky area surrounded by dense forest stood out conspicuously. As he paused, countless thin, chopstick-like iron-scaled snakes covered in dark gray scales emerged from beneath his feet, flowing outward into the surrounding forest like a stream. These snakes served as his sentinels, tools to scout the surrounding environment. Within the safety zone, Zhou Ming had refrained from releasing these snakes. The open visibility, along with the patrols and surveillance of the city guards, made him cautious about exposing his unique ability too soon. But now, this complex terrain of dense forest was an ideal place for him to set up defenses concealing his presence while allowing him to detect potential threats in time. Though the iron-scaled snakes were swift, extending their sensory range to cover a radius of 1 kilometer would still take some time. Zhou Ming waited patiently for the radar-like sensory field to take shape, planning to use it both to confirm any nearby threats and to locate a suitable campsite. However, just as his attention focused on the sensory field, 4 white dots of light suddenly appeared not far behind him. These dots were moving slowly. Based on his understanding of the sensory feedback, white represented humans, red signified fierce beasts, and the brightness of the dots indicated the strength of the individuals. Who could it be? People from the Qin family? Or Hu Peng from the Xinhui construction group? Zhou Ming quickly analyzed potential trackers in his mind. These two factions were the most likely to make a move against him, especially Hu Peng's group. Their beasts had been destroyed by him, and the past 2 or 3 months should have been enough for them to recover their mental strength and regain control of new beasts. He speculated silently it definitely wouldn't be ordinary hunters. To avoid an ambush, he had deliberately chosen a remote path. Moreover, any hunters heading to the northern wilderness should have set out ahead of him to reach the ruins before others. To determine whether these individuals were truly targeting him, Zhou Ming abandoned his plan to search for a campsite and continued moving through the forest. The iron-scaled snakes followed closely behind, providing him with comprehensive vigilance. Behind him, Shirley, a burly man, noticed something unusual and said to Hu Peng, "Boss, do you think this guy's onto us? It's almost dark, and yet he's still on the move." Hu Peng paused in thought upon hearing this. The night had fallen, and the dense forest around them made the terrain complicated. If they startled Zhou Ming and forced him to flee in panic, he could encounter a powerful beast, which would make things far more troublesome. "Bring me the map," Hu Peng ordered. Deong immediately handed his map to Hu Peng, who took it and switched on his flashlight to carefully study the surrounding terrain. His eyes landed on the location marked as the wind reversal point, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Based on his route, Zhou Ming is bound to pass through the wind reversal point. Even if he realizes he's being followed, he won't know exactly who it is, Hu Peng said, pointing at the map. "We'll head straight to the wind reversal point and make him think we're just ordinary hunters exploring the ruins of the northern wasteland base." He elaborated on the plan in detail. "We need to cut off his escape route in advance. My Lightning Marten will handle his beast companion, while you use your own beasts as cover to close in and surround him. Once his beast is taken down, capturing him will be a piece of cake." The thought of the mental backlash's pain made Hu Peng's eye twitch involuntarily. "To prepare for any unexpected situations," he added. "If things go awry, bringing back his corpse is acceptable, but make sure to protect his eyes at all costs." "Understood," the 3 others replied, their tense nerves easing slightly after hearing the meticulous plan. The 4 of them then mounted their respective beasts and set off at full speed, making no attempt to hide their movements, resembling ordinary hunters heading out on an expedition. Through his radar sensing field, Zhou Ming detected that the group was only 400 to 500 meters away from him, nearly brushing past him. "They're gone? Did I misjudge? Or do they have another plan?" Zhou Ming pondered to himself. With the dim light of dusk, he could only make out the silhouettes of their mounted beasts and not their faces. However, given the advantage of his radar sensing field, Zhou Ming wasn't worried about an ambush. Once the group moved out of his range, he decided to rest for the night before continuing. Using his sensing ability, Zhou Ming quickly located a cave belonging to a mutated grizzly bear. The bear graciously provided him with shelter and food. The cave entrance was easy to defend and hard to attack, allowing him to build a fire for warmth. Combined with the protection of his snake companions, Zhou Ming had no fear of being surrounded. To avoid waste and the scent of blood attracting other predators, Zhou Ming took only a single piece of bear meat and allowed the snakes to take turns feeding. His main beasts, Imodai and Zhuyu, were also well cared for. With their presence and the rotating guard of the snake swarm, Zhou Ming spent the night undisturbed. No mutated animals or ferocious beasts dared approach, as the predatory aura from Imodai and Zhuyu was enough to deter most threats. By dawn, the early spring forest was shrouded in thick mist, with rays of sunlight piercing through the branches and casting an ethereal glow. Yet Zhou Ming paid no attention to the scenery. After breakfast, he meticulously inspected his firearms and ammunition. When it came to life and death confrontations, he wouldn't allow any room for error in his equipment. Surveying the area, Zhou Ming determined that this location was ideal for using grenades. So far, apart from mutated animals, he hadn't encountered any ferocious beasts, likely because hunters heading to the northern wasteland had already cleared the path. Human waves. Zhou Ming muttered with a hint of sarcasm. In the past, only beast waves threatened the alliance's safety. Who would have thought that greed would create human waves to hunt the beasts in return? Thinking back to the group he encountered last night, Zhou Ming retrieved 2 high-explosive grenades from his backpack and placed them within easy reach, a knowing smile spreading across his face. This time, he wasn't bringing just one grenade. The sun blazed high in the sky, and the morning mist had already dissipated into the forest. A lone figure moved swiftly through the woods. It was Zhou Ming, traveling on foot. This path, frequently traversed by hunters, was relatively safe, and the menacing aura of Imodai and Zhuyu kept mutated animals at bay. Thanks to his exceptional physical abilities, Zhou Ming navigated the rugged mountain trail with ease. On the third day after leaving the Qinshan base's safety zone, he had reached a spot less than 10 kilometers away from the northern wasteland. Standing on a cliff, Zhou Ming faced the wind, his gaze stretching through the valley toward the distant horizon. He calculated silently, if that group had planned to ambush me, the Funko Pass would have been their best choice. This area served as a 100-kilometer buffer zone between Qinshan base and the northern wasteland. Once he crossed Funko Pass into the vast expanse of the wasteland, it would be nearly impossible to track him. Zhou Ming meticulously checked his gear. The magazines at his waist, the specialized bullets for his Thunder Type II revolver, and the grenades and smoke bombs strapped to his chest. Everything was in place. Let's hope I'm just overthinking, he murmured softly, turning to descend the slope toward Funko Pass. Though he couldn't yet afford to provoke the Qin family, the Hunter Guild, the Qinshan elites, or the professional Beastmaster hunting teams, a few apprentice-level hunters were hardly worth his concern. If they did come looking for trouble, it would be a perfect outlet for his pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, in a dense forested valley, Daong, who knew Zhou Ming's bounty was worth at least 1 billion Union credits, anxiously questioned Hu Peng. Boss, are you sure Zhou Ming will take this route? There's more than one way to the northern wasteland. Hu Peng replied with confidence, relax. The other routes have low-tier fierce beasts, and if he's unlucky, he might even encounter high-tier ones. This path is the safest, cleared by hunters. Plus, he doesn't have mountable beasts traveling on foot, so it's normal for him to be slower. I estimate he'll reach Funko Pass today. Though somewhat reassured, Daong couldn't help but grumble. That guy no strength, no beast, moving at a snail's pace, and still dreaming of getting a share of the base ruins? He's probably just looking for dirt to eat. Enough. Stick to the plan. My gunshot will be the signal. Hu Peng interrupted Daong's complaints and ordered his men to take their positions. Hearing this, Daong immediately got into formation with Shirlei and Zhu Ming, ready for action. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Ming was perched in a tree less than a kilometer away, observing their every move through a high-powered telescope. So, it really is Hu Peng and his group, Zhou Ming muttered to himself, setting the telescope down. His tone carried a calmness that suggested he had anticipated this all along. As he approached the air vent, Zhou Ming sent out a swarm of snakes to create a radar-like sensory field for advanced scouting. Sure enough, he detected 4 bright white dots concealed near the vent. His iron-thread snakes, though small and merely mutated animals rather than fierce beasts, were perfectly suited to hide among the dry leaves and crevices in the rocks. Under Zhou Ming's meticulous control, these tiny creatures restrained their presence, making it impossible for Hu Peng and his group to notice them. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ming swiftly climbed a lush tree and took out a high-powered binocular to observe closely. Through the lens, he saw several figures huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. He was aware that Hu Peng and Shirlei had lost their beasts during the last arena battle and were now using new fierce beasts, whose abilities remained uncertain. In contrast, he was more familiar with Zhu Ming and He Dayong's circumstances, leading him to prioritize targeting one of the two. After weighing his options, Zhou Ming decided to focus on He Dayong. He clearly remembered that He Dayong's beast was a berserk Liona creature with average abilities across the board, but capable of entering a berserk state that doubled its strength for a short duration. While wild berserk lions only triggered this state when near death, those specially bred by beast tamers could activate it at will, which was why they were so popular. Acting decisively, Zhou Ming quietly descended from the tree, carefully stashed his backpack, and only carried essential firearms and ammunition. He quickly gathered nearby vines and branches and, using the foundational knowledge he had painstakingly acquired over a year of study at the Qinshan Library, fashioned a simple yet effective camouflage suit. After spraying it with scent-masking agents, he began stealthily advancing toward He Dayong's hiding spot. By this time, Hu Peng and his team had already taken their positions. He Dayong and Zhu Ming guarded the entrances on either side of the valley, while Shirlei and Hu Peng were concealed within the valley, forming a near-perfect encirclement. Using the terrain as cover, Zhou Ming employed the unique power techniques of the Viper martial arts, moving across the ground as silently as a massive python. His target was the dense forest to the left of the valley entrance, where He Dayong was stationed. Hidden beneath a patch of dense grass, He Dayong noticed his feral beast, the frenzied lion, restlessly scanning its surroundings. Through their mental connection, he could sense the lion's instinctive warning of danger. Though the beast couldn't articulate its feelings, this heightened awareness had been key to He Dayong's survival in the wilderness and his eventual decision to abandon his career as a hunter and join the Xinhui construction group. Just as He Dayong was about to rise and signal Hu Peng, the silence was shattered by a sudden gunshot. 30 meters away, concealed in the grass, Zhou Ming, realizing he could no longer close in unnoticed, had pulled the trigger. The frenzied lion reacted instantly, leaping in front of He Dayong to shield him. The shot, fired from a relatively weak Bloodhunter Type I pistol, left only a shallow wound on the lion's body. Zhou Ming. He Dayong recognized the man's face and quickly commanded the frenzied lion to attack. He himself dove for cover to evade Zhou Ming's gunfire. Though this was no arena duel but a true battle for survival, He Dayong stuck to his original plan. Use the frenzied lion to pin down Zhou Ming's beast and create an opening for his teammates to encircle their target. Sure enough, a shadowy streak shot out from Zhou Ming's shoulder. It was the nimble ink band. Using its small, agile form, it began to weave around the frenzied lion, engaging it in a fierce standoff. A sly grin crept across He Dayong's face as he recalled Zhou Ming's arrogant boast of defeating 3 opponents in a row back in the arena. Though he wouldn't have the satisfaction of tormenting Zhou Ming himself, the thought of the man facing a grim fate in the research labs filled He Dayong with a dark sense of triumph. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air beside He Dayong. Before he could react, a dazzling streak of crimson light slashed across his throat. There's still. His words were cut short as his severed arteries spurted blood, choking him with a frothy spray. He couldn't even finish warning his comrades about the presence of another beast before his body went limp, life extinguished. His frenzied lion, unable to enter its berserk state in time, collapsed lifelessly beside its fallen master. Dayong. Zhu Ming, riding his mighty steel gorilla, arrived just moments too late. Die, he roared, unleashing a barrage of gunfire and abandoning any hope of capturing Zhou Ming alive. He directed the steel gorilla to launch a ferocious assault. Zhu Ming, fall back. Hu Peng and Shirlei, who had arrived just in time to witness the chaos, shouted urgently. Hu Peng had sensed from the arena battles that Zhou Ming was no ordinary foe. If Zhou Ming dared to strike first, he must have been meticulously prepared. Boom! A deafening roar, akin to a raging beast's howl, erupted through the valley as Zhou Ming's Thunderbolt II revolver unleashed a violent burst of fire. The silver-white gun gleamed coldly under the sunlight as a specially crafted tungsten bullet shot out from its oversized barrel, hurtling straight toward the Vajra ape over 10 meters away. The bullet struck with precision, tearing a bullsized bloody hole in the ape's abdomen. The massive creature staggered backward as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Zhou Ming gripped the Thunderbolt II firmly, his composure unwavering even when faced with the ferocious beast at close range. Such overwhelming firepower left no room for fear. In the distance, Hu Peng's expression changed drastically the moment he spotted Zhou Ming's weapon. Instinctively, he dove to the ground. Yet, he retained his wits, quickly raising his rifle to fire at Zhou Ming. Shirlei, noticing the situation, immediately joined in, creating a crossfire with Hu Peng. As seasoned hunters, they knew the Thunderbolt II revolver, while devastating at close range, suffered significant accuracy and lethality loss over distance, earning it the nickname King of Close Quarters. After dispatching the Vajra ape, Zhou Ming swiftly left his original position, leaving behind 2 deep footprints in the ground. This was the result of over 2 months of rigorous martial arts training, granting him precise control over his strength and the ability to counteract the Thunderbolt II's monstrous recoil. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming threw 2 smoke grenades, and the billowing white fog quickly obscured Hu Peng and Shirlei's vision. Just as they reached for their grenades, Zhou Ming acted first, hurling one under the cover of the smoke toward them. A thunderous explosion echoed through the valley. Though Hu Peng and Shi managed to summon their beasts to block the blast, Zhou Ming had anticipated this. Seizing the moment, he directed Mo Dai and Zhu Yu to charge straight at Hu Peng, leaving no chance for him to play his trump card. As the smoke cleared, Zhou Ming saw that Hu Peng's lightning mink had been subdued by Mo Dai and Zhu Yu working in tandem. Despite its tumper-long frame, renowned speed, and exceptional resistance to toxins, the beast was no match for Zhu Ye's sheer physical prowess. Hu Peng lay on the ground groaning in pain, incapacitated by the mental backlash from his beast's defeat. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming drew his Bloodhunter eye pistol and ended Hu Peng's life with a single shot. Meanwhile, Shi, stunned by the grenade's explosion, lay unconscious. His beast, acting on instinct, focused solely on guarding its master, missing the chance to aid Hu Peng. A sword lizard? Zhou Ming looked at the fierce beast guarding Shi and couldn't help feeling surprised. The last time he was ambushed in the green mist forest, one of the hunters had a sword lizard as their beast companion. What a coincidence, he thought. The creature before him was over 4 meters long, with most of its body made up of a flexible and razor-sharp tail. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment and remarked, "The lizard's tail is not only agile but also incredibly sharp, making it well-suited to deal with the nimble and slender ink strips. Plus, the sword lizard has decent poison resistance." Clearly, Hu Peng came prepared. Click. The cylinder of the Thunderbolt Model 2 revolver rotated with a crisp sound. Zhou Ming decided to personally take care of the sword lizard before him. With his current physical condition, a brief rest was enough for him to wield the revolver again. The sword lizard, sensing the impending threat of death, grew restless and uneasy. Yet its instinct compelled it to stay by its master's side. Bang! In the moment of the lizard's hesitation, Zhou Ming decisively pulled the trigger, sparing it any further struggle. Ack! The death of his beast companion jolted the unconscious Shi awake, and he let out a pained scream. Annoyed by the noise, Zhou Ming promptly silenced him with a punch, knocking him out again. Zhou Ming had kept Shi alive to uncover their true motives. If they were seeking revenge, they would have acted 2 nights ago. Why wait until now? Zhou Ming didn't want to leave any loose ends, so he needed to figure out Hu Peng and his group's intentions. Dragging the unconscious Shi, Zhou Ming ventured deeper into the dense forest. The open area created by the grenade explosion was an ideal spot for a sniper to launch another ambush. While Zhou Ming suspected no one was nearby, he wasn't willing to take any risks. After all, he had been targeted by a sniper before and had no intention of going through that again. As he left, a swarm of iron wire snakes slithered onto the battlefield, quietly cleaning up the aftermath. After 2 days of hard work, they deserved a feast, and the 4 beast carcasses lying before them were perfect for their meal. Crackle, crackle. Inside a mountain cave, Zhou Ming tossed dry twigs into the campfire, the brittle branches snapping as they burned. The death of Shi beast companion had left him mentally devastated. Combined with Zhou Ming's earlier hand strike, Shi remained unconscious. Seeing this, Zhou Ming wasn't in a hurry to force him awake. In Shi's fragile state, he could drop dead at any moment, and Zhou Ming still needed information from him. He wasn't ready to let him die just yet. Originally planning to wait for Shi to wake up on his own, Zhou Ming was caught off guard by how lifeless he remained, like a corpse. As night fell, Zhou Ming decided to find a temporary shelter. Using his radar perception field, he located a mutated tiger near a wind passage and claimed its lair as his resting spot. As for the unlucky tiger, its flesh had already been fed to the snake swarm, leaving behind only its hide, which Zhou Ming now used as a makeshift cushion beneath him. Satisfied with the fire's warmth, Zhou Ming stopped tossing more twigs into the flames. Instead, he picked up a piece of tiger meat from his right side and began roasting it. He waited patiently, unbothered by Shi's prolonged unconsciousness. To Zhou Ming, heading to the northern wasteland a day sooner or later made little difference. This trip was merely a gamble, after all. He lacked strength and had no powerful forces to rely on. Forcing himself to compete for opportunities was no different from courting death. However, even if he couldn't obtain the opportunity, at least knowing who the treasures of the base ruins ended up with would still be a gain of sorts. Inside the cave, the tiger meat sizzled enticingly on the skewered branch. Zhou Ming skillfully opened a plastic bottle he carried with him and evenly sprinkled a special seasoning over the sizzling meat. The seasoning contained not only salt but also a blend of other spices. Soon, a rich aroma filled the narrow cave. "Looks like my cooking skills aren't too bad," Zhou Ming muttered to himself before turning to Shi. "Didn't I tell you?" Shi, having finally regained consciousness, perhaps awakened by the mouth-watering smell or because his turbulent mental energy had calmed down, opened his eyes. Zhou Ming had already sensed his awakening as heightened mental acuity made such detection second nature. "Why didn't you kill me?" Shi asked weakly from where he lay on the ground, fully aware of his precarious situation. Zhou Ming continued tending to the tiger meat, answering calmly, I want to know why you ambushed me. It can't just be for simple revenge. Shirley attempted a mocking laugh, but broke into a fit of harsh coughing due to his injuries. A glimmer of dark satisfaction flickered in his heart. Zhou Ming, it seemed, was unaware of the value of those serpentine eyes. The best outcome would be if others discovered the secret and hunted Zhou Ming down, his only conceivable form of revenge. You look like you're trying to mock me, Zhou Ming remarked, his focus still on the roasting meat. That's fine. I'll give you two choices. Either tell me your purpose, and I'll give you a quick death, or... Before he could finish, a swarm of iron-threaded snakes surged toward Shirley like a tide. If you insist on keeping your mouth shut, I'll let these snakes devour you alive. Iron-threaded snakes? How can you control so many of them? The experienced hunter quickly pieced it together. I see now. You've been using them as your eyes and ears to anticipate our movements. You have 1 minute to decide, Zhou Ming said curtly. The clock starts now. The cave fell silent save for the sizzling of the tiger meat, a sound that seemed to carry an ominous weight. Shirley stared at Zhou Ming's calm expression, his own heart growing increasingly restless. Zhou Ming, you won't live much longer, Shirley suddenly shouted. The Xian Hui construction group has had their eyes on you for a while. Leaving the Qinshan base is as good as walking into your own death. For all you know, the outside might already be surrounded. He paused, then added with malicious glee, you can control so many iron-threaded snakes, you must have some kind of secret. Ha, everyone will see you as prey. Time's up, Zhou Ming said, his voice unsettlingly calm. As soon as Zhou Ming finished speaking, hundreds of iron-thread snakes, as thick as chopsticks, let out piercing hisses and surged toward Shirley like a tide. Their eyes gleamed with a predatory light, as if they had spotted a long-awaited delicacy. Zhou Ming, you son of a... Shirley was about to curse when the excruciating pain of countless snake fangs piercing his body cut him off. The mental backlash left him powerless to resist, and he could only let out agonizing screams. His combat suit was torn apart by the swarm, rendering him as helpless as a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of the ravenous snakes. Following Zhou Ming's instructions, the iron-thread snakes refrained from using their venom, relying solely on their razor-sharp fangs to tear into Shirley's flesh. While the damage caused by each individual snake was minimal, the combined assault of hundreds of them was akin to the cruelty of death by 1,000 cuts. Zhou Ming paid no attention to Shirley's screams of anguish. Instead, he calmly focused on blowing gently on the roasted tiger meat in his hand. Shirley, if you can't hold on, just say so. We're only getting started. At the pace of these little guys, it'll take at least a few hours to finish all the flesh on your body. As if suddenly remembering something, he pulled a glass vial from his pocket and waved it in front of Shirley's face. Oh, right, I also have a healing serum here. It's meant for emergencies. Seeing how much you're suffering, I'll let you use it later. You bastard. Zhou Ming, your entire family will die miserably. Shirley gritted his teeth and cursed through the pain. But soon his cries devolved into uncontrollable wails of agony. Say whatever you want. Zhou Ming leisurely enjoyed his roasted tiger meat. If you can endure, that's your skill. A few minutes later, as Zhou Ming finished the meat in his hand, Shirley could no longer even groan. He lay there, utterly at the mercy of the snake swarm, his entire body except for his head a bloody, mangled mess. His clothes were fused with his flesh from the blood and tears. I told you, you won't die so easily, Zhou Ming said as he stood up, holding the serum in his hand and walking toward Shirley. The iron-thread snakes immediately parted to form a path. Here, drink this, and you'll at least last until tomorrow morning. Perfect timing, I need to continue my journey anyway. As the mouth of the serum bottle neared Shirley's lips, he finally croaked in a barely audible voice. You're a devil. No, this is your own choice, Zhou Ming replied calmly, about to pour the serum into Shirley's mouth. I'll talk. At the very last moment, Shirley broke down and shouted the words. See? Wouldn't things have been easier this way? No need to make everyone suffer, Zhou Ming sighed softly. That sentence sent a chill down Shirley's spine, and cold sweat immediately soaked his back. You call that suffering? You're clearly enjoying it. Seeing the vial in Zhou Ming's hand still suspended in midair, Shirley dared not delay any longer and quickly revealed Hu Peng's true intentions. Moments later, a sharp gunshot echoed through the cave. Zhou Ming kept his word, granting Shirley a swift end. Dragging Shirley's lifeless body out of the cave, he left it to the mutated creatures of the wilderness. So my eyes are this valuable, Zhou Ming murmured as he touched them. They want to dig them out and transplant them to someone else? Realizing that Hu Peng's actions were not sanctioned by higher authorities, and that the secret of his serpent-like pupils hadn't spread widely, Zhou Ming felt a bit more at ease. However, this incident served as a wake-up call for Zhou Ming. He realized he must exercise greater caution when using his serpent pupil ability in the future. While he had suspected the existence of human experimentation in this world, he hadn't anticipated it to be part of a fully developed underground industry. Upon further reflection, Zhoming found this phenomenon unsurprising. Due to the compatibility requirements of the four major career transition systems, not everyone could successfully advance to become a professional-level beastmaster. Those utilizing incomplete systems often sought various means to enhance their abilities, resorting to human experimentation as one such method. The Alliance strictly cracked down on such practices, conducting thorough investigations whenever they were discovered. This was not only to maintain societal stability and prevent public panic, but also to protect the vested interests of the four main systems. It ensured that professional systems capable of reaching the legendary saint level would not fall into private hands, preserving the Alliance's monopoly on high-level combat power. After sorting through these thoughts, Zhoming turned his attention to the northern wasteland. Under the alternating watch of Imo Dai, Zhu Yu, and the snake swarm, he rested peacefully on a tiger pelt within the cave, preparing for his formal journey into the northern wasteland the next morning. At dawn, Zhoming packed his belongings and set off again. This time, he passed through Hui Feng Pass with remarkable ease, encountering no unexpected incidents. Emerging from the pass, a vast expanse of the northern wasteland unfolded before him, where the emerald grasslands met the azure horizon. As Zhoming marveled at the breathtaking scenery, a sharp screech pierced the air above. Looking up, he saw a flock of dozens of griffins soaring across the sky, blotting out the sun and momentarily freezing him in place. Upon closer inspection, Zhoming noticed that each griffin carried a rider on its back. This was a squad of beast-riding knights, not a wild griffin pack. He remained motionless until the entire team disappeared from view, finally exhaling in relief. Why is the Alliance's Griffin Knight Corps here in the northern wasteland? Zhoming recalled the intelligence he had on this elite force. The Griffin Knight Corps was one of the Alliance's 3 ace military units, consisting of only 1,000 members. Yet, every knight was a professional-level beastmaster, riding specially trained griffins and equipped with custom bows and arrows, making them formidable in both long-range and close combat. Could it be that something has gone wrong with that large dimensional rift? Zhoming speculated. He knew that even for the ruins of the base in the northern wasteland, the Alliance wouldn't lightly deploy the Griffin Knight Corps. The reason was simple. The structure of the Blue Star Alliance was built upon the remnants of power left after the apocalypse. Its core objective is to combat alien races and ferocious beasts, ensuring humanity's survival on this land. Within the Alliance, a complex web of interest has given rise to an unwritten rule. When unclaimed treasures appear in the wilderness, anyone is entitled to compete for them, and the Alliance is prohibited from intervening in an official capacity unless it concerns the interests of the entire organization. Even if the Alliance secretly sends people to compete, it is considered acceptable. However, should someone perish during the contest, the Alliance has no authority to hold anyone accountable. This rule exists because allowing the Alliance to intervene officially would deter other factions from participating. For every Beastmaster, the path to transcendence offers immense power and extended life, making it an opportunity no one is willing to forego. If the Alliance were to forcibly intervene, it would inevitably lead to its collapse. Zhoming stood in the wilderness, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he carefully analyzed the appearance of the Griffin Knights. As one of the 3 elite corps of the Alliance, they were unlikely to have come merely for the ruins of a base. If the Alliance intended to seize benefits, they would undoubtedly dispatch personnel specialized in covert operations. After some contemplation, Zhoming concluded that their target could only be the large dimensional rift in the area. Though he couldn't discern their exact purpose, this did not shake Zhoming's resolve to press forward. Unless a legendary Beast King appeared, the Alliance's strength was sufficient to handle any situation. Moreover, he was the last to set out. Any unexpected developments would have occurred by now. To retreat at this point would be no better than retiring peacefully at the Qingshan base. For Zhoming, this was not a matter of courage but an inevitable choice. Zhoming released a large number of iron thread snakes, forming an invisible radar-like detection network. Holding a map of the northern wastelands, he resumed his journey, worried that any further delay might lead to a missed opportunity. This vast grassland, crisscrossed with paths, allowed him to navigate more safely, with the snakes providing early warnings of potential danger. The only trouble he encountered was a pack of over 100 wind wolves. These pack-dwelling mutant creatures, unique to the northern wastelands, were known for their speed. As long as the alpha wolf remained alive, the entire pack would fight to the death. They were the predecessors of gale wolves, which typically became solitary after evolving into feral beasts. However, when thousands of gale wolves gathered, their threat level was comparable to that of a lord-level beast. By the time Zhoming spotted the wind wolves, it was too late to avoid them. He had no choice but to send dozens of iron thread snakes to divert the pack while he retreated in the opposite direction. This was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a desire to conserve energy for more meaningful battles. After shaking off the wolves, Zhoming continued toward the ruins, which lay 200 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Just a few kilometers from the ruins, in a low-lying valley, a temporary camp capable of housing tens of thousands had already been established. Various factions from the northern alliances, large and small, had all gathered in this small valley. Contrary to Zhou Ming's expectations, they had not entered the ruins. Instead, the valley presented an unusual scene of prosperity. Beast tamers and hunters from different factions were not fighting but had initiated trade activities. The reason for this situation was straightforward. The ruins were surrounded by ferocious beasts, stopping everyone from advancing further. These dangerous creatures, emerging from dimensional rifts, had become a shared obstacle for all the factions. In a remote corner of the valley stood a large tent, covering an area of over 100 square meters. Guarded by a significant number of beast tamers from various factions, the area within dozens of meters around it was barren, with no one daring to approach. Inside the tent, over 30 representatives from different factions were gathered, the atmosphere tense, indicating that the negotiations had reached a stalemate. What's the matter? No one willing to take action? A voice broke the silence. The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, his voice firm and commanding. There are only 5 days left. After that, the military will take over the ruins. Chen Xiaodong, it's easy for you to say, a defiant-looking man retorted immediately. Your Chun family is one of the 5 major families in Yunhai, with vast resources to bear any losses. After we clear out the beast horde together, who will have the strength left to compete with you? Aren't we just being used as your pawns? His words resonated with the crowd, and the tent erupted into a chorus of agreeing murmurs. The root of the issue lay in the large dimensional rift that had appeared near the ruins. Besides the numerous ferocious beasts, a lord-tier beast, the Songyue Wolf King, had also emerged. While lord-tier beasts were not unheard of in the northern wastelands, this one was only a few hundred kilometers from the Blue Star Alliance, significantly escalating the threat level. As a lord-tier beast, the Songyue Wolf King not only commanded its own horde, but also had natural dominion over wolf-type beasts, capable of launching a beast tide against the northern bases of the Alliance at any moment. After Lieutenant General Su Chunjun of the military repelled the Songyue Wolf King, he set a final deadline for all factions. Once the deadline passed, the ruins would be taken over by the military and repurposed as a defensive base against the beast tides. This decision, critical for the Alliance's safety, was indisputable, especially since no one could predict whether even more powerful beasts might emerge from the dimensional rift. As the debate raged on, an elderly man with a frail figure and a dark red cane rose to his feet. The crowd immediately recognized him as Zhang Yunfeng, the third elder of the Zhang family from Yunhai and a high-ranking professional beast tamer. I have a suggestion, Zhang Yunfeng said in a deep voice. After the beast horde is cleared, no professional-level beast tamers will be allowed to enter the ruins. Only apprentice-level tamers may enter. Furthermore, no one is permitted to forcibly take anyone else's findings before returning to the Alliance. Violators will be punished by all of us. Someone raised a concern. Elder Zhang, what about the lone adventurers or factions that refuse to cooperate? Then we don't let them enter the ruins. We'll guard the outside who would dare to force their way in? Elder Zhang, my Chen family agrees with your suggestion, Chen Xiaodong declared. After his statement, the other factions, following brief contemplation, gradually voiced their agreement with Zhang Yunfeng's proposal. After more than 30 factions in the camp agreed to Zhang Yunfeng's proposal, the already bustling camp erupted into even greater activity. Apprentice-level beast tamers sprang into action, making thorough preparations for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, eager to prove themselves in the ruins. The very next day after the orders were issued, Zhou Ming finally arrived near the ruins. He lay on a low grassy hill, observing the massive temporary camp through a high-powered telescope. Not far from the camp, over a dozen military airships were busy landing and taking off. He noticed that every airship that landed released fully armed soldiers, each carrying heavy weapons and various supplies. The military? Looks like something unexpected really happened, Zhou Ming thought to himself. Although the camp was 1 or 2 kilometers away, Zhou Ming, mindful of the military's reconnaissance capabilities, didn't linger too long to avoid any misunderstandings. Seeing that there seemed to be no restrictions on entering or leaving the camp, he got up and headed toward the main gate to investigate. At this moment, Zhou Ming was dressed as a hunter, carrying a specially designed black backpack, with a Blood Hunt Type 1 pistol strapped to each thigh and a Thunder Type 2 revolver holstered. A black strap coiled over his left shoulder. Zhu Yu and the snake swarm had already been stored in his beast-taming space. When he reached the camp's entrance, the guards merely gave this lone hunter a cursory glance as part of their routine and did not stop him. As he stepped into the valley, a dense array of tents came into view, with hunters and beast tamers from various factions bustling about. Along the roadsides, a variety of stalls were set up, offering everything from beast materials to barbecues and open-air bars, creating the atmosphere of a lively, miniature hunter guild marketplace. As Zhou Ming strolled through the camp, observing his surroundings, a lean, sharp-eyed man approached from the right. He wore combat gear, with a Storm Series rifle slung over his shoulder and a pistol holstered on his right thigh, a standard hunter's outfit. "Hey there, just arrived at the camp," the man asked with a friendly smile. "Something you need?" Zhou Ming responded calmly, clearly not wanting to stir up unnecessary trouble. "Heh, I figured you might be new here, so I thought I'd ask if you'd like to get some intel about the camp." The man replied with a grin, then added, "Just for a small token of appreciation." Fingers lightly rubbed together in a standard universal gesture. Zhou Ming glanced around before finally speaking to the man in front of him. "Right here?" "Of course not," the man replied, his tone immediately warming up as he saw business coming his way. His face lit up with a broad smile. "Brother, please follow me to the tent so we can discuss this in detail." Without suspecting anything, Zhou Ming followed him into a Tumterhai tent. He got straight to the point. "So, how much is this small favor going to cost me?" "Not much, just 100,000. Hearing this, Zhou Ming turned to leave. "Hey brother, the price is negotiable," the man quickly called out to stop him. 10,000, Zhou Ming replied, slashing a zero off the price without hesitation. The man's smile instantly disappeared. "Brother, that's just insincere. I'm offering 10,000 for information that everyone in the camp already knows. Do you really think I can't find someone else to ask?" Zhou Ming countered. The man hesitated. He had planned to take advantage of Zhou Ming's unfamiliarity with the area for easy profit, but it seemed his customer was not so easily fooled. "Fine, 10,000 it is. Consider it beer money," the man relented. He then detailed everything about the camp and the ruins to Zhou Ming. After getting the information he needed, Zhou Ming left behind 10,000 alliance credits and walked away. Most of this cash had come from Hu Peng and his group, not much, but enough to cover the cost of the intel. "Good thing I didn't give up halfway," Zhou Ming thought to himself as he left the tent, glancing at the bustling crowd within the camp. Now that he knew the truth, he saw an opportunity. Tomorrow, he could join one of the major forces in the camp to clear out the beast horde and secure his qualification to enter the ruins. He found a lodging area catering to solo adventurers and paid an above-market rate to secure a temporary tent. Instead of wandering around, Zhou Ming stayed inside, waiting for dawn. The next morning, Zhou Ming woke to the sound of commotion. Still in his clothes from the night before, he checked his firearms and headed toward the other end of the valley. The roads within the camp were packed with people, leaving no room to move freely. Beyond the valley entrance stretched a vast grassland, where a large number of beast tamers and hunters had gathered. Various factions formed their own clusters, while solo adventurers lingered on the outskirts. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry pierced through the sky. A golden-crowned black-feathered eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters appeared above the crowd, silencing everyone. "Everyone, I am Zhang Yunfeng, representing the various factions here, and am here to lay down the rules," a figure standing atop the eagle's head announced. Though his voice wasn't loud, some special method ensured that everyone present could hear him clearly. Zhou Ming looked up to study the man. According to the intel, this was the third elder of the Yunhaizhang family, a senior phantom beast tamer who wielded the power of wind element energy particles. "Ladies and gentlemen, ahead of us lies the ruins from the late post-apocalypse era," Zhang Yunfeng announced, pointing toward the distance with a grave expression. "A dimensional rift has appeared several kilometers north of the ruins, and a large number of ferocious beasts have occupied the surrounding area. To enter the ruins, we must first eliminate these beasts." He swept his gaze across the crowd and continued to explain the rules. "Apprentice-level beast tamers and regular hunters who participate in clearing the beasts are eligible to enter the ruins, but professional-level beast tamers are strictly prohibited. Anyone who does not assist in clearing the beasts will not be allowed entry." The crowd had anticipated this rule, and no one raised any objections. Zhang Yunfeng's tone suddenly turned icy. "If any professional-level beast tamer dares to break this rule, they will face the joint pursuit of all forces present." He then delivered the final rule. "For those without professional-level beast tamers supporting their group, any items obtained within the ruins must be surrendered. We will provide compensation in equivalent alliance currency." The moment these words were spoken, the scene erupted into chaos. Thousands of beast tamers protested angrily. Zhou Ming immediately saw through the intentions of the major factions. Everything that had been said before was merely setting the stage for this final declaration. "If you don't agree, then don't enter." Zhang Yunfeng snorted coldly. In an instant, an overwhelming aura descended upon the crowd, a coordinated display of pressure from the major factions. Zhou Ming found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move. While this combined aura came from multiple professional-level beast tamers, it was clear that if it had been directed solely at him, he wouldn't have survived even a moment. Under this immense pressure, the uproar quickly subsided. Zhang Yunfeng's voice remained cold as he declared, "Anyone who wishes to withdraw, leave now." One by one, people began to turn and leave the camp. Zhou Ming estimated that around 1,000 individuals departed. Most of them had come here seeking opportunities to advance their careers, and with those hopes dashed, they naturally chose to leave. Seeing that no one else intended to withdraw, Zhang Yunfeng gave the command, "Move out." The remaining crowd summoned their beasts, forming a force of thousands of low-level ferocious beasts that surged forward like a miniature beast tide, heading toward the ruins. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, members of the Alliance's military observed the scene closely. Lieutenant General Su, your strategy is truly brilliant using these people to clear out the beast horde. A middle-aged man with a colonel's insignia complimented, his tone full of flattery. If we don't push them, who knows how long they'll drag this out. All they care about is their own interests, replied Su Chunjun, the lieutenant general dispatched by the Alliance military and an extraordinary master-level beast tamer. Standing at 2 meters tall, Su Chunjun had a physique as imposing as a mountain. His chiseled features radiated determination, and an aura as solid and unyielding as a mountain emanated from him. The officers behind him instinctively avoided his gaze, lowering their heads in deference. General Su, if there really is a complete career advancement system in these ruins, what should we do? Asked the dark-skinned, plain-faced colonel, his tone filled with genuine concern. Su Chunjun glanced at the pragmatic colonel and smirked slightly. Don't worry. If there truly were a complete career advancement system here, the major powers of the Alliance would have cleared this place long ago. It wouldn't be our turn to compete for it. He paused, then elaborated. Although the Alliance couldn't locate this lost base, they have records of the research progress back then. There's no career advancement path to becoming a legendary saint, and the orc system for formal professions, as well as the extraordinary master sealer system, are just incomplete concepts. Consider these incomplete studies as their reward for helping us clear the beast packs. Thank you for the explanation, General Su. I understand now, the colonel said with a slight bow. Good. Su Chunjun nodded, then turned to the officers behind him. You all, keep an eye on the progress of those people clearing out the beast packs. Once the beasts near the ruins are taken care of and the apprentice beast tamers enter the ruins, we'll begin clearing all the beasts in earnest. Try to lure out that Songyue Wolf King. I don't have time to waste on it. Yes, sir. The officers responded in unison. On the battlefield, the beast tamers and hunters split into 3 groups to clear the beast packs. On the leftmost front, where Zhou was stationed, the battle was in full swing. As an apprentice beast tamer, he wasn't yet qualified to charge directly into the fray. Instead, he stayed at the rear, commanding his beast while providing fire support with his firearm. Viper, hit that lion-tiger beast with a couple of venom strikes, someone shouted. Damn it, that lion-tiger beast is at the peak of the low-tier ferocious beast level. Zhou, nicknamed Viper, knew his beast, Immortality, wasn't suited for direct combat, so he focused on ambush tactics. Immortality, small and agile, paired with its paralyzing venom, couldn't deliver instant kills but could significantly weaken the ferocious beast's strength. This strategy quickly drew the attention of nearby beast tamers, who naturally formed a temporary combat team with Zhou. Don't rush. Your berserk lion hasn't even entered its berserk state yet. It's far from over. Let me help Doghead first, Zhou replied while maneuvering Immortality. You know that once the berserk lion hits its weak phase, my beast is as good as dead. Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer, the man shouted, firing his gun to support his beast, clearly unwilling to push it into berserk mode until absolutely necessary. Moments later, the battle shifted in their favor. Viper, support Lion King. I can handle things now, Doghead shouted as his beast escaped danger. Got it, Zhou responded. Lion King, create an opening for me. Under Zhou command, Immortality darted through the chaos like a nimble scooter weaving through heavy traffic, seeking the perfect moment to strike. When Lion King's berserk lion faced off against the lion-tiger beast Hedon, Immortality seized the opportunity, shooting forward like an arrow and sinking its fangs into the lion-tiger beast's hindquarters before retreating swiftly. Nice one. Let's see how that lion-tiger beast keeps up now, Lion King exclaimed, eagerly commanding his berserk lion to launch a ferocious attack. Just then, a distant explosion echoed across the battlefield. Confirming that the current skirmish was under control, Zhou shifted part of his attention toward the source of the sound. In the distant sky, a beast tamer clad in dark cyan armor was locked in fierce combat with a demon sound bat. The eagle-like wings on his back allowed him to maneuver deftly through the air, while the feathered longsword in his hand unleashed wind blades several meters long with every swing, raining down on the high-level beast like a torrential storm. The deafening explosion earlier was caused by the collision of the beast tamer's wind sphere and the demon sound bat, releasing an intense burst of energy. Overwhelmed by the relentless wind blades, the bat ultimately met its demise. The beast tamer then stored it in his spatial equipment and departed without hesitation. Zhang Yunfeng, the third elder of the Zhang family and a high-level phantom beastmaster, the Lion King, who had just dealt with the lion-tiger beast, introduced as he approached Zhou. Zhou observed the aftermath of the battle, which had cleared a large swath of low-level beasts from the ground. He couldn't help but marvel. This is the power of a professional beast tamer? I can't even begin to imagine what a battle between a transcendent master and a legendary saint would look like. Fortunately, the surrounding beast tamers were cautious enough not to let their mounts get too close to the battlefield. Otherwise, the devastating aftershocks would have caused serious harm. Stop chatting. Haven't you noticed the beast horde is retreating? Interrupted the kobold who had earlier been assisted by Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming understood that this was because the professional beast tamers who had ventured deeper had already eliminated most of the high-level beasts. If not for the demon soundbat flying to the outer perimeter, Zhang Yunfeng would not have pursued it here. A beast like the demon soundbat, with its wide-range attacks, could easily mow down apprentice-level beast tamers like cutting wheat. Let's go. If we don't enter the ruins soon, we won't even get the scraps, Zhou Ming reminded them. Hearing this, the Lion King and the kobold immediately joined the fight to help others wrap up the battle quickly. No one bothered to collect materials from the fallen beasts. Everyone's focus was on the ruins ahead. As the beast horde dispersed, a pitch-black entrance was revealed beneath the collapsed cliffside. Beast tamers and hunters from all directions surged forward, scrambling to reach the entrance first. Lion King, this ruin is built within an underground cavern. While the entrance is narrow, the space below spans several miles. Want to form a team? The Lion King extended an invitation. He had taken a liking to Zhou Ming's beast-taming abilities, believing they would be particularly effective in the narrow passages of the underground ruins, especially given their seamless cooperation earlier. Thanks, but I'm more used to working alone. If it hadn't been for the urgency of the earlier battle, Zhou Ming wouldn't have agreed to a temporary team-up in the first place. Before he even finished speaking, his body moved like a serpent, swiftly slipping into the entrance of the ruins and vanishing into the darkness. Looks like Snake is no ordinary person. The physical prowess he displayed earlier could rival that of low-level beasts, the Lion King remarked. Of course, it's not that simple. Hua Xie, with her muscular and powerful physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder, glanced at the distant figure. Her sun-kissed skin glowed with a healthy sheen under the sunlight. Didn't you notice the holster on his right thigh? That exposed grip belongs to the Thunder 2 revolver. Even in close combat, he could easily handle most low-level beast tamers on his own. Looks like we're not on the same path as Wan Shi, the Lion King commented before turning to the others. Team up. Having experienced the benefits of cooperation earlier, everyone nodded in unison. They quickly set off, heading toward the entrance of the ruins ahead. After entering the ruins, Zhou Ming immediately chose a series of complex intersections to move through quickly, using them to shake off any potential threats in the vicinity. At this moment, beast tamers who had been allies just moments ago had now turned into competitors, and it wasn't uncommon for swords to clash. Bang! Bang! The sudden gunshots made Zhou Ming frown slightly. Conflict already? Could it be an old grudge? The pitch-black environment of the ruins worked to Zhou Ming's advantage. He released a swarm of snakes and removed the cosmetic contact lenses hiding his true eyes, revealing a pair of dark golden serpent-like pupils. Unlike snakes in his previous life that relied on their forked tongues for sensing, these eyes granted him the ability to see clearly in the dark. This was a unique ability he discovered after his eyes fully transformed into serpent pupils. So, this is the legendary permanent base from centuries ago? Zhou Ming observed the rust-covered, dust-filled corridors around him. The fact that this underground structure had withstood the test of centuries was a testament to its engineering. Initially built to withstand nuclear warfare and later repurposed to defend against feral beasts and other races, such construction standards seemed well justified. If it hadn't been for the dimensional rift causing terrain shifts and the collapse of the external cliffs, this base might have truly remained buried forever. Aside from the exposed steel framework that had become fragile due to rust, the other walls were still intact. No wonder the military once chose this location as a base of operations. However, now wasn't the time to admire the architecture. His mission was to locate the job transfer records hidden within the base. Zhou Ming pulled several printed maps from his backpack, purchased from the black market. The ruins were divided into 3 levels. The topmost level served as the living quarters for the original base personnel, the middle level housed warehouses, prison cells, and research labs, while the lowest level was his ultimate destination. After determining the optimal route, Zhou Ming used his radar-like sensory field to avoid other intruders and swiftly advanced toward his target. There were only a few passages leading to the lower levels, and arriving late would inevitably lead to encounters with numerous beast tamers and hunters. In such a chaotic environment, even Zhou Ming couldn't guarantee he'd be able to fend off every potential threat. Bang! Bang! Roar! Gunfire, explosions, and the roars of beasts echoed through the ruins, creating a chaotic symphony. This ancient ruin had turned into a perilous hunting ground, whether due to old grudges brought in or the pursuit of the treasures hidden within. Every hunter carefully concealed themselves in the shadows, all while searching for their prey. Zhou Ming, however, paid no attention to the chaos around him. As long as no one provoked him, he had no intention of playing the opportunist. His goal was clear: reach the deepest level of the ruins as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind came hurtling out of the darkness. Even with Zhou Ming's quick reflexes, he barely managed to evade it. Instinctively, he dove forward, his legs propelling him with explosive force as he slid past the attacker like a serpent. Boom! A violent crash erupted behind him. The shockwave, mixed with shards of debris, swept across Zhou Ming's back, causing a sharp sting. The floor of this ruin was made of steel, though not as strong as modern alloys. It was far beyond what ordinary mutated creatures could damage. Whatever had caused such destruction was undoubtedly a beast of terrifying power. But this raised a troubling question. How had such a ferocious beast managed to bypass the detection of his snake swarm? Even though Zhou Ming couldn't fully focus on his radar field while moving at high speed, any hidden threat would have been immediately detected and signaled by the iron thread snakes. In a split second, Zhou Ming reacted. Within the span of a single breath, he had moved over 10 meters away from his original position. At the same time, he deployed Immortality to prepare for a counterattack, his hands already gripping the weapons holstered on his thighs, Blood Hunter in his left hand and Thunder in his right. While his current strength allowed him to handle most firearms with his left hand, the Thunder 2 revolver still required his right hand to unleash its full power. Coiled around Zhou Ming's shoulders, Immortality sprang into action at his command, darting toward the attacker like an assassin in the shadows. As Zhou Ming turned, he also diverted part of his attention to scanning his radar field for any signs of a hidden beastmaster. But when Zhou Ming finally saw the attacker clearly, he shouted without hesitation, "Return!" Immortality instantly flicked its tail and retreated. What stood before him was not a beastmaster or even a living creature, but a desiccated corpse. Its body was draped in tattered, gray-black scraps of cloth, weathered and eroded by time. The mummified figure was entirely bronze-colored, its withered flesh resembling dried meat. Most striking of all, it had the head of a tiger. This explained why the earlier attack had no beastmaster providing support. Faced with this strange and unknown entity, Zhou Ming dared not recklessly order Immortality to strike. Immortality's strength lay in its venomous attacks, but against a dried corpse-like creature, there was no guarantee the venom would be effective. Without knowing the enemy's capabilities, a direct confrontation was clearly not the wisest choice. If an accident were to occur, with his current abilities, it would be nearly impossible for Zhou Ming to cultivate another beast-level iron thread snake. Without hesitation, he commanded several iron thread snakes to lunge at the corpse while his left hand pulled the trigger of the Blood Hunter. Gunshots echoed relentlessly through the narrow corridor. The corpse, just recovering from the frustration of losing its prey, was struck by bullets. However, such an attack was nothing more than a tickle to it, only fueling its rage. As for the iron thread snakes, their venomous fangs couldn't even pierce the corpse's skin and instead became a meal for the monstrous creature. The corpse fell onto all fours and let out an earth-shaking roar before charging at Zhou Ming like an arrow shot from a bow. At that moment, a blinding flash of fire erupted in the pitch-black corridor. The Thunderbolt Type 2 revolver roared to life. With a deafening blast, the charging corpse was flung backward as if struck head-on by a heavy truck, crashing hard onto the ground. Even with a gaping, bull's-eyed wound in its chest, the corpse continued to roar, attempting to rise again. Zhou Ming didn't give it a second chance. He aimed at its head and pulled the trigger. Its skull exploded like a smashed tomato, and the headless body collapsed to the floor. This encounter only deepened Zhou Ming's desire to grow stronger, particularly to reach the level of a gunfighter capable of wielding the Thunderbolt Type 3 revolver. Such top-tier weapons were exceedingly rare in the entire Qinshan base and could only be custom-made at major bases. Zhou Ming felt fortunate to have trained in the new martial art Beast King physique. Otherwise, even using the Thunderbolt Type 2 revolver twice in a row would have been a luxury. This experience also validated the intelligence Head received. These weren't biohazard-style monsters, but zombie-like creatures capable of surviving long-term in dark environments. Upon inspecting the corpse's remains, Zhou Ming noticed its bronze-colored skin was exceptionally tough. Coupled with its earlier combat performance, he fully understood the danger posed by such creatures. Meanwhile, his right arm burned with pain, making it urgent to find a safe place to recover and prepare for any future encounters. Using his radar sensing field, Zhou Ming detected that the earlier commotion had attracted others. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he quickly evaded them with the guidance of his radar, leaving behind only a lifeless corpse. Did you hear that? In the dim passageways of the post-apocalyptic ruins, Lion King and his team cautiously explored under the protection of their respective beasts. We're not deaf, Huaxia replied sharply. That deafening sound is unmistakably the signature noise of the Thunderbolt Type 2 revolver, and there were 2 consecutive shots. Could it be Wanxi? Gotu frowned, deep in thought. Huaxia nodded solemnly. Most likely. Lately, no one else has been seen carrying that firearm. Besides, with his skill level, he's certainly capable of firing 2 consecutive shots in such a short span. Should we keep going deeper? A small, wiry man with a thin mustache, Nicknamed Mole, asked cautiously. The group exchanged uneasy glances, hesitation flickering in their eyes. Encountering such danger on the first level was certainly unexpected. Lion King, what's your take? Huaxia turned to their leader for guidance, as Lion King's beast was the strongest in combat. After a moment of contemplation, Lion King spoke. To be honest, the inheritance within these ruins was never something we could realistically hope for. We came in with a gambler's mindset, and now that we've encountered danger, perhaps it's wiser to stick to exploring the first level. Besides, we've already collected several valuable items. And with so many others entering the ruins, the dangers of the first level will eventually be mapped out. Though reluctant, the others nodded in agreement. Mole, Lion King quickly gave orders. Your beast has special sensory abilities. You'll be in charge of scouting the surroundings. The rest of us will ensure your safety. Understood, Mole replied without hesitation. As a sensory beastmaster, he was well aware of his pivotal role. The team abandoned their plans to move to the second level and instead began meticulously searching the empty rooms of the first. Meanwhile, word spread throughout the ruins about Zhou Ming's encounter with and defeat of a stealthy undead attacker, causing an uptick in the intensity of battles across the ruins. Radar sensing can detect hidden undead, but Iron Thread Snake can't. Looks like it'll have to slow down, Zhou Ming muttered to himself, gazing at the headless corpse on the ground. Earlier, he had been focused on his radar sensing ability, which allowed him to notice faint, dark green light signals and detect the leopard-headed undead in advance. With that forewarning, taking it down had been much easier. Though he slowed his pace, Zhou Ming's radar sensing ability gave him a significant edge, allowing him to reach the entrance to the second level faster than others. The entrance, one of the stairways specifically built alongside the elevators when the base was first constructed, stood before him. Utilizing his serpent-like vision, he clearly saw a three-meter passageway stretching out ahead. Centuries had passed, and the gateway had long since collapsed, leaving only a bottomless, dark entrance. Zhou Ming carefully surveyed the scene before him. He didn't recklessly step into the second level. Instead, he commanded the swarm of snakes to scout ahead into the passage. Just as the snakes were about to enter, a blinding beam of light suddenly shot out from the distant corridor, forcing him to immediately call back the snakes and retreat into the shadows. Soon, a five-person team came into view. One of them was brazenly riding a beast, wielding a high-powered spotlight that swept across the area. This blatant display of confidence prompted Zhou Ming to silently judge them arrogant. As they drew closer, Zhou Ming could clearly see their equipment. Each of them was outfitted in Shengxiang II combat suits, advanced armor capable of withstanding conventional gunfire, the very same type that the Scorpion Lion had worn before. They all wore high-performance helmets, and more notably, their beasts had reached the peak of low-tier ferocious beast levels. With such a formidable setup, it was no wonder they moved so boldly. Looks like we're in luck, we're the first ones here, one of them remarked excitedly, noticing the untouched layer of thick dust on the ground. Boss, are we just going in like this? Another asked hesitantly, recalling the troublesome mummified corpses they had encountered earlier. Relax, we've still got Dezhuang, the leader replied, turning to call out behind him. Dezhuang, you'll take point this time. Don't worry about the ammo. Leave it to me. A hulking man, over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles, stepped forward, his tone brimming with excitement. Zhou Ming finally noticed this giant of a heavy gunner, who carried a massive ammunition box over a meter tall on his back and gripped a Fengqiaoi heavy machine gun in his hands. Damn, Zhou Ming cursed inwardly, his muscles tensing as he prepared to flee at a moment's notice. The Fengqiaoi wasn't an ordinary heavy machine gun. It was a weapon meant for armored vehicles, unleashing firepower so devastating that few creatures aside from high-tier ferocious beasts could survive its barrage. Moreover, based on the leader's words, it seemed likely the team was carrying spatial storage equipment, stocked with ample ammunition. Only after the group disappeared into the pitch-black passage did Zhou Ming dare to exhale. Against such a metallic storm, his only option was to run, otherwise he would be reduced to nothing more than a smear on the walls. He didn't follow immediately. Instead, he waited cautiously for a while, ensuring there was no ambush lying in wait. Only then did he command the snake swarm to scout ahead once more and carefully proceed toward the second layer of the ruins. Step by step, Zhou Ming moved cautiously towards the second underground level, his footsteps deliberately light. Although the group of snakes ahead was scouting the way, his previous encounter with the mummified corpse that evaded the snake's detection had made him exceptionally vigilant. His radar-like sensory field continuously scanned the surroundings for any changes. After a short while, Zhou Ming successfully reached the second level of the ruins. The passageway was empty. The earlier team had clearly headed straight for the third level without leaving behind any ambush. Once he confirmed the area was safe, he pulled out a map and carefully cross-checked his location. The map was detailed, marking various facilities such as detention rooms, dissection labs, storage areas, and shooting ranges. Unlike the first level, which served as a living quarters, This level was evidently the operational area of the ruins. A glance at the surrounding structures confirmed they matched the map's descriptions perfectly, leaving Zhou Ming convinced that the map must have originated from the Alliance's archives. After selecting a route, Zhou Ming continued forward but soon came to a halt. Scattered across the ground were fragments of mummified corpses, while the surrounding buildings bore heavy gunfire damage. Spent bullet casings, glinting coldly, were strewn across the floor. It was clear that the heavily armed team with the machine gun had taken the same path. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou Ming decided to proceed along the same route. The team ahead had inadvertently cleared obstacles for him. Why not take advantage of it? He casually tossed aside a few bullet casings he had picked up and quickened his pace towards the third level. As he ventured deeper, the number of mummified corpse remnants increased, but they had all been dealt with by the team ahead. Judging by the sheer volume of discarded bullet casings, the team must have been equipped with spatial storage devices, as carrying such an abundance of ammunition otherwise would have been impossible. Zhou Ming made a mental note. If a confrontation arose, his primary target must be the machine gun operator. Even with his apprentice-level abilities, he dared not face heavy weaponry heating. After all, only extraordinary masters could completely disregard the power of Earth's advanced weapons. Just as he was about to continue forward, his sensory field suddenly detected someone approaching from behind. It seemed someone else, like him, intended to take advantage of the heavily armed team's efforts. It was no surprise in the thick layer of dust accumulated over centuries. Any footprints were glaringly obvious. Faced with this unexpected situation, Zhou Ming chose not to retreat immediately. Instead, he retrieved a high-explosive grenade and cleverly set up a trap using some thread from his backpack. In a place like this ruin, mercy was meaningless. Eliminating potential competitors in advance would only give him a greater advantage when it came time to fight for the valuable information ahead. With the explosion of the grenade, Zhou Ming successfully slowed down the advancing pursuers. The usually polite and reserved young man within the base now revealed a ruthless side that was completely different from his usual demeanor. Before long, a squad arrived at the spot where Zhou Ming had been. Scattered around were several mangled corpses, torn apart by heavy machine gun fire. The experienced squad leader quickly assessed the situation. "Boss, what should we do?" one of the team members asked nervously. "Don't worry too much," the leader replied, pointing to the bullet marks on the ground. "Judging by these traces, it's a vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. Operating such a weapon requires immense physical strength. If we can manage to ambush and take out the gunner, we'll have a chance." Hearing this analysis, the team members' tense nerves eased slightly. For apprentice beastmasters, aside from the dreaded snipers, the most troublesome enemies were heavy machine gunners who could unleash torrents of bullets. However, with the squad leader's stealthy shadow serpent, an ambush seemed like a viable strategy. "Let's move. Don't let anyone else get ahead of us." "Yes, sir." The squad quickened their pace, heading toward the third level. Along the way, the dried corpses had already been cleared, sparing them some trouble. However, just then, one of Zhou Ming's preset traps detonated. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the second underground level. Caught off guard, even though the beasts shielded their masters, they couldn't fully protect them from the shrapnel and shockwave of the high-explosive grenade. The once confident squad suffered heavy casualties in an instant, with no hope of ever seeing the sunlight outside the ruins again. This was the fatal weakness of apprentice beastmasters. They were far too fragile themselves. Hearing the explosion, Zhou Ming knew his trap had worked. He didn't bother setting up more traps, as such tricks lose effectiveness once experienced opponents catch on. This single explosion was enough to intimidate the pursuers and force them to slow down. Meanwhile, the first squad that had entered the second level also heard the explosion. "Captain, that was a high-explosive grenade. Looks like someone's behind us. Not sure if it's a direct encounter or a trap," the captain quickly analyzed. "Should we set up an ambush?" one team member suggested. "No need. Keep moving forward, but stay alert for grenade attacks, especially you, Dezhuang." "Don't worry, Captain. It won't be easy for anyone to get close to us." Dezhuang, the burly team member, said confidently, patting his chest. The captain didn't disagree. Grenades were rarely used by hunters, not just because they could reveal their position, but also due to their often limited effectiveness. The throwing speed was too slow, and powerful beastmasters could evade in time, not to mention the beasts themselves providing protection. Unless it was a close-range explosion, grenades were unlikely to cause fatal damage to beasts. Speed-type beasts could even snatch the grenade before it detonated. Ultimately, the squad merely heightened their vigilance and continued advancing toward the third level. It was clear that the opposing side's primary goal was to seize the job transfer data. Zhou Ming remained vigilant as he moved forward, fully aware that traps like the concealed mines were not his exclusive invention. He carefully probed each step, mindful of potential dangers lurking underfoot. When he reached the entrance to the third level of the ruins, he had yet to encounter any ambushes. However, This only heightened his caution. His adversaries were likely setting up an even deadlier trap below. As usual, he sent out his snake swarm to scout ahead, forming a sensory field to meticulously search the area. Once he confirmed the path was safe, Zhou Ming proceeded down the passage into the core area of the third level. The moment he stepped inside, a chilling aura enveloped him, causing the snake swarm to grow restless. The sensation reminded him of walking alone at night in his previous life, as if an unknown threat lurked in the shadows. This long-forgotten sense of fear resurfaced, making him wonder if someone in the past had created some terrible entity here. The ground was littered with chaotic footprints at every passage entrance, some human shoe prints and many bare footprints left by dried corpses. Just as Zhou Ming was about to consult his map, one of his iron wire snakes was suddenly killed. Someone had managed to detect and eliminate his hidden sentry in this eerie environment. Zhou Ming quickly retreated to a concealed spot, positioning himself near a passageway whose destination was unknown, a fallback route he had prepared in advance. He recalled all his snakes back into the beast-taming space and held his breath, waiting silently. Moments later, a makeshift beast-taming squad of more than 10 people entered his line of sight. Their equipment was mismatched, and they stayed close to their respective beasts, weapons at the ready. Their heightened alertness suggested they, too, were aware of the strange atmosphere in this place. Yet, none of them suggested retreating. Long knows which way now. These footprints are all over the place. There's no way to tell where Zhang's team went. A burly man asked one of his companions. No rush. There's still a little rat eavesdropping on us. This remark sent a chill through Zhou Ming. His opponents clearly possessed some sort of special sensory ability. Without hesitation, he threw a high-explosive grenade and swiftly retreated into the passage behind him. Given his current strength, he was in no position to face off against a dozen beast tamers hidden. With Zhou Ming's physical capabilities, his speed in throwing a grenade was indeed impressive, but it was still far from the speed of a bullet. A leopard-like beast companion darted out like lightning, its tail precisely swatting the grenade back midair. With a deafening blast, the grenade exploded in the distance, sending flames and debris flying. The shockwave whipped up a fierce gust of wind, but fortunately, the explosion was far enough away not to harm the team that had just entered. This guy must be the one who set up the traps before, leading to the shadow snake hunting squad's complete annihilation. Tossing a high-explosive grenade the moment we meet, this is a first, the squad leader muttered under his breath. He's reckless and dangerously ruthless. We need to be extra cautious from here on out. Before his words had fully settled, a deep, dry, and guttural roar echoed from afar. Damn it! It's those mummified creatures from the ruins. Judging by the noise, there's quite a number of them. Move. The leader quickly made a decision, leading the team into the passage with the least noise, temporarily letting Zhou Ming off the hook. Cough, cough. Zhou Ming hid in a spacious hall, clutching his chest as he gasped for air. Lucky the explosion was far enough away, or I'd have been the one suffering. This experience made him realize why wilderness hunters rarely relied on high-explosive grenades unless it detonated at close range. A grenade's threat wasn't as significant as he had imagined. The success of his previous attempts had made him overlook this flaw. Looks like I need to time the detonation better in the future. I can't let grenades endanger my own safety. As Zhou Ming pondered, the roars of the mummified creatures grew louder and closer. He quickly chose a quieter passage to move forward. However, he was unaware that his decision would later plunge the beast tamers and hunters who entered the third level into dire straits. Compared to the first two levels, the number of mummified creatures on the third level had surged, and their strength had reached the peak of low-level ferocious beasts. Worse still, these creatures could continue fighting as long as their heads weren't destroyed, already claiming the lives of several beast tamers. All signs pointed to the fact that the experimental accident in these ruins had primarily occurred on the third level. Before long, in the dim and shadowy environment, Zhou Ming faced the consequence of his reckless actions: a 10-meter-long giant serpent with a human face. Its body was covered in scales resembling polished brass, but its head was a shriveled human face with disheveled hair. Its pitch-black, lifeless eyes fixated on Zhou Ming. From its mouth dripped an unknown liquid that corroded the ground, yellow fumes spreading ominously. Zhou Ming noticed that the creature retained some instincts of a snake. When he instinctively unleashed the mental intimidation of his snake-like pupils, the human-faced serpent hesitated. However, as an undead entity, its resistance to the snake pupil's aura was incredibly strong, and the effect was fleeting. Moments later, the serpent lunged at Zhou Ming with a speed far exceeding that of ordinary mummified creatures, like an arrow loosed from a bow. Boom! Knowing he had no way to escape, Zhou Ming immediately raised his Thunderbolt II revolver and fired back. Since entering the ruins, this was undoubtedly the most perilous situation he had faced. Bang! Without any hesitation, Zhou Ming raised his hand and pulled the trigger. The Thunderbolt II revolver roared once again in the third layer of the ruins. As an experienced beastmaster, He knew all too well that sending his beasts into battle against such mummified creatures would not only be futile, but could also result in unnecessary losses. The bullet shot out like a streak of lightning, aiming directly at the head of the human-faced python. However, a shocking scene unfolded before Zhou Ming's widening pupils at the last possible moment. The python's tail moved with lightning speed, shielding its head and forcefully intercepting the powerful bullet. Though a few scales on the tail shattered, the injury was negligible for a creature of its caliber. At that moment, Zhou Ming realized the grim reality. The human-faced python before him possessed not only extraordinary combat instincts, but also a physical resilience far surpassing that of ordinary low-tier beasts. Such a dominant presence in its tier was likely a rarity within the entire ruins. With a sudden burst of strength, Zhou Ming pushed off with his legs, retreating swiftly to create distance. The human-faced python quickly recovered from the bullet's impact, its cold, pitch-black eyes devoid of any emotion as its massive body streaked toward him like a bolt of lightning. Bang bang. Zhou Ming switched to the less powerful Bloodhunter eye pistol, firing repeatedly. Perhaps due to the earlier intimidation of the Thunderbolt 2, the human-faced python paused each time to block the bullets with its tail. Boom. A deafening crash erupted at the spot where Zhou Ming had just been standing. Though he narrowly evaded the attack, his calves spasmed violently from overexertion. If not for the life-and-death urgency of the situation, he would have collapsed on the ground. The human-faced python gave him no time to recover. Its body adjusted instantly, launching another assault. By now, Zhou Ming's legs could no longer muster their previous explosive speed. With no way to dodge, he decisively pulled the trigger on the Thunderbolt 2 revolver. As expected, the human-faced python was forced to halt and use its tail to block. This time, the half-meter-long section of its tail was finally severed by the bullet, flying off. Yet for the python, even this injury was superficial. Seizing this fleeting moment, Zhou Ming quickly rolled a fist-sized iron grenade beneath the python's body, then dove behind a nearby pillar, enduring searing pain. Just as the python was still reeling from the bullet's impact, the high-explosive grenade detonated in a thunderous blast right in front of it. The pitch-black environment, the confined space, and the blinding brilliance of the high-explosive grenade momentarily illuminated the entire area. Amid the deafening explosion, shockwaves surged like invisible tidal waves, crashing in relentless succession. Zhou Ming, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body, cautiously peeked out from behind a pillar. Amid the thick smoke, the human-faced giant serpent had coiled itself tightly, hiding its head deep within. Its scales were shattered from the explosion, flesh torn and exposed, grotesque and horrifying. However, Zhou Ming knew all too well that for a creature of this mummified caliber, such injuries were merely superficial. Sure enough, in the next moment, the serpent's head suddenly darted out, unleashing a thunderous roar. This usually emotionless, undead creature seemed enraged, its distorted human face contorted with fury. Its head rose high, its massive jaws opening to a nearly tearing extent, as if preparing to unleash a deadly attack. At this critical juncture, a crimson streak of light shot down from the ceiling like lightning, aiming directly at the serpent's forehead. It was Zhu Yu, now resembling an unsheathed blade. Though the human-faced giant serpent could withstand the bullets of the Thunderbolt Type II revolver, it dared not underestimate Zhu Yu's sudden assault. It immediately attempted to evade while lashing out with its damaged tail in retaliation. However, it was unaware that beast tamers of Blue Star were never the kind to hide behind their beasts, issuing commands from the safety of the rear. At that moment, Zhou Ming's mental energy erupted in full force. The nebula formed by his mental seed spun rapidly, and hundreds of iron threads burst forth with astonishing power within the beast-taming space. The dark golden serpent eyes emitted an eerie glow, enveloping the human-faced giant serpent. Even in its mummified state, it couldn't completely resist the intimidation of the serpent's gaze. Coupled with its severe injuries, the creature inevitably froze for a fleeting moment. Zhu Yu seized this split-second opportunity, piercing straight into the serpent's forehead like a crimson bolt of lightning. The 3-inch-long bone blade slid in effortlessly, as if slicing through butter. After landing the strike, Zhu Yu immediately propelled itself away with its tail, twisting the blade to inflict further damage while skillfully avoiding any potential retaliatory strikes. Yet, the expected desperate counterattack never came. The moment the bone blade pierced its target, the powerful adversary seemed to have all its strength drained, collapsing limply to the ground. Cough, cough. Zhou Ming clutched his chest, slowly stepping out from behind the 1-meter-wide pillar. All his prior efforts had finally paid off to create this one lethal opportunity. Seeing this, Zhu Yu transformed into a streak of red light, returning to its master's shoulder. The situation remained critical, and Zhou Ming had to retreat immediately. His injuries were so severe that even standing was a struggle, but he couldn't afford any delay. He summoned his snake swarm once more, instructing Mo Dai and Zhu Yu to stay vigilant, ready to fend off any approaching beast tamers or hunters' threats no less dangerous than the human-faced giant serpent. With no time to inspect the spoils of battle, Zhou Ming dragged his wounded body toward a passageway. His top priority now was to find a safe place to recover. On the third level of the post-apocalyptic ruins, in a decrepit and decayed room, Zhou Ming hid inside a rusted and dilapidated metal cabinet. Despite its corroded state, the old filing cabinet served as a temporary refuge. After defeating the giant snake with a human-like face, Zhou Ming was utterly exhausted. He retrieved a well-prepared healing potion from his backpack, consumed one dose, and leaned against the cabinet wall. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had already recalled the group of iron wire snakes into his beast-taming space. Meanwhile, Mo Dai and Zhu Yu stood guard vigilantly around him as per his instructions. Before long, the fatigued Zhou Ming drifted into sleep. However, the third level of the ruins did not remain peaceful during his slumber. In this sunless underground space, brutal battles were unfolding one after another. Precious ores, beast materials, research documents, and even antiques from the apocalypse era, every valuable item became a target for beast tamers and hunters who fought desperately to claim them. The emergence of mummified monsters only further turned this underground ruin into a massive slaughterhouse. Boss, the Zhang family team has already taken over the core of the laboratory. What should we do? In the darkness of a tunnel, a four-person team was discussing their next move. The speaker's tone was filled with impatience. No rush, the leader replied calmly, analyzing the situation. The monster guarding the laboratory entrance has the strength of a near-height-year beast. They won't be able to obtain the transfer materials anytime soon. We're all injured, let's recover first. But boss, what if the Zhang family teams up with other forces? The questioner pressed further. The He family, the Ice Bear Hunting Group, and the Starsea Corporation are all here. If they get the transfer materials, we four brothers might never become professional beast tamers in this lifetime. The four of them were at the peak of apprentice-level strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived this brutal competition until now. Anyone who made it to the third level of the ruins was undoubtedly among the elite of apprentices. I'm even more anxious than you, the leader muttered in a low voice. If they join forces, all the better. Once they deal with that monster, they'll inevitably turn on each other. That'll be our chance to swoop in like the mantis stalking the cicada, only to be caught by the oriole. Suddenly, the second-in-command pointed warily toward a nearby room. Boss, someone's been here, he said, carefully examining the tracks on the ground. There are only footprints going in, one coming out. For any skilled hunter, mastering the basics of tracking is essential knowledge. As soon as Lao San finished speaking, the four of them immediately shifted into combat mode upon noticing something unusual. Fingers tightened around triggers, and their beasts stood ready to attack at any moment. The wide underground ruins passageways were specifically designed to facilitate research and imprison ferocious beasts, allowing their companion beasts to fully unleash their combat potential. Throw a stun grenade first. The leader, Lauda, refrained from recklessly sending the beasts in and instead signaled Lao Air to probe the situation. Lao Air quickly slung his firearm onto his back and retrieved a stun grenade from his backpack. Although less lethal than a high-explosive grenade, its powerful control effect was highly effective, even against targets hiding behind cover. However, just as Lao Air was about to pull the safety pin, a deafening roar erupted from the pitch-black doorway, as if awakening a slumbering giant. In the next instant, a blinding flash of light streaked through the air, and Lao Air's body was torn in two at the waist. Blood splattered across the walls of the passage. Second brother, Lao San cried out in grief and rage. Fall back. It's a Thunder Mark II revolver. Lauda, with his wealth of experience, immediately recognized the lethal weapon. In such a confined space, facing an opponent wielding the Thunder Mark II revolver left them virtually defenseless. Whether human or beast, a single shot could mean instant death. Lauda grabbed the furious Lao San, preventing him from charging forward, and shouted, Lao Si, cover us. Among the group, Lao Si's scaled armored bull had the strongest defenses. If their opponent couldn't land a fatal blow, they would be forced to hesitate. Lao Si quickly commanded the scaled armored bull to advance, while laying down suppressive fire. Yet, within mere seconds, another earth-shattering roar echoed, and the scaled armored bull collapsed to the ground, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. As the thunderous boom left the remaining three momentarily stunned, Zhou Ming had already prepared a high-explosive grenade, timing it perfectly. He hurled the grenade against the passage wall, letting it ricochet into the air beyond their line of sight. Boom! The violent explosion roared through the entire passage, far louder than the previous gunfire. Taking down two targets in the process, Zhou Ming seized the moment to capitalize on his opponent's shock. Amid the screams, Mo Dai and Zhu Yu darted out, their agile forms swiftly ending the fight. Though they couldn't handle undead creatures, dealing with ordinary humans was second nature to them. As the dust settled, A figure clad in combat gear slowly emerged from the room. Zhou Ming spoke calmly. You're in the wrong place. Deep within the third level of the ruins, in front of a towering 5-meturtle alloy gate, stood a 3-meturtle mummified minotaur, guarding the entrance. Its entire body was covered in bulging, knotted muscles that seemed ready to burst through its skin, with a metallic sheen resembling ancient bronze. The corpse bore extensive damage, with large areas of its body scarred and torn, and fresh crimson bloodstains smeared across remnants of the battles fought by the beast tamers who had ventured into the ruins earlier. The owners of these bloodstains were elite representatives sent by various factions. Yet, even with their combined efforts, they had failed to defeat the Minotaur corpse, a testament to the monster's extraordinary power. However, this formidable gatekeeper could not deter the determination of the competing factions. In a rusted, dilapidated room, the leaders of these factions were engaged in a tense discussion. Zhang Linfeng, a branch member of the Zhang family, stood at a heavily scratched iron table and was the first to speak. Everyone, what we seek is right before us. Why not join forces to deal with that Minotaur corpse? As for who gets the job change data inside the ruins, let that be determined by each of our abilities. Zhang Linfeng, that's easy for you to say, He Yunfei sneered, playing with a serrated dagger in his hand. With the Zhang family's strength in these ruins, aren't those half-beast job change records in the lab already as good as yours? Now you want us to do the dirty work. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Linfeng's eyes, and his killing intent surged. He Yunfei, what are you implying? Has your family elder not instructed you to bring back the job change data at all costs? He Yunfei didn't back down, slamming the serrated dagger into the table. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Zhang Linfeng. What, you want to fight? Don't forget, there are others here too. Both men were from branch families, long accustomed to life and death struggles while hunting wild beasts in the wilderness. To earn the chance for focused cultivation from their respective families, they were even willing to risk their lives. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense and hostile. At that moment, representatives from other factions stepped in to defuse the situation. Gentlemen, calm down. It's not worth turning on each other before we even get what we came for. Exactly. Let's not forget we all have tasks to complete here. In the Alliance, while apprentice-level beast-taming knowledge was widely accessible, professional-level knowledge was tightly controlled by the factions due to its unique recording methods. As for the inheritance required to ascend to Transcendent Master Beast Tamer, it was held by only a select few powerful groups, making it nearly unattainable. If the job change system within the ruins could be obtained, it would not only break the regional development limitations of the factions, but might even cultivate a legendary saint-level figure, granting unparalleled influence within the Alliance. Though the chances were slim, it was enough to drive every faction to spare no effort. The other faction leaders in the room, sensing the tense atmosphere, quickly stepped forward to mediate. The hunting captain from the Chen family was the first to speak up. Captain Zhang, why don't we hear what Captain he has to say? Though he wasn't a member of the Chen family, his strength commanded respect from everyone present. Among the three major factions of the Yunhai base, the Chen family, Zhang family, and He family each had its own strengths. This time, due to the special rules of the ruins, only apprentice-level beast tamers and hunters were allowed to enter. This gave the Zhang family, with their heavy machine gunner, a significant advantage. In the narrow spaces of the ruins, with ample ammunition supplied by spatial equipment, no faction could directly challenge the Zhang family. If not for the astonishingly durable Minotaur corpse, which even the Hive 1 vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun struggled to penetrate quickly, the transfer materials would likely have already fallen into the Zhang family's hands. Zhang Linfeng scanned the room, noticing that the others' gazes subtly leaned in favor of He Yunfei. Unwilling to become the target of collective resentment, he reluctantly conceded. He Yunfei, state your purpose. A slight smile tugged at the corners of He Yunfei's mouth. Didn't you propose that we all work together? Fine, but the stronger the faction, the more people they must contribute. Your Zhang family's heavy machine gunner must take the lead. This way, during the fight for the transfer materials, the strength will be balanced, and everyone here will have a fair chance. As soon as he said this, the other faction leaders chimed in one after another. That's a good idea. Exactly. Otherwise, why should we help the Zhang family if we won't even have the chance to compete? Captain Zhang, we all agree with Captain He's suggestion. Zhang Linfeng knew they were trying to weaken the Zhang family's advantage in the ruins. He was about to lose his temper, but recalled the elders' stern warnings. Suppressing his anger, he forced himself to respond. Since you all agree, so be it. In the end, it'll come down to everyone's abilities. With this sharp remark, he turned and left. The other faction leaders exchanged knowing glances before dispersing as well, preparing to act according to the agreement. Before long, the roars of fierce beasts and the continuous sound of gunfire echoed once more through the lowest level of the ruins. Meanwhile, Zhou remained hidden in the shadows, using the sensory field constructed by his iron thread snake to observe the unfolding events. He was confident that someone would stir up conflict first. His goal was to fish in troubled waters, not to take risks for others' benefit. As the sounds of battle erupted, he silently began moving toward the core area. When encountering beast tamers acting as guards, he either used the sensory field to bypass them or commanded Mo Dai and Juyu to carry out stealthy assassinations. Though these two little companions couldn't enhance his defense, they were remarkably effective in covert operations and ambushes. As Zhou drew closer, the intense battle scene in front of the alloy gate finally came into view. In the pitch-black corridor, the deafening roar of gunfire echoed relentlessly. The Hive 1 vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun spewed fiery bursts that tore through the darkness, each bullet packing nearly two-thirds the power of the Thunder 2 revolver. The dense barrage rained down like a storm, compensating for the lack of individual shot strength. Hiding in the shadows, Zhou immediately recognized the squad. Operating the heavy machine gun was none other than De Zhuang, the towering, 2-meter-tall giant built like an ox. His arms were thicker than an average person's thighs, and his body seemed forged from solid iron. Such a physique was either a gift of extraordinary genetics or the result of gene enhancement drugs. Ordinary martial arts training, even with supplements, couldn't achieve this level of development. Unfortunately, De Zhuang's mastery of strength hadn't reached a fine-tuned level. Otherwise, with a Thunder 3 revolver, he could have easily dispatched the formidable Minotaur-like corpse whose power was nearing that of a high-level beast. However, under the relentless suppression of the machine gun's barrage, even the resilient corpse could only struggle in place. Cracks began to appear on its iron-like body, and thick black blood started to ooze out. Suddenly, the clinking sound of spent shell casings ceased, and the fiery flashes vanished. "Captain, we're out of ammo," De Zhuang's voice rang out. "It's our turn now." Zhang Linfeng's expression darkened as he glanced at the others behind him. If it weren't for their pressure, the team's ace, De Zhuang, wouldn't have exhausted the heavy machine gun's ammunition. Members of other factions, relieved that the Zhang family's most threatening firepower was now silenced, let out a collective sigh. The Hive 1's ferocious firepower had been a threat even to defensive beastmasters. With the transfer documents so close, no one hesitated any longer. The various factions drove their beasts forward to attack the Minotaur corpse in unison. The moment its head was severed, everyone surged toward the laboratory in a mad rush. Zhou was about to follow when a sudden eruption of beastly roars and gunfire came from within the lab. Pausing, he contemplated briefly before deciding to approach and investigate. With the night vision granted by his serpent-like eyes, Zhou took in the full view of the laboratory. 100-meter-wide, 10-meter-tall space littered with shattered nutrient pods. Inside, grotesque human-animal hybrid corpses clashed fiercely with the various factions. The beasts led the charge, while the beastmasters provided covering fire from behind. Any corpse attempting a sneak attack was immediately countered as the beasts were called back to defend. The vast lab had become a blood-soaked arena. Suddenly, a panicked shout pierced through the chaos, disrupting the rhythm of battle. "The data box is gone. Who stole it? Seal the entrance now." The already chaotic laboratory descended into even greater disorder. Zhou swiftly retreated from the lab's entrance back into the corridor, fully aware that he alone could not contend with the multiple factions converging in front of him. Just as he left, the radar perception field formed by his iron wire snakes detected an anomalous signal indicating someone else was also fleeing the lab. Zhou followed the white displayed in the perception field, only to find the location seemingly empty. "Invisibility," he muttered, immediately recalling the female squad member from the Ghost Fox team who had nearly caught him off guard before. While invisibility was a unique ability, the fact that it was detected by the radar perception field suggested it was merely optical camouflage. If not for the chaos in the lab, such an ability would have already been exposed by other Beastmasters' perception-type beasts. Zhou quickly deduced that the invisible individual was likely the one who had stolen the data box. Abandoning the lab without hesitation, he silently began to trail the target locked onto by his perception field. The pandemonium in the lab temporarily hindered others from pursuing, but if the fugitive had accomplices waiting, recovering the classified data would become significantly more difficult. In the pitch-black corridor, several iron wire snakes, each about a foot long, suddenly launched an attack on what appeared to be empty space. Their sharp, venomous fangs gleamed coldly. A startled cry shattered the silence as a humanoid figure materialized, already entangled by the snakes. Their fangs sank into the figure's flesh, injecting a potent dose of venom. Such a quantity would be lethal even to low-tier feral beasts, let alone a beastmaster who hadn't yet reached the professional level. As the snakes slithered away, a lifeless, naked male body collapsed to the ground. Zhou noted the condition of the man's skin and immediately thought of the Ghost Fox member. It seemed to be the result of using the same genetic serum. A sharp metallic clink drew Zhou's attention. A ring slipped from the dead man's hand, and a black ribbon swiftly delivered it to Zhou. A quick scan with his mental energy confirmed it was a spatial storage ring. However, Just as Zhou Ming prepared to examine its contents further, hurried footsteps echoed from behind him. Not good, they've realized someone escaped the lab. Without hesitation, he decided to retreat deeper into the ruins' second level. Less than half a minute later, a group arrived at the scene, accompanied by their beasts, only to find the lifeless, naked corpse. Damn it, someone's been playing the mantis stalked by the Oriole. One of them cursed, crouching to inspect the body. The body's still warm. That person can't have gone Fargo after them. Several canine beasts immediately took the lead in pursuit. But Zhou Ming had anticipated this, planting several concealed mines along the way. A series of explosions erupted in the corridor, the detonations so intense that even beastmasters exploring the ruins' second level could hear them. After Zhou Ming managed to secure the contested job transfer documents, the underground ruins suddenly became a hive of activity. The news spread like wildfire throughout the ruins. Someone had obtained the job transfer documents, and this person was likely not affiliated with any major faction, but rather an independent beast tamer or a member of a small group. This unexpected development instantly ignited the flames of greed in everyone. Independent beast tamers, small factions, and hunter teams who previously showed no interest in the documents all joined the search. They knew that even if they couldn't keep the documents, they could leverage them for substantial rewards amidst the standoff between the military and the major powers. The underground ruins quickly transformed into a treacherous dark forest, with countless pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows, hunting for the prey, carrying the job transfer documents. At this moment, Zhou Ming was hiding in a dilapidated room on the second level of the ruins. He was meticulously spraying odor-neutralizing mist all over himself, his clothes, and the surrounding area, working quickly and carefully. In these ruins, many beast tamers' companion beasts possessed a sense of smell far superior to that of hounds. Even the slightest trace of scent left behind could lead others straight to him. Once he finished spraying, Zhou Ming didn't immediately inspect his hard-won spoils. Instead, he employed his unique scouting method. Hundreds of steel thread snakes, under his control, slithered silently like thin tendrils along the corners of walls, pipes, and crevices. Each snake was only about a foot long, but together they formed an intricate scouting network through the connection of his mental energy. In Zhou Ming's perception, white dots representing beast tamers and red dots representing beasts moved rapidly within this web. Danger often hides beneath the surface. The chaotic activity of numerous searchers worked to Zhou Ming's advantage, masking any potential traces he might have left behind and granting him a rare moment to catch his breath. Once he confirmed that he was temporarily safe, he turned his attention to the spatial ring in his hand. Although it was his first time using spatial storage equipment, Zhou Ming skillfully imprinted his mental mark on the ring, thanks to the knowledge he had acquired in the library. As soon as the imprint was completed, a silver-white briefcase materialized from the ring. The case bore obvious signs of having been unsealed, indicating that its previous owner had already inspected its contents. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming opened the case. Inside were 3 ancient beast hide scrolls and a box full of documents recorded on special paper. These had been specially crafted to preserve critical information during chaotic times, with the beast hide scrolls containing core knowledge about beast tamers' job transitions that couldn't be expressed through ordinary writing. Finally confirming that he had secured the prize, Zhou Ming allowed his tightly wound nerves to relax slightly. There was no time or energy to delve into the information within the job transfer materials. Zhou Ming resealed the briefcase and turned his attention to inspecting the other items. When he noticed the brand new set of diving equipment, his brows furrowed slightly. In this desolate wilderness, the presence of such gear seemed particularly out of place. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately quickened his search. Before long, a yellowed map and several dozen pounds of high-powered explosives came into view. The map prominently featured a red arrow pointing to a specific Markera hidden underground river beneath the ruins. This discovery confirmed his suspicions. As a large base, an ample water supply was essential, and an underground river would undoubtedly be the ideal source. Clearly, the person who had previously acquired the job transfer materials intended to use this waterway to escape the ruins. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment, but ultimately dismissed this option. The ability to detect the existence of an underground river suggested that the other party had the backing of a significant force. The river's exit was likely guarded by personnel, and considering the importance of the transfer materials, there was a high probability that professional beast tamers were stationed there. Even with his Thunderbolt 2 revolver, Zhou Ming would stand little chance against a true professional beast tamer unless he completed the gunslinger transfer and mastered the Thunderbolt 3 revolver along with advanced shooting techniques. However, if he didn't choose the underground river, breaking through the blockade of nearly 100 professional beast tamers at the ruins' entrance would be equally impossible. Given the strength of the various factions, escaping unscathed seemed like an insurmountable challenge. After a long silence, Zhou Ming finally devised a plan. He would blow open the underground river to create a diversion. His strategy involved placing the job transfer materials into a spatial ring and having an iron thread snake swallow it. He would then hide the snake near the ruin's entrance during his departure. Even if searched, there would be no risk of exposure. Once the factions withdrew, he could command the iron thread snake to slip away unnoticed. The existence of the underground river would mislead others into believing the materials had already been taken by someone else. With the plan confirmed, Zhou Ming immediately set it into motion. He stored all the items in his spatial ring and, map in hand, made his way back to the third level of the ruins. Simultaneously, hundreds of iron thread snakes moved stealthily in the shadows, their slender bodies blending seamlessly into the darkness. Even if discovered, these mutated creatures, which had yet to evolve into ferocious beasts, wouldn't attract much attention. No one would suspect that someone could control such a large number of them at once. Using his radar-like sensory field, Zhou Ming moved through the darkness like a phantom, skillfully evading the beast tamers and hunters searching for him. In an unexpected maneuver, he made his way back to the lowest level of the ruins. On the third level of the ruins, a lone figure moved stealthily through the darkness. It was Zhou Ming, skillfully bypassing the numerous beast tamers in the area. This level, which should have been fraught with danger due to the presence of dried corpse-like monsters, had been cleared out by the various factions that had arrived earlier. Taking advantage of the shadows, Zhou Ming quickly made his way to the northwest corner. Before him lay a labyrinth of massive, interwoven pipes. Based on the information he had gathered, this was the hub for drawing water from the underground dark river. To confirm his target, Zhou Ming directed his iron thread snake to slither into the narrow gaps between the pipes. Through his mental connection, he could distinctly sense the snake's instinctive detection of a substantial water source. This only strengthened his conviction. Had he not discovered the mysterious individual in time, they might have already used this area to escape the ruins. The existence of the pipes and the detailed intelligence he had uncovered were undeniable evidence of a powerful force operating behind the scenes. Without dwelling on the thought, Zhou Ming promptly began planting explosives around the pipes. At that moment, he felt immense gratitude for his decision to spend a year studying at the library. While it lacked profound academic knowledge, it offered a wealth of practical information ranging from beast taming and wilderness survival to firearm usage and bomb installation, even emergency medical treatment. These skills, tightly regulated in his previous life, were freely accessible at the library of the Qinshan base. Perhaps this reflected the unique survival rules of this extraordinary world. Following the instructions he had learned from the books, Zhou Ming meticulously arranged dozens of pounds of high-powered explosives into a precise demolition setup. As this was his first real-world application, he exercised extreme caution, opting not to trigger the explosives himself. Instead, he retreated several hundred meters away, intending to use the iron thread snake to activate the detonator. This approach minimized risk while allowing him to quickly escape before other beast tamers arrived. When the mental command was issued, the iron thread snake coiled tightly around the detonator, successfully flipping the switch. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the stillness of the ruins, sending flames roaring skyward. The earth-shaking blast immediately alerted everyone nearby. On the third level, someone shouted, pinpointing the source of the explosion. Like a tidal wave, factions surged toward the third level, causing the ruins' wide passageways to become temporarily clogged with people. Minutes later, a large number of beast tamers and hunters arrived at the site of the explosion. The scene before them was astonishing. The area within a few hundred meters of the pipes was scarred with blast marks, and burning debris illuminated the surrounding darkness. The once dense network of pipes had vanished, replaced by a gaping crater several meters wide, from which the faint sound of rushing water could be heard. Some quick-thinking beast tamers immediately retrieved searchlights and began a careful investigation of the pit below. Under the dazzling lights, a hidden underground river came into view, its turbulent waves reflecting a blinding brilliance. This unexpected discovery immediately drew the attention of everyone present. This is evidence left behind by the person who stole the job transfer data, someone quickly deduced. The blasted passage and the underground river clearly indicate a premeditated escape route. The existence of an underground river isn't surprising, another person added. The base's original inhabitants relied on this water source for survival. It's only because our intelligence was too incomplete that someone managed to exploit this route to escape. Leaders of various factions had gathered at the explosion site, their expressions unusually grim. Although the job transfer data had not fallen into the hands of their rivals, the failed mission meant losing the opportunity to nurture talent within their respective factions. We can only report to our superiors immediately, someone said in a deep voice. For these major powers, nothing else mattered compared to the job transfer data. The attendees exchanged a few knowing glances, understanding there was no other option. Before leaving, they each took photos of the scene as evidence for their reports. After the various factions departed, Zhou Ming did not reveal himself right away. He waited until ordinary beast tamers and hunters began arriving before blending into the crowd. Seeing that everyone believed the job transfer data had been taken out of the ruins, he knew his plan was already halfway to success. To avoid suspicion, Zhou pretended to be an ordinary beast tamer, searching for valuable items. Methodically, he collected laboratory notebooks, archived records, rare minerals, and ancient relics from the post-apocalyptic era items that could later be exchanged for resources from the factions. News of the incident quickly spread, causing an uproar. The leaders of various factions personally ventured into the third layer of the ruins to investigate. Standing at the edge of the deep pit connecting to the underground river, Chen Xiaodong, the leader of the Chen family, remarked grimly, "This might not be the true escape route. It could very well be a diversion." The factions immediately tightened their encirclement and began a thorough inspection of all beast tamers and hunters entering the ruins. They focused on examining spatial storage equipment and whether beasts were concealing items within their bodies. As Zhou was about to leave the ruins, he discreetly placed an iron thread snake, which had swallowed a spatial ring, near the entrance. Thanks to its small size, the snake easily slipped into a hard-to-search corner, evading detection. The entrance to the ruins had become the focal point for various factions. Outside the entrance, several inspection devices resembling security gates were neatly arranged. Under the oppressive aura of nearly 100 professional beast tamers, thousands of beast tamers and hunters obediently lined up, waiting for inspection. Inspectors paid special attention to lone beast tamers and members of smaller factions. The devices were not only used to scan spatial equipment, but also beasts themselves after all. Sufficiently large beasts could easily hide job transfer materials within their bodies. When the inspectors noticed Zhou small beast, MODI, they barely glanced at it due to its size, but they were particularly meticulous about the items Zhou brought along. 300,000 alliance coins in total, the man in charge of collecting items announced flatly. Not just 300,000, right? Zhou, though indifferent to the money, feigned dissatisfaction to avoid raising suspicion. When I say 300,000, it's 300,000. You want trouble? The man sneered coldly, and the armed guards beside him immediately fixed their sharp gazes on Zhou. In such a tense situation, Zhou, like everyone else, had no choice but to swallow his frustration. Ungrateful, the man muttered before handing over only 250,000 alliance coins and moving on to inspect others. Just as Zhou was about to leave, a familiar voice called out from behind him, "Wan Qi?" It was his former teammates, Lion King and the others. "Lion King, how did you fare?" "Lost more than half. If we hadn't stuck together, would have been squeezed even harder." "What about you?" "Even worse. I tried to fight for job transfer materials, but got intercepted. The few other items I managed to get were devalued by 70%. 70%? Those greedy bastards deserve to have their job transfer materials stolen." Doghead cursed angrily. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted in the distance. "Dimensional rift beast tide outbreak," someone shouted. The ground trembled violently, and the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed from afar. "Wan Qi, shall we stick together?" In the face of imminent danger, Lion King extended an invitation to Zhou. But before Zhou could respond, an even louder explosion shook the ground. From the sky descended a massive azure wolf, its body spanning 10 meters with wings spread wide. Close behind it followed a similarly sized dark golden black tiger. The Azure Moon Wolf King and General Zust dark gold saber-toothed tiger. Someone immediately recognized the identity of the lord-level beast before them, and the crowd descended into utter chaos. Faced with a creature impervious to conventional weapons, everyone present made the same choicito run for their lives. Without the intervention of a transcendent-level beast tamer, even a fully armed military unit would only end up as its meal. The Moonlit Wolf King, enraged from being pursued by Su Chunjun, found an outlet for its fury upon spotting the gathered humans. It opened its massive, blood-stained jaws, unleashing thousands of blue wind blades. Each blade, several meters long, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, raining down in a dense barrage like a torrential storm. In an instant, the area within hundreds of meters turned into a field of carnage. Humans, beasts, vehicles, everything was as fragile as paper before the wind blades. Mangled corpses littered the ground, staining it crimson, as the nauseating stench of blood filled the air. "Run!" Terrified screams echoed one after another. In this life-or-death moment, the large battle beasts demonstrated their advantage, swiftly carrying their masters out of danger. Zhou, ever alert, had already recalled the iron thread snake he had stationed at the ruins entrance when the chaos began. Now, he urgently called out to the Lion King beside him, "Lion King, take me with you." The 3-meter-long berserk lion, fully capable of bearing the weight of 2 people, responded without hesitation. "No problem." In the sky above, Su Chunjun, still pursuing the Moonlit Wolf King, witnessed the carnage and was incensed. The wolf's actions were a direct affront to him. Without delay, he and his mount, the dark gold saber-toothed tiger, executed a combined combat technique, Falling Star, as Su Chunjun raised his enormous, spear-like weapon. Nearly 3 meters long and as thick as an arm, the aura of man and beast merged into one. He thrust the weapon forward with immense force, and the heavens seemed to darken. A black beam of light shot straight toward the moonlit Wolf King. As a lord-level beast, while the moonlit Wolf King's defense wasn't on par with others of its rank, its speed was supersonic. It swiftly spread its wings and dodged, the beam narrowly missing it and striking a hill over a kilometer away. The entire hill collapsed instantly, but the awe-inspiring sight left no one with time to admire it. So this is the power of a transcendent master? Zhou Ming was awestruck, his desire for strength growing even stronger. Without looking back, the Lion King warned, "Viper, you'd better hope you never find yourself caught between a battle of legendary saints and beast kings. You won't even have a chance to run." Zhou Ming silently shook his head, knowing that without sufficient power, he wasn't even qualified to observe a fight at such a level. Meanwhile, a massive horde of beasts suddenly appeared on the wilderness ahead. Compared to the earth-shattering clash between Su Chunjun and the moonlit Wolf King behind them, the crowd didn't hesitate to charge toward the beast horde ahead. Breaking through this barrier was their only chance for survival. Hua Xie, go to, and Yin Shu instinctively moved closer to the Lion King. Their collaboration during the ruins exploration had evidently strengthened the trust among them. Boom! A swift wind wolf, as large as a calf, broke through the defensive line with astonishing speed and charged toward Lion King and the others. At this critical moment, Zhou Ming's Thunder Type II revolver unleashed a thunderous roar. The wind wolf was struck instantly, its massive body tracing an arc in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. "Impressive, Wan Shi," Hua Xie exclaimed, her ruggedly handsome face lighting up with admiration as her eyes gleamed at Zhou Ming. This muscular woman, built like a powerhouse, was clearly impressed by Zhou Ming's marksmanship. The other beast tamers present also turned their gazes to Zhou Ming in unison. Although they'd heard of the Thunder Type II revolver's power, witnessing it firsthand was a whole different experience. Whether it was low-tier beasts or expensive combat suits, they all seemed feeble before this gun. "You're too kind, everyone. Let's focus on dealing with the beast tide," Zhou Ming responded humbly. In such a chaotic situation, apart from Imo Dai, he could only rely on his firearm. However, due to the powerful recoil of the Thunder Type II revolver, he couldn't fully control it and had to use it as a last resort weapon. "Don't worry, Wan Shi. I'll ensure your safety," Hua Xie declared confidently. "Hua Xie, you're awfully attentive. Could it be that you've taken a liking to Wan Shi?" The lean and wiry mole teased suddenly. "Jealous much, you little chick?" Hua Xie retorted disdainfully, prompting knowing laughter from the group. Though they hadn't known each other for long, it was evident that Mole harbored some particular feelings for the toughest nails Hua Xie. "All right, another wave of beasts is attacking," Lion King reminded them just in time. Zhou Ming's earlier gunfire had temporarily intimidated the surrounding low-tier beasts, but under the relentless pressure of the beast tide, they quickly launched a new assault. The group immediately set aside their banter and took their positions. Lion King's Berserk Lion charged Heaton, Hua Xie's Jade Scorpion provided support from the sides, Doghead's Iron Fang Dog used its agility to assist, and Mole's Wind-Listening Mouse focused on sensing the surroundings. Zhou Ming's Imo Dai continued its role as an auxiliary. The 5 of them didn't remain idle either, raising their firearms to join the battle. While their shots might not always kill the beasts, they were enough to provide cover for their respective tamed creatures, occasionally even taking down some of the weaker beasts. After all, venturing into the wilderness, they were equipped with firearms and ammunition specifically designed to combat fierce beast-powered weapons that ordinary people couldn't handle. Only beast masters like them, strengthened by the beasts they tamed and honed through years of rigorous training, could wield such equipment with ease. Though the beast tide surged with terrifying momentum, its threat was significantly reduced once the Songyue Wolf King was held at bay by Su Chunjun. The elites from various northern factions had gathered here, along with the military's pre-established defensive lines near the dimensional rift. This allowed Zhou Ming and his group to gradually break through the chaos. An hour later, at the cost of nearly 1/3 of their forces, the survivors finally escaped the encirclement of the beast tide. Everyone bore injuries of varying severity, utterly exhausted, but no one dared to pause for rest. The leaders of the various factions grimly rallied their subordinates, swiftly retreating toward Alliance territory. In this life-or-death situation, survival depended solely on one's own abilities. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the dimensional rift. Another lord-level beast emerged, the violet gold berserk ape. Standing 8 meters tall, this colossal creature was covered in violet gold fur, its knotted muscles exuding an oppressive aura akin to a mountain. Its roar alone struck fear into the hearts of all within several miles. The military camp immediately fell into a state of alarm. "Quick! We must stop the violet gold berserk ape from aiding the Tsangyue Wolf King. General Su's safety is paramount. Orders were issued rapidly by officers at all levels. All airships were to take off and initiate firepower coverage. The Griffin Knights were deployed for urgent support, and the missile battalion was instructed to prepare the Skystrike 3 supersonic missiles for launch. As one of the fewer than 100 extraordinary masters remaining in the Blue Star Alliance, Su Chuanjuan's safety was of utmost importance. The entire camp would be sacrificed, if necessary, to ensure the survival of this military general. Zhou Ming and his companions had no time to catch their breath. They could only continue sprinting toward Alliance territory. In the face of a battle between an extraordinary master and a lord-level beast, they, as apprentice beastmasters, were no different from ordinary people. Artillery fire roared above the dimensional rift. Energy-shielded airships unleashed relentless barrages, and supersonic missiles streaked through the sky. Yet the violet gold berserk ape, known for its immense strength, displayed a bloodthirsty rage. With a furious roar, it swung its massive fist. The compressed air transformed into tangible projectiles, instantly detonating all the airships and missiles midair. Such was the overwhelming power of a lord-level beast. The airships, hailed as the pinnacle of the Alliance Academy of Sciences achievements, may only barely approach the speed of sound, but their ability to hover freely and their energy shield defenses are strong enough to withstand attacks from high-level beasts. However, in the face of the purple-gold violent ape, these stady off-tart airships were as fragile as paper toys. With a single punch, the purple-gold violent ape compressed the air into a devastating air cannon, instantly blasting the surrounding airships down like fallen leaves. Even the successive strikes of the Skystrike Type 3 supersonic missiles only caused the ape's body to emit a purple glow, with the resulting shockwaves merely pushing it back a dozen meters less effective than the armor-piercing rounds fired by the airships. After demolishing the troublesome airships, the purple-gold violent ape strode through the air, heading straight to assist the distant Moonhowl Wolf King. This was not an act of goodwill, but rather compliance with the orders of a legendary beast king that stood behind them. Even if it disliked the Moonhowl Wolf King, the purple-gold violent ape had no choice but to obey. At this moment, a Griffin Knight squad of 30 elite fighters had arrived at Su Chuanjuan's side. Seeing the purple-gold violent ape moving to support, Su Chuanjuan immediately grasped the truth behind the situation. Only a legendary beast king could command such intelligent, lord-level beasts. General Su, the situation is critical. Please retreat immediately. Retreat? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary, Su Chuanjuan replied, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Get behind me, all of you. Today, we'll show these beasts what it means to face true warriors. Without hesitation, the members of the Griffin Knight Corps, one of the 3 elite forces of the Alliance, followed his orders. They understood Su Chuanjuan's intentions, and the chance to fight alongside a general ignited their fighting spirit. Aura skill. Activate. A white halo immediately enveloped Su Chuanjuan and the entire squad, linking their energy as one. This skill, created through the War Knight's understanding of Beastmaster Aura fusion, allowed the power of attacks to be distributed among everyone while channeling the collective strength to Su Chuanjuan. Charge. Su Chuanjuan led the Griffin Knight squad in an assault against the 2 lord-level beasts. A fierce battle erupted in the skies over the northern wasteland, the terrifying energy tearing through the clouds. The previously ferocious beast horde quickly descended into chaos. Miles away, beastmasters and hunters fleeing for their lives paused, using high-powered binoculars to witness the astonishing scene from afar. Zhou Ming, observing through his own scope, was deeply shaken. The humans of Blue Star, through taming beasts and advancing step by step via rituals, had achieved such extraordinary power. This realization filled him with awe and reverence for the sages who had paved the way. Even in the most desperate days of the apocalypse, we never gave up. Instead, we carved out a new path for humanity on Blue Star, said Lion King passionately, gently stroking the massive, muscular berserk lion beside him. Impressive, right? I've witnessed the power of war knights with my own eyes. That's why I chose the berserk lion as my beast companion. My goal is to become a war knight. Keep dreaming, Mole said with a teasing smirk. If you ever become a war knight, I'll take my wind-hearing mouse and charge into the dimensional rift myself. Before he could finish, Scorpion Flower raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap, nearly knocking the chatterbox Mole off his feet. Such lack of ambition. Scorpion Flower huffed coldly. Rubbing his now burning cheek, Mole blurted out in an attempt to salvage his dignity, "Who says I lack ambition? Just watch how I win you over. Little chick you." Scorpion Flower was about to retort. "All right, everyone." Zhou Ming suddenly interrupted their bickering. "The beast tide is closing in on us." The aftershocks from the fierce battle between Su Chuanjuan and the 2 lower-tier beasts were driving the beast tide southward. Their ordeal was far from over. Scorpion Flower and Mole immediately fell silent and followed Zhou Ming as they continued their desperate escape. The outcome of the battle between the military and the beasts was no longer something small players like them could afford to worry about. Several days later, the outline of the Qinshan base finally appeared on the horizon. The towering city walls were bristling with heavy weaponry, machine guns, missiles, and more that exuded a chilling aura of lethality. These weapons, usually a source of fear, now brought an immense sense of relief to the fleeing group. The defensive firepower of a medium-sized base was enough to repel an invasion by lower-tier beasts. This was the result of the Alliance's progress. Not only had the beast-taming system seen remarkable advancements, but technological levels were also steadily recovering. Through archaeological excavations, humanity had regained access to ancient technological knowledge. Coupled with the Alliance's emphasis on technological development and the breakthroughs brought about by energy crystals, base defenses had become far stronger than before. Only small bases, tasked with monitoring, producing supplies, and collecting resources, still faced the risk of being overrun by beast tides. Everyone, now that we're back at Qinshan base, I must play the host and treat you all to a meal and some drinks, Zhoming said. Though he had obtained the materials for the Halford transformation, he wasn't in a hurry to dive into research. Their successful escape from the northern wasteland was thanks to Lion King and the others. After all, with just the legs of his iron thread snakes, outrunning four-legged beasts would have been impossible. Sounds great. I haven't had a drink in days, and my throat's itching for one. The usually quiet doghead immediately chimed in with excitement. Yeah, let's make 10,000 snakes pay for a feast, and it better include some fine booze. Lion King joined in with a laugh. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of good wine, Zhoming replied cheerfully. The group headed to the Tonghua Tavern, where they drank themselves into a stupor. As the host, Zhoming made sure his companions were taken care of before stumbling back home, reeking of alcohol. Once back at his place, he forced himself to stay awake just long enough to summon his iron thread snake swarm to ensure his safety. Only then did he collapse into bed. In the dark corners of the room, hundreds of iron thread snakes lay silently in wait. Any unwelcome intruder would undoubtedly meet a fate they would regret. The sun was already high in the sky when Zhoming slowly woke from his slumber. A pounding headache from last night's hangover furrowed his brows as he lay in bed, massaging his temples. Drinking with Lion King and the others had been intense. Those guys had an unbelievable tolerance for alcohol. Once the headache subsided slightly, Zhoming managed to sit up and head to the bathroom to freshen up. The warm water washed away the lingering scent of alcohol, and he gradually felt more awake. Wrapping himself in a bathrobe, he returned to his room and picked up his phone to check his messages. The screen displayed messages from Lion King and the others. They had hit it off during their drinking session and exchanged contact information. The messages were brief, informing Zhou Ming that they had already set off back to their respective bases, sparing him the trouble of seeing them off. Zhou Ming glanced at the messages but didn't reply. His phone only worked within the base, so once they left by airship, they wouldn't receive any response anyway. His attention soon shifted to the space ring in his hand. This adventure had finally yielded the item he was after, but whether it would help him complete his class change and advance to a professional level beastmaster remained uncertain. Given his unique situation, Zhou Ming wasn't sure if the class change method for half-beasts would suit him. Still, he now had a set of class change materials in hand, a rare opportunity for any ordinary beastmaster. Many would go to great lengths, even risking their lives, to secure such a chance, often relying on powerful organizations for support. Suppressing the urge to delve into the class change materials, Zhou Ming dressed and prepared to head to the Hunters Guild. Along the way, he stored the group of iron thread snakes in his beast space and slung on a plain backpack. Despite owning a rare piece of equipment like the space ring, he preferred to keep a low profile given his current status and strength. After all, a single piece of spatial equipment was worth billions of Alliance credits and wasn't something money alone could buy. His space ring, in particular, could only be traded for with source crystals. Source crystals, a byproduct of energy stones, were prized for their stable properties. Not only could they be used to feed beasts and enhance their strength, but beastmasters themselves could use them to boost their mental power. For professional-level beastmasters and above, source crystals were indispensable as currency for purchasing specialized equipment and secret techniques. This trip to the Hunters Guild was primarily to handle the spoils of battle loot from the fierce beasts he and Lion King's group had hunted on their return from the northern wastelands. After being heavily taxed by the major powers for their findings in the ruins, Zhou Ming needed to recoup some of the losses. Additionally, he wanted to gather information about the aftermath in the northern wastelands. The emergence of a large dimensional rift and two lord-level beasts posed a significant threat to the safety of the Qinshan base. While it was rare for medium-sized bases to be destroyed by beast tides, it was always wise to prepare for the worst. Each discovery of an energy crystal mine inevitably triggers fierce and bloody conflicts. Any major faction unable to secure control over an energy crystal mine will eventually vanish in the brutal competition, like a fleeting bloom. Half an hour later, Zhou Ming's tram slowly pulled into the Hunters Guild. Even before stepping off, the lively clamor of voices could already be heard through the windows. He headed straight to the mission hall, ready to process his latest haul. The guild hall was bustling with activity. The walls were covered with acquisition task notices posted by various factions and companies. Although the offered prices were generally low, these tasks awarded additional hunter points, which was Zhou Ming's primary goal for this trip. After all, even the most basic knowledge about beast taming required points to redeem. After tallying up all the beast materials, Zhou Ming earned 1.53 million union credits and a corresponding number of points. Compared to his previous rewards when leaving the Qinshan base, this income was disappointingly small. However, considering the team's concerns about potential dangers in the northern wasteland and their reluctance to linger outdoors, the results were reasonable. Furthermore, the substantial rewards from last time were largely due to an unexpected windfall from other hunters. Once he had finished handling his spoils, Zhou Ming turned and headed to the hunter's bar. He took a seat at the counter and slid 1,000 union credits toward the neatly dressed bartender. A glass of ice and fire, and some information about the northern wasteland, he said. 500 credits were for the drink, while the rest were for intel. The bartender gave Zhou Ming a sharp once-over. Despite his casual attire, there was no mistaking the young man's rugged demeanor and the faint scent of blood that clung to him, clear markers of a seasoned hunter. Accepting the money, the bartender began mixing the drink while casually sharing what he knew. He mentioned a conflict that had erupted 5 days ago at the northern wasteland ruins, where various factions fought over beast tamer transition materials. Ultimately, the valuable materials were smuggled away by a mysterious group through an underground river. Zhou Ming listened quietly, feigning indifference to the story. More crucial, however, was the news about disturbances near the dimensional rift by the ruins. A Lord-level Violet Gold Berserk ape had appeared, prompting Major General Su Chunjun to lead a 30-member Griffin Knight squad into battle. Although they suffered heavy injuries and lost half their team, they succeeded in killing the ape and forcing the severely wounded Azure Moon Wolf King back into the rift. All signs pointed to the strong likelihood of a legendary Beast King lurking beyond the rift. The mention of a legendary Beast King made even Zhou Ming tense up. However, recalling the size of the northern wasteland's dimensional rift, he relaxed slightly. Only a massive rift could support the descent of a legendary Beast King, not the current large-scale rift. The bartender concluded by noting that, due to Su Chunjuan's exceptional contributions, the Union was considering promoting him to the rank of general. Zhou Ming accepted the glass of ice and fire handed to him, silently reflecting that while the information he bought for 500 Union credits wasn't top secret, it was still worth the price. After obtaining the information he was seeking, Zhou Ming downed the love of ice and fire cocktail in one gulp and left the hunter's bar. As he departed, his mind lingered on the shocking news he had just learned. General Su Chunjun of the military had not only successfully slain the invading purple-gold violent ape, but had also severely injured the powerful Tsangyue Wolf King, forcing it to retreat back into the dimensional rift. This achievement proved that Su Chunjuan's strength had reached at least the mid-level transcendent realm. Coupled with his outstanding performance in the northern wastelands, his promotion to the rank of general seemed inevitable. Back home, Zhou Ming eagerly opened the suitcase he had acquired from the ruins and took out a thick stack of documents on the orc transformation system. These documents contained the complete research findings of the scientific team within the ruins, covering everything from the most basic theoretical principles to detailed operational procedures without missing a single detail. Compared to the simple job transfer rituals commonly found on the market, this set of materials resembled a comprehensive instruction manual for building a machine, detailing every aspect from design concepts to individual components. Seated at his desk, Zhou Ming focused intently on studying each page of the documents. The soft rustle of turning pages echoed in the room as his eyes followed every word, ensuring he missed no critical information. It wasn't until the sky darkened that he snapped out of his trance and got up to turn on the room's lights. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Zhou Ming began mentally organizing the insights he had gained from hours of reading. The core of the orc transformation system lay in a transcendent-level bloodline fusion technique. This process leveraged the spiritual bond between beast tamers and their beasts, allowing the two to temporarily merge into one. This fusion enabled beast tamers to surpass their mental power limits by borrowing the strength of their beasts, while also accelerating the growth of the beasts themselves. Once a beast tamer advanced to the professional level, this fusion ability became readily available, granting them an orc-like form. In this state, beast tamers not only possessed a physique robust enough to withstand modern weaponry, but could also seamlessly wield their beasts' innate abilities. On the surface, this seemed similar to the beast rider system, but in essence, it was fundamentally different. The true purpose of the orc transformation system was to steal the beast's bloodline traits through fusion, ultimately transforming the very nature of the beast tamer. The next stage, the sealer, went even further by completely sealing the beast within the tamer's body. Through a gradual assimilation process, this would achieve a full bloodline integration, ultimately turning the beast tamer into a true transcendent being. The information recorded in the documents largely matched the intelligence Zhou Ming had acquired from the black market, though the content was far more detailed. In particular, it provided a clear explanation of the fatal flaw in the job transition system. Beast tamers, when merging with their beasts or stealing their bloodlines, would be subjected to the erosion of the bloodline's will. Zhou Ming frowned as he carefully studied this passage. Bloodlines were not merely a genetic inheritance, but contained the primal will of the ferocious beasts. Even with the protection of mental seeds, it was impossible to fully block the influence stemming from the depths of the bloodline. These bloodline wills were like primitive codes etched into the genetic makeup of the beasts, beyond the control of the beast's own consciousness. Recalling those grotesque, mummified monsters in the ruins, Zhou Ming finally understood their origins. They were beast tamers who had been consumed by the bloodline's will, ultimately losing their sanity. This realization made him scratch his head in frustration. To complete the orc job transition, he would first have to resolve the thorny issue of the bloodline's will. You've got to be kidding me. Zhou Ming couldn't help but curse inwardly. Even the most advanced research teams on Blue Star hadn't been able to crack this problem, and now he was expected to solve it on his own. It was like asking a toothless grandmother to chew on peas. Let alone the profound and unfathomable concept of bloodline will. Even if someone handed him a calculus exam right now, his only thought would be whether there were multiple choice or true or false questions he could guess on. Despite his inner turmoil, Zhou Ming decided to thoroughly study the job transition materials. Even if he couldn't immediately overcome the challenge of the bloodline's will, the knowledge contained within was an invaluable resource that might prove useful in the future. For now, however, he needed to fill his stomach. After all, it's hard to come up with good ideas on an empty stomach. The next morning, after tending to the iron thread snakes, Zhou Ming dove wholeheartedly into his research. Like a high school senior preparing for college entrance exams, he devoted all his time to studying the materials, aside from basic necessities like eating and sleeping. Fortunately, his predecessor's memories provided a foundation, and combined with the knowledge he'd accumulated in the library, he was barely able to comprehend the dense and obscure content. And so, a month passed quietly. During this time, aside from receiving 2 phone calls from Xiao Yun, Zhou Ming was almost entirely cut off from the outside world. To avoid hindering his progress in improving his abilities, he even replaced normal sleep with meditation. Though the process was grueling, the results were rewarding, as many of his long-standing questions were finally answered. Now, apart from the section on seal masters, which remained perplexing, he had mastered about 70 to 80% of the material. The greatest challenge still lay in figuring out how to overcome the influence of the bloodline's will. Realizing that isolating himself wasn't a sustainable solution, Zhou Ming decided to head to the Hunters Guild. For one thing, he still had over 1,000 contribution points he could use, and for another, both his and the Iron Thread Snake's training resources had been completely depleted over the past month and needed replenishing. Whether it was to seek clues about the bloodline's will or to restock resources, he needed to make the trip in person. Carefully storing the orc job transition materials in his space ring, Zhou Ming left his residence, taking Mo and the others with him. There are 1,303 contribution points here. I need to exchange all of them for knowledge related to promotion and career advancement, bloodline genetics, and anything that affects spiritual power, Zhou Ming said straightforwardly at the service desk next to the Hunter Guild's mission hall. The staff member behind the desk glanced up to assess this young hunter, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes. Such a large amount of points was uncommon among younger hunters, and even rarer was the decision to spend it all at once. However, as a seasoned professional, the staff quickly resumed their composed demeanor. After all, every hunter has their own secrets, and the pursuit of becoming a professional beast tamer was all too common. Would you like a private room? The staff member suggested appropriately. Your request is quite broad, so we'll need to provide you with an introductory catalog of relevant knowledge first. Hearing this, Zhou Ming glanced around the noisy mission hall and immediately nodded in agreement. Following the staff member's guidance, Zhou Ming was led to a quiet room on the second floor. Before long, the staff returned with several detailed introductory manuals, each clearly outlining the specific point requirements for various types of knowledge. An hour later, Zhou Ming closed the last manual and called for the staff member. He'll take these 6 books. The connection between bloodlines and genetics, the impact of bloodlines on spiritual power, how to choose a career advancement path, genetic mutation studies, fundamentals of extraordinary rituals, and spiritual power and self-awareness. Due to his hunter rank, Zhou Ming could only select these foundational knowledge books. However, he understood that delving into more advanced topics would likely be beyond his current comprehension. These 6 books will cost 983 contribution points in total. Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the exchange, the staff member said after carefully verifying the details. Confirmed, Zhou Ming replied succinctly. Once the transaction was completed, the staff neatly arranged the 6 books of varying sizes in front of Zhou Ming and solemnly reminded him, according to guild regulations, the knowledge contained in these books is strictly prohibited from being sold or shared. Violators will face a bounty issued by the Hunter Guild. I understand, Zhou Ming replied with a serious nod, acknowledging the strict rule. The answer to whether anyone would dare to violate this prohibition is obvious. Historically, there have indeed been attempts, but their outcomes were invariably tragic, ending in death. The Hunters Guild has always maintained a strict stance on this matter, tolerating no actions that compromise its interests. Carefully placing the newly purchased books into his backpack, Zhou Ming quickly left the Hunters Guild and headed straight towards the nearby marketplace. A month of intensive training had drained all his resources, and he needed to replenish them urgently. His two mutated snakes, Imodai and Juyu, were unlike ordinary iron thread snakes that could survive in sewers by feeding on the blood and flesh of bristle rats. Having undergone 2 mutations and enhancements with the snake saliva fruit, they had gained significant abilities. However, further enhancement of their strength required substantial resources. Imodai excelled with its lethal, venomous fangs and potent poison, while Juyu stood out with its remarkable speed and resilient tailbone. Yet, as beasts that evolved from mutated animals, their bloodline potential ultimately fell short compared to naturally born ferocious beasts. Pushing open the door to a shop specializing in resources for beast tamers, Zhou Ming had barely stepped inside when a saleswoman in a fitted skirt hurried over, eager to claim this potential high-spending customer before her colleagues could. "Sir, what resources do you need to purchase?" she asked with a professional yet enthusiastic demeanor. Zhou Ming responded directly with his list: 5 vials of spirit nourishment potion, 10 bottles of spirit growth pills, and 10 vials of nutritional fluid. He had decided to forego purchasing the increasingly ineffective frost rain and azure potions, choosing instead to focus his limited funds on the spirit growth pills and nutritional fluid. The pills would boost the strength of Imodai and Juyu, while the nutritional fluid was essential for his training in the Beast King physique and martial arts. This list was worth tens of thousands, enough to earn the saleswoman a hefty commission. Overjoyed, she promptly prepared the requested items. After collecting the resources, Zhou Ming returned immediately to his residence. Time was of the essence he needed to prepare for the class advancement ceremony to officially become a professional beast tamer, push his mental strength to the human limit, and ensure his beasts reached the peak of the lower tier. On top of that, he still had 6 books in his backpack that he needed to thoroughly digest in a short period. Once Imodai and Juyu were settled, Zhou Ming threw himself into intense study. It was only then that he truly understood why advancing to a professional beast tamer was so challenging. Beyond the pivotal class advancement ceremony, it required mastering an extensive amount of specialized knowledge. As for the golden snake-like pupils that appeared during his training in the Beast King physique, he remained uncertain whether they posed any hidden dangers. For now, they only seemed to bring benefits, so he decided to continue the training. Additionally, mastering the Thunderstrike triple revolver demanded extraordinary physical strength and stamina. If he couldn't advance to a professional beast tamer in the short term, he would have to rely on his gunslinger skills to secure more resources. In the year 675 of the Alliance calendar, Zhou Ming had been on Blue Star for 4 years, and it had been exactly a year since his last expedition to the Northern Wastelands. Over the past year, he had devoted nearly all his energy to acquiring knowledge. Apart from meeting basic physiological needs, he confined himself to his new residence in the inner city near the Hunter Guild, immersing himself in intense study. If not for the physical resilience brought about by his martial arts training and the feedback from his beast-taming practices, such an intense regimen would have long overwhelmed him. His new home was a 2-bedroom apartment, one of which he had converted into a laboratory. After a year of rigorous research, while he had not yet reached the level of a top-tier scientific scholar, he was now fully capable of serving as an assistant. At that moment, Zhou Ming was in his lab, meticulously extracting snake blood from Imodai and transferring it into a pre-prepared test tube. With practiced precision, he mixed reagents and then injected the crimson liquid into his own veins. As the concocted snake blood coursed through his body, a surge of wild, uncontrollable emotions began to well up within him. But before he could suppress this turmoil with his mental strength, a sudden icy sensation erupted from his eyes, rushing straight to his mind. Over the past year, his eyes had fully mutated into dark golden vertical pupils, exuding a cold and sinister allure, indistinguishable from the eyes of a real serpent. This transformation was not only a result of the feedback from the iron thread snake, but also the product of his focused practice using its blood to cultivate the Beast King physique. These dark golden serpent eyes not only exerted a mental deterrent effect on snake-type ferocious beasts, but were also effective against other creatures. Moreover, they mitigated the side effects of cultivating the Beast King physique. This allowed Zhou Ming to train without hesitation, and his physical capabilities had now reached a level comparable to that of a mutated beast. Zhou Ming's physique was lean yet powerful, his muscles not overly bulky but tightly interwoven like countless steel wires, containing astonishing explosive strength and power. Combined with his mastery of the fierce Python martial arts, his control over his body and strength had reached an exceptional level. If he could acquire a Thunderstorm Model 3 revolver and custom-made bullets, even professional-level beast tamers would tread cautiously around him. Unfortunately, the Qinshan base did not have stores selling such weapons, and even if they did, Zhou Ming currently lacked the means to purchase them. His expedition to the northern wastelands had earned him nearly 1.6 million alliance credits, and with his previous savings, his total funds had approached 2 million. However, over the past year, this sum had been almost entirely depleted. Despite having pushed his mental strength to its limit, leaving no immediate need for further resources in that area, Zhou Ming found himself facing a series of significant challenges. Nurturing Dai and Juyu, practicing martial arts, finding a new place to rent, upgrading his laboratory, and adding more experimental equipment, all of which required substantial funds. Especially when it came to studying bloodline genetics, it was essential to conduct continuous experiments and gain first-hand experience, with the consumption of various reagents being a considerable expense. Zhou Ming was fully aware that his finances were running low. Although beast tamers could earn money quickly, progressing further in their field demanded an astonishing rate of expenditure. Beast taming required resources, enhancing a beast tamer's mental strength required resources, exploring the wilderness required equipment, and any injuries to the beast or beast tamer, even the death of a beast, demanded significant financial support. If luck was not on one side, they might even lose their life in the wilderness. As a result, some beast tamers, like the owner of the doghouse, had no intention of advancing further. However, for Zhou Ming, giving up the path of a beast tamer was simply not an option. Especially after witnessing the terrifying power of an extraordinary beast tamer in the northern wastelands, his desire for transcendent strength only grew stronger. Zhou Ming had also made some progress in his research on the orc transformation. In the book The Connection Between Bloodlines and Genes, he found a brief mention of bloodline will, which was described as an extension of a ferocious beast's soul. This theory proved particularly crucial when beast tamers who had transitioned into war knights performed their combined techniques, requiring a resonance between the beast tamer and their beast. This resonance formed a unique field of energy derived from their souls, lives, and auras. Zhou Ming realized that bloodline will was essentially the extension of a beast's soul. He speculated that the spiritual effects of the new martial arts were due to the fact that genes were a part of the bloodline, carrying remnants of a beast's soul, essentially residual thoughts or intentions. Since these were not complete bloodline wills, they could theoretically be suppressed by sheer iron willpower or the mental strength of a beast tamer. To utilize the orc transformation, Zhou Ming not only needed to refine the transformation ritual, but also had to address the influence of bloodline will on his own consciousness. Based on his understanding of the new martial arts, unless he found a stronger force to suppress or replace the bloodline will, there seemed to be no solution involving a single beast. However, a group of beasts might provide an answer. Collective consciousness supersedes individual consciousness, and group will surpasses personal will. If Zhou Ming could position himself as the core of a massive network of iron thread snakes, consciousness becoming the supreme will of the entire group, then the bloodline will of the iron thread snakes would have no choice but to yield to the supreme will. To put it metaphorically, while each iron thread snake had its own consciousness, when hundreds of them merged into one collective entity, only a single will would dominate. This would allow him to control a body composed of hundreds of snakes. These insights represented Zhou Ming's achievements over the past year. However, turning these theories into reality would require extensive experimentation and preparation. Developing the abilities of his dark gold snake eyes, practicing the new martial arts and the Beast King's physique, and conducting research on mental strength and consciousness, all of these endeavors demanded funding. Without money, his plans would come to a standstill. Facing this predicament, Zhou Ming injected himself with a dose of modulated snake blood and began tidying up the clutter in his laboratory. He then took Dai and Juyu with him and headed to the Hunters Guild to look for lucrative tasks that were within his capabilities. After changing into appropriate attire and putting on colored contact lenses to conceal his unique eyes, Zhou Ming left his residence. Before departing, he placed a seemingly inconspicuous gadget at the entrance of his laboratory, a biochemical weapon crafted using refined iron thread snake venom. It was a testament to Zhou Ming's efforts in building his laboratory while also honing his practical skills. As Zhou Ming stepped out of his residential complex, a deep rumbling echoed across the sky. Looking up, he saw several Alliance fighter jets streaking across the air above the Qinshan base, their metallic surfaces gleaming in the sunlight. With his extensive military knowledge, he instantly identified them as Falcon 3 supersonic fighter jets. These cutting-edge aircraft, powered by energy crystals, represented the pinnacle of the Academy of Sciences' achievements. Not only could they fly at supersonic speeds and operate over vast distances, but they were also equipped with the Alliance's most advanced fire control systems, flight technology, and sensory detection devices. To combat ferocious beasts, the jets were specially enhanced for instant acceleration and agile maneuvering, making them exceptionally demanding to pilot. Even with the Alliance's dedicated training programs, fewer than 1,000 pilots were capable of flying these jets. These elite individuals formed the Falcon Air Squadron, one of the 3 most formidable corps under the Alliance's central command. Noticing that both the Griffin Cavalry and the Falcon Air Squadron were being deployed to the northern wastelands, Zhou Ming immediately realized the situation near the dimensional rift must have taken a dire turn, especially with a legendary Beast King lurking in the shadows. However, such weighty matters were for the higher-ups to handle. Zhou Ming's focus remained on something more personal, making money. Fortunately, his new rented apartment was only a short walk from the Hunters Guild. In just a few minutes, he arrived at his destination. Before stepping into the mission hall, he witnessed a scene he had seen many times before: a welcome ceremony. A young man with a fresh, inexperienced face was about to enter the hall, but the surrounding hunters greeted him with mocking whistles and menacing glares. Overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, the young man quickly retreated in panic, prompting a wave of jeers. Even the hunters who had initially shown no interest joined in the ridicule. Zhou Ming was unfazed, merely shaking his head. Lack of strength could be addressed through training, whether in martial arts or marksmanship, to survive in the wilderness. But without even a shred of courage, one had no hope of making it in this line of work. While this seemingly cruel ritual may have driven away reckless novices, it ultimately saved many lives and subtly reduced the mortality rate among hunters. As Zhou Ming strode into the mission hall, the hunters paid him no attention. This stark contrast did not escape the young man who had fled earlier. From a distance, he muttered in frustration, "Why doesn't he get the same treatment as me?" "Because you're weak," a passing hunter replied bluntly. "You?" The young man's face flushed with anger. "What? Want to fight? You can't even accept failure and yet try to come up with excuses," the hunter sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. He could clearly sense the aura of hardened experience emanating from Zhou Ming's presence that could only be forged in the brutal wilderness. Whether someone is a rookie or not, seasoned hunters can tell at a glance. Zhou Ming pushed open the doors to the mission hall and glanced around. The hall was brightly lit, with various mission notices neatly arranged on the walls. He strode over to the bulletin board and began scanning the postings carefully. One particular notice for an iron-level mission immediately caught his attention: a search and rescue mission with a reward of 10 million. The location? Ghost Cave Ridge. The staggering bounty made his heart skip a beat, and he quickly approached the service desk. "I need the detailed information for Mission 47. The staff member, seeing his hunter badge, efficiently retrieved a well-prepared dossier from the cabinet and handed it to him. After thanking them, Zhou Ming found a seat and began studying the details intently. It turned out that the son of the CEO of Young Paper Group had caused trouble. This reckless young heir, oblivious to danger, had led a group of classmates to sneak out of the base and venture into Ghost Cave Ridge for an adventure. Although they carried emergency signal devices, they completely lost contact after sending out a distress signal. Ghost Cave Ridge was located over 100 kilometers south of the Qinshan base. The most troublesome aspect of the area was its intricate underground cave system. These caves stretched for over 10 kilometers and reached depths of up to 100 meters, resembling an endless underground labyrinth. The interior was not only pitch dark, but also teeming with various mutated poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. The narrow spaces limited the effectiveness of beast taming, and the constant risks of collapses and flooding posed deadly threats. Zhou Ming browsed through the other missions, but ultimately decided to take this one. His iron thread snake swarm and dark gold serpent eyes were particularly suited for cave environments, and he desperately needed the reward money. After accepting the mission, he immediately began meticulous preparations. He needed to thoroughly understand the topography of Ghost Cave Ridge, gather maps of the cave system, and research all potential dangers. At the same time, he made sure to investigate the distribution of rare medicinal herbs within the caves. Since he was taking the risk, he might as well maximize his gains. After all, given his circumstances, he couldn't frequently venture into the wilderness to hunt for resources. The morning mist lingered as the sky gradually brightened. Zhou Ming, carrying a backpack and clad in protective gear, strode briskly towards the southern gate of the city. The southern gate was the earliest to open among the 3 gates of the Qinshan base. This was because several small bases, serving the Qinshan base, were located within a few dozen kilometers to the south and west. These smaller bases were responsible for resource collection and the production of essential goods, with vehicles shuttling back and forth every morning. One of these, the Huangyan base, housed the Yang paper mill factory. It was under the pretense of visiting this factory that the son of the Yang family CEO had slipped away to the Ghost Cavern Ridge. At the gate's entrance, a crowd had already gathered. Several modified heavy-duty buses were lined up, their bodies equipped with alloy shields, reinforced glass, and metal grills. A few burly middle-aged men stood beside the buses, shouting, "Heading to Huangyan base. Departure soon. 1,000 per person. Red Sand base bus leaving shortly. 700 a seat." As Zhou Ming stepped into the gate area, someone approached him and whispered, "Hey brother, leaving the base? Need a gun?"
No.
Zhou Ming refused coldly and without hesitation. He was well aware of how persistent these salesmen could be. The slightest hint of indecision would invite endless pestering. Besides, his spatial ring was already stocked with ample firearms and ammunition, which he had previously procured from the black market. Not to mention, he had also prepared food, purified water, antidotes, and emergency syringes for wilderness survival, nearly depleting all his savings. But to him, these preparations were essential after all. If he didn't make it back alive, money would be meaningless. The backpack he carried was merely a decoy, meant to avoid suspicion. Sensing Zhou Ming's intimidating demeanor, the salesman quickly backed off and turned his attention elsewhere. Zhou Ming made his way to the Huangyan base bus, where the driver immediately approached him. Heading to Huangyan base, young man? The driver eyed Zhou Ming's leopard eye protective suit and his sharp, capable aura, clearly recognizing him as a hunter. When does it leave? Zhou Ming asked. Within half an hour at most. Any later, and we won't make it back before nightfall, the driver replied honestly. One ticket, Zhou Ming said, handing over 1,000 alliance credits. Hunters like him, along with factory managers making routine trips, were the primary clientele for these routes. Ordinary workers rarely traveled more than 2 or 3 times a year, and even then, their expenses were covered by their companies. Ticket in hand, Zhou Ming boarded the bus. In contrast to its rugged and intimidating exterior, the interior was decently arranged, with a rather standard and orderly setup. Zhou Ming casually scanned the bus interior and noticed that only half the seats were occupied, with around 30 or 40 passengers on board. He quickly calculated. With a ticket price of 1,000 per person, this trip was clearly running at a loss. Just factoring in fuel costs, vehicle wear and tear, and safety measures, the owner would need at least 100,000 in daily revenue to break even. The answer soon became apparent, though the pile of packages stacked in the corner of the bus indicated that the owner relied primarily on transporting documents and production supplies for various companies to small outposts to balance the books. After confirming there were no passengers requiring special attention, Zhou Ming chose an empty seat in the third row. 20 minutes later, the heavy, armored bus, resembling a metallic beast, roared as it departed from the Qinshan base. Outside the window, the scenery transitioned from neatly arranged farmlands to dense, wild vegetation. A concealed dirt road snaked its way through the trees, stretching into the distance. Compared to the northern and eastern routes out of the base, this southwesterly path was much safer. This was already within the Alliance's territory, where high-risk beasts were swiftly eliminated. Besides, the heavy machine gun mounted on the roof was more than sufficient to fend off attacks from lower-tier beasts. Of course, if they were unlucky enough to encounter a high-tier beast, it would simply come down to bad luck. After enduring a bumpy ride for 4 or 5 hours and covering 40 to 50 kilometers, the armored vehicle finally arrived at Huangyan base around noon. Such a pace would have been laughable in Zhou Ming's previous life, but on this beast-infested planet called Blue Star, it was entirely normal. Huangyan base made an immediate impression. Within an area spanning several square kilometers, industrial facilities stood in rows, while a network of pipes and water towers created a unique steel jungle. A river meandered along the edge of the base. This industrial park-like area was Zhou Ming's destination for this trip. After disembarking, Zhou Ming followed the contact information he had and navigated the maze-like factory complex until he found Young Paper Industries. Once the gatekeeper verified his identity, he was quickly brought to meet the factory's manager, a slightly overweight middle-aged man with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. The exhausted expression on his face clearly revealed the immense pressure caused by Yang Zhong's son's unauthorized departure. Manager Wang, I'm a hunter from the Hunters Guild, Zhou Ming said, presenting his hunter badge and getting straight to the point. Do you have any clues about Yang Yi's whereabouts? Did he exhibit any unusual behavior before? Young man, several groups of hunters have already asked me about this. If I knew anything, I would have told Mr. Yang by now, Manager Wang replied sincerely. Did he say anything unusual? For example, did he mention wanting to go somewhere? Zhou Ming pressed further. Manager, the secretary beside him suddenly interjected. Young Master Yang did mention something about a bet before. He said if he won. Anything else? Manager Wang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly followed up. That's it. He just mentioned it casually, and I didn't pay much attention at the time, the secretary replied, shaking his head. Hearing this, Manager Wang's anger flared up instantly but was quickly suppressed. As someone who had climbed the ranks from the bottom, he understood all too well. Losing his temper with subordinates would only make it harder to extract any useful information from them in the future. At the entrance of the Yang paper mill, Zhou Ming paused and looked back. Inside the vast factory complex, tens of thousands of workers moved like diligent ants, meticulously following strict production processes to manufacture various paper products. The entire factory resembled a massive ant colony, with the workers laboring tirelessly their whole lives for the Yang family, the queen ant of this operation. Reflecting on his previous circumstances, Zhou Ming thought that if it hadn't been for his solid foundation in beast-taming knowledge, which secured him a position at the kennel house, he might have ended up like these workers, spending an ordinary life in a small factory at one of the minor bases. However, he didn't dwell on this thought for long. After all, in the harsh environment of Blue Planet, ordinary people had limited choices. What concerned him more at the moment was the issue mentioned by Manager Wang's secretary, who had young Yi, the son of the Yang family's head, made a bet with. What were the stakes? Or could this be a deliberate setup targeting the Yang family, exploiting the impulsive nature of youth to lure Yang Yi into a trap? As Zhou Ming analyzed the current situation of the Yang family at Qingshan Base, his thoughts grew deeper. Despite amassing considerable wealth as the leader in the paper industry, the Yang family lacked deep-rooted resources, had few family members, and most critically, had yet to produce a professional-level beast tamer. This wasn't uncommon in Qingshan Base. There were fewer than 100 professional beast tamers in the entire base. Half worked for the City Defense Forces, the Security Bureau, or the base government, while most of the rest were affiliated with prominent families, with only a handful serving in hunting groups. Interestingly, the Yang family had previously nurtured two promising individuals who showed great potential to advance to professional-level beast tamers, yet both met with misfortune in the wilderness. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up cold. It be that Yang Yi's extraordinary talent in beast taming had drawn the attention of certain forces unwilling to see the Yang family grow stronger. If this speculation were correct, the tasks the Yang family posted through the Hunters Guild might just be a diversion. Their people might already be en route to Ghost Ridge. Earning the $10 million reward was proving to be more challenging than expected. Zhou Ming found himself at a crossroads. Should he involve himself in this undercurrent of schemes? He was currently penniless, and earning $1 million in a short period wasn't an easy feat. The last time he left the base and earned a fortune, luck had played a significant role. With his current capabilities, accumulating such wealth would undoubtedly demand a significant investment of time and effort. Though dangerous, Zhou Ming weighed his options and ultimately decided to head to Ghost Ridge. Even if he ended up abandoning the mission, he couldn't afford a wasted trip. After all, he had nothing to his name now. Zhou Ming had already gathered intelligence on Ghost Cave Ridge. Not only did it host a variety of precious resources, but it was also just over 20 kilometers from the Huangyan base. Instead of returning to Qingshan to search elsewhere, he decided to take his chances here. Even if he couldn't make 10 million, he needed to at least cover his expenses. Without delay, Zhou Ming set off for Huangyan base. After half a day of trekking, he finally arrived at Ghost Cave Ridge as night fell. The rugged and complex terrain of the hilly area made the journey particularly grueling. What made it even more frustrating was that Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, who were supposed to serve as his mounts, were now sprawled on his back, forcing him to carry them instead. Fortunately, his Beast King physique granted him strength comparable to that of mutant beasts. Otherwise, he would likely still be struggling halfway there. The wilderness at night was far noisier than during the day, with the roars of beasts echoing through the darkness. Zhou Ming cautiously activated his radar sensing field and soon detected a 1-meter-long mutant rabbit in a nearby cave. Moments later, the crackling sound of dripping grease filled the air as the aroma of roasted meat spread through the low-ceilinged cave. To avoid trouble, he concealed the cave entrance with branches and sprayed deodorizing agents. He stationed the iron thread snake swarm around the cave for defense, allowing him to enjoy his meal in peace. The spices he had stored in his spatial equipment came in handy. Just a sprinkle of cumin, and the rich fragrance filled the air. It was a vast improvement over gnawing on military rations. Before eating, he fed Mo Dai and Zhu Yu each a spirit nourishment pill. Over the past year, he had invested most of his savings into these two generals. The results were remarkable. They had grown from their original 1-meter length to 1.5 meters, reaching the advanced stage of low-tier ferocious beasts, though they still had some way to go before reaching their peak. As for the ordinary mutant iron thread snakes, they had been cultivated to about 0.5 meter in length, but were primarily used for constructing his radar sensing field. After finishing his meal, Zhou Ming began using his mental energy to help Mo Dai and Zhu Yu absorb the medicinal effects of the spirit nourishment pills. However, a sudden gunshot shattered his focus. This was quickly followed by a barrage of gunfire and the roars of ferocious beasts. He swiftly extinguished the campfire and drew his trusted Bloodhunter Type 1 pistol and Thunderbolt Type 2 revolver. Without delay, he left the cave, which could easily become a death trap. Using the cover of darkness, he spotted a fierce battle taking place several hundred meters away. Since he had kept the snake swarm within a 100-meter range to avoid creating blind spots in his radar field, he hadn't detected this conflict earlier. Given the situation, Zhou Ming made the wise decision to retreat. His priority now was steady development. Recklessly diving into danger would only increase the risks unnecessarily. The sharp cracks of gunfire erupted intermittently in the night, plunging the already blood-soaked evening into further chaos. Zhou Ming, upon detecting the commotion, wasted no time and opted to retreat immediately. He had no interest in playing a part in the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind scenario. Though he possessed a radar-like sensory field created by his iron thread snakes, it didn't mean he could roam the wilderness with impunity. Caution was especially crucial when dealing with humans, as their counter-surveillance and detection methods were far more sophisticated than those of fierce beasts. A professional hunter squad would typically include a sniper, equipped with high-end night vision devices worth hundreds of thousands, capable of pinpoint accuracy in the dark. Zhou Ming understood all too well that, even with his current physique, he wouldn't survive a single shot from a heavy sniper rifle. He swiftly commanded the iron thread snakes to spread out, expanding his sensory field to a radius of 500 meters. This maintained the precision of his detection while maximizing the range of his reconnaissance. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in the distance, and a blinding flash of fire shot skyward, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Zhou Ming felt a chill run down his spine as he quickly analyzed the potential source of the weapon. A rocket launcher? Or perhaps a shoulder-fired missile? Conventional artillery seemed unlikely due to its lack of precision and portability. In such a wilderness, only portable heavy weaponry like rocket launchers or shoulder-fired missiles made sense. The only risk was the possibility of attracting packs of fierce beasts. However, the beasts within the Alliance's territory were far fewer in number and weaker compared to those in the untamed wilderness outside, which likely emboldened the attackers to act so recklessly. The ongoing gunfire behind him urged Zhou Ming to quicken his pace, but his radar-like perception soon detected a fierce beast approaching at a speed far exceeding his own. Although it was only a low-tier beast, and he was fully capable of dealing with it, the gunfire in the background made him decide to climb the nearest tree to conceal himself. Using his snake-like night vision, Zhou Ming quickly identified the approaching Creaturia two-headed gale wolf. The sight immediately put him on alert. Gale wolves were an evolved form of wind wolves native to the northern plains and shouldn't have appeared in the wilderness within the Alliance's territory. What's more, he noticed a small, slender figure clinging to the back of the cow-sized two-headed gale wolf. Hiding in the tree, Zhou Ming employed the breathing techniques of the serpent martial arts to suppress his presence while gripping his Thunderbolt Type II revolver tightly, ready for any unexpected developments. However, as the two-headed gale wolf closed the distance to just over 20 meters, its four glowing, ferocious green eyes locked onto him. The wolf bared its sharp fangs, emitting a low growl of warning. "Who's there? Come out, or I'll shoot," a voice called out from the wolf's back. The figure on the back of the two-headed gale wolf finally reacted, quickly leaping off the beast and hiding behind it, warily preparing for any potential gunfire. Perhaps out of fear of exposing his location, he didn't fire immediately but instead pulled the bolt of his gun, attempting to use it as a threat. Even at a distance of 20 meters, the snake-like pupils allowed for clear vision of the other's face, even in the darkness of night. However, this clarity only made Zhou Ming feel a headache creeping in. Standing before him was Yang Yi, the son of the CEO of Yang Paper Industries. The youthful face, now filled with panic and fear, was visibly trembling. "Damn it, I already gave up on the mission, and now he's delivering himself to me." Zhou Ming cursed silently but dared not remain quiet any longer. Given Yang Yi's current state of agitation, he could pull the trigger at any moment. Zhou Ming wasn't afraid of the threat itself but feared the gunshot might attract hunters who were tracking Yang Yi, as Zhou Ming's legs were no match for the four-legged feral beasts. "Don't shoot. I'm just a hunter passing through," Zhou Ming said, jumping down from the tree and facing Yang Yi, attempting to bluff his way through by posing as a passerby. "Impossible. You're definitely here to kill me. Uncle Yong is dead, my cousin is dead, and I'm going to fight you to the death." Yang Yi's expression twisted in rage and despair. His mental state was on the verge of collapse, pushed there by the deaths of his loved ones. "Wait, I'm a hunter from the Hunters Guild. I took on the search and rescue mission your father issued to find you." Zhou Ming quickly revealed the truth when he noticed the escalating tension. "You just said you were a passing hunter. You lied to me." Yang Yi's agitated voice made Zhou Ming suppress the urge to put a bullet through his head. "What a hassle. This is the proof I received from the Hunters Guild when I accepted the mission," Zhou Ming said, crumpling the document in his hand and casually tossing it to Yang Yi for verification. "You accepted the mission, so why did you abandon it? Don't hunters care about their reputation?" Yang Yi's tone finally steadied after seeing the proof, and his finger eased off the trigger. "Reputation? Who says hunters have to complete every mission they accept?" Zhou Ming replied helplessly. For now, his priority was to get rid of Yang Yi as quickly as possible. "Now that you've confirmed who I am, you should focus on escaping. They'll pretend I didn't see you," Zhou Ming tried to reason with him. "No way. You took the mission, so you have to complete it." Yang Yi clung to Zhou Ming like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, refusing to let go. "My family is rich. Besides the 10 million my father offered as a reward, I can add an extra 30 million, 100 million. Yang Yi, sensing the faint killing intent emanating from Zhou Ming, finally offered a reward too tempting to ignore. A third-tier spiritual item, capable of enhancing a beast's potential. These words instantly quelled Zhou Ming's killing intent. Right now, aside from the job transition ritual, his biggest concern was his beast companion. Its low potential made it difficult to improve its strength, and he still had a long way to go before meeting the requirements for the ritual. Now it was Zhou Ming's turn to take control of the situation, interrogating Yang Yi. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Zhou Ming asked, his sharp gaze locked onto Yang Yi. "My beast, Iron Fong, really is just an ordinary Gale Wolf. It only mutated successfully after consuming a third-tier spiritual item, Starlight Elixir," Yang Yi explained, meeting Zhou Ming's eyes. "2 months ago, my father obtained a vial of Starlight Elixir. This substance can stimulate a beast's bloodline and enhance its potential. Considering the risks, I only used half the dose, but Iron Fong still managed to mutate. With its newfound strength, I felt confident enough to leave the base." As he spoke, Yang Yi's voice faltered, tinged with regret and a hint of despair. "Starlight Elixir?" Zhou Ming frowned, recalling information he had read at the Qinshan base library. Starlight Elixir is a rare spiritual item formed when the 4th-tier plant, Moonlit Orchid, absorbs starlight at night. Without the elixir, the book likely wouldn't have mentioned the Moonlit Orchid at all. While Zhou Ming analyzed the truth in Yang Yi's words, his radar detection field picked up approaching hunters. The distant gunfire had already ceased. "Someone's coming. Follow me," Zhou Ming ordered decisively. The allure of a third-tier spiritual item far surpassed that of money. With his background, even acquiring a first-tier item was nearly impossible, not just due to cost, but also due to limited access. Yang Yi panicked at Zhou Ming's words. "Do as I say, and you won't die," Zhou Ming snapped in a low voice, pulling out 2 specially modified smoke grenades. These grenades were filled with venom extracted from iron thread snakes, far more potent than ordinary snake venom. Thanks to Zhou Ming's high resistance to the toxin, he had no fear of harming himself. After setting up the smoke grenades, Zhou Ming turned to the visibly shaken Yang Yi. "Can your Iron Fong carry 2 people? You don't have a beast of your own?" Yang Yi finally realized that Zhou Ming indeed had no creature by his side. Even if it were sealed in a beast space, it should have been summoned by now. "Can it carry us or not?" "We don't have time," Zhou Ming urged impatiently. "It can. Head toward Ghost Cavern Ridge." "Don't ask why," Zhou Ming commanded. "All right." Overwhelmed by Zhou Ming's commanding presence, Yang Yi regained his composure and quickly rode the calf-sized Iron Fong to Zhou Ming's side. Though Iron Fong seemed reluctant, it obeyed and carried both men as they swiftly departed. Seconds later, a group of well-equipped hunters arrived on their own beasts. The leader, wearing an expensive night vision device, used its infrared thermal imaging to immediately spot Zhou Ming and Yang Yi's trail. "They're just ahead." After them. But just as they were about to pursue, 2 iron thread snakes triggered the pins on the smoke grenades. Boom! With a loud explosion, thick smoke instantly filled the area. "Smoke grenades," one of the hunters exclaimed, startled. They quickly realized, however, that the smoke was harmless. Just as they let their guard down, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped everyone. The toxins within the smoke took effect rapidly, leaving them paralyzed, struggling to breathe, and with weakening heartbeats. "Poison!" Panicked cries erupted one after another. The hunters who hadn't yet been completely consumed by the smoke fumbled to inject themselves with antidotes. As a necessity for wilderness expeditions, the antidotes did save some lives. However, even those who managed to administer the antidote in time and had the reinforcement of their beasts' life-sharing abilities were left incapacitated, curling up under the protection of their beasts. This was the fatal weakness of apprentice-level beast tamers. While their beasts might withstand the poisonous mist, their fragile masters were not so fortunate. Without prior preparation, such as gas masks, these people were doomed to perish here. "Big brother, they're not following us," Yang Yi said as he rode on the back of his beast, hearing the explosions behind him. Curiosity got the better of him as he asked, "What kind of grenade did you use?" Those people were wearing high-grade protective gear, and regular grenades wouldn't harm them, especially with their beasts shielding them. "Stop talking and keep heading toward Ghost Cliff Ridge," Zhou Ming ordered sternly. "We must reach the cave by tonight." "Why are we going there?" Yang Yi's expression darkened. He was well aware of the dangers in the underground caves. If it hadn't been for his father sending someone to rescue him in time, he would have already lost his life there. "Do you think taking care of those people behind us means we can safely return to the base?" Zhou Ming cast a glance at Yang Yi's 2-headed Gale Wolf. The beast's potential was undeniable if Yang Yi switched to becoming a mythical beast tamer. This wolf, capable of awakening 2 opposing elemental attributes, might even help him ascend to the rank of a legendary elemental annihilator in the future. Of course, such a possibility was exceedingly slim. In the centuries since the alliance was established, there had been fewer than 10 legendary figures, including those who had passed away. After all, before the apocalypse, the planet had only technology and no foundation for extraordinary powers. However, Yang Yi becoming a professional beast tamer was highly likely, which would fill a significant gap for the Yang family, transforming it from merely a commercial family into something more influential. Yang Yi fell silent at these words. As the son of the head of the Yang family, He had received an excellent education and quickly understood Zhou Ming's implications. Navigating the complex underground caves to shake off their pursuers was their only chance of survival. Without asking further questions, Yang Yi urged his beast to pick up the pace. Stop. Just as Yang Yi was steering his beast towards Ghost Cavern Ridge, Zhou Ming suddenly called out, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Yang Yi, though already a freshman at the Qinshan Base University, still showed a hint of apprehension in the face of Zhou Ming's authoritative tone. After all, he had grown up in a sheltered environment. "You don't need to know," Zhou Ming replied curtly, his gaze shifting behind him. He was waiting for his iron thread snake swarm to catch up. These beasts moved much slower than the two-headed gale wolf Yang Yi was riding. Zhou Ming was well aware of the strict distance limitation of his mental link with the snakes. If they exceeded a kilometer, the connection would sever. Should that happen, the mental seeds implanted in the snakes' minds would interpret his death, triggering a fatal backlash. Whether to protect the snakes or to rely on them to establish a radar-like perception field, waiting was essential. Once the snake swarm drew near, Zhou Ming finally said, "We can move now." Yang Yi, not daring to ask further, immediately urged his beast toward the entrance of the nearby cavern. Upon entering the cave, the confined space forced the two to abandon riding the two-headed gale wolf. However, the agile iron thread snake swarm slithered through the cave with ease. Before long, a group of heavily armed hunters arrived at the cave entrance. "Boss, they've gone into the underground cavern," one subordinate reported. Staring at the gaping maw of the cavern, resembling a beast's open mouth, the pursuers hesitated to enter. Their beasts were too large, and firearms would be difficult to wield in such complex terrain. Heavy weapons like grenades or rocket launchers were even more off-limits. Any weapon risking a cave collapse meant certain death. "I'm not blind," growled the leader, a burly man with bloodshot eyes, his voice tinged with anger. This mission had already cost them dearly, and failure would mean losing much of the fortune he had amassed over years of dangerous ventures. The others, sensing their boss' wrath, fell silent, awaiting orders. Moments later, the leader made his decision. "Everyone, split up and guard all known exits of the cave. Also, call for Poison Sting to assist." "Boss, if we ask Poison Sting for help, we'll have to give up at least a third of the earnings," the deputy cautiously reminded him. Surprisingly, the leader didn't lose his temper but explained patiently, "Losing some profit is better than losing our lives. Don't forget, that guy who saved them earlier dared to use gas grenades. His methods are ruthless. Do you want to grope around in an underground cave wearing gas masks?" The group exchanged uneasy glances but didn't argue further. They weren't in this dangerous trade to throw their lives away. With no objections, the pursuers quickly set their plan into motion. Zhou Ming moved cautiously through the underground cave, relying on radar to sense his surroundings. Only after confirming that no one was pursuing him did he slow his pace. Were there any professional beast tamers among those hunting him? For now, the danger seemed to be over. Taking advantage of the temporary safety, Zhou Ming decided to gather more intelligence from Yang Yi. "No," Yang Yi quickly explained. "My father once told me that within the base, no matter what conflicts exist between the various factions, they always limit confrontations to apprentice beast tamers. If professional beast tamers get involved, it almost always escalates to a fight to the death, and both the city defense forces and the government within the base would intervene." After hearing Yang Yi's explanation, Zhou Ming thought for a moment and understood that this was because no faction could afford the loss of professional beast tamers. Professional beast tamers were essential for defending against ferocious beasts, and the Alliance wouldn't want them to suffer losses due to internal conflicts. However, the enforcement of this rule wasn't particularly strong and often depended on the stakes involved. Knowing that it was unlikely for professional beast tamers to take action, Zhou Ming felt a great deal of pressure lift from his mind. "Let's rest for a while. To ensure our safety, we'll need to go deeper into the cave," Zhou Ming said. "Brother, aren't you using night vision goggles?" Yang Yi asked, noticing for the first time that Zhou Ming wasn't wearing any. In the wilderness at night, starlight and moonlight could illuminate the way, but inside these underground caves, it was pitch dark, with nothing visible. "Do you have food and water with you?" Zhou Ming ignored Yang Yi's question and asked instead. "Yes, I brought some," Yang Yi replied immediately, though he didn't understand the purpose of the question. "Then eat up if you're hungry. The paths in these caves aren't easy to navigate." With that, Zhou Ming leaned against a rock and rested for a while. After traveling all day and running for their lives at night, he was feeling a bit fatigued. Seeing that his brother wasn't paying him any attention, Yang Yi obediently followed the instructions and began eating. The night gradually retreated, and the light of dawn once again spread across the land. Near the entrance to the underground cave where Zhou Ming had entered earlier, a 5-person team arrived. They were well equipped, their presence so faint that one wouldn't notice them even with eyes closed. "Blood Tiger, I never thought there'd come a day when you'd ask for my help," the team's leader said with a smile, teasing his old acquaintance. "Cut the chatter. Hey, erase the target's photo. All you need to do is kill him. Also, he has a guard with him." We haven't engaged with the guard directly, so we don't know their exact capabilities. But they did use gas grenades earlier, Blood Tiger said coldly. The 1 million deposit has already been transferred to your account. You'll get another million once the job's done, he added. Venom took the photo Blood Tiger handed over and studied it for a moment, but he didn't immediately agree. Blood Tiger, isn't this the son of the CEO of Young Paper Industries? 2 million seems a bit low for this job, don't you think? Venom, don't be too greedy. We've already paid a high price for this operation. Blood Tiger's lieutenant immediately snapped. Hearing this, Venom's expression darkened, and the atmosphere grew tense. They'll add another million after the job's done. If you don't agree, they'll have to find someone else, Blood Tiger said decisively, realizing that 2 million wouldn't satisfy Venom. He had intended to pay 3 million from the start anyway. Haha, now that's more like it. Blood Tiger. You're straightforward as always. Just wait for the good news, Venom replied with a smirk. Knowing when to push and when to back off, he didn't provoke Blood Tiger or his men further. He simply led his team into the underground cave. The Scorpion squad adjusted their state-of-the-art night vision goggles as they entered the underground cave system. The pitch-black surroundings appeared as bright as daylight through their lenses. Scorpion, the team leader, scanned the area cautiously, ever alert for potential traps. A target that even Blood Tiger fears is definitely not simple, Scorpion murmured to his team. Even though Blood Tiger and his crew aren't skilled in underground combat, we can't afford to let our guard down. Don't worry, Captain. These caves are our home turf. One of the team members responded confidently. Scorpion nodded and issued his orders. Mouse, Blind Snake, begin the search immediately. 2 team members quickly summoned their respective Biasa, Tumterlong burrowing mole, and a 7-meter-long shadow serpent. The mole, with its razor-sharp claws, could navigate the underground terrain effortlessly and was highly attuned to ground vibrations. The shadow serpent blended seamlessly into the darkness, excelling in stealth and ambushes, with an acute ability to detect various scents in the air. In the narrow, dark caves, these beasts were not hindered. Instead, they could unleash their full potential. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming was leading Yang Yi through the maze of branching paths in the cave. Yang Yi, have Iron Fang leave marks at every junction, Zhou Ming instructed. Understanding immediately, Yang Yi directed his twin-headed wind wolf to mark each intersection with its pungent scent. He knew the pursuers would undoubtedly deploy sensory beasts, and these marks could effectively disrupt their tracking efforts. We need to reach the lowest level of the cave system, Zhou Ming explained. That area has the most intersecting paths and the most complex terrain, making it ideal for evading pursuit. Moreover, the rock down there is incredibly solid. It said that even a grenade explosion wouldn't cause a collapse. Yang Yi nodded silently. He had come to understand Zhou Ming's personality: ask fewer questions, follow instructions, and execute accordingly. As the chase unfolded in the underground labyrinth, the CEO of Young Paper Industries received shocking news. The team sent to rescue Yang Yi had been completely wiped out. According to the intelligence, Yang Yi was still alive. The young head of the Yang family, more decisive than his father, immediately organized a new round of rescue operations. He also secretly reached out to professional beast tamers, preparing for the possibility of a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Blood Tiger stationed itself at the cave entrance, ready to carry out its new mission of stopping the Yang family rescue team. Time was of the essence, and both sides raced against the clock. Inside the cave, the Poison Sting squad finally discovered traces left by Zhou Ming. Although Zhou Ming had done his best to erase signs of his and Yang Yi's movements, his efforts were only effective against ordinary hunters. For seasoned professionals used to navigating underground caves, his attempts were somewhat amateurish. However, his misdirection tactics had successfully slowed their pursuit. Damn it, this guy's too crafty. He's left marks at every fork in the path. One of the team members, riding a tunneling mole, cursed after being misled multiple times. Stop complaining, Poison Sting analyzed calmly. It seems this prey is quite interesting. Mole, their target is likely the deepest part of the cave. Let's follow this direction. With their path clear, the tracking speed increased significantly. As they neared the bottom of the cave, the distance between the two sides steadily decreased. They're coming? Zhou Ming immediately became alert when the iron wire snake sent a warning. Big brother, is it the pursuers? Yang Yi asked, still uneasy but much calmer than before. Zhou Ming didn't answer. Instead, he swiftly grabbed Yang Yi's arm, and an iron wire snake slithered out of his sleeve, coiling around Yang Yi's arm. Seeing Yang Yi attempt to resist, Zhou Ming held him firmly. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt you. Take it with you and head to the deepest part of the cave. I'll find you through it. You're going to act alone? Yang Yi looked slightly panicked. Since they've caught up, I need to test their strength. Either end it quickly or prepare in advance, Zhou Ming said after a pause. For the sake of the spirit creature reward, here's some advice. Grow up. Otherwise, the people who care about you will keep dying. With that, Zhou Ming turned and disappeared into a rugged passage. Yang Yi glanced at the iron wire snake on his arm, gritted his teeth, and pressed forward into the seemingly endless depths of the cave. Now he understood staying out of the way was the best help he could offer his big brother. Without Yang Yi holding him back, Zhou Ming's movements became noticeably more agile. He quickly found a narrow passage with significant terrain advantages, ideal for an ambush and easy for retreat. The underground cave was shrouded in pitch darkness. The oppressive weight of millions of tons of rock overhead and the intermittent sound of dripping water made the atmosphere stifling. However, for Zhou Ming and the Scorpion Squad, such an environment did not pose any challenge. Night vision goggles and serpent-like pupils allowed them to perceive the intricate terrain around them with ease, while years of combat experience rendered them immune to the oppressive ambience. Pressing tightly against a rough rock surface, Zhou Ming employed the secret breathing technique of the Python combat arts to conceal his presence. Experience told him that true experts often relied on instinct to sense danger. Though he was unsure of the pursuer's strength, he chose to treat them as formidable opponents. Amid the dripping sounds, Zhou Ming detected the approach of his targets through the covertly deployed iron wire snake's 5 hunters, accompanied by 2 beasts. A burrowing mole led the way, scouting ahead, while a shadow serpent lurked in the corner. Without the aid of his radar sensing field, even Zhou Ming would have struggled to detect its presence. Though the types of beasts accompanying the other 3 hunters were unknown, the 2 already identified were troublesome enough. Zhou Ming quickly weighed his tactical options. The Thunderstorm Type 2 revolver was most effective at close range, while the Bloodhunter Type 1 handgun had longer range but lacked the power to threaten the beasts. Engaging in close combat was even riskier. With the sharp senses of the burrowing mole and shadow serpent, his position could easily be exposed before he could strike. When the beasts closed the distance to 20 or 30 meters, the Scorpion Squad's figures appeared in his line of sight. Zhou Ming made a split-second decision, swiftly drawing his guns. The burrowing mole, keenly aware of the disturbance, was about to let out a warning screech, but the thunderous roar of the Thunderstorm Type 2 revolver echoed through the cave. This shot wasn't aimed to kill but to create a fleeting moment of shock. Seizing the brief opportunity, Zhou Ming's left hand fired the Bloodhunter Type 1 handgun. The perfect synergy between his mental focus, radar sensing field, and marksmanship allowed 3 bullets to hit their mark with precision, 2 in the chest and 1 in the head, following a deadly trajectory. The instant his ambush succeeded, Zhou Ming swiftly retreated behind the rock. Furious bullets immediately rained down on the surface of the rock, accompanied by the enraged shouts of his adversaries. "You bastard, come out here!" The Scorpion Squad never anticipated that Zhou Ming would dare to launch a surprise attack. The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the silence of the underground cave, and the team member nicknamed Mouse was caught off guard and hit. Fortunately, their specially designed protective suits were able to withstand ordinary handgun fire, sparing Mouse's life. However, the tremendous kinetic energy of the bullet still left him with severe injuries. Zhou Ming had already anticipated the enemy's counterattack. The moment his ambush succeeded, he swiftly retreated in the direction where Yang Yi had fled. "Grizzly, stop shooting," Scorpion barked, his face stern, halting the gunner who was about to open fire. "He's likely already escaped. Save your ammo." Then, turning to another team member, he ordered, "Slim Tiger, go check the situation. And remember, don't act recklessly." "Got it, boss," Slim Tiger replied curtly. He immediately summoned his beast companiona Ghost Claw Cat, a sleek, pitch-black predator known for its extraordinary agility. Its venomous claws, capable of slicing through steel with ease, made it a deadly assassin in the dark. With a Storm Series rifle in hand, Slim Tiger cautiously followed the Ghost Claw Cat to investigate Zhou Ming's previous hiding spot. Once Slim Tiger's safety was confirmed, Scorpion shifted his focus to the injured Mouse. At that moment, Blind Snake was administering emergency first aid. "How are you holding up?" Scorpion asked. "Not dead yet," Mouse replied weakly, his voice halting. "I can't move for now. You guys go after the target. Just be careful of his Thunderbolt II revolver." The fact that he didn't continue attacking means he's not a seasoned gunfighter. Take advantage of the time it takes for him to reload or reuse his weapon to finish the mission. Although Mouse had narrowly escaped a fatal blow, the impact of the bullet had caused a concussion and fractured his sternum. He was completely incapacitated and could only rely on his beast, the burrowing rat, to barely defend himself. "Understood. Find a safe place to hide, and we'll come back for you," Scorpion said, fully aware of the Thunderbolt II's usage limitations. Not wanting to miss this rare opportunity, he quickly arranged for Mouse's safety and then led the team in pursuit of Zhou Ming. Using his radar sensing ability, Zhou Ming detected the enemy's movements and noticed Mouse's life signs. Realizing that Mouse had been left behind, likely due to severe injuries, Zhou Ming immediately commanded his concealed iron wire snake to launch a lethal attack. In his dazed state, Mouse failed to sense the danger closing in. By the time his burrowing rat detected something amiss, the iron wire snake had already shot out from a crevice beneath him, its venomous fangs sinking into his unprotected neck. The paralyzing toxin took effect instantly, and Mouse died without even a struggle. Simultaneously, the burrowing rat let out a mournful cry before collapsing, as the backlash from losing its master proved fatal. The piercing wails of the burrowing rat echoed through the underground cavern, shattering the silence that had just returned. The members of the Venom Sting squad instantly realized that the rat had met its end. When a beastmaster dies, their beasts inevitably suffer a backlash from the mental seed and perish. It was a scenario they were all too familiar with from countless cutthroat missions. Among them, Blind Snake, who shared the closest bond with the rat due to their shared role as sensory beastmasters, was seething with rage. Ignoring the danger, he was about to charge deeper into the cavern. "Calm down." Venom Sting's low, commanding voice stopped him in his tracks. "Let's go back and investigate. We need to figure out the cause of the rat's death." Venom Sting reasoned that their target wouldn't leave a beast behind. It was vital to uncover the truth. A minute later, the four of them returned to the scene of the incident. After a careful examination, Thin Tiger immediately reported, "Boss, the rat was killed by a snake bite. There are clear fang marks on its neck." "Over here, boss," Blind Snake called out, drawing everyone's attention to the burrowing rat's claws, which were clutching the corpses of several half-meter-long iron thread snakes. Venom Sting used his dagger to flip the snake carcasses, his brows furrowing deeply. These iron thread snakes are unusually large. They were clearly bred in captivity. Could the target's beast be a low-tier feral beast evolved from an iron thread snake, used to control these ordinary ones? Suggested Grizzly Bear, the only non-beastmaster in the group. Impossible, Venom Sting denied firmly. He went on to explain the nature of beasts under a beastmaster's control. Once implanted with a mental seed, a beast becomes estranged from its original group and is no longer accepted by its kind. While swarm leaders like queen bees or ant queens possess collective consciousness, implanting them with mental seeds is extremely difficult, requiring rare talent to master. Even then, it severely limits the beastmaster's own development. Unless this person has some kind of unique secret technique that allows them to control these iron thread snakes using their beast, Blind Snake, now calmer, offered the most plausible theory. "It seems our target isn't ordinary," Venom Sting concluded decisively. He quickly issued orders. "Blind Snake, keep an eye out for any iron thread snakes nearby. Thin Tiger, use your ghost claw cat to eliminate any threats." As the Venom Sting squad regrouped and prepared to resume their pursuit, Zhou Ming, following his connection to the iron thread snakes, had already located Yang Yi. At that moment, Yang Yi was locked in a fierce battle with two cave spiders. Two cave spiders, each over a meter in size, prowled through the dimly lit cavern. Their steel-like exoskeletons glinted coldly under the faint light. Despite their massive size, they moved with surprising agility through the complex terrain of the cave. Yang Yi's Iron Fang, a mutated two-headed swift wolf, was locked in combat with one of the spiders, while Yang Yi gripped his firearm tightly, providing fire support for his battle companion. "Stay against the rock wall, control your shooting rate, and don't waste bullets," Zhou Ming commanded tersely. "You just need to pin one down so Iron Fang can focus on the other." For the sake of the promised reward, he reluctantly offered guidance to this otherwise mediocre rich kid. At least Yang Yi, though unimpressive in most aspects, knew how to follow orders. Under Zhou Ming's direction, the rhythm of the fight gradually fell into place. In less than 5 minutes, the two cave spiders, which were not particularly strong among low-level beasts, lay lifeless on the ground. "Not bad. Why were you so useless before?" Zhou Ming remarked, slightly revising his impression of Yang Yi as he saw him cooperating effectively. "My grandfather said several elders in the family have already died and didn't want me risking my life in the wild," Yang Yi replied. Zhou Ming silently recalled the intel he had gathered. Yang Yi's grandfather, the founder of Yang Paper Industries, had once secured a foothold in the Qinshan base through a fortuitous connection with an influential figure. However, his indecisive nature had plunged the company into trouble. In recent years, Yang Yi's father had taken over and adopted a more resolute approach, but the turnaround was still a work in progress. "Let's move. The pursuers behind us aren't ordinary," Zhou Ming said, noticing that the iron thread snake he had left behind was killed. This confirmed that their trackers had uncovered his probing tactics. However, Zhou Ming had anticipated this and had already withdrawn most of his iron thread spiders, leaving only a few to monitor the enemy's movements. Before leaving, Zhou Ming skillfully harvested the most valuable part of the cave spiders, their silk glands. These materials, which could be used to craft advanced protective gear, were crucial for someone as impoverished as he was. He also planted 2 hidden mines beneath the spider corpses. Though unsure if they would be effective, he believed it was better to be prepared. Descending to the lower levels of the cavern, Zhou Ming led Yang Yi through the maze-like underground space, ensuring the Poison Sting squad had no chance to close in while subtly testing the structural integrity of the cave walls. After confirming that a grenade explosion wouldn't trigger a collapse, he mentally noted this critical information ready to cause a major disruption if necessary. Meanwhile, young Yi, unaware of Zhou Ming's true intentions, assumed his senior was merely orienting himself. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.